Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We're here for day 4 of the Ashes. Now, England last night, they were able to bat through a very tough session, but now they are sitting 258 for 7 here, 10 overs away from the new ball for the Australians, and that is going to be when we possibly see the end of the English tail. But for now, Bairstow, he had his moment yesterday. He was able to bring up the 103 runs of 140 deliveries. Looks like he is going to be extremely solid for today as well. Pat Cummins actually getting smacked around the park a little bit, something that we are not used to seeing for Pat Cummins, but it was just brilliant batting from Bairstow, Stokes, and also Mark Wood with a bit of a cameo there as well. But it looks like the weather is not as it actually was supposed to be. It was supposed to be raining at this point in time, but it is a beautiful day. The sun is out. The players are making their way out onto the pitch, and we are just about to be ready to go for day 4 of the Ashes. We should get a relatively full morning of play today. I believe we might still have a little bit of rain on the forecast for the afternoon. Opinions on England at the moment, says Jane. They're going very well. I feel Ben Stokes and also Jonny Bairstow, they really turned this innings around for England, who were sitting there 4 for 36, I believe it was, and they have turned it right around here. And now it's going to be going maybe, I can tell you the odds straight away. In England, they were 0% earlier on in the day, and now they are sitting 3%. So it's slowly building for England at the moment, but I think they play very well. Bairstow deserved that 100 the way that he was batting. He was aggressive with the way that he was going, and he has now worked his way up to being able to get 103. He's out there alongside Jack Leach, who was actually the night watchman in the third test match where it was Scott Bolland who was able to tear through him, although we did see a little bit of an injury for Bolland last night. We will have to wait and see what kind of progresses of that. I believe he had his x-rays. They've said that he's clear and he is now available to play, but they won't want to risk him too much here, Bolland. Definitely not with the new ball. Just a little bit away. It looks like it is going to be Marnus Labuschagne straight away. It will be in close, but yeah, it's looking like a very nice day. A little bit overcast, which does mean that maybe we get to see a bit of swing from the new ball when it is due in the 10 overs time. But Jack Leach at the moment, he's out there and he has got his best as actually 92. I believe that was up against Ireland when he was sent out there to open. Bairstow also going to be out there at the moment, 103 off 140, 3 sixes, 8 fours as well. And also we've got there Nathan Lyon kicking us off. So they've decided that they do want to go with Gary here once again. And I believe that will be a decent option because he did get hit around the ground a little bit yesterday, 5.92 economy, but they've decided get him out there nice and early, get a few overs in so that they can have Cummins and Stark with the new ball. Love you, Pakistan. Hi, bro, as well. Says Amir, welcome in to the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. Nathan Lyon here going to be bowling the first ball of the day, day 4 of the Ashes at the SCG. And once again, Leach gets right in behind it here for England at the moment. They trail by 158 runs. I would say that if they can get that down, first of all, to less than 100, and then from there, if they can get it down to maybe only being around that situation of 70 or so, it could actually end up having England as about a 10% chance. All straight away, Jack Leach trying to cut down on the spin. Nathan Lyon almost a little bit lobby towards Labuschagne, and also the Pakistan flag there in the chat from Amir. At the moment, we will see a few Pakistan players playing in the BBL a little bit later on by the looks of it, which is good news indeed. Nathan Lyon now advancing. Jack Leach, nice shot there. Lobbed cover drive, and it's gone straight over the top of the men there. Has pitched into the surface, so it is going to be pulling up. But Jack Leach, with a nice aggressive shot early on, gets himself the 2 runs there. And Nathan Lyon won't be too happy with that, I wouldn't think. Jack Leach, supposed to be a tail ender, just advances down the wicket, plays a beautiful lobbed cover drive over the top of the man at mid-off. It's a beautifully great shot from Jack Leach in the early stages of day 4, looking like they are going to be a little bit aggressive here, England, when the ball is there for it. Well played once again by Leach. Bairstow, that's the thing. Bairstow normally, I guess, in this situation may want a little bit more of the strike, but it looks like Leach will be able to hold his own against the spin. And at the moment, the Barmy Army, they are still in attendance. The man who's got the trumpet in hand, he has got a trumpet hat as well. I feel like I didn't expect anything less. Oh, Jack Leach goes after the Y1. Just misses out on it as well. 89 Ks from Nathan Lyon. So still getting it down there at a decent rate. He hasn't really tried too many slower balls so far on the surface. It always seems to be around that 90 mark, seeing whether or not he can find that outside edge. The Barmy Army, they are still well and truly in voice for the English side, and England go as well, says Chris. I hope you guys are doing well. What time is it in England at the moment? Do let me know. I know that it will be possibly, is it 11 a.m.? No, sorry, 11 p.m. at the moment in England. I might have that slightly wrong, but this is probably a very nice session for you guys who are in the Northern Hemisphere. So welcome in to the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are doing well. Bairstow at the moment, he has done very well for himself, sitting there on 103 runs of 140 balls. Ben Stokes having a little bit of a bat as well, 66 runs, and then a good cameo from Mark Wood. Like I mentioned, he was 39 off 41. That looks like they're bringing in Mitchell Starc now. So this is where Jonny Bairstow will need a majority of the strike, because or else then maybe, you don't want to expose Jack Leach to Mitchell Starc. I feel like that is just asking for trouble. And also thanks, bro, as well, says Amir there. And also thanks, bro, as well in there. But I'm looking forward to the BBL. We have got a couple games tonight, a couple of awkwardly timed games, I guess I could say, in that regard. But hopefully they won't end up overlapping too much with the Ashes. I know that the first one definitely doesn't, and the second one probably overlaps with the sleeping schedule a little bit. But Mitchell Starc now, he's charging in 14 overs bowled, 49 runs he has gone for. A nice shot from Bairstow straight away. Oh, okay, gets a single off the first ball, and now it means that Jack Leach has 5 balls to have to face Mitchell Starc. Seems like he's not really protecting the tail end of there too much there, Bairstow. Just trying to get bat on ball, feeling it on the bat and getting himself off the mark now. At the moment, Leach now, he is sitting on 6 off 21. And also, hello, says Betty Welcome. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. And at the moment, England, they are looking to build their way in. 8.5 overs until the new ball, though. So that is where we could see a little bit of a momentum change into this game. But they've got a 3% chance of winning this game here, England, if they keep on going. Your favourite mod is here again as well. At this stage, there's Betty Way in. And they are just showing there the glove. You are one of the favourites, Betty. And at the moment, it seemed like his thumb, after the way that it got bent back, he wasn't going to be able to continue, Jonny Bairstow. But he stuck it out and he was able to get the century. And I think that's what made his century all the more impressive for Jonny Bairstow. Currently, they decided to start half an hour early, which is always a little bit weird, because of the fact that I don't think many people know that it does start half an hour early, because Google said 12:30, Sky said 12:30. They went 12. So I guess it was lucky I was up a little bit earlier on than I originally was. But Mitchell Starc at the moment. Oh. Okay, so Josh Hazelwood, he has still got his side strain at the moment. So he is ruled out of the 5th Ashes test. And depending on whether or not Bolland is match fit, maybe he will be missing as well. Good question, Patty, as well. And there as well, says a question there. And also we have got there. I was a bit late today. I was making lunch as well, says Patty Wagon. No worries there at the moment. We have got plenty of time left of this day. We have got ourselves another theoretically 8.5 hours. Good ball there from Mitchell Starc. But Jack Leach playing it well at the moment. 141k, starting to steam in a little bit more here. Mitchell Starc, but welcome in, Sebastian. Hope you're doing well as well in that regard. Okay, someone just left my house. I was like, who's arriving? But yeah, we don't really get too many guests, other than there was a chicken in our backyard yesterday. We live in town. There was a random chicken. And we were very confused. We were like, how did a chicken get here? But apparently, a couple houses down, it accidentally, their chicken had escaped. So I was just sitting on our front lawn, kind of chilling. Our cat was petrified of the absolute beast of a chicken that it was. Mitchell Starc now, a little bit swing. Oh, okay. Australia might go upstairs. Everyone went up for it. But now, by the looks of it, they have decided maybe against it as well. And okay, I will allow it. We are the favourite mods as well. England could get 300 as well, says Jane. I think so. At that stage, as long as Jonny Bairstow stays out there alongside Jack Leach, who can actually bat time. He's normally a pretty good night watchman. Yes, in the last one, he didn't really do the night watchman duties. Yeah, ended up missing that one, Jack Leach. Good choice from the Australians not to review that. Yeah, there's nothing on the bat that I know of. Mitchell Starc, he was celebrating, turns around, and they ended up going no for that one as well. But Jack Leach sitting on 6 runs of 24 deliveries. He is going to try and just bat as long as physically possible here for England. Good cover drive there down the ground from Jack Leach. And that is going to be the 4 runs. The thing is, it's so satisfying watching a man bat who was way down the order, such as a Nathan Lyon, such as a Jack Leach. Maybe it's just an off-spinner thing that everyone loves batting like that as well. And also we've got the Cheese Lads for the first time in the series. I'm pretty happy as well. There's a bastion, and we like to hear that. Of course, it's a beautiful shot from Jack Leach. You pitched it up from Mitchell Starc. He's going to get a short one next time because he just front foot drive there as well. Whereas Mama love her commentary as well, says Andy Mike and the Janet Hello brother. She is about at the moment. I think she is maybe out in a different room. Hopefully we'll get her back for one of the sessions today that we have got ourselves. But now Jack Leach steps back in his crease, tries to drive that one. They're asking how's that, but he didn't end up getting it. And Mitchell Stark saying he didn't hear any noise for that delivery. They've gone upstairs for this one here. Okay, so the Australian, they feel relatively confident with that one. DRS as well says Jonny Bairstow, not to spoil too much. It's also yoga there, bro. Only a few hours before New Zealand match as well says DZ. Exactly right. We have got New Zealand versus Bangladesh taking place tomorrow. And also said yesterday, come on, Johnny, keep going to make Seb happy as well says Benny Wiggin. He did indeed. It was close to the bat. Nope. Clear gap between bat and ball and a waste of a review there for the Australians, although they still have a couple more. So that is going to be not really the end of the world for them to miss out on that one. Just looking there at Ultra Edge, nothing on the bat. And at the moment now, they're just checking Snicko. No noise, gap between bat and ball, and they are going to be continuing. And Jack Leach is still going to be out there, but he does like to go after the slightly wider delivery every once in a while here. By the looks of it, that will be the end of the over. 72 down, still 8 more overs left with the old ball, which means 48 balls that England can try and whack away here and get as many runs as physically possible. We have got there, Sebastian is one of Katie's sons as well. And there's DZ. And now Nathan Lyon once again going to be setting his field here. Gary, they've still got 2 reviews remaining here for Australia, and I believe they get another one after the new ball. So they might as well have used one, see how it went. And I feel like we'll see an LBW shout big time from Nathan Lyon here at some stage. And they might even go upstairs and review it as well. 13 over, 73 runs, something that we're not used to seeing from Nathan Lyon overall. Nicely played once again by Bairstow. Hits it to the leg side. He's not afraid to take on the slog sweep, which we did see yesterday as well, quite a few times from him. And also, I believe it was Ben Stokes also just smacking that one away to the boundary. But Nathan Lyon now at the moment needs to get that wicket. Reverse sweep there from Bairstow. Nicely played. And it's going down to the man in the deep there. Just Scott Boland, and he's able to throw the ball, which means more than likely he might be able to bowl it a little bit later on. Almost a pun there for Boland as well, isn't it? But he did have a side strain after really just smacking into the turf extremely hard. What you're talking about as well, everyone was arguing over custody at this stage yesterday, weren't they? And I hope you're well too, TZ as well. And there's Sebastian. And Nathan Lyon now, they have got a bat pad. They have got a slip in Steve Smith pitched up, and Jack Leach just blocking out that one. But it's a lot nicer today than it was supposed to be. And I believe that the rain that we were going to get in the morning has actually transferred into the afternoon instead, maybe about 3 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. New Zealand time, which does mean we should get plenty of cricket today. And it could get closer and closer to a result as well. Nicely played down the ground from Jack Leach once again, and also try to open innings as well. And there says Andy Mike, and also never mind, maybe you forgot about your mum on YouTube as well. And there's his TZ there. But now at this stage, it is going to be Nathan Lyon sitting there. 1 run so far off this over, which is actually a pretty economical one. That's gone straight up in the air from Jack Leach, who is under it. It is the captain Cummins, and he takes the wicket as well. Jack Leach went after the wrong ball, and that is going to be the first wicket of the day now. England still trailing by 150 runs, and Jack Leach does end up losing his wicket. Now at this stage, we will go like this. And we will go like this as well. We're going to have to add Jack Leach's name. He was actually putting in a decent cameo when he was on the front foot, but he's gone after Nathan Lyon. His fellow off-spinner does get it wrong, tries the slog sweep, similar to what we saw from Alex Carey in the first innings. The left-hander who did end up losing his wicket, and now Leachy is going to be going off 10 runs. And we are going to go like that as well. And also we have got I have the best YouTube mummy as well. And there says Betty Wagon. And also we have got when did the stream start? If am I late? As I said, Stacey, so we did start at 11:57, somewhere around that mark. So you're not late at all. We are still, so you're not late at all. We have still got plenty more action today. And normally the days do start at 12:30, but they decided to start half an hour early once again, trying to make up a little bit of that rain that they did miss out on as well. So we will have to wait and see. At the moment, though, I would say if Australia can clean up these next couple these next couple wickets relatively quickly, England will still trail by more than 100, but Bairstow needs to step up here, needs to keep out there with Stuart Broad. I'm pretty impressed by Boland as well. He has something special. He does indeed. Like, that's the thing. The first innings, he did end up getting no wickets at the MCG. I think people were like, he doesn't seem too great, but he doesn't seem too bad either. And then he went out there, 6 wickets, 7 runs off him, got 2 wickets without having a run scored off him as well today. So, I mean, it is going to be pretty awesome to see how it does end up going for Scott Boland in the future. Definitely with now Hazelwood being announced that he is not going to be available for the 5th test in Hobart. Stuart Broad now, he has made his way out there. Nathan Lyon to Jonny Bairstow, whips it off his pads nicely, and he will retain the strike for the next over now for Bairstow, and it will be 8 for 267. We have got there. I don't want New Zealand to bat first. I want to see Bangladesh, but there's no Joy as well. A guy called Nam is replacing him as well. And there says DZ, so we will have to wait and see how he goes. As I got to see yesterday's highlights, my goodness gracious, drop catches glued on bails. All of it was happening as well, says Sebastian. It was indeed. And at the yesterday day of the Ashes, that's the thing. Like, in the first session was rained off. So I can't even imagine how much action we would have had if we did have that session going as well. At the moment for Sydney, it's very bright. It's very colourful out there on the surface. And I'm hoping it is going to stay that way. Because at the moment, there's a 40% chance of raining at 1 p.m., a 50% at 2 p.m., 40% at 3 p.m. our time, and then it goes up to 80%, which would be 4 p.m. our time, is when it might ramp up. But 4 p.m. their time, which is 6 p.m. our time, it is 100% likely to rain according to the kind of rain factor as well. So that's why we need to get this innings accelerated, not just for England, but also for Australia when they decide to go out there. Definitely if we want to see a result for this one, Jonny Bairstow chases the wide ball of Stark, which was bold. At 139. I think Bairstow now knows that it's now or never. He's got to stay out there. He's got to keep on going. 150 might be on the cards for Bairstow, but only if he retains a majority of the strike here. Stuart Broad, of course, showing a lot of interest in where Mitchell Stark. He's not happy with the foot placement. I think he ends up almost tweaking his ankle here. What are we seeing? Oh, yeah. It looks like it's a little bit of a wiggly ankle for Mitchell Stark under there, and also England need to improve their skills, especially Australian condition. And I guess the best way of being able to improve in Australian conditions is to just keep on playing in Australia as well. So this is probably great time for England at the crease. Cameron Green once again at Gully Fields. That one, he always seems to stop those, no matter where they are going. And at the moment, Mitchell Stark, I think he just said BS as well, and that is because seems like he's not sliding, so I don't know what's going on with the foot marks at the moment, but Mitchell Stark, he's not happy. It's putting a lot of strain on the ankle when he gets going. G'day, all hi, Amish as well. Says David Amon, welcome in. The live stream, I hope you are doing well. And also, we have got there, it might rain in the last 2 days in Christchurch. Not good news for New Zealand. As well, says TZ, definitely not when we've had 5 days of cricket played at the Bay Oval. It was literally picture perfect, though, all of the days that it did go. Boland feels that one. And the deep gets a big old cheer from the crowd. That might have been a run out. No. Yes, maybe. They're going upstairs. I was going to say that's a very confident call from the umpire to say that he was safe there when he clearly was a little bit 50-50. Bairstow trying to get 2 here. There was only ever probably 1 in that situation, and he's probably got himself in a little bit of trouble here, Bairstow. If he's made it, fair play. If he hasn't made it, then he's going to be gone. Oh, he got there. He got there, Jonny Bairstow. We can hear Ishigua possibly showing that she does go for England a little bit. She was asking Jonny Bairstow, please dive as well, but he is going to be not out. It was a closer run than expected, but still got back there, Jonny Bairstow. And David, remember yesterday with Blockman as well, LCTZ persisted down in Sydney, or pissed down in Sydney last night. Runs on offer without reaching for shots as well. Leach, you twat. So in there. Says Victor, yeah, that was the wrong ball to go after. We actually saw a very similar dismissal in the first innings. For it in the end was actually Alex Carey. So another left-hander who tried to play the slog sweep did end up getting himself in trouble. But Jonny Bairstow here, he's running hard. And like they're saying, Jonny Bairstow, he's got very small steps, which I think is why he was close to getting run out there. He's almost like, I would compare him to a little bulldog in that regard, Jonny Bairstow, in the nicest way possible, because he's just got a whole heap of fight in him, and he does just keep on going and going and going. And the legs don't want to stop moving. We have got the isolation and Paddy Wagon with the Kieran emojis there from David Ahmad. Short ball, Bairstow thought about playing it, decides against it, and leaves it alone at 138 Ks of Mitchell Stark. Does get it down there at only around that 140 since having a bit of an injury. That sadly has actually been causing him to only get around that 140 rather than his 145. DC has said hi as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. And also, we'll get the most time changes for it gets to those days as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. And at the moment, The foot landing, it looks like it's really at the surface, just ripped apart where that foot has been landing. And the Ginger Bulldog, says Sebastian there. I feel like I don't know how he would feel about getting called the Ginger Bulldog. That was close. And that's going to be a little bit of a misfield there from Alex Carey behind the stumps. It gives them the single, and Bairstow will be on strike for the next over. It looks like maybe he's hurt his finger. Is he Alex Carey, or is he just disappointed? I think he might just be disappointed, although it might have really hurt the finger as well for Carey here. But Mitchell Starc, it ends up just going above the stumps. Oh, it's just the awkward angle. And I feel like now at this stage, Alex Carey's going to have a sore thumb. And that's the thing we actually learned, that Ollie Pope is going to be wicket keeping for the Australians. Or sorry, not for the Australians. I don't think they'd allow that. But he is going to be wicket keeping for the English due to an injury for Josh Buttler. And that was when he got smacked on the hand the other day. He is going to be not keeping for the second innings. I believe he will still be batting in the third, though, depending on the injury status. I'd say a bit of variable bounce there, and it actually just popped really high off the surface. And Mitchell Starc, he is disappointed with the way that they let Bairstow get back on strike, although that's probably a slightly good thing if Nathan Lyon can pick him up here, though. Whoops it to the leg side. Says, wait, Marnus Labuschagne. No, it's Warner there, and the outfielder who does field it. We actually saw Steve Smith fielding at third man, which is something that doesn't normally happen. The crowd were excited, the ones who did get to see him up close. And Nathan Lyon at the moment, he has been relatively expensive, like I mentioned, still going at 5 and over. That's a good shout for LBW. Hit outside the line, I believe they will be saying there. And that is what Nathan Lyon has said straight away. Only just outside the line, though, for Jonny Bairstow. Don't think Backcomers is going upstairs for that one. It's probably it in the stumps, though, to be fair. Just he got his leg outside of the line of the stumps. And straight away, Nathan Lyon says, that was going just a little bit outside off. So we won't be going upstairs for that one. Bairstow sitting on 108 runs of 152 deliveries. This time he slog sweeps. He's got that one a little bit better, and it is going straight out to the man, Mitchell Starc, who is down there on the bounce. Because of that now, Stuart Broad, we are going to get to see the first time this man has had to swing a bat so far in this Ashes 4th test match. And so he has been swinging the ball quite nicely. 5 wickets for himself. Does that momentum help carry him towards a good day with the bat in hand as well? But I will mention anyone who is newbie, sure, leave a like and subscribe. Bairstow probably lucky at that slightly along the ground, or else he might have been caught by Mitchell Starc. And also want Australia to bat now. I don't like seeing any team with 8 wickets as well, says TZ there. I mean, at the moment, though, it doesn't seem like England are going to stop putting on a show here. While they are 8 wickets down, it seems like they're going to be aggressive. Alex Carey is really gripping that thumb here. I don't think we know too many keepers who don't have sore hands in this match. Josh Buttler, he is not going to be keeping. Alex Carey, he looks like he's in a bit of pain. And then also Jonny Bairstow, ex-keeper, and also does do a little bit of keeping as well for England when he does need to. He has now got a sore finger as well, or sore thumb from getting it bent back yesterday. Sweep shot there from Stuart Broad. Plays it quite nicely. They do take on the quick single. Stuart Broad gets there, though. Good running between the wickets, and Broad 1 for 1. Getting off the mark straight away. But now Bairstow, he will have to strike for the last 2 deliveries of this over here for them. And like they've said, Stuart Broad, very handy lower order batsman. He looked like he was relatively happy to get off the mark for that one. They've still got Jimmy Anderson as well, I should mention, and he is also one of those guys who can bat for a few overs in a row, and that will be what they need here. Bairstow says no, they won't get one there, and it does now mean that there is still 1 ball left. So Mitchell Starc won't quite get a chance at Stuart Broad, but they probably do need a single here. And Stuart Broad, he's got a big smile on his face, so I think he knows that if he doesn't get down to the non-striker's end, he has to face a few short balls possibly from Mitchell Starc. And I want to get around the 300 mark. I didn't see it possible until now as well, says Sebastian. And 3% chance that England win this game from here on out. And with the fact that it is still sunny, I would say that goes a little bit high. I'll give them a 5% chance. Yes, they are trailing by 144. They've got 5 more overs to the new ball, where I feel it will decrease again, just because when you've got a tail ender up against the new ball, that is normally not very fun for the tail ender. It's fun for the bowlers of the other team, though. Bairstow tried to whip it off his pads, and that means that it is now going to be Stuart Broad facing off against Mitchell Starc for this next over. We have also got there, how's it made as well. And then also, my God, my knee doesn't feel nice as well. And this is Paddy Wagon. So that's from your rugby injury, isn't it? A little while ago. Hopefully it does end up recovering a little bit more. And also we've got there, bro, on the New Zealand channel. Most of the vids get 1 to 25k, but Bangladesh highlights got over 1 million on all the highlights as well. And I'm doing well, bro. Thanks as well. And that grinding isn't great As I says Paddy Wagon, wait, so you're grinding or they're grinding? As I, and also we've got there Jonny. And there says Music Kiwi. And Jonny Bairstow, we are just seeing that moment where he brought up the 100 runs for himself, Bairstow. The helmet came off. The excitement came out for that man. The Ginger Bulldog, as we've almost nicknamed him. Hopefully he doesn't mind that nickname. We called him at least a Bulldog, and then the Ginger part ended up coming after. And also we have got there Bairstow for a 200 here. As I says Music Kiwi, tell you what, if he can do it, I'd be very impressed. My knee grinding isn't nice. As well, and there says Paddy Wagon. So your knee is grinding. What are you grinding your knee on? Paddy, I don't really know how the knee region works. I know that you got your PCL, your patella, and also another little ligament that does kind of connect it to the bottom of your leg. But bowling now, getting another chance to bowl, and that was close to an outside edge from Stuart Broad. Straight away, bowling. He has become a bit of a fan favourite ever since he has been steaming onto the scene at the MCG, picking up 6 wickets for 7 runs, and also just doing it in the most casual way possible. He doesn't seem like he is one of those guys who has an ego or anything like that. He just goes out there. It's the bones as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. So you're looking at your, I guess the patella. The patella's a bone, isn't it? And then you've also got the connection between the tibia and the fibia. Is that the right one? That's going to be a nice pull shot from Stuart Broad. And that's nicely played. And that is going to be possibly, yes, they do get the 2 runs there, and Stuart Broad retains the strike up against Bolland. And also I come in and you're talking about grinding. Lucky, are you talking about a leg as well? Says Music Kiwi there, and it's something in there that's grinding with something as well, says Paddy Wagon. I would get that possibly checked out, perhaps, if it is getting worse, because you don't want to risk it. You know, your knees are a valuable thing. They always say eyes, ears, toes, and knees. They're your main ones that you don't want to lose. Oh, Stuart Broad just has a bit of a swing there at Bolland. And also where that displays a constant thunderstorm for Sydney today. I reckon most of the day will get washed out as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, it does seem like that's the thing, 100% chance that it does rain. Okay, it's come forward an hour. It's come forward an hour, which does mean 90% chance at 4 p.m. New Zealand time. So we've got another 3.5 hours. And also 100% for 3, 4, and 5 p.m., which does mean that it is going to be raining possibly from 5 p.m. New Zealand time right through to the end of the day. So that is why we do need as much play today as we can. That's why Stuart Broad's going after this ball so much. It's stuffed as well. And it says Paddy Wagon, and I wonder why a Sydney team is called the Thunder with the amount of rain going down there. And also we should get pretty much a full day's play. Isn't actually bad, Seb. As well as this guy brings. So there you go. I guess it is one of those ones that hopefully they do get it wrong. I know that it was supposed to be about a 80% chance of raining in the morning originally, but that has luckily gone away. So hopefully we get a full day. I had a bad bike crash many years ago on my knee as well, says Paddy Wagon there. Yeah, so that wouldn't have been too pleasant for you. And also Jay Woods has got the wave and emoji. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Bairstow. He's been ticking over very nicely. 109 runs. Broad at the moment going after. Almost chops it onto his stumps. But they are going to be running hard. And it will just be the single, will it? Will they get one on the star come? They do indeed. And Stuart Broad just going to be retaining the strike up against Bolland here. Hey, Hamish, how are you doing today? I'm doing very well. I'm excited. We've got this day 4 of the Ashes. It might be raining soon, but hopefully not. And we do get to see a full day of play, and we get to see closer and closer to seeing a result of this test match. It's getting closer for us. How did Leach get out? He tried to play a slog sweep and ended up getting caught. Very similar, if you saw the dismissal of Alex Carey in the first innings, very similar to that. I think Bairstow will get 150 as well, says Shahid Khan there. I feel like that's a decent shout. He's been looking good so far, Jonny Bairstow. And also, where's your mother as well? That's going to be hit down the ground there from Stuart Broad. Lobs it over Pat Cummins. And this is going to be another 2 runs for him. Very well done from Stuart Broad there. Gets himself 6 runs off that Bolland over and just keeps that strike rate ticking over nicely. Thank you, Hamish, for having me in your live streams as well, says Carlos. No worries, mate. It is always a pleasure having all of you guys here. And Bairstow 350 incoming. As well says DZ in the rain that they predicted at Sydney is that far away that I might miss them completely as well, says Sky Broom. I actually think we saw that. Was it on day 2, I think it was, that it actually kind of went round the SCG, which was good to see. And that was because of the breeze that was around. I'm not too sure how windy it is at the moment. The umpire doesn't look like he's gripping for us out. I'm trying to see whether or not any shirts are kind of rustling. Not really, to be honest. So it might not be too windy out there as well. Bairstow for a 400 here as well, says Music Kiwi. Although that is meaning that I would say more than likely Stuart Broad would also get himself at least 50 or 100 here and be able to stick around. Imagine that. Imagine how much that would change the complexion of the game. If Bairstow and Broad here get a 100-run partnership, and then all of a sudden England only trail by about 38 or so, and what would happen to face if a 150k Yorker hits your face as well, says TZ, it would hurt. I feel like that is a very, very easy one to say. It will hurt, and I assume you get some sort of damage. I mean, ask Brendan McCullum. He got Brett Leach right to the middle of his nose, broke his nose in 3 places. Brendan McCullum straightened it out himself and kept on playing. So it just depends on how, I guess, solid your nose is. That's going to be a good reverse sweep from Bairstow. And Bolland, he didn't actually see that one too well, and that is going to be close to the boundary. Still manages to field it, though, Bolland. And that will mean that he is still a favourite of the crowd. That is going to be Broad, though, getting back on strike. Broad for a 600 as well, and 500 says Benny Wagon. Jonny for 5,000, although he did change it. 500, and it seems are amazing damage as well, says Carlos. Appreciate that, mate. And yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back every single day of the Ashes. Even though tomorrow it is going to be a bit of an overlap with New Zealand versus Bangladesh, we will still keep you guys updated on both of the matches as they are happening. Anderson for 976 as well, says DZ there. And finally, England looking like playing Ashes as well. And who knows, maybe it was just that they needed to lose the series. And it sounds like a weird sentence to say, but I feel like it could have been the case. Or good running between the wickets there from England, and now Bairstow going to be back on strike. Broad 8 off 8, and go the Black Cat, says Music Given. Broad for 700, and England for 3,000 as well, says Paddy Wagon there. I mean, if they get to 3,000 of a test match that adds 2,700 balls, they've done well. They've done very well there, England, if that was the case. And also, I would assume that the draw, like that's the thing, we saw a team bat for about 900 runs, I believe, and they ended up drawing back in the day. This was like 1930s or somewhere around there, so it was a little while ago. Of course, Broad to hit 50 as well, says Jaden. I feel like that's possible, to be fair. No run there from Bairstow. They turned down the single. But, oh, no, sorry. They turned down the single, but Broad was like, get out of it. I'm taking the strike back. So Bairstow, he turned down the easy single. Broad said, nah, we're running anyway. And now Broad is going to be on strike. I like that from Broad. It's Stuart Broad's reaction to Bairstow saying no. No run there. So pretty much Bairstow, he played the pull shot. He went, no, pretty much straight away. And then Broad was like, come on. And then they ended up crossing over and getting a single. Let's be fair, we can't say they've done well. 2 ordered failed again, or top order failed again, and Bairstow pulled us out of the mess as well. Same with Ben Stokes as well. Has been doing very nicely. So England, I would say the middle order have done well. Top order with 4 wickets for 36 runs, but the middle order here have put them right back into this contest. Not so much in a winning position, pretty much a drawing position at this stage. Yes, every run counts as well, says Umadas, exactly right. And Jason Broad to get a 600. How dare you say you only get 100? Who is Jason? And also we have got there, England will remove this annoying trail. Come on, Bairstow. And there as well. Sweep shot there once again from Broad, and he gets himself the single, and he'll retain the strike for the next over now. For Stuart Broad, he actually quite like facing Bolland, I think. So that is why he is going to be once again having the strike up against Scott Bolland here. And also we'll get that Broad will get 946 not out. Bairstow LBW at 713 as well, says TZ there. Could be possible, but like they are saying, Hazelwood, unfortunately, he is going to be done for the series, which does mean that it is going to be in that situation of either Bolland, Richardson, or Michael Nessa, perhaps, who do get the opportunity. Morning, Amish, as well. Says Runaway Puppet, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. And are they declaring when Bairstow gets out for 700 as well, says Music? I'd say so. If you got to 700, it's probably about time that they do say, right, you can have a bat now, Australia. And this is why Bairstow should open instead of Hamid, as I says Umadas, and he is about to get tested with the new ball as well. So if he does all right, perhaps they do look at bringing Pope back in as the keeper, because it does seem like maybe Joss Butler might be a little bit shaky in terms of that hand to get hit on the back of the hand yesterday. A little bit of a smack. And because of that, it does mean that he is not going to be out in the field at the moment. I think Broad will get 100 as well. And this is Jay Woods. And it's like Root needed to fail to inspire them as well, says Shaheed Khan. And I mean, everywhere has been in the media. Joe Root, he's carrying England at the moment. Now he got out for the duck, and it seems like the other fellows are just starting to go as well. But now it is going to be Stuart Broad. Hits it down the ground hard. He's got onto that one, and it was almost a 6 down the ground for Stuart Broad. It's going to be 4 runs, and he's liking facing off against Scott Boland here. He just doesn't quite have that express pace of a Stark or a Cummins, which does mean that he can kind of go after him a bit more. Cruising off channel, his famous stream started half an hour ago, 60 already. As Al says, DZ, I know that it is a huge day of cricket here for the Ashes because of the situation at England trying to fight their way back into it. They're now 4% likely to win instead of 3. And Stuart Broad, he just walked away. He said, yep, I know I've hit that one well enough. And now it is going to be Broad once again. And Boland, pretty lovely to see our bowler get into double figures as well. I did hear that Hamid is on there, says Sebastian. Yeah, that's the thing. The only player for Australia who didn't get double figures was Cameron Green. Then you see along here, Butler with the duck, Root with the duck, Milan only getting the 3 runs. Hamid, he only got the 6. Crawley at least ticked over to 18, but that's still not quite what they would have been needing in that situation. And then also Mark Wood, he was phenomenal. 39 runs off only about 41 deliveries he ended up facing, and he just kept on going and going and going for Mark Wood. Hit about 3 sixes as well, which I know isn't probably what you expect to see. Definitely not because it was Pat Cummins. He hit back-to-back 6s off Pat Cummins. How many batsmen can say that they have done that in their career? While on there aiming at the stumps, hit down the ground from Broad. He's striking the ball nicely, though, and I don't get why he didn't drop him, but drop Burns as well. I would have thought they'd go with the combination of Crawley and Burns just to see how it does go. It's something that they haven't tried yet, and you would have that right-hander, left-hander combo. It's the Australians we have seen so far that as soon as they get a little bit of momentum in terms of the side that they are going to be, I guess, like if 2 right-handers are there, they're just going to find that line and then they'll just keep on persisting with it, which is why when Milan makes his way to the crease, it normally throws in a bit of a spanner to the works. It didn't in the last innings, unfortunately, because we did see there David Milan went up for 3. Stuart Broad once again with a little bit of a French cut. It's racing close to the boundary, and it's just going to be the single there for Broad. It was great. So unfortunate that with that glove spike as well, says Sebastian, exactly right. Just ended up getting a little tiny feather off the glove into the helmet for himself. And whoever is Hamid, I never heard of him before the Ashes as well. And there says Music Kiwi. I think he does quite well in the county cricket in England, so they decided to bring him over. See how he would go for the Ashes as well. And also we've got their Billings has been brought, and so has been Duckett as well. And there says Jay Woods, oh, is that actually true? Duckett as an opener and Billings as a replacement keeper. I would love to see Ben Duckett in Test match cricket. Please get him out there. I feel like that's the thing. I've watched him in the BBL so long, and he's been doing very well. But of course, T20 cricket, a lot different to the Ashes, although he's facing some bowlers who swing that ball around all over the place. I'm thinking of Mahmood as one in particular who just gets that ball to go like this. He's actually going back to England for the West Indies series. They have to quarantine first, though. Bairstow sitting on 113. Oh, Bairstow's gone. And then it's going to be the end of Bairstow. Boland picks up another. And that was a little bit anticlimactic. Stuart Broad actually doing better for himself on strike than Bairstow. And that is going to be Bairstow gone now. We are going to go like this. And we are going to go like this for Bairstow. He is going to be out. 113 runs. Be sure not to spoil it, Mukti, or else a few of the moderators might end up timing you out for a little bit of time as well. Why Ben Folkes is ignored? That is a good question. Very good player, Ben Folkes. I know that in India, he actually did very nicely for himself as well. Crawley looked comfortable. I think they should back him as well, says Shahid. Yeah, I think it is that other spot, isn't it? Hamid, Burns, or do you give Duckett a go? And do you guys ever wonder if Aussie players play for England and England players play for Aussie? If it would be any different as well, says Music Kiwi. I mean, it depends whether or not you're changing the whole side or just a few of them. Jay Woods has got the sad face there as well. But it was still brilliant innings from Jonny Bairstow. 113 runs, nothing to be disappointed in. And he's also made it so that England only trail by that 127. Folks can't bat as well, says Runaway in there. And also we have got there Scotty Boland for Prime Minister. Tell you what, at the moment, he's a very popular man in Australia. And also he's a Nottingham opener for Test. So says Jay Wood. Jimmy is going to score 50 as well, but unfortunate, no worries, Johnny, great job as well. And yeah, he's kept England in this matchup the way that he was able to just stick it out for a little bit longer. England still a 4% chance of winning this game, and I was going to put a 1p bet for Bairstow to get 976. Can you actually bet on him to get that much, TZ? I feel like that's the thing. Like with the TAB and whatnot, I don't think they go any higher than about that 150 mark for Jonny Bairstow. And also we'll get there, would Aussie supporters support Aussie or not? As well, says Music Kiwi. I mean, if they had a complete change now, I don't know how they would have to distinguish it. And a lot of people look at the badge, not the player, though. So they see that it is Australia, they see that it is England, and they go, this is my country, this is the team that I support. As well, England should be called simply who can bat whole day without scoring as well, says Mukti there. And also he isn't a short format player. And there says Jay Woods. And also folks can bat. He just needs people to bat with them as well. And there says Jay Woods. But Jonny Bairstow, he took off the helmet. He gave the bat. Or he didn't give the bat. He was showing the bat, though, to the crowd. That one will be going in a locker somewhere for Jonny Bairstow. The first 100, and so far the only 100 that we have seen on Australian soil for this Ashes series. And also, why don't they recall Jimmy Overton as well? Says TC, I know they've got Craig Overton over there at the moment. That is the end of the 78th over, 2 overs until we get a new ball. And it is going to be Anderson and Broad, 2 men who will be bowling very soon. Do they go after this ball for the next 2 overs and just try and work as close to the kind of total as they can here, England, or do they decide to possibly take the risk of sitting out there a little bit longer, facing that new ball of Cummins and Stark, and seeing how they can go? We have, let's get there, why don't they recall him? And also we have got there, well, there goes. The chances of Jonny getting a 700, it does indeed. Although I would say as soon as Jonny made his way to the crease, the 700 runs for just him himself was probably relatively close to off the cards. Unfortunately, why don't they bring Flintoff back or Peterson as well? Probably because they're quite enjoying retirement, I would think. Craig Overton took some of the most wickets in the India series, and he hasn't played in the Ashes in the last 5 years. So, I mean, that's the thing. If they're going into that last series either 3-0 down or 4-0 down, get those guys in there. See how they go. Just test it out for England. I feel like one game's not going to be the difference maker for them in the series. What if those young guys go well? What if we see a Bangladesh versus New Zealand situation? How the younger guys, the guys who are less experienced, get into a position to be able to win as well. And also, no, Johnny, great job, mate. You made Seb happy as well in there. And also, when was the last series England won as well? Says Music Kiwi. That is a good question. I believe it was back in 2000 and mid-2000 and kind of 15-ish, somewhere around there, I believe, if I'm not wrong, and should look at openers who can stay at the crease, not like Hamid as well, says Mukti. Yeah, unfortunately, at the moment, Hamid, the way that he plays way out in front of himself, it is just a matter of time until he finds an edge or something along those lines, or an absolute peach of a delivery from, of course, Mitchell Stark, the way he bowled him. Flintoff can borrow Anderson's walking frame, as else as runaway puppet there in the chat. But yeah, it would be tough on the ankles, tough on the limbs. That's the thing. Flintoff, he will be able to still bat, I would assume, but bowling-wise, I don't think you get too many overs out of him. Unfortunately, I feel like it would end up being maybe medium pace, 100 and 100, just 100 probably for him as well. Could get him bowling a bit of spin, see how it goes. And also we have got there, why don't England just bring in a 7-foot-tall, muscular guy who can bat properly as well, says TZ. I feel like they're a rare breed to find as well. Who's the big guy? At the moment, who's the biggest opener that we know of? I mean, Kyle Jamieson, he used to open for a side in New Zealand as well. It's going to be a draw as well, says Music Kiwi there. Yeah, the draw at the moment, 55% chance of happening. And also 4, says Mukti there. Please do not spoil what is going on, Mukti. But it's a reverse sweep from Jimmy Anderson. And that is going to be the 4 runs for Jimmy Anderson there. Nathan Lyon, he's sitting there 2 off 88. And currently sitting there 1 single and also a boundary off him again here. And also Root and Pope should be opening. Stokes should be captain as well there. And also we've got the Australia will win as well. And I feel like that is a very good chance at the moment. And Root and Pope should be opening. Stokes should be captain as well, says Runaway Puppet there. So a couple more changes that he would go with. And also Janssen for South Africa is nearly 7 foot. How is he going at the moment? Jay Woods, do let me know. Was he playing in the India tour? And Mukti, you're getting too excited as well. Says TZ, another reverse sweep attempted there from Jimmy Anderson. He actually plays it very well for a number 11 batsman. And also Butler should open, as well, says Music Kiwi, although there is that big question of how sore his hand is now, because he isn't going to be keeping in the second innings. Instead, it's going to be Ollie Pope who does get the opportunity. I'm not too sure whether or not that is because of maybe Jonny Bairstow also saying, I can't keep with my thumb the way that it is. Yes, that tour is 2011 as well. And there says Jay Woods. So 2011 was actually the last time that they were able to get that one. It's been a little while for England, but I'm hoping that the next one will be a little bit closer as well. Please don't spoil this, or I'll have to get you as well. I'm like a shark in a cage, and I'm ready to attack as well, says Paddy Wagon there. But they are just showing the wicket of Leach. And you have to say that was probably the worst shot of the day from Leach. Unfortunately, he played a beautiful cover drive. And also, Alice Butler injured. He was out for 0. As well as his Music Kiwi, he was actually in the field. Unfortunately, it was when he was wicket keeping, the ball stayed very low, and it ended up smacking him on the back of the hand. And that, I think, really caused some damage to kind of that finger region. I think it was about there that it ended up smacking him. And also, I'm sure Janssen got 4 wickets against India. As Janssen shook up Bumrah as on there. Jasper doesn't like short balls. Does anyone see Bumrah's tantrum in South Africa? I didn't actually see it. But I assume as a tail ender, you wouldn't be too keen for a holy. But short ball, Stuart Broad's tried to go bang there. Who has got that one? It looks like it will be Alex Carey, and that is going to be the end of England. They trail by 122. They avoid the new ball, which is probably a good thing for Anderson and Broad. They're going to have a new ball of their own, though, in just a very short moment. But England, they are bowled out for 294. Stuart Broad gets 15 runs, and Boland picks up 4 wickets. Again, this man is on fire at the moment, but it is going to be Stuart Broad. Does end up falling on 15 runs. He did all right for himself, though, Stuart Broad. Those are 15 crucial runs at the end of this innings here. And I'm sure Jansen got 4 wickets against India as well. Phil Butler is thinking of retirement from Test match as well, says Mukti there. And at the chat as well. And also, we've got there, God damn it, Broad Anderson was on for 200 as well, says Music Kiwi there. Yeah, unfortunately, it is going to be the end of the innings for England. And now Australia, though, they avoided the follow-on. And Patty, how are you? As finally Australia, Steve Smith back in town. As well, says DZ. Well done, Scotty, as well. And there says I'll run away, Papa. But yeah, Scotty Boland be playing phenomenal for England, or for Australia, I should say, as well, rather than England, playing up against England. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back for every session of today. Rain or shine, we will still be here. And we will be raring to go to see how England now go with the ball in hand. They have been bowled out for 294. All of the credit for that innings, or a huge amount of it, needs to go to Jonny Bairstow. 113 runs of 158 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes, strike rate of 71, and he was just fighting through the pain. He ended up getting a ball to the thumb, bent his thumb backwards as well, the way that it did hit it, but he is still going, and he's going to be reading in the outfield as well. We have also got there in the chat. We have got another score under 300, as well, says Runaway Puppet, although this one a lot closer to the 300 mark than a couple of the other ones as well, and going on fine till date. As I says Mukti there, also we've got there, well, I've never been on a stream with this many people, bro. As I says Music Kiwi there, and at the chat as well. Yeah, it's been a very good success so far in the early stages of the day, so I do appreciate every single one of you to be in here for this live stream. And if you are new, like I mentioned, be sure to check out the other videos on the channel. We have got plenty more cricket coming up as well, and another English score under 300, and also good things in yourself and there as well. And also we have got there, well done, Scotty, and it was a good recovering by England. Now they just need a ball brilliant and restrict Australia to a less total as possible, or least total as possible. Yeah, exactly right. If they can stop them from scoring, I would say if England trail by less than 250, they've still got a good chance of being able to go on and somehow find their way back into this match. They're 4% likely to win at this point in time. Aussie to get bowled out for 50 as well, says Music Kiwi. I don't know about 50. 50 might be a little bit too low for the Australians. I know that Marnus and Steve, hearing that, would be staying up all night just thinking, why did I let them bowl us out for 50? You know, I should have been out there. Should have been out there for a long time. And Marnus in the first innings didn't do too badly as well. Australia to get bowled out. And also this pitch is going to break up as well. And that is why Nathan Lyon is going to be such a key player for Australia in the 4th innings. But it all depends on how much rain that we do get. We have also going to be sure to like and subscribe, folks, as well there from Sebastian with the 10 out of 10. And yeah, it is hugely appreciated, all of you guys being here at the moment for this live stream as well. I think Warner will play aggressively as well, says Richard. I feel like the thing is, it's supposed to rain this afternoon. And I believe it's 100% chance of rain for 3 hours worth of this test match today, at least. So that means that Warner, also Marcus Harris, they need to make sure they don't go out early, but they also need to make sure they're not going at the strike rate that they did in the first innings, where Warner was only going at 41. Marcus Harris was only going at 34, because this test match is one that is there for Australia to win if they want to take it and try and really propel themselves forward in this innings and see whether or not they can get up to that 250 lead. And then from there, maybe see if they can find a way through the English batting lineup. But also, honourable mention, Ben Stokes did get into the situation of 66 runs off 91 deliveries, 39 off 41 for Mark Wood as well, hitting 3 sixes, tying Jonny Bairstow with the amount that he was able to get over the boundary there. And also Anderson is puffing and huffing about missing out on his ton. Aussie should watch out as well, says Music Kiwi. And that's the thing we saw with Neil Wagner. If you get a tail ender, a bowler out for a duck, that just fires them up even more. And then you get some nice short stuff as well. Hamish, you're a legend. Thanks for the call. Adios, mate. As well, says Runaway Papa. We will see you later on, mate. But yeah, I appreciate you being here. Scotty Boland, he was pretty happy with the way that he bowled in this one. Once again, getting the 4 wickets. Also doing decently for himself. It was actually, Pat Cummins got 2 wickets, but he did get smacked around the ground a little bit, going for 3.4 runs per over. Also, Nathan Lyon, he actually went at over 5 and over for himself. And good, make it a T20 innings. I don't mind as well. And there says Sebastian there also what a lead. What lead would be good to declare? As I said, Richard, I feel like a lead of 300, but I don't know whether or not they've got the time to get 300 here as well, because theoretically it should be harder to bat in the second innings, although the top order of England, they did make it look hard to bat in the first innings as well. Stokes, though, he proved that if you stick around, you hit the bad ball, you can get runs. Same with Mark Wood, same with this man, Jonny Bairstow. He's slowly going across at the moment. My finger's going to follow him because Bairstow was doing absolutely phenomenal for us. Hello, mate. It's been a while, not looking good for England as well, says Flish. So welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. England looking better in this one than they have in past test matches with the bat in hand at the moment, that middle order, and they just need to keep on going and going. I'm seeing a lot of cracks forming on the surface now, but Mark with that 150k, if he can get it down there, he'll have his toe up because he was able to get 39 runs with the bat in hand as well. And look at Australia, openers are in form and rest are not in pressure as well. Even bowlers hitting runs as well. Unfortunately, this is not happening for England as well, says Mark D there. And also, do you think Blackcap's lost by trying to win instead of draw as well? His music Kiwi, I think they just got outplayed by the Bangladesh quicks. It was in the end Ebadot. He was absolutely phenomenal in that innings. And also, I think New Zealand were just a few runs too short in that first innings. They were in a good position and they kind of let it all go for themselves as well. But it looks like it is going to be Ollie Pope who will have the gloves on. That is due to the injury that Joss Buttler did sustain. And unfortunately, the early stages of the second day, I believe it was. Who's your favorite YouTuber? As well as this Music Kiwi. I don't actually know who I would say for my favorite YouTuber. I watch not as much YouTube as I used to. Maybe the Sidemen. I quite like watching the Sidemen overall. Mark Wood, as just said, he is fresh as a daisy here. As so he's going to be rearing to go out there. 150 Ks perhaps. He will be able to bowl. And England openers go real quick. So depressing as well, says DZ. Yeah, they do end up just losing those wickets. And Amir said, well done, Australia. And there's I feel sorry for Bangladesh. I feel like a big fat loss coming their way as well, says Music Kiwi. Although at the end of the day, they've picked up their first ever win on New Zealand soil. They've picked up in all formats, I should mention as well. Any format, they have never been able to get themselves a win in New Zealand. So they've been able to break that record. They've taken away New Zealand's winning streak since about 2014 on home soil as well, which is absolutely phenomenal work. Or maybe it was 2017, but either way, incredibly impressive from Bangladesh as well. Can Livingston play Test cricket? He does love himself some T20, probably more than Test side of it, but who knows, maybe we do get to see him coming as well. I guess it's anyone who's in Australia at the moment for the BBL. If there are injuries for England, might as well get them in there before they go back to the West Indies. And also Taylor is going to get a ton too as well. And very good Australia in there as well. And I love you, Pakistan, says Amir there in the chat. And also, they're going to leave the series. They're going to leave the series or going to level the series if they lose. So who cares? There's a draw as well, says TZ. Exactly right. And it's still going to be a drawn series for Bangladesh. At the moment, Boland once again has been shining with the ball in hand. He picked up 2 wickets before going for a run. And he was able to get Bairstow as one of the wickets. Stuart Broad as another. Also able to get Joe Root and Zach Crawley. Those are all good wickets to get for his side as well. And they're going to level the series. And there as well, says TZ. So yeah, at this stage, New Zealand don't have really anything to lose, but neither do Bangladesh, which is why that game is going to be such a phenomenal one tomorrow. And it is going to be starting nice and early in the morning at 11 a.m. as well. But at the moment, Boland once again getting clapped off the ground. I don't know whether or not he will be liking the fact that the crowd are just absolutely loving him every single time he goes around. He won't be able to go out in public at all, normally because of the bubble, of course. But if he did go out in public, he would have beers and also just gifts flying at him left, right, and centre. Scott Boland, David Warner, Marcus Harris, the 2 left-handers, they are going to be making their way out there now, trailing by 122 runs here, England. David Warner, Marcus Harris trying to get a good foundation for them. Aussie should turn ODI mode, get 300 to 350 as well, lead. Then turn the heat on the bowling attack as well. And yeah, definitely with the rain that is around in the forecast, they don't want to risk maybe saving it, or because a lot of people said that they did declare a little bit too late in that first inning. So perhaps they will want to make sure that they declare nice and early here. And then from there, they'll be able to really just tear into the English lineup. But we will have to wait and see. Of course, that's the beauty of Test match cricket. We could come down to the final day, the final hour, the final minute, and we still don't know who's going to be winning it as well. Are you going to live stream the Aussie versus Blackcats ODI series? I am indeed. I feel like this is my training at this point in time because I have been doing live streams for 8 hours a day. And this year so far, I have averaged 11 hours of commentating a day on this channel for 2022. We're only the 8th day in. We've already done over 80 hours of live commentary There's something between losing and drawing as well. And there says DZ and Bangladesh have something to lose. They can lose the series as well. And also we've got the Australia always have inform openers as well, says Mark D. And yeah, Marcus Harris now recently finding himself that form that he has been after for a little while. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more Ashes coming to you today. And also maybe even a little bit of the BBL later on if the voice is holding up. Still haven't crossed 300 in the series as well, says Matran. They got extremely close here though for them, and they have got their first ever century on the board as well. It's like slightly humorous that the storm system waiting just enough for England to get out as well. It's just around the corner and seems will wash the day away. I don't know how Australia find a win from here as well, says Dan De Castro. Yeah, they're pretty much just got to go out there, hit the ball hard, hit the ball just all over the park as well. And also we have got there, I feel like the series is going to be something special. As well, says Music Kiwi, I wouldn't expect a declare from Australia at about, I would expect at about 200 or 250 runs this innings as well. Yeah, somewhere around there. I think as long as they leave, I feel like that's the thing. They bowled England out in 79 overs, so they'll go, right, we probably still need about maybe 70 overs at them to be able to bowl them out. So they'll bat possibly the rest of today. If they do end up playing the rest of today, that is without the rain as well. And also we have got there Mitran, not our fault. We have rubbish openers as well, says TZ there in the chat. Yeah, the moment, I've got to say, Bairstow played phenomenally. And whether or not they promote him up the order for the next one and they put in someone else as one of the all-rounders, definitely if Stokes is injured and the way that it seems that he is, I don't think he will be bowling in this innings, but we'll have to wait and see, of course. But they have got Ollie Pope behind the stumps. That is due to the injury that we did see of Jos Buttler. Unfortunately, the back of the hand ended up getting a bit of a shellacking earlier on. So because of that, to get out for the duck, although I won't blame that completely for the duck. As our Jimmy, as our says Jaden now, and also we've got the I was out for dinner in Canada and missed these morning wickets. As I says Dan De Castro, I can let you know that Leach's shot was a slog sweep that he ended up hitting straight up, similar to Alex Carey, the way that he went out. Then the next one would have been Bairstow. He just ended up getting the outside edge from Boland's bowling, and then Broad ended up hitting it straight up in the air as well. And it was taken by Alex Carey to close out the innings. Honestly, Australia can declare with the lead of 200 and will still lose by 100 runs as well. And there says Matran, and also we have got there who thinks, or who you think's going to be the World Test Championship final next year. I feel like it is going to be, that's actually a tougher one when you think about it more. I feel like India are going to be there once again, and then it could be Australia and India. I am going to be saying will be the two sides that make it through. And also we have got there, not that bad as well. It's easy there for England. And also I think rain is a hurdle for Australia's win. That's exactly right. It seems like it is going to be raining most of the weekend, but Jimmy Anderson now bowling off the edge. It's over the top, though, of Zach Crawley actually races away for 4, but that was a little bit of a risky start there for Marcus Harris. Could have been gone for a first baller. And also India will win World Test Championship. They deserve it as well. And there says Madran, definitely if they make it through to the final again. That is, but at the moment, England, they have got a 5% chance of winning this game just off that edge that we did see there. To go just a bit over the top of Crawley and also in between the slip cordon and the gully. They're easily the best team at ITW as well. And there, but Crawley thought it was going to be his. It just didn't quite go straight to him. If Bangladesh win the series, they will be in the World Test Championship final as well. And there says TZ, but Anderson now bowling it straight. Marcus Harris getting right behind it. But good start to the match for Australia and also a good start to the match for England, though. I guess you could say as well, due to the fact that both teams had their little moment. 4 runs for Australia, edge off the bat for England, 50-50. Just straight through the slip cordon there. We ended up with very hard hands, which is why it ended up going so far. But he tried to cover drive straight away there, Marcus Harris, which tells us they need runs at Aria's moment at the lake. As I says, Jane, she is. No, I think she is still home at this point in time. Okay, leaves that one outside of the off stump. So he's not going to be playing every single ball, Marcus Harris, by the looks of it. And also, I reckon Aussie and India, but makes sense. I'm from New Zealand. I say New Zealand and Aussie as well, says Music Kiwi there. And we have also got there who said that India is a fluke team as well. You can't guarantee their winnings outside India. As on there says cricket analysis, and also but Bangladesh are playing so well now, it's unpredictable. As on there says DZ, and Bangladesh lost to Sri Lanka. I doubt they will make it as well, says Music Kiwi. Jimmy Anderson, that ball's got a bit of swing on it, but Ollie Pope behind the stumps here for the second innings. That is due to the injury of Jos Buttler. Whoever goes to the World Test Championship doesn't matter, but Test matches should be more competitive as well these days. Many teams lacks the fight as well. There's a bit odd there. They are just showing there 95. It was actually the slower ball from Jimmy Anderson, 122. Without the deviation, it was going just outside of the off stump, which is why it got Harris so interested in trying to go for it. But at the moment, the crowd, you can hear the Jimmy Anderson chants for Jimmy here. It's right behind the ball, though, from Marcus Harris. Also, Benoit Bangladesh has lost. Has a lot of fight as well, and Bangladesh have been playing well for a couple of years now. Says that Music Kiwi there in the chat. But Harris at the moment, he is sitting on 4 runs of 5 deliveries. Australia, they lead by 126. It is just that big question of whether or not we get to see maybe, I mean, is it going to be 200 lead or is it going to be 250 lead, 300 lead? How long are Australia willing to kind of take the risk for to make sure that they don't lose this test match, but also they probably still want to get in a position where they can win. Kiwi Bangladesh have upcoming talent for the future as well. And there's DZ there. And also even in the 2019 World Cup, they were all right. As I says Music Kiwi, but that is the end of the first over. And it is going to be 4 for none here for Australia. Just the one falling, or just the one run scoring shot, I should say. And that was actually off the edge. That did almost carry straight to the slip Gordon, but went in between them, went for 4 as well. And yeah, this World Test Championship cycle is close as well. Many sides have improved. As I says, Dan DeCastro, and yeah, hopefully we do get to see a very awesome matchup take place that isn't affected by rain, because I know that last time we did have a little bit of rain on the forecast, and watch out for Sri Lankan team as well. Says cricket analysis there. Sri Lanka also very talented in their own right. I believe they've got a series coming up against Australia for T20. I'm not too sure about when their next test match is, though, for Sri Lanka. And also we have got there how many likes you win. As I says, DZ, I will have a quick look at this one as well. One moment. We'll go like this. We'll go like this as well. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just seeing the likes on the live stream. We go like this. We go like this. We go like this. Hopefully it's going to pop up soon for myself. Right, on this live stream so far, we have had a total of, drum roll please, it's taken its time. We're waiting for Stuart Ball to also run in. We've got 32 likes at the moment. So anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Nice drive there from David Warner straight away, and they do end up getting the single there by the looks of it. And now he has been able to get himself, no, they actually turned around to go for it. And are there quarterfinals in the World Test Championship? There are not. It is just pretty much final versus final, or like just the final pretty much. As I also, we've got that deep down in my heart. I always wish India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh should be in top 5 always, because there is a lot of cricket played in these countries as well. Says Bernard there, and of course Pakistan with some very, very fast bowlers and talented batters as well. Exactly right. Like even Shian Afridi, it's a name that a few years ago people weren't talking about, and now he is one of the best bowlers around. Definitely in like shorter format as well. He is just absolutely phenomenal. Joe Broad there, once again just outside of the off stump, and it is going to be left alone there. It's also what I should quickly do while we are at it is we will quickly end that poll that was going on for will England get bowled out in session 1. You guys were pretty close in that regard. 79% of you said that they would get bowled out that very first session. But Ollie Pope now behind the stumps. It's going to be important that he plays well for them. And we will say how many wickets Australia lose today. There we go. We'll go either 0. We will go 1 to 3. We'll go 4 to 6. Go 7 to 9. And we will also go, oh no, we'll have to go 7 plus. They don't give us that option. There we go. Be sure to vote in that poll, ladies and gentlemen. How many wickets you think Australia will be losing today? That was a nice ball to David Warner from Stuart Broad. So this match is going to end in a draw for sure as well, says Bernard. If the rain does stick around, then yes, I believe so. And also we've got there, don't think it's up to Australians' willingness as well. I think they bat till it rains simply as well, says Dan DeCastro. And also we have got there just to play one off final as well. So last year was India versus New Zealand. This year could be anyone really at this point in time. Well, bowled by Broad once again, just outside of the off stump. Lurking there, trying to get that wicket of Warner early on. If he can get Warner out, that would give them a lot of confidence in the early stages of this innings for the English as well with the ball in hand. I know that. I mean, we know how quick it is going to be for, oh, geez, yeah, they're just showing the run out. Sorry, I got distracted there. Just showing the running between the wickets between Marcus Harris and David Warner was shocking in the Adelaide Oval one for the second innings. Both men ended up at the same end. Going, wait, who's supposed to be running that way? And I want Warner a ton. As I says TZ there, and Bangladesh have a few series less than the other teams in Test cricket as well, says TZ there. Well bowled by Stuart Broad, a little bit too straight though. Well fielded by Mark Wood. He does have that express pace, which I think will be quite crucial onto the surface as well with the variable bounce that has started opening up here for both of these sides. I mean, Nathan Lyon was pretty good in the end, even though he did end up getting smacked all around the park for himself in his last, or in the last day of play, I should say. Before this one, he did end up having an economy of about 6. He came out today and he was able to pick up a wicket or two for himself as well. Stuart Broad charging in still, got his tail up. David Warner says no, and that is going to be the end of the Broad over. It is a maiden, and that is going to be 0 for 4 once again for the Australians. And also, I think ICC should consider giving more tests to teams like Pakistan and Sri Lanka as well. And this is cricket analysis. It would be pretty cool if we did have, because I guess that's the thing. Like, it's always going to be those sides that play more test matches that are going to be in the final. So I feel like they should work it out that only certain games, I guess, qualify for the World Test Championship. Like maybe it's like 10 matches or something like that, so that everyone does get the same chance of going through to that test final. And then some games can just be kind of like, I guess, not friendly games, but just not like points games as well, because a lot of teams, it is going to be very tough to be able to get and if enough test matches, and that's a good shot from Maris there. The pull shot, and he has had it for 4 as well. Pakistan play test quite a lot, though, as less tests, and then all 9 nations play 6 series as well. Each test 12 points as well. And then we've done in 18 months, they calculate percentage of points are decided by max points avail as well. There says Dan DeCastro. So actually, does that mean that they would still have a chance? That was close to Craig Overton in the field, but just not quite able to pluck that one out of the sky. 4 runs for Harris, and also who will win, says Finna. At this stage, it is sitting 39% for Australia, 5% for England, and then 56% for the draw at this stage as well. So it's still really Australia's game to lose. There's a man on his phone. At the moment now, Jimmy Anderson going to be ready to go. Oh, and he is getting booed by everyone, and they're saying that he can't go. And he wasn't sure about it as well. I feel like it's interesting, the reaction from the crowd every time that does happen. They kind of either go, oh, yeah, we'll let him away with it, or we'll go boo and just try and really ramp up the volume in the stadium. So that is going to be the end of the second ball of the over here for Jimmy Anderson, and it is the dot. So that is exactly what he's going to be needing a few more of. Also, he'd love to change that dot to a W, though, and that will be if he can pick himself up a wicket. I just started yawning flat out. I'm going to have a drink, I think. Nicely played once again by Harris. We have got there. I think Rain will win as well, says Cricket Analysis, and Kyle Jameson steer as well on there, says DZ. And also we have got there what happened. I wasn't watching. Pretty much it was a guy walking up next to the sight screen. So because of that, Marcus Harris was going, nah, we're not going to go. And then he did end up sitting down, and then he got back up and started walking up to his seat because he didn't realize that he wasn't allowed to walk along that path as well. Body structure of Broad is very good. I want to make my body like Broad and working on it as well, says Mukti there. And also we've got there a multi-go gym every day, as us says DZ there. At the moment, Anderson 2 dot balls in a row at the moment. What is happening here? I think he needed a drink there, Marcus Harris. What's happening? I think he wants a new bat here. Yeah, he does, Marcus Harris. Okay, that makes more sense. I was wondering what was going on. But again, I like the guy walking up the stairs as well. And there. Does end up playing there. I think the bat might have gone a little bit damaged here straight away. You see the bat. I was confused. I was like, normally you don't call for a drinks break halfway through and over. But he does need a new bat of the Kookaburras. It's going to use up a little bit more time here, which is probably time that neither side really want to be losing in this test match. At the moment, the weather report does have 90% chance at 2 p.m. of rain. That is 4 p.m. our time, which is 3 hours away. Mods have gone quiet in the chat. They must be at KFC as well. And this is TC. Now Marcus Harris, he's got the new bat, but yeah, 90% chance at 4 p.m. New Zealand time, so 3 hours time. Then from there is a 100% chance from 5 p.m. New Zealand time right through to the end of play as well. Who got the last wickets as well, says Robert. So Boland got 2 of them, and then also another wicket fell, and that was Nathan Lyon Was able to get KFC or McDonald's as well. And this is Jane. I think it depends on the day. Down the leg side a little bit for Anderson. It is just going to be going just outside of leg for Marcus Harris. Got wins as well, trying hard to blow the storm up front around Sydney as well. And this is Dan DeCastro and also Devo KFC. Mods love a family bucket as well. And there's TZ there. Brody did end up finding the edge in the first over that he did bowl Anderson at this stage. I would say, it's going to be tricky for both of these bowlers for England, but as soon as they bring in Mark Wood, I feel like he is going to be able to get himself the breakthrough for their side. That's worth a shout there. I think it hasn't really stayed low. All of England go up for that one, though. Are they going for it? Height or sliding is the comment from Joe Root. What do they decide on here? They're going upstairs. They are going to be checking this one. Height and sliding, I think, was the comment from Joe Root, but they're going upstairs anyway. They need the wickets. I'm very pleased with the way ACB are trying to continue the season amid that and rain as well. And this is cricket analysis. Yeah, hopefully we do get to see it all take place as well, because I know that it's not easy at the moment being able to kind of run a series. Was sliding a little bit. Maybe height as well here will be the factor. It could be height and sliding. Just like Joe Root said, but they still went up for it as well. I think they were asking the man at square leg or actually point. So we're going to see this one. It's going across or just missing the stumps. And that means that they will end up losing their review as well there for England. So that is unfortunate for them to lose one that early, but it was actually pretty close. Could have easily been umpire's call, and then they would have been able to keep their review. And in that regard, but now it is going to be one ball left of the Jimmy Anderson over. It looks like the ball's swinging around quite nicely, though, here for England in the early stages. Harris is sitting on 8 runs of 11 deliveries. Warner sitting there 0 runs off 6. So far, him and Stuart Broad once again having a bit of a chess match, like they always do in the Ashes series as well. I'm not at home as well. Using phone data as well till a new modem turns up as well. And Hamish, I'm going to leave the stream quite early today. I got football training tomorrow as well, says DZ. So that is understandable. Definitely because of the fact you are in England as well. So you will currently be sitting at midnight, I believe, if I'm not wrong there. But at the moment, England, they need early wickets. They need at least 2 in this opening session, I would say. Give them a bit of confidence. I think we go through to around 2:30 p.m. today. But we have got another 50 minutes and then an extra 30 minutes on top of that as well. So hopefully we do get to see some wickets. Hopefully we see some runs as well. And this test match keeps on accelerating forward. England have dropped to 4% likely to win this game. But if they end up picking up a wicket here, could end up changing a little bit. Anything under 250, England would be very happy with trying to chase down. But it still won't be easy. It's not an easy batting surface. Definitely not later on in the test match as well. Well played by Warner. Gets right behind the ball. They decide to play it rather than leaving. And that is one thing, like any type of dismissal, Stuart Broad had him in England, whether it was leaving the ball and he was ending up getting bowled, whether it was LBW, whether it was caught behind, whether it was trying to leave the ball, getting a bit of bat on it and getting caught behind. Warner had them all in the last Ashes series in England. So other than others are definitely at KFC. Paul Robert only sitting in the stream as well. And there as STC, although it is all right. Of course, everyone is allowed a bit of a break every once in a while. And yeah, it is hugely appreciate all you guys here at the moment. Stuart Broad, nice ball. He tries to field that one, doesn't quite get it, but he did get just enough of a finger to it to slow it down. Warner gets himself off the mark now for the Australians. Now sitting on 1 off 8. Marcus Harris, so it seems like he is going to be really the aggressor in the innings. By the looks of it, he has already shown the fact that he tried to go after the first ball of Jimmy Anderson. And also we have got the Q lads is also a mod too as well. I am indeed. I am the big boss mod, I guess you could say, in that regard, because I think I am the only one who can actually time out mods, even though I haven't had to yet. I don't know whether or not I ever will have to. I don't think I will, to be honest, but I have that power if I did need to, I guess. But yeah, I don't think I will be needing that. Marcus Harris, so this is an angle that Stuart Broad will be quite liking. He needs to make sure that he doesn't stray too straight, though. Ball by Stuart Broad just outside of the off stump. 135 Ks as well there. So getting it through at a decent rate there for Stuart Broad. At the moment now, Harris here sitting there 8 runs off 13 deliveries. Australia, they have the lead of 131. And also he's got there, accept me, I'm your boss, says Paddy Wagon. I guess so. Yes, so Paddy Wagon, he does pay my wages. So he is considered as my as my superior just for now, until I end up breaking free from the kind of, I guess you could say, breaking free and going self-employment maybe eventually. And also, unless Betty doesn't share his KFC, time him out as well. And there down the leg side, was that off the pad? No. Stuart Broad is saying he doesn't think that it did end up hitting it. He said, I can't hear anything as for Stuart Broad. So he's saying, I don't think it is out. It looked like it was possibly a chance down the leg side there for England. They're not going to be using it again. I think he was just talking to one of the men once again. Joe Root saying, did he hit it? They said no, so he does listen. Decides against the review here. Good call as well. It did end up hitting the back pad. So that is a good call from them once again to not use up that review, because then that would only be one left for them. And they certainly will need it when the likes of a Labuschagne, a Steve Smith, etc. are still at the crease and at the later stages of this day. That is if the rain does end up staying away. If the rain does not stay away, we are going to have a very damp second session of the matchup, I would think. At the moment now, Stuart Broad getting ready to steam in one more time for himself here. Needs to make sure that he gets the wicket soon. Changing up the angle. That was relatively wide. Is it too wide? No, it wasn't. It is just a dot ball. I feel like any wider than that, and it could have been easily called as a wide there for Stuart Broad, but is able to get that one just inside of the lines. Ben Stokes, whether or not he is going to be bowling, we will have to wait and see. He did end up with an injury in the first innings, bowled 5 balls of an over, and then did have that left side strain, which did mean that he was in quite a bit of pain and wasn't able to bowl for the rest of the innings. If they don't have him as one of their bowling options, that means that they've only got the 3 quick bowlers and then Dava Milan, Joe Root, and also the other option. Oh, he had to hit that one for Marcus Harris. It goes straight to Hamid. That will be the end of the over from Broad, and it's going to be 9 for none at this stage. And right, cheers, I'm off. See you at New Zealand stream as well, says DZ. So we will see you later on, mate. But I do appreciate you being here for this live stream. And anyone who is new, sure leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more cricket content coming, including the BBL, which we normally cover on the channel as well, which is always exciting. T20 cricket. And at the moment, Australia, they might end up ramping up in the next little while, playing this game like a T20, trying to get as many runs as physically possible before the rain of 100% does end up falling down. I'm just looking at that rain radar. It's not looking too flash. 90% chance at 4 p.m. New Zealand time. So that's less than 3 hours away. 100% at 5 p.m. for us. 4 p.m. their local time. 5 p.m. local time. 6 p.m. local time. So that's right through. We're going to get rain from 5 to 8 p.m. by the looks of it. Maybe even 9 p.m. So that might end up closing out the day with a whole heap of dampness, unfortunately. Jimmy Anderson bowling once again to Warner outside of the off stump. Warner leaves it alone, as they need to make sure also for Australia they don't chase the wrong ball here, because if you get yourself out early, that's when you get yourself in a lot of trouble, and then you expose either Labuschagne or Smith or whoever they decide to send out next to that kind of tail order side of it, or to that bowling lineup, I should say, not the tail order, although they are the tail order of batting for the likes of Anderson, Broad, etc. Although Mark Woody wasn't playing like a tailwinder, 39 runs off 41 deliveries. Anderson puts that one on the stumps. Warner once again gets on the front foot and blocks it. But 80% chance that it is going to be raining tomorrow as well at the moment for them. 10 a.m.'s got a 70% chance. So I'm hoping it's going to be a relatively nice day and we get plenty of cricket taking place for tomorrow as well in the Ashes, because if we miss out on the last day, then I pretty much feel it is a guaranteed draw between these two sides. But both sides will be willing to go out there. Australia, they still want to continue that 5-0 hope alive. England, they want to find some sort of way of fighting back. It's off the edge of Warner, but it doesn't carry to Crawley there, who is at gully. At the moment, Warner has still got the massive mustache for himself. How many likes are we sitting on at the moment on this live stream? I will have a bit of a look. We are sitting currently on 43. You know what? I am feeling generous. If we can hit, how long have we got? We've got about an hour left. If we can hit 100 likes before the time that we get to the session break, I will shave off this part and then I will have the mustache for the rest of the day for these live streams so that I can be just like David Warner, except I am a right-hander rather than a left-hander. Good Yorker there from Jimmy Anderson. No run once again. And also, good morning, Hamish. How much England score and weather report today as well, says Brahika. So England, they were able to get bowled out for 294. Bairstow getting 113, which was a very good effort. And now Australia, they are leading by 130. We have got the 131 runs. And also weather report, it's looking like from 5 p.m. local time right through to the end of the day, we are going to have pretty much rain, or actually it's 3 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. my time. So in about 3 or 4 hours' time, it's seeming like 100% chance of rain there. As and also I'll go another 150. England 294 they got as well in there. But yeah, we will go for a light goal, see whether or not we can get the Warner light goal. And then I will just have the mustache for the next session of the day as well, which will be starting up at around 3:10 p.m., which is just about when the rain is going to be falling by the looks of it as well. So if you haven't already, be sure to leave a like on this live stream. Also, be sure to hit that subscribe button as well. We are on the road currently to 9,200 subscribers. We're actually only 33 away from that as well. So that could be another light goal or another sub goal by the end of the day. That's here as well. But that's a pretty good over so far from Anderson and Maiden as what it is going to be. And that is going to be the end of another one. We have got the England only chance is Bolland. I like performance from Broadwood or Anderson as well, says Isaac. Exactly right. If any of those three men can stand up and step up the way that Bolland has been going, get a couple wickets without going for too many runs, it's going to be perfect for England because they are still sitting 4% chance of winning. They need that to go up just a little bit more, though, for them to be able to have a good old chance of being able to at least draw this test match, because at the moment, Australia, the amount of runs that they get here will determine how likely they are to be able to go on and win this one, depending on the batting performance from Stuart Broad, from the English in the second innings. So I'm quickly going to unplug something here, and I am going to plug in a thingamabob to my PC. Hopefully it's going to behave itself. That's quite warm at the moment. I've had my iPad plugged in for the last 5 days, just trying to keep the iPad nice and charged while throughout this. But now Mark Wood, he is going to be having a bit of a bowl here. So I am just unplugging a few things. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. Where does that go? That must go over here as well. Yep. That was an accident. I didn't actually unplug the camera, but it thought that I unplugged the camera rather than the USB. Interesting scenes. I'm not too sure why that happened, because it's a different USB port that I did plug it into. But at the moment, that is going to be the dot ball as well. 47 out of 100 as well, says Robert there. So we are getting closer and closer. That one ended up hitting the glove of Marcus Harris, which wouldn't have been too comfortable for that man, I wouldn't think. At the moment, Mark Wood currently, if he can bowl around that 145 mark, he said that he was fresh as daisies as well here, Mark Wood. Is he going to be correct in that statement, and can he pick up the wicket as well? It's a good short ball, and that is going to be worked away by Harris. It looks like they will be getting just the single there to get it down there at 138k. So he's warming up slowly here for Mark Wood to see whether or not he can get himself in that position of getting an early wicket, and that is exactly what England need. Mark Wood, 144 Ks. If he can get it 144, even though the body's hurting, even though he was having a good day with the bat yesterday, if he can get it 144, I say he picks up a wicket. If he's any slower than that, it's kind of more 50-50. But for now, Mark Wood, if he steams in here for his second or third over that he does bowl, he's going to be in a good position to get one. It's well bowled. Looked like Warner wanted the single, decides against it in the end. And once again, it is going to be a dot ball to Warner. He's sitting on 1 run off 15 deliveries at the moment here for David Warner. So not a huge amount of runs. All. That doesn't look too good for Mark Wood at the moment. He's got the blood seeping through the pants at the moment, Mark Wood. He's bleeding from the kneecap from himself falling over, but he's still a fighter. He's going to keep on going and going and going until England can finally knock Australia over, but they have still got the 10 wickets in hand here, Australia. It's not going to be easy for the English, but that is the Ashes. You know it's going to be a grindy performance from both sides. Mark Wood now, nicely played by David Warner out through cover, and this looks like it's going to be at least 2 runs. Of me able to cut it off nicely. AFL has fun, as said, hey, as well. Welcome into Livestream, mate. I hope you are doing well. At the moment, England, they did get themselves 294 runs in the end. But then they did end up getting bowled out, unfortunately. We will move the coverage back over to this one, although I don't mind it over here, actually. To be fair, so I am looking relatively straight in regards of rather than looking over there at the screen. But at the moment, for the Australians, they are just looking to build as good of a total as they physically can. 200-plus runs is the first goal for them. Then from there, they lead by 250, then getting up to maybe 300, and then you declare and see whether or not England will be able to chase it down as well. But it is going to be tough out there. The SCG, it is expecting rain for quite a few hours in the later stages of the day. Unfortunately, I just kind of summarise the test match as well with the amount of rain that has been around. You know that it's raining, and you know that it's normally a rainy enough week when it does end up in the situation of they try and start half an hour earlier and they can't start half an hour early because it's raining, and then they lose the first session as well because of rain, which is kind of the summary of what we have had the last couple of days almost for this one. But it's looking like a lot nicer weather than it was supposed to be at the moment in Sydney. So we'll have to wait and see. Please do not spoil it, Mukti, again, or else I feel like Robert will just jump on you and end up timing you out. But Warner at the moment, he's sitting there on 3 runs of 17 deliveries. Mark Wood coming around the wicket there as well. It's off the edge, and it is going to be the wicket there. And Ollie Pope takes his first catch for England as well. But that is going to be Warner on his way now, 3 for 17. Also, Mukti do not spoil as well. And there as well, but that is going to be Mark Wood now picking up that first wicket. So I'm going to have to change this now. And I am going to say Warner out for 3 runs. And we will go like that. Right, that was very weird. It was very weird indeed. I just got an error message pop up on the screen saying like, hey, it's not your fault, but something has just occurred in the StreamYard and you had to refresh. So I've refreshed. I'm back as well, but Warner, he is out. And now it is going to be at the crease. They're going to have a couple more men. There we go. We will go back to Australia wickets. But yeah, hopefully that is the only time that we see that happen. It's actually the first time I've ever seen that happen for StreamYard as well. I know that it froze last night as well. And also we have got their Mukti do not spoil as well. And they're from Robert. And also, is there any seaman swinging the pitch today? What do the experts say? And any turn and bounce? Can Leach exploit any cracks on the pitch as well? And also, we have got their Mukti. How many times have you told me? One more time, and you'll be hidden from the channel as well, says Sebastian. And that is fair enough because he has spoiled about 7 wickets so far of this test match. So he has been timed out for the next 5 minutes. And then after that, Mukti, if you do keep on spoiling the wickets, please do wait till we react because or else then it does actually ruin it for everyone else as well, unfortunately. But Marnus Labuschagne now, he is going to be making his way out to the crease, sitting there 59 off, average of 59.5 here for Marnus Labuschagne. He is going to be raring to go. But yeah, we would have disappeared for a couple seconds there when I was trying to reload in to my StreamYard, but it got very confused. It was like, hey, by the way, yeah, we've crashed rather than your computer has crashed. So sorry about that, but can you please refresh and hop back on to your live stream? And I was very confused. I haven't seen that message before as well. But now 1 for 12 at the moment. Warner losing his wicket early. And England with that wicket still don't have any more of a chance of winning according to the live odds. Still going to be 4% there for them as well. But now it is going to be Stuart Broad. They will have a little bit of their tail up here for England because in the first innings, the only man who didn't get double figures was actually Cameron Green. Nicely played by Marcus Harris. But Labuschagne, he will be a little bit disappointed with how he played in that first innings as well. We want to get a few more runs than the 28 that he did get. But at the moment, Warner is the only man who has ended up getting a few as well. Was it a good catch or regulation? Regulation catch there for Ollie Pope. And that's probably exactly what you want for the first ball as well. Did end up going off the edge of David Warner, just the finest of edges, and straight to Ollie Pope. Took it about there. So he was always going to be taking that one not too badly. I'd like to hope anyway. And also, we've got the Any Cricket 19 and the rain delays. I believe we will be having a little bit of Cricket 19 today. Definitely if it is supposed to be raining for about 4 hours, like they did mention as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We mentioned if we get to 100 likes on this live stream, for the rest of the live stream, I will end up having the David Warner mustache and losing all of this part as well, which I'm not 100% looking forward to, which is why we set the like goal so high. And he was rude to Mum too as well, like he's not walking around with a pair of sunglasses, says Joshua. That is true. So yeah, he is on. He's on thin ice, I guess you could say. Mate, your scoreboard is blurred as well. And there's Rahika. So what you can do in that regard, if you go up to your settings and click on quality advanced, and then from there you do select the quality and go down to 1080p, that will be able to fix it for you as well. And we always got their thanks, mate. And people vote as on there, says Paddy Wagon. Yeah, and the chat as well. But be sure to leave that like and subscribe. And we will be possibly mustaching it up for the second innings, which is something I didn't think that I would say. For this one, another 50 likes, and Hamish will shave everything except his mustache. Now, not everything. Not everything. The eyebrows are staying. Just everything around here. Everything around here. I will clarify. We're not shaving the eyebrows. We're not shaving the head. We're not shaving anywhere else other than just this part, and we will just have what David Warner has for his facial wear. At the moment now, Labuschagne, he is going to be facing his first ball of Stuart Broad. This is going to be a good battle here. In Australia, they are currently sitting 39% chance of winning. They've still got that 135-run lead, but England need to try and find a way of bowling them out for less than around that 150 mark if they do want a good chance of it going on and winning this game here. England for the first time in the Ashes series as well. Yes, they are down 3-0, but there seems to still be a little bit of fight left in the English and play for a team in Sussex. Fancy a game next season. All Aussies know how to play as well, says Nicholas there. And that is going to be nicely done once again. And that is going to be nicely done by Marnus Labuschagne. He doesn't normally end up getting himself into too much trouble early in an innings. He has been dropped a few times in terms of in the field rather than actually dropped in general from the side. I don't think they'll ever drop him, to be honest, the way that he is playing. Number 1 test batsman in the world at the moment. He did overtake Joe Root, and then in third it's Steve Smith, who is also probably trying to make his way back up in the rankings. Fourth, for anyone wondering, it's Kane Williamson, and then 5 is Rohit Sharma. And also the Cops were in my street last night as well. Says the big M there. It's going to be nicely played by Marnus, and he does get himself off the mark now, moving up to 1 run. And now Harris will have 1 ball to face the Stuart Broad before the end of this one. But I think it was that extra pace of Mark Wood that really created, I guess you could say, that opportunity to get the wicket of David Warner. I mentioned if he got it up around that 140 mark, somewhere around there, he would be dangerous as well. And thanks, an invite for you as well. Oh, that's an invite for me. I mean, I am currently in New Zealand. So, I mean, you know, it's probably a little bit of a trip over there to be able to play a game. But I mean, if there weren't border restrictions and whatnot, I'll be relatively keen to have a bit of a game. And also morning as well, so it's Dragon Down Under. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well and hope you are excited for yet again a little bit more of the cricket that we have got for ourselves here as well. But Stuart Broad side of the off stump left alone, and that is going to be the end of the over. And it is going to be now a total of 1 for 14 for the Australians. And also they were chasing a car as well. They pulled the guy in the back in the cop car. He was he yelled out, "This is not Japan," as well. And then he says the big M as well. That is an interesting story. Once again, seems to be all happening in your town. What town do you live in, the big M? Because it seems to be every single day something is happening, whether it is something to do with the cops or whether it is something to do with someone doing something that is, I guess, out of the ordinary as well. Speaking of out of the ordinary, I had a chicken in my backyard yesterday. I live in town, a small town. The farms are about a few k's that way. Chicken in the backyard. You don't see it every day. You don't see it ever. I don't think I've ever seen a chicken in my backyard, but it happened. And that was the most pitched up delivery from Mark Wood. I actually took a video as well. So that is going to be what we show as our little bit of entertainment in an hour's time when we are on lunch break. Nicely played by Mark Wood. He's gone down again. He's already got a bleeding kneecap. I'm really starting to fear for him as well. Gore, that explains it as well. And also we got that highbrow as well. Says Asif there. Welcome into the live stream. They're just showing the knee of Mark Wood. He's just got a lot of blood falling out of it at the moment, but he's just going to keep on going. Just keeps on slipping, keeps on falling on that front knee. Oh, he managed to dodge it that time. He tried his best to not put down that front knee. That would have been a huge amount of pain, but he just avoids it. And also we have got that foul joke as well. And this is Nicholas, and also we've got there another 100 runs with a lead of 250. Aussies can have a crack at England batting in 4th innings. Will scoreboard pressure England batting order may crumble as well, says Brahika. Although I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Bairstow and Stokes. Even though those two men are probably debatably the most injured men on the side, they are still going and going and going for their team here. So hopefully it will be able to keep on continuing throughout the rest of the day. In terms of just keeping that spirit up in the field, Stokes, he might be bowling, might not be as well. What we're Aussie appealing for when they hit the stump, didn't dislodge the bail. And why did the umpire give him out? It's a good question. Because, like, that's the thing. I think they tried to say that maybe it hit his pad or something as well. Why is Wood getting no bandage as well, says Nicholas. I think it's just because he's not willing to let them have a look at it as well. He's just going to go in there. It is definitely kind of like sweat and blood on that kneecap from every time he slams his knee into the surface. But he's just steaming in. Still bowling nicely, almost carrying there to Craig Overton. Well done by that big man to get down as low as he did, but it is going to be just lucky as well. I sit on my front veranda and kangaroos bounce by as well. They're striking down under. See, I feel like in Australia, Like, that's the thing. Some people are very casual with it. They're like, oh, yeah, just saw a crocodile in my backyard, mate. Just saw a crocodile chilling in my pool. And I'm like, if I saw a crocodile chilling in my pool, I would move. I'd be like, nah, not living here anymore. Put the for sale sign out, pack the bags, get ready to rumble somewhere else. Like, I mean, even a chicken, the fact that there was just a chicken, I was like, why is there a chicken? But we learnt where it came from as well, and we did find its home again, I guess you could say. And Wood is actually is a player truly for the team, ready to put his body on the line, says Isaac plays. Exactly right. You never see that man complain. It's like when before the matchup or before this innings, Michael Vaughan went over to him and just kind of held the microphone out, and he's like, are you raring to go, mate? Or something along those lines. And he said, I'm fresh as daisies as well for Mark Wood. So even though he's hurting, had 39 with the bat, was smacking the short ball. Anytime they bowled it short, he said, right, have a 6. How's that feel? And he's the only player that I can think of that's hit Pat Cummins for 2 6s in a row in a test match as well. And now he is bowling there. Give me a crocodile sandwich and make it snappy as well. And there says Nicholas. That's going to be up in the air from Marnus, but it does fall safe for them as well. It's looking a little bit like Australia, a little bit uncomfortable at the crease just by now, but that is going to bring up the lead of 137 runs now for them. And the crowd are all cheering for something. I think it is because Marnus Labuschagne has been able to get himself another run on the board as well. But Marcus Harris, he's sitting there 10 off 22. He was starting this match extremely quickly with his run rate, but then from there, he did decide to slightly slow down a bit more when we did see the wicket of Warner. And at the moment, my voice, I'm going to have to drink again. I'm surprised my voice has lasted as long as it has, to be honest. For 2022, I've probably said more words in 2022 than some people said in 2021 already. Nicely played by Marnus Labuschagne, gets right and behind the ball. That was actually Marcus Harris because he's left-handed rather than right-handed. And at the moment, the lead of 137. It is 15 for 1 here for the Australians now, and they are sitting, well, I would say they're not sitting too badly. Losing Warner early was a big blow to them, as Marnus saying no run. As I says, Nicholas, we haven't heard it just yet from Marnus, but I feel like it's probably not a mile off either for that one because he loves saying it as well, Marnus. Even if he's at the non-striker's end, if that man hits it around the corner, no run will be the call for that regard. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. I said if we had 100 likes after this or before the end of this session, I am going to be shaving off this part and leaving just the Warner mustache for the next innings as well. Or the next session, I should say, which will be the second one of the day, which will be an interesting choice for myself. I haven't had a shave in a wee while as well, so I feel like the mustache will look a little bit weird, but we'll go for it. See how it goes. But now, Stuart Broady is just going to be marking his run up. It looks like he will be getting another opportunity now with the ball in hand, changing what end he is bowling from. And Jimmy Anderson, he is going to now, they've got one slip at the moment, one gully. So they've got a little bit more of a defensive field than we would be expecting at the start of one. And Marnus should be mic'd up when he bats, and we get to listen to him talking to himself as well, says Aussie Mozzie. That would certainly be an entertaining one. I feel like if he plays any games for the Brisbane Heat and the BBL, they will certainly go with that idea because I feel like that will do very well as well. But Marnus, he's always talking. And he's kind of, that's the thing, they always say it must be so frustrating for the bowlers listening to the batsman say, oh, yes, that was a good ball for you there, but you just didn't quite get me out as well. No run, no run, no run as well in there. Says Paddy there. And at the moment, 8.1 overs down. There was almost no run for, it was David Warner who went out for 3. But at this stage, Labuschagne is sitting on 2 runs of 8 deliveries. Stuart Broad bowls it nicely, pitches up too much though, and whipped away to the leg side from the number 1 test batsman in the world, and that is going to be racing close to the boundary. Good chase from Mark Wood, slides on that injured knee as well, and still cuts it off. Can't do anything but applaud Mark Wood there. He's injured. The crowd is showing their respect for him as well. He's charged all the way out there. He slid as well on that injured knee. And he has been able to cut it off as well. He's chased it all the way to the boundary as well. Puts the head down high, says Aussie stuff as well. Welcome in to the live stream, mate. But Mark Wood, he's just, the only word that you can use to describe him here is just pure heart at the moment for his side. He chases that one down about 50 meters, slides on the knee as well. The injured knee. Right on it. Digs it into the ground, hits it into the barricade, and still stands up and gets back to his mark. at mid-off as well. Nicely whipped off the hip there from from Marcus here. It's a combination of Marcus and Marnus, isn't it? Wonder how many times I'll mess up those two names. I feel like it will be plenty throughout this one more than likely, but Mark Wood at the moment, it's just showing the grit, the determination to try and get England into a spot to win this test match. Even though it's 3-0, he is certainly not feeling like it is out there, and he's not playing like it is either. He's playing like this is the final day, the final hour of this test match, and it could be in the favour of England. But of course, we are only sitting day 4 there, and I had a Bairstow lose this wicket. Unfortunately, little edge outside of the off stump. It was once again Bolland to come back into the bowling attack, and that is where he kind of ended up with the little outside edge, unfortunately, from there. And what do you think about Warner getting out for 3? I think it was probably a little bit disappointing. Oh, Mark Woody's misfielded that one, and now he's going to have to chase after this one more time. It looks like someone else has said, I'm going to get this one. Jimmy Anderson there has said, you know what, mate, you take this one easy. I'm getting this one for you as well. And 39 till Beard goes as well. And there says Robin, and also Leicester and Leinster. And there as well says Sebastian and true Geordie, exactly right. He misfields it. He gets back up though. He tries to sprint after it. And Jimmy Anderson, he said, I've got this one as well. And I like this from England. I feel like they're showing just a huge amount of heart in this one. Mark Wood, he goes back to his mark, gets his cap, stands back up and gets back going again. As Anya Marnus has dialogues as well. Monologue. It's one person talking to himself. Dialogue is two persons are talking to themselves as well. And there says Dan DeCastro, yeah, he's probably having individual conversation. He says no run, and then he says about the fact that the ball's pitching outside. You know, it's going away nicely as well. How many batsmen did he run out shouting no run? And he ran as well. And there's Rahika. I feel like he's pretty good between the wickets, Marnus. I don't think he's run out too many overall. It's going to be a good ball from Stuart Broad. Once again, Marcus Harris, it's looking like he's favouring going on the front foot today because, I mean, they played the one pull shot and he got the 4 runs for it, so I don't think they'll be pitching it too short to him at this stage in time, but he's looking well set here, Marcus Harris. Just shuffle with the feet and then just a nice solid forward defence as well. 39. We're actually getting very close to that 100 likes. I thought 100 would be too many. I thought that the beard was going to be well and truly safe and that the mustache was just going to be a distant memory from an old live stream that we did have. But now it is going to be Stuart Broad. It's again going for that angle right across Marcus Harris, and it is going to be the dot ball into the over, and it is 1 for 20 here for the Australians. They lead by 142 runs. At the moment, I would say that England, even at this stage, like they've done well to get into this position in the match because they were sitting in very tough times. And that was when they were sitting 4 wickets down for 36 runs. They still went on. They almost got the 300. And Harris looking good here at the MCG or the SCG as well. Says Aussie stuff exactly right. I feel like he just needed that good innings at the MCG to give him that little bit of confidence. Because as an opening batsman, it's all about that confidence side. Mark Wood, he's bowling again. This man just does not give up. He's at 1 for 4 at the moment. He's bowled 2 overs. His knee is absolutely shattered at the moment. And he has been charging all over the place, still diving in the field. It looks like England, they are just making a couple of replacements to their side here. I'm not sure whether or not that was Craig Overton going off the field. But now, Mark Wood is going to be resetting his field now. And he will still be steaming in. He'll still be bowling 140 plus here. Try and get the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, who he has been able to pick up in the last 2 innings as well. It's steaming in here for Mark Wood. Leaves that one alone there, Marnus. And that was 149.8 Ks from Mark Wood. So that's fired him up here. But it looks like good commentary as well. And that's that as well. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. But thank you very much, mate. If you are new, sure, leave a like and subscribe as well. Hoping for a minus 100 as well, says Gareth there. And if he has got time to do it, it would be very impressive. Though I'm not too sure whether or not we will have too much time for him to be able to go on just because there is rain in the air still in the forecast. So I'm not too sure whether or not that will mean that we do end up maybe missing out on a lot of the session. And also as an injured knee in the north as just a casual Friday night at the pub. No wonder Mark doesn't mind as well. And there says Sebastian, I'm hoping Harris 100 and Marnus 100 too. Nicely played by Marnus off the back foot that time. Stuart Broad, he ends up fielding that one. He looked a little bit slow getting to his feet as well. Don't worry, mate. You will get 250 plus likes at the end of the first session as well, says Rahika. Although we are currently sitting over halfway through this session, we have still got another, I believe, hour and a half. No, sorry, not an hour and a half. We've got about 40 to 50 minutes left in this session as well. I will have a quick look. We are currently sitting on 63, so we are currently 37 away from the beard going bye-bye for a little bit of time. And that's the thing, it takes quite a while to grow as well. So I'm going to be a mustache man for quite a while if that is the case. So it's a weird one. Of course, I'd like that 100 likes, but I don't know whether or not I want to have no beard for the next little while. Because, I mean, the beard, it doesn't look great anyway. So I feel like it's probably about time that it does end up disappearing. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to subscribe to the channel as well. It is usually appreciated. Guys, all showing your support for these live streams. And we have got plenty more of the Ashes coming. Hobart is going to be the location of the 50th match. And we are going to be covering that on the channel also. Mark Wood now steaming in, leg side-ish, and Labuschagne once again turns it off the hip. 147k. So Mark Wood, he took one over to warm up around that 140 mark. And now he is steaming in 148k's or so. If you can get that ball over 150, I feel like that is the pace that we would see from Marnus. Okay, at the moment, it seems that Marnus Labuschagne already today has decided to really step across this crease a lot more and kind of leave that off stump a little bit. I guess he's kind of setting himself on just outside off rather than being on the leg side. That's going to be nicely whipped by Marnus. And they are going to be able to get themselves a single there off the fourth delivery of the wood over. 146k's for that one. Still steaming in at the moment. Clean shaven, you will make you look like a teenager. I think that's why I need the mustache still, just so that people are like, why aren't you in school? So I'll be like, it's a holiday. I'm allowed off. Mum said so. But we have got there an injured knee. And that's the thing. When you think about this English side, like one of the things that comes up is injury as well. Jonny Bairstow got a debatably completely like damaged thumb. Joss Butler, he's not keeping at the moment because of getting smacked on the back of the hand. So instead, Ollie Poper's out there. Ben Stokes, he's got a side strain. Mark Wood, he's got a knee injury. Joe Root, he's been smacked in the gonads about 15 times this series. That's a nice shot from Harris, and that's going to be 4 runs to the square leg boundary. So they've all got those minor injuries, and some of them even major injuries that they are just playing through. And at the moment for Australia, I think Mitchell Starc, he has got a little bit of an injury, and Bolland has got a bit of an injury. So those pace bowlers are struggling a little bit there. A little bit leg side-ish from Mark Wood, and it does lead to racing away to the boundary once again, out square leg way. And a very nice shot from Marcus Harris, who seems like ever since he did reach that 50 as well, and clean shave, he doesn't look matured as well. And this is Rahika there. That's going to be once again outside of the off stump. And that is going to be the leave. And at the end of the 10th over, 1 for 25 at the moment, Mark Wood. He's got a bit of a concerned look on his face. He's really sucking in the big ones at the moment in terms of those breaths, but still out there, still fighting for his side. And he knows that they are only a couple more wickets away from being able to increase that chance of England winning from 5% to maybe about 7%, which I know doesn't sound like a big difference, but it just keeps on letting them get a little bit closer and closer to being able to fight hard and get back into this contest at the SCG. But the rain, I'm just going to check the weather forecast, whether or not we have got too much more rain. Okay. Right. So the rain at the moment, 2 p.m., which is 4 p.m. local time, or 4 p.m. my time, sorry. So in 2 hours' time, it is 90% likely that we will see some rain. Then from 3 p.m. onwards local time, it's pretty much going to be raining 100% throughout all of those hours. So it means we could have quite a downpour, which would mean that we would be missing quite a few hours of this test match. That's the last thing we want, of course. We want to see plenty of cricket being played. But if it is going to get rained off, I believe we might actually be covering a different game of the BBL on the channel rather than the one that was going to be starting at 10:30, because I know the one that was going at 10:30 is the Brisbane Heat. They are taking on the Hobart Hurricanes, but I think that first matchup is the Thunder taking on the Melbourne Renegades, and I believe that that will be the game that we do cover if it is raining at the end. But the whole point is looking as young as you can, isn't it, as well? You have plenty of years looking old. That's how I see it as well, says Sebastian there. I guess that's a good point, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing as well. I feel like the beard nicely hides all of the kind of marks on my face from how many hot chips I've consumed over the past year as well. As you guys know, hot chips not the best food for you overall, unfortunately. If only, but nah, they aren't the best for their body overall. But at the moment, we are sitting on still 63 likes, so it looks like I might get to keep it just for now in that regard. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like on this live stream. I'm Wood bowling some absolute rocket, but he's very tired as well, says Bob Marley. Exactly right. He just keeps fighting, though. Mark Wood, he'll just keep on going and going and going until the limbs stop working. The knees already almost stopped working for him. He's still bowling 150, though. at the moment. Stuart Broad just saying about the fact that there's a little bit of, maybe a bit of nip and bounce off the surface here that they will have to try and use for England's advantage. Jack Leach, if they do bowl him, I hope that they do bowl him from the angle that we saw a little bit more of yesterday, which did seem to be that kind of pitching it in, pitching it out, and coming over the wicket rather than round, instead of trying to restrict the batsman. That's the thing. Australia still have a lot of good batsmen. Background of the screen shows clear skies with the sun breaking clouds. Yeah, at this stage, it looks like the rain is going to be hopefully sticking away from the SCG for the next maybe 2 hours, 3 hours or so. But we will have to wait and see, of course. It is the Australian weather. Sometimes it's hard to predict it. As one moment it's sunny, the next moment it's raining, the next moment sun goes out again, and then it's raining again. Anderson reverse sweeping. Nathan Lyon was amazing as well. Broad trying to whack everything. As I said, Bob Marley and Mark Wood as well, just absolutely going after the bowlers last night. 39 off 41 deliveries, 2-pack coming sixes in a row for Mark Wood. He ended up just going, he was like, you know what, if you bowl me short stuff, even if you got a man on your boundary, I'm going to hit it straight over his head. I'm going to hit it 80 meters. I'm from India, bro. As I says, Pipin there, so welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more action coming in the near future as well. But Stuart Broad, trying to fire up his bowlers. It doesn't look like he is getting the next over. Instead, do they give it to Ben Stokes? They give it to Jack Leach. Okay, so I was talking about Jack Leach in terms of that angle. I didn't think we'd get to see it just yet, but we are going to be seeing it now from Jack Leach. Does need to make sure that he gets it outside of the off stump, puts it in a good spot, and we will have to wait and see exactly how he does go. At the moment, like they're saying, hopefully no rain. We need this whole day, really, to be able to get towards a result here. Because England are 4%, Australia are 39% here, and the draw is 57. So the draw is still leading, although last night they actually had Australia a little bit higher than the draw. And does England have a good chance of winning 4% at the moment here for them? But all they need to do, and I know it sounds like I'm saying it's easy, all they need to do is restrict Australia less than 300 and then just bat for a long time. They can still draw this one. Not Leach good. God, this guy bowls absolute pies, as well, says Bob Marley there. And yeah, I actually prefer Dubber Milan's bowling, to be honest, with the leg spin. He is going to get the good angle, though, to Marnus. Outside off stump. Marnus hits it through the covers. If they got a man back, they do have a man back. That is good news, or else that could have been 4 runs of the first baller. Jack Leach and not really know as well in there, says Sebastian, for if they have a good chance of being able to win it. But Jack Leach, he is one of those guys that he needs to be a wicket taker in this innings. He can't go too defensive with the bowling. He can't go too defensive with the field. I'm hoping he goes over the wicket instead, and that is what he is going to be doing. This is a good choice here for Jack Leach. I'm not sure whether or not he had a word to Joe Root saying I'd prefer to go round the wicket or over the wicket, sorry. But it seemed in the first innings they were just trying to be too defensive with him. They didn't want to risk him kind of getting it a little bit wrong. But now at the moment here, it is going to be Harris sitting there on 16 runs off 29 deliveries. Good angle from Jack Leach, and it is defensively played. And like they're saying, bring deep mid-on up to just mid-on. You know, make it so that if he wants to take you on, he can hit it over the head, but it's just a freebie run down the ground. Definitely with the angle that Jack Leach is bowling here. Oh, well done. Nicely done there by whoever that was in the outfield for England to be able to cut it off nicely. And who is winning as well, says Decent. At this stage, it is England 4% chance of winning this match. Australia 40% chance of winning it, and then 56% chance for the draw. So at the moment, Australia are in the box seat. The draw is also on the cards with the amount of rain that we've got left, though. 3 dot balls in a row at the moment for Jack Leach. He's been putting it in a good spot. Nice Leachy is the call. I think that was from Ollie Pope. We didn't actually hear a lot of talking from Joss Butler in the first innings. So having Pope behind the stumps, trying to fire up Jack Leach here, trying to get him to bowl it in the right spot. It could be crucial for the English that he does bowl well. Using his feet there from Marcus Harris. So trying to get to the pitch of the ball, whips it away to mid-wicket, and that is going to be just a single. Labuschagne will have one final ball of this over now. And there's still left-hand, right-hand combo here. For those who do you think will win the match as well? I think it is either Australia or draw. England, I would absolutely love to see them fight hard in this one and somehow get themselves a win. But I think more than likely with the amount of rain that is in the forecast, if the rain hits, we're going to get a draw more than likely here. Because Australia still need to set a total and England still need to try and chase it down. That was well bowled by Jack Leach. Nicely done, and that is going to be the end of his first over. 2 runs off it. He was about to bowl another ball there, Jack Leach. He was fired up. He wanted a 7th of the over as well, but he wasn't quite able to have one. And now it is going to be, once again, Australia still at the crease, 27 for 1 here. And it is just that massive question of how many runs will the Australians back themselves to be able to defend on this surface. The SCG, it probably isn't broken up as much as we expected. 50 plus for Harris in this innings. Surely Aussie are in the box seat now, as says Rahika there. And yeah, it is Australia's game to lose. Josh Butler needs to take a break from rare ball cricket as well. Drop catches, Golden Ducks. This guy's confidence gone as well. Says Bob Marley, definitely with the injury that he has with Stain now, because he did end up with the little bit of a smack on the back of the hand from the ball when it was a low one from Mark Wood. It actually stayed very low. Is this going to be Mark Wood once again here bowling? I believe it will be. Yes, it is Mark Wood. And he is just going to keep on charging in every single time. They're bringing in an extra man to the slip cordon. They're taking away Gully by the looks of it here, and they are putting someone out on the onside as well. Okay, they've switched out who was at Gully, sorry. So it is going to be the keeper, Pope, first slip, Joe Root, and then they have got the Gully. At this stage, I want to say that's Craig Overton. No, it's actually Ben Stokes that they have got there at the Gully. Worked off the pads there for Marcus Harris. And they do just take the single once again, but good running between the wickets from Labuschagne and Harris as well. He doesn't normally get himself run out. And also, I want to point out that the monkey with the hammer emoji. How does it represent as well? And there says, says Sebastian there. I assume, I mean, for me, it just either has for the like kind of emojis as oops, surely, or you got this as well. And the other one, that's kind of what it comes through as for me. But if I click on the actual live stream, it does show it as something else. As out there, yeah, monkey with the hammer is called oops. There you go. Oh no, sorry, that's not oops. Yeah, it is oops. They call it oops. Nice pull shot there from Marnus Labuschagne, working it down to Jack Leach in the deep. They run hard between the wickets, and they do get themselves a couple runs there for Australia. Now Labuschagne moves up to 9. That was a big yawn, wasn't it? It's a very big yawn. But Mark Wood, short ball, Mark Wood, he goes down on the knee once again. And like they say, no wonder he's got blood all over his knee here. He's just wearing that kneecap down. Like, if that man doesn't get an ice cream after this game, I don't know what's wrong with the world. Mark Wood now charging him once again. Pull shot. And it is just going to be Hamid in the deep. Fielding that one, and that is going to be once again the single. So now Harris will have 3 balls to face of the Mark Wood over, who is steaming in still 145 Ks. Got pace on the ball, just needs to find the right region, and that could create the indecision from Marcus Harris. At the moment, I believe we have got plenty more cricket that will be taking place today. As well, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a few more games of just everything. The BBL, that is going to be taking place tonight. The Thunder taking on the Renegades, and the other matchup is going to be the game that is taking place between, it will be the Brisbane Heat and the Hobart Hurricanes. Whip to the leg side once again. They're a little bit too straight from Mark Wood and also Joe Root. 5 incoming as well, says Bob Marley there. And Joseph opens the innings. I'm sure he will find his touch, and who knows, he can go on to the win this match in England, weather permits. And this is Rahika. Yeah, I feel like they just need to kind of throw caution to the wind here for England. Like we have been mentioning, they are 3-0 down in the series. They've shown their best fight of the competition, or the Ashes so far in this game. If they just keep on trying their best, imagine Wood nibbling on his ice cream like Abby Child during the post-game interview. I feel like I would absolutely lose it as well, or just a popsicle or something. He just gets given at the end of the match, saying, well done. They'll probably more than likely hand him an apple or something, which I feel like is a bit of an insult. Like that man, give that man a popsicle or an ice cream or something. Give him a cornetto in Australian conditions. At the moment, Harris sitting there on 19 off 35. These two just ticking over quite nicely. Jack Leach has to keep on running from fine leg to third man to fine leg to third man at the moment. It looks like the limbs are relatively sore for Jack Leach, but he needs some good spin deliveries coming up soon and to be able to get himself going forward and working hard for his side as well. But at the moment, Marcus Harris now, he is going to be sitting there. He's just checking the field again. He's changing the field once again here. They are going with plenty of changes by the looks of it as well. At the moment, yeah. It is now going to be Mark Wood. Charges and nicely played. Once again, beautifully done by Mark Wood and nibbling. The autocorrect hits are so unexpectedly as well. And nipping. I mean, he might be nipping on it a little bit. Oh, the knee. I don't even want to see that sleeve or kind of that pant leg rolled up because that knee will be destroyed at the moment. There'll be plenty of blood. The thing is, he's probably got bandages on it and he's probably bleeds straight through them because he keeps on firing up the injury at this point in time. He is pretty much, it looks like he's been shining the ball on his kneecap. That's how red and pink that pant leg is. And good choice, Cornetto, in this condition still as well. And there's Cesar Rahika, and also we've got the hello Rahika, and that's Jack from Shadesh. But at the moment here, Jack Leach, he is going to be bowling the next over of this match. England, Australia, they currently lead by 155 runs here for themselves. And we'll have to wait and see exactly how they do end up going. But Harris sitting there 19 off 36 deliveries. Labuschagne sitting there 11 off 18 deliveries for himself as well. Nicely played by Marnus. Whips it away to leg side down to deep mid wicket, which is in this one, Double Milan, the man who didn't really perform with the bat in hand, unfortunately for himself in the first inning. So hopefully he does end up going a little bit better in the second with the bat in hand if England do want a chance of being able to go on. Jack Leach's average is a lot better when he is bowling to right-handers than it is to left-handers, I do see. Marcus Harris now on strike. They've still got Joe Root at first slip. Hamid at bat pad. Nice delivery off the outside edge, and Joe Root is going to grab that one, and it is just going to be the single, a walked single from him as well. And also we've got there also being covered in chocolate all around his mouth, just smiling innocently. I would lose it as well. And there's I feel like that is such an interesting image that, like, I feel like now that we've talked about it, we do need to see. Is that all right, bro? And there's us, Citizen Zane Warrior. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. 12.2 overs down at the moment. Marnus plays that one defensively for Jack Leach. And at the moment, they are saying about the fact that they're just given easy runs to the Australians here with the field that they have set. They need to be a little bit more attacking. Try and get them going over the top. And hello, Adurani as well, dude. Chat says Rahika. Oh, tell you what, that was close. Sorry about that noise, ladies and gentlemen, but it was an outside edge off the side of the bat of Marnus Labuschagne. And it was extremely close to a one-handed take from Joe Root. If you think about it, England only have Anderson, Broad, and Wood available to bowl at the moment. Stokes will struggle, and Leach will give away runs. Yeah, I want to see more of Double Milan. I'll be honest. I feel like he is the player who is getting underrated there. Joe Root, he stretches the hand out, not quick enough to react there. Got a bit excited for that one, I'll be honest. I thought we were about to see another wicket there for the English. Oh, he plays the cut shot a lot nicer there for Marnus, and they are going to be cutting that one off. Do we end up with the single there as well? But at the moment, they've also got Joe Root for the spin. That might not be a terrible option for them. Straight, almost to Hamid. He gets a hand to it, which probably saved 1 or 2 runs there for him as well, but he just wasn't quite able to completely cut it off there. Jack Leach at the moment, he's gone for 7 runs so far, and the fact that that man has only bowled 1 maiden so far in this whole Ashes series tells you, I guess, everything that you do need to know. It's going to be another single closing out the over. 8 runs off it for Jack Leach's over, and that is going to be the end of that over. 1 for 41 here for them, but Mark Wood, I don't know whether or not he's still got one more over in him. He might decide that it is still worth the crack, but anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. If we did, or we have the goal of, if we do end up hitting a total likes of 100 before the end of this first session, which is ending in 29-minute time, we will then end up shaving off this bar, having the David Warner mustache for the second session of the day. And I keep again, Brisbane Heat win today and qualify for the semis or not, as well, says Ryan. It is still very early in the season. We've still got another 5 or so games for the side, so they do need this win, though, against the Hobart Hurricanes if they want a decent chance of still being in the hunt. Mark Wood, he is going off the field, probably getting some more strapping on that knee. He's been working extremely hard for a side, and because of it, I believe, who is that? Waiting. It is frozen, so it's not going to show me what is the number on this back. And also, Root dropped the Ashes away. It's already gone as well. And then, so it's actually going to be Lawrence who's making his way out there. That's Dan Lawrence, isn't it? if I'm not wrong. I haven't actually seen too much of him this Ashes series. In fact, I don't even know whether or not we've seen him. Going to be nicely blocked once again for the baller, Jimmy Anderson. And the moment, Marnus Labuschagne and also Marcus Harris, just building up a nice partnership between these two men, and also about root dropping the Ashes. I feel like that's the thing. Everyone is expecting a 5-0. So if we can get into this position of them not losing 5-0, if England can hold on and make it only 4-1 or 4-0, I feel like even that for England would be considered as a slight little win at the end of the series. And I was going to dream match Bangladesh versus New Zealand. Second test match tomorrow morning, as well, says Ryan. I believe that was the original plan. Definitely if there is still rain in the forecast for the final Ashes day, because if it is going to be completely rained off for that day, we might not get to see too much action. And when it's Bangladesh versus New Zealand second test, it is actually tomorrow, 11 a.m. is the start time. Dan Lawrence could bowl some spin decent option as well. And there says Bob Marley, although I believe, unfortunately, since he is just making his way out onto the field, I don't believe are they allowed to bowl him as a replacement for Mark Wood. I don't know whether or not he is allowed to have a bowl Jimmy Anderson now. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's not allowed, but maybe they give him a chance at Hobart, see how he goes on that surface as well. But at the moment now, it is going to be Marcus Harris still at the crease, 21 runs off 41 deliveries. Marnus, he's sitting on 17 off 22. So both of these men are ticking over that run rate the way that they do need to. Australia at the moment, they lead by 163. Minimum 250 here will be what Australia are aiming for. The sun is still out at Sydney, but whether or not it does stay that way, it's supposed to be a 100% chance this afternoon that it does rain. What do you think, Bangladesh or New Zealand win tomorrow as well? Says Ryan. I feel like New Zealand have got a little bit of something to prove here. So I think that they will be working extremely hard to try and get that one as well. No, he's not allowed to play, but if he would, he would be a better option than Leach. If he was picked as well, says Bob Marley. Is he left arm or right arm? Do let me know. Apparently, Leach got someone kicked out because he said he can't spin on this pitch as well. Says that Luke there. Although it could just be a rumor at this point in time. I know that someone was really ripping into Stokes in between the break, and Jonny Bairstow wasn't too happy with him as well. At the moment, they're showing Usman Khawaja. He will be a couple batsmen away here. David Warner, he's always got the ball in hand, always trying to spin it. So maybe he gets a chance with the leg spin, and Root will be a good option as well. Says Rahika. Yeah, hopefully we do get to see him very soon. We've seen already that Stokes, with that side injury, may not be a bowling option for them. Once again, left alone by Harris. Outside of the off stump, currently ticking over at a 50 strike rate as well. And someone called Bairstow fat or something like that as well, says Luke. So it's interesting. I feel like that's the thing. The Barmy Army, we saw a shot and they were just absolutely just going to war almost with the Australian supporters. Hey, bro, it's hot. Is it hot in New Zealand? It's 6 degrees here. It's us in the same warrior. At the moment, we're sitting 20 degrees Celsius, according to that. And Lawrence, part-time spinner, is still a better spinner than Leach as well. That good shot down the ground. Anderson thought about putting the foot in front of it. That's going to be nicely worked. And now Lawrence, he will be fielding that one nicely. It is 2 runs off the over there, and it is going to be 1 for 43 here for the Australians as well. So building up quite nicely since losing that early wicket of David Warner. He's looking a little bit lonely down the bottom at the moment. He's just got himself, and that is all David Warner in that wickets column. And I feel like the longer that it stays like that, the more lonely David Warner will look down there. So England, they need to try and add a couple more names to that list perhaps. We will have to wait and see how it does end up going as well. Currently, Leach, he's going to be bowling once again. And that's the thing, he probably needs about 5 wickets to be able to really cement himself as an option for the next test match. And I just think the Palms can dish it, but not take it as well. So he's like, although I don't think you bring a cricketer's weight into it type thing. I feel like that's just a low. Like, that's one of those ones that you don't go down that track. Like the one about saying that, like, a player's, like, bad or something like that. I feel like that one, I mean, it's still not ideal, but it is more all right than saying, like, about, it's like when, like, I heard something about the fact that people's families and whatnot were getting brought into it. And I'm like, nah, you don't go there in like this match. Like, they're professional cricketers as well. Like, they still need some form of respect shown for them as well. And so, yeah, someone called Johnny Fat, some fan said, saying, take off your sweater and lose some weight as well. Then Johnny goes, yeah, turn around, weakest piss as well. In there as well. And Fuddy replied, also, we've got their Richard bowling, give some rest to their bowlers or his bowlers for their second spell as well, says Rahika, and also Naked and Hurt. But they're still going 10 out of 10. It all comes down to England. Second innings anyway as well, says Sebastian there. Only Marcus Harris. So then there, Johnny goes, the fan, weakest, but as well. And there says Bob Marley. So yeah, I feel like it's all right for some of the players because they will end up just kind of saying it back to them as well. Yeah, like I feel like keep it to the players, not their families. Though I have seen some bad stories about players' families getting like mentioned, and I'm just like, yeah, nah, not for me. Anyway, at the moment, Jack Leach now, it is going to be .1 at the moment for this over of Leach. He is going to be a decent position. That would have been close to an LBW. He doesn't get a huge amount of turn at the moment, Jack Leach, and that is going to be a big difference between him and Nathan Lyon. It's Nathan Lyon, he's going to be spinning at a mile when he does get the opportunity, whereas Jack Leach, he's just trying to put it up there. Line and length is important for him. He's still got a smile on his face, Jack Leach. He had a decent day with the bat earlier on. Advancing down the wicket there from Marcus Harris, works it down to mid-on, and that is once again going to be the single. You got to bring that man up. You got to try and cut down that single option because then you entice them to go over the top. They'll advance, and then maybe you get the stumping as well if they end up missing out on it. If it gets a little bit of a bobble off the surface, a weird bounce, something along those lines, going to be worth the crack, I feel. At the moment, Leach sitting there 0 for 12 off his 2.5 overs. He's been a little bit expensive so far, but not as expensive as Nathan Lyon. And England fans, Banter Smith, I want him for cheating as well. Australia fan, fat shaming Johnny. I mean, it's obviously, it's obvious which is worse as well, says Bob Marley there. And now that is going to be the 2 runs there for the end of the Leach over. Goes for a total of 4 runs off that one. Once again, Marnus Labuschagne just able to keep that strike rate ticking over alongside. It is a Marcus Harris. They have still got 22 minutes left of this session, and then I believe after that we will be returning at 3:10 New Zealand time for the second session, and then it will go on to 5:10 as the later stage as well. And also, where is Boycott for his Yorkshire pie as well? And there was says Rahika there, or Rahika, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And so I feel like I do get a lot of your names wrong, so I do appreciate the ones who do end up kind of accepting the fact that I suck at pronunciations and just kind of don't mind too much as well. But now Jimmy Anderson, he's going to be coming back into the bowling jack. 0 off 10 for himself. Oh, sorry, not 0 off 10. 0 wickets, 10 runs off 4 deliveries, or 4 overs as they are called. 24 deliveries if we want to be specific. Getting all my cricketing words all muddled up. At the moment, they need to make sure that they've got a well-set field. They've got 2 slips. I believe it's first slip, second slip. They haven't got a gully here. Where are they going? They're saying second slip will do for Jimmy Anderson. And Jimmy, I think, has said that he does want about a third slip rather than right. This is going to be interesting to see how it goes because they decided that they don't want a gully here. They've decided to put someone else relatively in close. Marnus steps across, and now he has moved across to about that gully region there for Ben Stokes. Nicely set. It's going to be the dot ball for Jimmy Anderson. Still bowling around that 127 mark, somewhere around there. He hasn't been really whipping them down at this point in time. But Labuschagne, 20 off 25, been ticking over quite nicely. Similar to what we saw from Mark Wood, except, of course, Labuschagne batting as the number 1 test batsman in the world. Mark Wood, I don't know what rank they would have him as for the test batsman scale, but, I mean, the heart scale, he's right up there as well. In terms of the amount of grit and determination that man has for his side. He's off the field at the moment, probably getting about 10 pounds of bandages put all around his knee to stop it from bleeding. He keeps on sliding on it. Jimmy Anderson worked to the leg side by Harris. And once again, Milan charges in. It is going to be the single in Australia. Ticking this over quite nicely. And also we have got there, England have never found replacement or replaced for Ashley Giles. Giles. Panissa Swan, then no one as well. And this is Insane Warrior. And at the moment, Labuschagne just making sure that bails on properly. Of course, we saw in that first innings, Cameron Green, he ended up actually hitting the stumps of, was it Ben Stokes? And the ball didn't actually fall off, or the bail didn't fall off, sorry. Which is something we haven't really seen too often in a test match. Definitely with the lightness of these bails as well. Normally the zinger bails are more likely to stay on because of the fact that they are slightly heavier. Once again, left alone by Marnus outside of the off stump. So this is an important session here for England. If they can get one more wicket here, they'll be relatively happy with that. If they don't get another one, and Root has been uprooted again as usual, as I said in the same worry, although the second innings, he's certainly going to have to prove that he is still going to be one of the assets for the English batting lineup. Because, I mean, we saw it from Bairstow, we saw it from Stokes. Butler, don't know how much batting he will get to do with the hand injury that he has got for himself. But if he goes out there and just ends up persisting at the crease, Crawley at the top of the order alongside me, both men have something to prove in this one. Solid from Marnus once again, not really letting that ball through 130 Ks. I don't think it's quick enough, though, for Marnus to miss out on being able to just block this one. Why don't England play Parkinson? Is it Parkinson? I think it is as well. And also regularly instead of one less rubbish batsman as well. And then says Almadas, because I believe Parkinson, is he left arm leg spin? If I'm not wrong, I suppose we shall confess we did switch out the real balls for metal ones as well. And there's Sebastian there. And also Tile. Okay, so it's like Giles for that regard. I believe Giles. I keep on thinking of Jilks for the English player in the BBL. That's a nice shot from Marnus off the back foot punch. And he is going to be getting back for another 2 runs there off at Jimmy Anderson. So they haven't really been able to have too many maidens so far here for the English bowling attack. And yes, as well, this is Dan De Castro at the moment. And then they're 15.5 overs down Australia. They're still ticking over about that run rate of about 3 or somewhere around there. But Labuschagne nicely on the front foot, ends up just gliding it through that kind of, I'd say, cover point region. And Jimmy Anderson, now that one came back in. That was a good in-swinger from Anderson. He only bowls it about 18% of the time, but when he does bowl it, it is effective for Jimmy Anderson. Apparently, that is going to be the end of another over in this matchup, and it is going to be 50 for 1. At the moment, I would say if we get to see, I'm going to say 3 more hours of cricket today, it would probably be quite impressive with the amount of rain that is on the cards for the near future as well. Unfortunately, it does seem like it is going to be extremely wet for the later stages of the day. In fact, I'm going to check the weather forecast again one moment, ladies and gentlemen, just to see whether or not we have got some more information on when that rain is going to be coming in. So it is 2 p.m. at the moment in New Zealand, and at 4 p.m. New Zealand time is when there's 90% chance of the rain. At the moment there is 80% chance of rain, but the sun is out at the moment, so perhaps it is going to be a little bit wrong. And who is who is winning now? As I said, Dyson, at this stage, it is still Australia in the box seat, unless England get a couple more wickets quickly. Probably not going to be going too well there as well. How much Bairstow scored, he was able to get himself 113 in the end, so he did very nicely for himself. 113. Stokes got 67, and then also Mark Wood, he was able to get himself 39. They were the 3 top run scorers for the English. That's a better ball from Jack Leach. Good flight on that one. Can a coach of team make it 2 of playing 11 as well? Says Rahika. Can a coach of a team? Normally the coach is an ex-player of the team, I guess. So I don't think Justin Langer will be getting sent out there for the Aussies anytime soon. Definitely not with the depth that they've got at the moment. Jack Leach wide of the crease. That one almost a little bit uppish from Marcus Harris. They need to get him out before he gets to the 50. Same with Labuschagne. They do want a chance to try and expose the middle order before the end of this session as well. A little bit of drift. And also, we look at there what's happening, Dan. All your messages end up being rejected. Everything all right, mate? Track lines that later. I won't fit chat content, or won't fit chat context, as I'm pedantic, as says Dan in the chat there. Fair enough. I guess you like to keep it nice and tidy. You would hate to see my hard drive, because it's got about 10,000 videos, I think, or not maybe 10,000, but it's got somewhere around there. It's got a huge amount of just random footage over the years of the Kiwi lads that we have had. We've had visits to farms. We've had food reviews that never went up on the channel. We've got gaming videos. We've got us playing hide and seek, which was a little while ago, to be fair. And at the moment, Jack Leach, be relatively happy with the way that it is going for himself here, other than the fact that he hasn't been able to pick up that wicket. He needs a wicket if he does want a decent chance of being able to go on and really cement himself well. 110 viewers as well. Says Arthur, yeah, that's been flying up at the moment. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, because if we do hit 100 likes before the end of this session, which is in 14 minutes, I am going to be shaving off this part and leaving the mustache for the final 2 sessions of the day. Leach should practice to bowl a 1 line in good length as well. He is scattered, which released batsman pressure, unlike Lion Ashwin, which pitched a ball on the same point again. Exactly right. And he does seem to have that little bit less accuracy, I guess, and you never know where it is going to be going. For Jack Leach, the SCG is looking like a decent attendance. They were able to have 78,000 in total over the 3 days that have passed so far. It looks like, once again, they've got a pretty good crowd in. A little bit of weather might have held back a few people from wanting to go down and get damp at the ground, but overall, it's not looking too bad for them as well. I think that's it, over 20,000 in attendance for today as well, which is very great to see. But yeah, anyone who's new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. That's Class from Dan. I joke about that and PP photos, and always leave the comments on as well. And there's Sebastian also here. I've got there, yeah. And then also Leach should practice the bowl. Oh, sorry, I read that one, didn't I? At the moment, there is still plenty of pink around for the pink test at the SCG. It has always been the pink test for the Ashes since they started up in about 2000 and... Was it 2005 or 2000? And it wasn't actually too long ago. I think about 10 years. Also, I'm seeing 5-0 for Australia as well. Though at this stage, the rain is the thing that will be impacting that a lot, because we have got 60% chance of a draw, and it's still relatively likely that that draw will be taking place, just purely because of the fact that there's plenty of rain around in the air. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it is going to be easing up, I wouldn't say, in the next little while. And also, we've got there, come on, everyone, hit the like. Let's get this ugly beard off his face as well. Fair play. It's going to be not quite hit by Marcus Harris. And once again, it is just going to be the dot ball. And also, we have got there, no, I would not retract controversy as well. And there's Dan De Castro there. But at the moment, Harris is sitting there on 26 of 58 deliveries. Labuschagne 22 of 29. And the partnership starting to build towards 50 between these two. High boss on back. Palms should be used to rain as well, says David the Mod. That is true. We do normally get a lot of rain in terms of the English Ashes when it does take place, which is going to be in 2023 now, I believe, is the next time we do get to see the Ashes. And it will be in England. Should still be a very exciting one, though. In that regard, but at the moment, Ollie Pope, they are showing him behind the stumps. That is due to the injury of Josh Butler. A little bit of a yes and a no there from Marcus Harris. So Labuschagne was almost committed too far to be able to get back for that one. Another big yawn from myself. And also, yes, bro, Giles, a slow left arm spinner as well, says Insane Warrior. So perhaps they should look at other options in the future there for England. I know that they've got a few more tests this year. I just can't quite think of who they are playing in them. And also just stuff that doesn't fit the thread, like pronouncing Hamish or helping Hamish pronounce Giles as well. And there says Dan De Castro. And now it is going to be Jimmy Anderson bowling nicely, whipped to the leg side once again. 3 runs here for the Australians. Free, that is, rather than Three. It was just the single of that ball of Anderson there. At the moment, we have got there Giles negative bowling as well. Says Hika there in the chat. Although at this stage, you would say Jack Leach is relatively, I guess you could say, the same in the way that he is bowling. He does seem to always be bowling to that plan of trying to restrict them rather than trying to really kind of be an aggressive wicket taker. We saw that from Nathan Lyon yesterday. Even though he got smacked around the park, he was still putting the ball right up there. And if they miss, he was getting their wicket as well. Nice shot from Labuschagne, but great fielding from Dubba Milan was able to cut that one off as well. It'll be the end of the 18th over, and it is going to be 1 for 52 now for Australia. Australia? I said that very weird, didn't I? At the moment, I will have a quick look at what we are sitting on in that poll as well. So 1 to 3 is the favourite, and also 4 to 6 is the other favourite for how many wickets Australia will lose today. And 0 is 17%, but of course they have just had the 1 wicket falling so far today. But yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe on the live stream. We have got 14 likes to go in the next 10 minutes. If we do it, this ends up disappearing, and it will just be the Warner mustache. And what is the time there? At the moment, we are sitting there at 2:21 p.m. So we have got another 9 minutes left of this session. The draw is 2% likely, or sorry, 2% for England. I just heard read someone on here saying India deserve to win the World Cup, and also they joke as well. And there says David the Mod, and the chat as well. Jack Leach outside. That is the wicket. That's better from Jack Leach. And Marcus Harris, he is gone. I just had to wait to make sure that they were going to be giving it. But Jack Leach nails that one outside of the off stump, giving it a little bit of width, pitching the ball up. And he has been able to pick up the wicket of Harris as well. Wide outside of off stump. None of this bowling on the stump stuff. That has been just getting him whipped to the leg side, and he turned the ball, got wickets as well. Says Insane there in the chat. But now we are going to add Marcus Harris's name to the list, and it is Harris here. And that is going to be him gone for a total of 27 as well. Ollie Pope taking his second catch behind the stumps. He is very capable behind the stumps there. Now we will go like this, and we will put that back up, but it is a wicket for England. I got quite excited about that one, didn't I? Ellie picks up a wicket. What's going on in this test as well, and how many likes till now wicket fallen as well. And there's Seth Rahika there. So I believe we have still got another 10 likes or so. Who will win? Says Finna in the chat at the moment. Still 37% chance that Australia win, even with that wicket falling. And this one, will Joe Root remain the captain after the Ashes as well? Says Manib. It's a good question. I know that a lot of people saying Ben Stokes is an option, but trying to chase the wide one, and Leach can bowl well, as well, says Bob Marley there. Yeah, he picked up the wicket. And like I mentioned, he's going to need about 5 in this game to even have a chance of selection for the next matchup, but very nicely done. Rise of the ball, Ollie Pope behind the stumps does very nicely. And also we've got there win with the rain as well, says Dan DeCastro. Yeah, the rain is still around the stage without the deviation or without the drift, sorry. Did end up drifting nicely through the air. And Jack Leach does pick it up as well. Anyone know a legit free site or stream site for this match as well, says Bradford. Unfortunately, I don't believe there are too many that won't try and give you a virus overall. Although if you want highlights of the game, I recommend cricket.com.au, their YouTube channel. Does kind of post about 8-minute highlights after every single day of the test match and kind of gives you the best bits of what does go on. But unfortunately, for the whole live stream, I don't believe they have got a huge amount of options, unfortunately. Sorry. Next says they should play Pope as wicketkeeper, Bairstow and Butler as pure batsmen as well, says Uma. So I assume you're opening with one of those guys. Steve Smith straight away getting off the mark. Leach gives them a loosener, and that is going to be racing close to the boundary. Cut off in the deep by Dava Milan, and also Ben Stokes said himself he'd rather play under Joe Root captaincy as well, even though I feel Stokes would do a good job as well, says Bob Marley there. And also seeing only bowling to Tendulkar. That spell does not define his bowling abilities as well. And cheers, says Bradford there. No worries, mate. I could actually tell you what, I am going to save you guys a little bit of a job as well. I will put the cricket.com.au YouTube channel in the chat as well for the link to it if you guys do want to check it out. There we go. One moment. We will go here. They've got 8.41 million subscribers on there as well. We will go like this, and we will go like this as well. So that is the link to cricket.com.au's channel to be able to watch the highlights after the day is over, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to check it out as you do get to see the summary and kind of what happens and why I react the way I react, I guess you could say. And that was off the outside edge of Marnus. Well bowled by Jack Leach. They do get through for the single, though, and also we've got this game titled or tilted towards draw 70% as well. Definitely if the rain does still stick around later on. So it seems like Mukti preferred to leave instead of stop spoiling wickets, fair enough as well. And now cricket.com.au there. As Al says, Sebastian, it is indeed. And it's not about judging, mate. As Al, it's about the mindset. As Al says, Rahika there. And also, yeah, that stage, Jack Leach changing up the angle to Smith. Can he pick up another crucial wicket? Well bowled. And it's going to be shut down by Steve Smith straight away. Looks like there are a few more maybe footholds starting to build up on the surface, which does mean we do get to see maybe a bit more turn for these men as well, including Jack Leach, Nathan Lyon, Dava Milan, even if he wants to have a bowl. A bit straight there from Leach, and that is going to be the end of the over. Good over from Leach, picks up the wicket, and now it is going to be 2 for 56. I wouldn't mind seeing Joe Root also get a bit of a bowl here before the end of the session, which we are currently 5 minutes away from the end of it as well. So the ideal time to pick up that wicket as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. At the moment, our like goal was 100 by the end of the first session. If we hit it, this beard has to go. We are sitting on 90, so we're still 10 away in the next 5 minutes. So if you haven't already, be sure to leave that like and subscribe. If you do want to see me just have the Warner mustache for the second session, I haven't decided whether or not I actually want it yet, but we will have to wait to see. Who's your favorite batsman? I do enjoy watching. I mean, even though he can be, I guess, annoying to some people, Marnus Labuschagne is still very entertaining to watch when he has got the bat in hand. He just seems to bat so well and for so much time. As I have nothing even on the largest radar setting, as I have a feeling that app will 100% might be wrong as well. And that's actually like the Google weather one. So that makes you slightly concerned, I guess, when we think about it. But at this stage, I've got my fingers crossed that we don't see any rain here, because this match could go towards a result if we do end up getting to see a full one. As also we've got there a great site to watch a live Jill play, a good 4-day test as well. And there says Dan DeCastro there, and why did Australia bat 2 times? says Finna. So pretty much because England were able to chase it down to less than 200, it does mean that Australia weren't able to enforce the follow-on, because you do need a 200-run lead at least to be able to ask the other team to bat again high as well. And they're from Paddy Wagon. Welcome into the live stream. I hope you are doing well. At the moment, England just recently picked up the wicket, but they have got the Smith and Labuschagne combo now at the crease, which is always a very tough one to try and break up. Anderson, though, he has got the capability. Stuart Broad picking up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings for himself. At the moment, Jimmy Anderson going to be charging in. Zaya, it's like it says 100% rain in 30 minutes, where there is no rain as well in there. So, yeah, I guess that's the thing. I believe 4 p.m. for me is when it is going to be 100% rain. So we've got an hour and a half till that will be taking place. I believe something around there. And also you missed an I, as on this is that Castro outside of the off stump, once again left alone by Labuschagne. And also hit like as well. Says Siddhartha, yeah, if we get 10 more likes, this part's coming off. And it's just going to be the mustache. And also Root, Coley, Smith, Williamson, current masters of the game as well, says Papul there. That is true. And Kane Williamson, I know that New Zealand will be hoping he will be back relatively shortly and get a good chance, as I said, says Betty Wagon there. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Oh, we're on 92. I've just seen that pop up just a little bit more. 93. Oh, it's starting to tick over. I'm starting to regret my choice here, maybe. Depending on how it goes outside the off stump. Once again, left alone by Marnus Labuschagne. Currently, Smith sitting on 3 off 4. Labuschagne sitting on 23 off 35. I believe he hasn't really scored too many runs in his past, maybe 20 balls or so for himself. So that is probably somewhere that Marnus, I mean, he can bat time, but it's probably not what you want in this situation. The draw is 60% at the moment. Now, no doubt at present up, coming African bats as well. Matt Peterson, as he is just fantastic with his tight defense as well. Says Rahika there in the chat. Anderson, 4 dots in a row. Speaking of defense, Marnus Labuschagne normally pretty solid. And also we have got there, can you hear the sound of the clippers as well? And there says Sebastian, it's getting closer. 7 likes away. And the clippers are going to be going, and they are going to be taking off the beard. It's been growing for that's the thing. I can't even remember the last time that I didn't have the beard. I think it was actually South Africa versus Australia for the rugby. I was like, if South Africa lose this match, I am going to shave off the beard. And also we have got there, just posted a revised schedule, by the way, on the Instagram as well. I will have to get straight onto that because we want to make sure that we're not doing games at random hours if they're not on at random hours. Nicely played once again by Labuschagne, whipped off the pads. Revised schedule, the BF has converted an adjustment schedule for the week of January 10th to 16th as well. Okay. We'll screenshot that. January 8th. Hey, that's today. So it's going to be at 6:05. Okay, so there's actually going to be 2 games on tonight, similar to what we were going to have, and they will overlap for today as well. Which does mean we are going to be missing one of those games, and depending on whether or not there is rain later on, they're just showing that wicket of Warner. It was the pace of wood that went straight across of David Warner, found the outside edge, and then the second wicket did fall, and it was Jack Leach who was able to pick it up, and that was from chasing a slightly wider delivery there for Marcus Harris. Ends up getting the edge and had it going through. So the revised schedule, I have to have a look at what kind of the difference is between that schedule and what we have at the moment type thing, or before the changes, I guess you could say as well. At the moment, Ollie Pope, he's a very happy man with reaching 230, so I believe this will be the last over of this innings now, or this session, I should say, instead. And that is going to be just the 1 ball bowled of the Jack Leach over so far. If he can pick up another wicket right now, that would be absolutely huge for the English in this situation, and they go into the next session with a lot of confidence. Steve Smith on strike. He is a man that they want to have going away. I bet on England as well to win. Is there any chance for them to win as well? Says it was their shot from Steve Smith, advances down the wicket. And it is very nicely done as well. I was got there. Did you see Sport can't stream his powers out? I did not know that at this stage, because I know that he would have been covering the Ashes as well, if I'm not wrong there. So hopefully his power isn't out for too long, and it does end up coming back relatively soon as well. And I bet on England to win. I would say, I mean, it says 4% chance of them being able to win this game, which isn't exactly a huge amount, but there's still a chance at this point in time. We'll have to wait and see how it does go. But Jack Leach now, once again, going to be ready to go. Steve Smith sitting there on 7 runs of 5 deliveries. Just sits it down the ground for 4 casually for Steve Smith. Nice shot down the ground, and that is going to be another single. Just rotating the strike nicely here. We're on 96 likes, 4 more likes before the last 3 balls of this match, and the beard goes, the mustache comes out for David Warner, and 5 more lights come on as well. Says Siddhartha there, and at the chat as well. At the moment now, Jack Leach, once again, he is going to be rearing to go, trying to get another wicket. If he can pick up a wicket of Labuschagne or Smith here, those are 2 crucial ones that they will certainly want to try and get themselves sooner rather than later. As soon as you let Labuschagne and Smith get set, Labuschagne debatably is already set here. And normally, unless you get extremely lucky, you do not stop that man from getting the 50. They did get lucky in the first one. He only got 28 runs until Mark Wood was able to clean him up. But at the moment now, 2 balls left here for Marnus Labuschagne to face. Goes for it. It's in the air. It's gone through the gap, though, for Marnus. And that was almost another half chance there for England. Dubber Milan able to field it nicely. It was actually Craig Overton who did get down there. And they have been able to get back for the 3 runs. And now final ball of the session. It is going to be Steve Smith, who is on strike now for this one. At the moment, I mean, it was straight through the gap. It was well placed by Marnus, so it was always going to be probably an impossible chance of a catch, but it was slightly lofty there from Marnus, so that is always good news for the English as well. And like, let's do this as well, says it Siddhartha there in the chat. Steve Smith hits it down the ground. That is going to be the dot ball. In 99, you need 1, as well, says Bradford there in the chat. Oh, someone took away there, like mine is down to 97 now. As over there is going to be the end of this session. Smith sitting on 8 off 7. Labuschagne sitting on 28 off 40, and Leach 7 up pies as well, says Aussie Mozzie. He was, but he did get the wicket in the end of Marcus Harris, and it was that drift that did lead to him being able to pick up that one. But in this session, in the 30.1 overs, we had 102 runs. Wickets, we did see 5. And also, I guess some of those wickets, though, did fall for England rather than just for Australia. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, what you thought of this 250 would be fighting total on the last day as well. It would be indeed. I'm still going to check the rain radar, even though it seems like it's not completely accurate. We're still going to see what they are saying at the moment for this stage of the match. So for 2 p.m., okay, 2 p.m. has now become 100%. Earlier on 2 p.m., their local time was only 90. So 1 p.m., which is 3 p.m. my time, which is in about 25 minutes or so, it is supposed to be raining at the ground. But by the looks of it, at this stage, we're not going to get to see that rain. And hopefully that whole rain kind of just goes around the SCG, just goes in a big old circle like that. And we do get to see plenty more cricket being played today as well. But Labuschagne sitting there on 28 off 40. Harris was the second wicket to fall for Australia, getting 27 off 61 in the first of which David Warner, he was sitting there 3 runs off 18 balls as well. So far, just the 1 wicket for each of the 2 bowlers, Wood and Leach, and then Broad and Anderson, both keeping it tidy with about 2 runs per over off of their batting as well. Off their bowling, I should say. Stuart Broad, though, he was able to get himself, I think he got more than 15 runs when he was batting. I think he was somewhere around 15 anyway for Stuart Broad. And Mark Wood, he did go very nicely for himself, 39 runs with the bat in hand. Okay, bye, see you later as well, says Siddhartha. So we are going to have a little bit of a break here in the coming moments. But Australia at the moment, they have got a bit of a lead here for themselves. Australia leading by 188 runs for themselves here as well. But nonetheless, I guess we will stick around for a little bit longer. We will talk about this game, and then we'll be having about a 10 or 15-minute break in between for the lunch break, and then we will be back for the next stage of this match as well. But I guess the big question, how many wickets will Australia lose in the next 30 overs if we do get through it? Oh, okay, I'm seeing a little bit of wind there at the ground at the moment, so I'm hoping that wind is going to blow the rain away from the ground rather than towards it, because or else then we might end up seeing a little bit of rain. And last day, lucky if we get 30 non-rain overs as well. I think it was going to be similar for today, so hopefully it does end up sticking away as well. They can't seem to, or they still need to fit in the 6s in the heat game as well, says Kai Broom. So yeah, that one will need to go in at some stage. And also Stars versus Strikers, I assume they have revised a new day for that one. In fact, we will have a look at the revised schedule while we have got a bit of a spell. So pretty much for the games that are taking place tonight, we have got the Melbourne Renegades versus Sydney Thunder. That will be starting at 8:05 p.m. New Zealand time, 6:05 local time. And I believe that's at Marvel Stadium. Yes, it is. Then Brisbane Heat versus Hobart Hurricanes. That will be at the Gabba at 8:30 local time, so 10:30 New Zealand time. And that is going to be overlapping with that game that has taken place originally. So because of that, it does mean that we will be missing out on one of those ones. I would think then January 9th is going to be the Sydney Sixers versus Perth Scorchers. That is when it was going to be taking place, 9:15 New Zealand time. Then we've got a game at 2:10 p.m. on January 10th here, Hobart Hurricanes versus Sydney Thunder. So we won't be able to cover that one at the MCG. And I believe That is going to be back-to-back hitters, Melbourne Stars versus Adelaide Strikers later on. And at that night as well. Saturday today says Reed Nichols, it is indeed. And also we have got their Stars games they have fixed as well. Every team plays 14 except sixes in heat as well. And there as well, says Kai Broom. So I guess that will be interesting to see how the totals kind of end up sitting with the point system at the end of that as well. Perth Scorchers, Melbourne Stars. Okay, so they're squeezing in a few earlier games throughout the next few weeks. And unfortunately, a lot of those early games are actually going to be overlapping with New Zealand versus Bangladesh. So we'll have to make big decisions on which ones we cover, as our bold green denotes changes to the original fixtures. So that is when we've got the 2-10 games at the MCG and also at the Marvel Stadium. There is going to be Sydney Thunder, Hobart Hurricanes. There's actually an AM game in Australia, Adelaide Strikers versus Melbourne Stars. They're going to be squeezing in. And then also the Melbourne Stars versus Brisbane Heat that will be taking place on January 16th. So we will keep you guys updated on how they are all sitting as they keep on changing for the BBL, but I know there is going to be a player pool that they are all able to go into and kind of get the players that they do need to fill in the rest of their squads as well. A little bit of liquid. Cheers, everyone. Hope you are all having a great day. And also, be sure to leave a like on this live stream. I've decided, because I am a relatively nice fellow, I guess you could say I am sticking around just a little bit longer. We're sitting on 97. We're so close to that 100. If we do hit the 100, this part's coming off and it will just be the Warner moustache for the second session of this day as well. And England fielding setup so defensive. They literally only trying to stop boundaries instead of setting up attacking fields. England won't chase over 250. England defo in for innings defeat as well, says Bob Marley there in the chat as well. Yeah. The moment, 4% chance for England. They need to pick up Smith and Labuschagne and also Khawaja pretty much straight away. I feel like Cameron Green is probably the easiest wicket of the middle order. Then they've also got Alex Carey, who will also maybe score a few quick runs as England going to bat again as well, says Finner. They will indeed. It is just whether or not Australia decide to send them in there needing around that 100 and, or I guess 200 mark or the 300 mark. It will be one of those two. I don't think they'll try and get it over a 300-run lead, though, because or else then there may not be enough time. Definitely with the rain that is supposed to be falling relatively soon at the ground and also over the next day, which is the final day of the test match, and that is going to be taking place tomorrow. We've also got Bangladesh versus New Zealand that we will be covering on the channel tomorrow. It's funny how New Zealand feels like future in Canada. It's our same USA East Coast. You quote your time, and so I subtract 6 hours and switch AM to PM. That's nuts. You're 18 bloody hours ahead as well, says Dan DeCastro. We are indeed, so I can tell you what the weather's doing tomorrow if you like. Should be sunny there. Although saying that in Canada, it's winter at the moment, isn't it? So it's probably gonna snow. To be honest, it will be a bit chilly. As I know, Amish, good morning, bro, as well. And this from Vishal. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. And yeah, I hope you are enjoying the Ashes so far. We've got plenty more Ashes content coming. We have got the Hobart Hurricanes game that is going to be taking place. Oh, sorry, not the Hobart Hurricanes game, but the game that is taking place between the two sides at Blundstone Arena in Hobart. That is going to be kicking off a little bit later on. And it is a day-night test match as well. And Yo in there, as I says, and us, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well as well. At the moment, the BBL, they have revised the schedule and very winter low, minus 10 degrees Celsius today, as I says, Dan DeCastro. So that is a little bit chilly, that is for sure. And also, now that I remember, I am quickly going to go here and I am going to add in the video that I did mention about that I was going to be showing you guys in the kind of innings break. So we'll just get that one up as well. Pretty much, I had an interesting situation that happened to me yesterday. I went outside, just didn't seem right for some reason, and there is a reason for that. And once that video loads, I will be able to show you guys as well. Dan, he could even tell you the lotto numbers as well, says there, Robert there. Exactly right. And how come Australia did bat 3 days in a row, but England didn't. So Australia, they did end up batting for the first and a bit day. And then from there, England did bat for a little bit longer as well. Who do you think will win this test match as well, says Anis. At this stage, I would say the draw is more likely than England winning, and also the draw is more likely than Australia winning. But if someone does get a result, I believe it will be Australia who is able to get in there as well. And low Rob and the chat. But nonetheless, this is the video, ladies and gentlemen, that I have got for myself from yesterday. A lovely day out here. Who are you? There you go. There was a chicken in my backyard, and I don't know where it came from until we worked out that someone had lost their chicken, of course. So it was just chilling out there. It was like in the backyard, the front yard. It was just hunting through the gardens and whatnot, trying to find all the little food that it was after. And it was just chilling. I live in town. I'm not on a farm. I don't live near a farm. It's just random chicken. Yeah. There you go. But we did end up finding out where that chicken came from. As it was actually one of the neighbors, a couple houses down, they had chickens, and one of them had escaped. It had decided that it wanted to go on a chicken holiday, and it ended up holidaying straight into our front yard and seeing how it was going over there. So that's where the chicken came from. So we just gave it back. We didn't keep it, even though it was a friendly chicken. My dad actually was able to go over, pick it up, and then kind of carry it back over to its house. And it didn't even try and bite him or anything. I remember back when I used to collect a few eggs from out on a farm. Like those chickens were aggressive. Like you turn your back for half a second, one of them will just jump on it and decide that it wants to perch on your shoulder as well, or else they're looking for a mate as well. And this is down to Castro. The thing is, it was a bloody big chicken. I believe it is a chicken anyway. I don't believe it was a rooster. I believe it was the chicken there, but it was just chilling. It was just going out and about, having a bit of a geese in the evening. That was straight after the live stream. I went outside and I was just like, chicken. Why is there a chicken there? As I feel like that is one of those weird situations that you don't see in town very often. So far now, animals that I've seen or had in my backyard: cat, dog, chicken. What else have we got? As I also hi, and there's us, and I hope you are doing well, mate. Chicken. We've had a sheep or a lamb in the backyard as well. And then also we've had a frog, even though we don't live near a swamp or anything like that. Hi as well. Chat from us, be careful. Or else I think Robert might end up trying to time you out if you do keep on spamming hello into the chat as well. But nonetheless, I think we are getting close to our little innings break that we will be having for ourselves. I do see that we've hit the 100 likes as well. So I've got some shaving to do for myself before we get back for the next innings as well, which will be starting at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time as well. So I will quickly update that. We will go here. 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time is when session 2. You live in New Zealand? I do indeed, which is why we wouldn't expect to see frogs and chickens and all sorts in the backyard as well. And how many hours left for the game to end as well, says Spinner. So at this stage, you have got yourself another, I believe, for this game to end, minimum, we have got another maximum 10 hours or 15 hours, I think, somewhere around that mark, somewhere around the middle of that one. Probably about 12, 13 hours left, because they do actually come back tomorrow for another 8 hours of this one as well. For 2 sessions, probably 4 hours as well. That is for today, and then we have got tomorrow. As on England need quick 3 wickets. They do indeed for sure. We will have to wait and see whether or not they can get the job done. But nonetheless, do appreciate you all being here. We will be back in around, we'll go a little bit earlier than 3:10. I think we'll probably end up coming back at about 3:05, somewhere around there. I'll go have a snack, go get refreshed, go have a shave, and be ready to go for the next session. And will England bat today as well? There's a chance that they may be batting by the end of today, depending on whether or not the rain does stay away throughout this match. So there is a chance for them to get a bat, depending on how well they bowl, and also depending on how many overs Australia decide that they do want to go for. But nonetheless, thank you all very much for being here. I will see you all in a very short moment with session 2 of the Ashes as well. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. We've lost the beard. We are now David Warner, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few less thousand, runs on the board, unfortunately, for ourselves. We have got there. Hi, Hamish from Warriors fan. Welcome in to the live stream. And just remember, England have already lost the Ashes. Are they planning to avoid the 5-0 whitewash? As I says, Robert, and they are certainly going to need a few more wickets falling for them in this session as well, if they do want a chance of being able to really avoid that chance. And also, do you guys think Hamid should be dropped for the last test? I think so. I think they should go with either, maybe, I mean, we've seen him out on the field already. What's his name? I've already forgotten his name, unfortunately. The man who was out there who was replacing Mark Wood. I can see his face. He was running before. I can even tell you almost the number on his back. I think it's about number 68, but I can't think of exactly who it is. It's not Zach Crawley. It's the other fellow. I'd like to see him get a chance at some stage, but I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you are excited for yet again another session. Did you shave as well, says Warriors fan? I did indeed. It was the forfeit. If we had 100 likes, I did have to, had to have a shave. So boom, we have got now, the beard is gone. I've just got this here now. And that is the last bit of hair on my face, other than my eyebrows, which are not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, before we start suggesting such stuff like that. But at the moment, we've got another 7 minutes, and then it is going to be back underway. Now, the rain, I believe, for now is still going to be staying away, but at about 4 p.m., there is a 100% guarantee, according to the weather reports, that there is going to be rain in the air. So hopefully that's not going to be the case. So hopefully we don't get to see too much rain throughout this whole last 2 days of the session as well. But do let me know now, ladies and gentlemen, in this session, how many wickets are Australia going to lose? Do you feel that they will lose any, or will Smith and Labuschagne be able to just keep on going on for themselves and get themselves to a very nice total? At the moment, 33% of you have said that it will be 4 to 6 wickets falling for Australia in total for today. And I assume at the end of the day, they will more than likely send in England, and then they will try and make their way forward. But yeah, 4 p.m. at the moment is 100% chance of rain. At the moment, they say there's 80% chance of rain for at SCG, or maybe not the SCG, but just Sydney in general. And of course, Sydney, quite a large place. So it does mean that hopefully we will still get to see a little bit more action taking place throughout today. And if we get another 3 or so hours in, I call that a success with the way that the weather report, is saying that it is going to be as well. So we will have to wait and see how it does end up going. But at the moment, I would say if they can get out Smith before he reaches 25, in fact, yeah, actually, Labuschagne before he reaches 35, Smith before he reaches 15. If they can get these two guys out extremely soon, as I enjoy Akaro, as on there says Rahi there, another chat. But I would say if they can both get out in the next kind of little moment, and also we have got there, or is that KO maybe for us in Australia / New Zealand? I believe KO is a best information source for kind of like, I guess, the kind of watching the live broadcast as well, or cricket information as well. And there says Radhi. Yeah, and that's as well. But at the moment, we will have to wait and see how many runs they can bring up on the board. Australia, I believe they'll be going for minimum 250, maybe 275, 300 is the number that they will be going for. And Jonny Live's broadcaster said England is praying for rain as well. Only rain can save yet another defeat as well, says Changing Live broadcast. Exactly right. They do need the rain, or they do need to get these quick wickets. It needs to be raining wickets, not raining actual rain, for England to be able to have a chance of winning. But at the moment, the draw is 57%. So it is the more likely of the two. Hamish, looking forward to the Japanese rugby in an hour. Looking forward to it. I'll keep you updated as well, says Aiden. So I will be looking forward to that as well. I believe I will be able to have it on my screen as well to have a little look at it as well. I feel like I'm not quite central, so we'll go like that. I always go the wrong way every single time. There we go. We are now sitting a little bit more central, although there is a glowing light from that side, so we will get rid of that. Now I'm too far the other way, aren't I? No, not that way, this way. Go about there as well. But anyone who wasn't here at the start of the innings break, I will show the little short clip that I did end up filming yesterday in my backyard. I live in town, a small town, and this is what I found in the backyard yesterday. It is about a 6-second clip. Hope you guys do enjoy it. A lovely day out here. Who are you? There was a chicken in my backyard. I don't own chickens, so I was very confused, but it was actually one of the neighbor's chickens we did see in the end, and we were able to work out that is why there was a random chicken that was just lurking around. It just decided that it was out and about. It was on a chicken holiday. It's probably lucky that it did go into our backyard and not one with a dog, or else they could have ended up with a bit of a chicken feed for that dog. But the chicken's still alive. Chicken's still healthy. It did end up getting returned home to safety And it will be probably watching the Ashes today as well, because everyone has got their eyes on this test match at the moment, whether or not Australia are going to be able to finish this game with a 4-0 lead, or whether England can fight back, or do we see some more rain and end up with the draw here. As did you eat it for dinner? I did not eat it for dinner. We did return it home to a couple houses down. So people have chickens in town where we are. Which, I mean, as long as they're not like roosters. There used to be someone, I think it was like 2 streets over, who used to have a rooster, and you knew when it was early because, you pretty much heard the rooster going for it as well. On a farm, a rooster's a good idea. In town, not so much. I feel like that makes your neighbours not like too much. Shouldn't the eyebrows go as well, says Robert? No way, mate. The eyebrows are staying right there on my head for now, and also probably forever as well. I don't think we are ever going to get to the stage of shaving the eyebrows off. I don't think there is a number of money-wise that would be able to convince me that my eyebrows do need to go, because they take a while to grow back as well, I would think, and I wouldn't be able to leave my house. And also, the worst thing is, like, leaving the house, that won't be too tricky, but I do videos. So, you guys would get to see my eyebrows gone every single time as well. I feel like the best bet is, if I was to have to shave my eyebrows, I would also dye my hair blonde, and just say that my eyebrows are just very, like, I guess they kind of blend in. I feel like that would have to be the way. It looks great, Amish, as well. You look like a Mexican luchador who's turned to movies as well. And there's Sebastian there. Yeah, I do normally get confirmed as an 80s adult entertainer, I guess we could say. How long do they have left to lunch as well, says Anton? At this stage, 2 minutes left till they are going to be back out on the field. And at the moment, it's looking like a nice enough day. So hopefully we do get another full session worth of play. It should only be the 2 hours, but they may go 2.5, depending on how much more time they need to make up with the rain as well. I agree, Seb. And there says Robert as well. Now, they are going to be very, very close to making their way back out on the field. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who is going to be the first wicket that they lose into this matchup. Is it going to be Steve Smith? Is it going to be Marnus Labuschagne? Who out of the 2 best buddies is going to be going back to the changing room? And then the new partnership with Khawaja will then begin. How much did Bairstow end up making? He did end up getting 113 runs for himself, Jonny Bairstow. And then he did go out. He had 8 fours, 3 sixes. So he did bring up that 100. Ben Stokes, 66 as the second highest for England. And then it was 39 for Mark Wood. And also we've got the No family-friendly firms as well. And there, yeah, like a 90s lawyer will go. Instead, what are you watching it on? I am watching it on Sky Sport 1 here in New Zealand. But I know that Australia have got the option of KO. Also, I believe it's on Stan. It's also on Fox, I believe, for Australia. So I believe it is free to air for you guys in Australia. BT Sport for England, or also Sky Sports in the UK, I believe, is the other one. And then also DSTV, I believe, for South Africa. We have got the 113. He went out broad, came on then Anderson as well. And there says Robert. And they also had Jack Leach, who was also out there for just a little bit of time, got himself 10 runs, and then ended up going out trying to play a sweep shot, unfortunately. Same way as Alex Carey was dismissed. As I did you land up watching the women's AFL last night. I watched about a session of it, I believe it was, or kind of a quarter, I should say, as well. It looked like it was a good game. Overall high scoring one, nice enough day as well. I was more worried about the roundabout at the start in the background, because it looked like someone was going to end up colliding in that one as well. It kind of makes you think about other people's driving, but I was watching the sport as well. It was very good. And Channel 7, KO and Foxtel as well. And also we have got there, how does the weather look in Sydney as well, says Sebastian. So at 4 p.m., which is 50 minutes time, there's apparently 100% chance of rain, and that is continuing right through to 8 p.m. New Zealand time. So I'm hoping that will be wrong. I'm hoping that is very wrong. In fact, I'm hoping we get a full day worth of cricket. It doesn't look like it's too overcast and dingy at the moment at the ground, though. Seems like maybe it might be going around them for the weather, which would be fantastic if we do get to see plenty more of the action taking place, which is about to get back underway. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. There's still blue sky in the background. The cloud cover still a little bit, so there might be a bit of swing on offer here. I'd like to see Joe Root have a bowl alongside maybe David Milan, just a couple over, see what he can do with the way that he can bowl it with the leg spin and part-time leg spin. I mean, you never know quite what to expect. But Marnus Labuschagne and now Steve Smith, how much time this year have those two spent at the crease together? Even like just in the last 365 days. Like, there is a reason they are good friends, and that's because they pretty much spend every hour of every day at the crease batting together. And then also they both enjoy bowling a little bit of leg spin if they need to. Labuschagne a bit more than Steve Smith. The only time we've seen Steve Smith bowl the leg spin in this Ashes series, it is going to be it was actually when he was captain as well. And who's batting now? It is still Australia, Marnus, and also Steve Smith, who will be at the crease. I don't get we aren't we supposed to win by now as well? Says someone named Joshi as well. I believe the rain has delayed the result of this one, and I'm hoping it doesn't delay it so much so that it does become the draw. I'm hoping we do get to see a winner for this one, a nice bro as well. And there says Amir. And now we are going back out there. It is going to be more than likely Mark Wood rearing to go. He's got a new change of pants because he did have blood seeping through his last one. So it's nice that they found him a nice, fresh looking pair that he will probably end up bleeding through in the next kind of few moments as well. Do they both have sandpaper as well, says Nicholas? I don't think they're quite allowed it since last time for either sides, I guess. So they probably have banned that for now. And is there a rain delay at this stage? There seems to be no rain delay at all. It might end up being a rain delay in like an hour or so if the cloud cover starts to kind of become a little bit more like grey cloud. Partnership of 14 runs off 17 balls so far for these two. And now we are ready to go on Sunday. Is it raining for the New Zealand Test as well? I believe it's supposed to be nice tomorrow for the New Zealand Test, but the later 2 days are supposed to have rain on them as well. How much times will Australia bat? Or how much times Australia will bat today as well? Says Finna there. So at this stage, until they end up either losing their wickets or they will end up possibly going down into the situation of, I guess, it's a tricky one. I feel like Australia want to get 250 to 300 as well. And also we've got that. And as I said, your voice is annoying. Can you speak slower? As well, says Anis, I can try, but I'll probably end up speaking quicker as well. But I do apologize for the annoyingness of my voice, Anis. And also we have got there, are you going to stream the Australia versus New Zealand on the 30th of January? I am indeed. The ODI, we are going to be there. And also last one, are you doing some rugby tonight? I don't believe we will squeeze in any rugby live streams for the Japanese top league, but we have got the England fans praying for rain. It's just cringeworthy as well. It's still a whitewash if they don't win a test, as Al says, Skunky Monkey there. Although I think it does take away that 5-0 that a lot of people are talking about as of late. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are rearing to go as well. And also why England didn't get that much long of batting as well, says Finna. It is because they got bowled out, unfortunately for them. At Mark Wood charging in there, bowling his first ball, 137.8 Ks. So not the quickest delivery that he has gone for the English rugby, I meant as well. And there says Aiden, I believe with the way that it does overlap with the New Zealand versus Bangladesh, I don't think we're going to get any rugby in this weekend either, unfortunately. Hopefully, if there is a game at a decent hour, I will be able to cover it, but I will keep you guys updated in terms of all the results of those ones as well. Nicholas has said there, New Zealand World Test champs, England, Ottamish, oh dear as well. And there says Nicholas, and I think they'll get a run first ball as well, says Anton there. They did indeed. They were able to work it to the league side, and Labuschagne was able to get himself a nice cheeky single. So now Steve Smith going to be on strike now. 8 runs off 7 deliveries for him. Off the outside edge, wait is the call, and Milan fields it nicely. And they do not get the single off Steve Smith's. Whereas Aussie's going to try and score around 110, 120 in this session as well to put the pressure on the English to give them 10 to 15 overs tonight. As I'm going to go and look up the cricket rules as well. Says Skunky Monkey there in their chat as well. And Steve Smith, Test versus England. He's got an average of 63. I love you, Pakistan, as well. Says, I may appreciate you being here, mate. If you are new, anyone who is in the chat, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Everyone subscribe. Everyone subscribe to Kiwi Lads. Great commentary as well. Says Muhammad Aslam there in the chat. I do appreciate you a lot, mate, for being here. Mark Wood charging in once again. Flip to the leg side, and Steve Smith gets himself the single. In England, 294 was actually great from 36 to 4 as well. And since rain hasn't washed the test away yet, that innings saving the match as well. Exactly right. They are still, that's the thing. The live predictors in Australia had them as 0% chance of winning. And I don't think a team is ever 0%. They're 4% at the moment, but at least they've got some sort of percentage on the board there. And also love you, Pakistan, in there. Says Amir there as well. At the moment, Steve Smith, it's just showing the test average by opponent. His lowest average is actually up against South Africa. Okay, bro. And there says Emil, and also what England has to DL. What does England? What England has to did? Finna, you may have to explain that one a little bit more. Almost outside of the edge does Marnus. He's gone. And Mark Wood picks up the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, who's disappointed. He's going to be on his way. And that is going to be the big wicket of Labuschagne early on for Mark Wood. He's got him 3 times so far in this Ashes. And don't you think these days all home teams have a massive advantage in Test cricket? I believe so, because they know the conditions a lot better. But Mark Wood there outside of the off stump. edge there from Marnus through to the keeper, and Pope so far has taken every catching opportunity that he has had. And Markwood, he is fired up, picks up another one. That man is just a trooper for a side. I really want England to win. Well, that helps him out a little bit more with Marnus losing his wicket on 29. That's actually twice that he has lost his wicket around that 28, 29 mark as well. Labuschagne, he's got a hard name to spell, but that is going to be the wicket, as well. We will go like that, and we will go like that. So now Usman Khawaja, the man who was able to get the high score for them in the first innings, he is making his way out to the middle, and that is why the crowd are all applauding a good old Woody as well. Woody is on fire in this test as well. Great batting and bowling effort, exactly right. He's been showing why, I guess that's the thing. They normally don't play him in back-to-back tests. Maybe he's just proving that they should be, because he is certainly being able to break through for this one as well. And also for the England won't win as well. Says Skunky Monkey there, and the plot thickens. As well, says Dan DeCastro, and Amir has said Australia win as well there. But Woody was celebrating. It was given out. He just steams in. Good pace. And once again, Marnus actually very similar dismissal to Joe Root, who did chase a wide ball that he didn't need to play at. And it was Pope who was able to take the catch once again. That is 3 catches so far for Ollie Pope. 3 wickets for England. And now Mark Wood, he is going to be charging in one more time. 2 more times, actually. He's got Khawaja on strike here. Also his fielding, he gives it all out there as well. Exactly right. Like we saw him in the outfield. Like he was diving, even though his knee was bloody. Like he just dove straight on it without even hesitating. Like a lot of players would have been like, oh, I'll switch to the other side so that I make sure I slide on the knee that's not injured. He went, nah, I'm going to just dive down here. I'm going to slide along. It's going to hurt like an absolute just massive amount, but I'm still going to do it. And then he dove the very next ball. And then Jimmy Anderson helped him picking him out. Did Australia won as well? Says Finna, not yet. At this stage, we have still got plenty more time, about 12 more hours of test match cricket. And I was like, hey, bro, Hamish, good afternoon. Good bouncer there from Mark Wood at 146.4 Ks straight into almost Khawaja's helmet grill. That very first ball as well. But Mark Wood, he's steaming in 2 wickets so far for this man. Tell you what, if England somehow win this match, I'm not saying they will, I'm not saying they won't, but I'm just saying if they do, Mark Wood for me has to be man of the match. The way he batted, the way he's bowled, the way he's fielded, and just kept on going and going and going. Even though Stuart Broad got a fifer in the first innings, I feel like Mark Wood could be closing on maybe a fifer in the second. Usman Khawaja now. To be fair, Stuart Broad actually batted very well as well, though, so I guess it would be quite a bit of a battle that's popped off the surface there for Mark Wood. And that will be the end of the over. Usman Khawaja, just a little sly smile there, looking at the way that one has carried through. And Smith sitting on 9 off 9, and now they are 3 for 68 here. And also, what's the change of England winning? It is 5% now rather than 4. So they're still not giving them a huge amount of chance, but the chance of Australia winning this game has gone up to 43%, the draw down to 52% at this current time. And I mentioned they needed to get out Labuschagne before he reaches 35. My other part of that was Steve Smith before he reaches 15. So he's got another 6 runs that Steve Smith is going to require to be able to go above what I said that he would be needing. But as soon as Woods saw that he got that wicket, he was just overwhelmed with emotion there. 68 for 3. This would be great if it wasn't for that massive first innings as well. Says Sebastian there. Yeah, exactly right. And also how many wickets England need to win as well, says Spinner. So they will need to get 7 more wickets. And then after that, they will have to chase down whatever Australia set on the total. So at the moment, Australia, they lead by 190 runs. So however many extra they get after that, that is how England are going to be going on. And they will have to try and get that many runs as well. But Stuart Broad now back in the bowling attack. 4 overs bowled, 8 runs so far for him, but no wickets taken. And England need to restrict Australia lead under 280. Their match will be a very good open both teams as well. And definitely if we do end up in this situation that we're sitting in at the moment, it was supposed to be raining at, I believe, 4 p.m. is the earliest stage that it is going to be raining. So hopefully that isn't going to be the case. And do you guys like Malta as well? Very nice place, Malta overall from what I have seen there. Who knows, maybe one day I will end up heading over as well. It's going to be a good straight drive there from Steve Smith. Cut off nicely, though. Once again, that was actually Craig Overton, who was the replacement fielder out there. I know that Stokes is still struggling a little bit in terms of that side injury. And also, remember Simon Lodes sliding infield and Oz career finishing stuff as well. Simon Jones, sorry. And there as well. I haven't actually seen that one, I don't believe. But Mark Wood at the moment just taking pictures with some children as well. And he is getting a round of applause from the crowd for the sportsmanship as well. And what is more important, runs or wickets as well, says Spinner. They are both a crucial part of cricket. You can't win a game without getting runs. You can't win a game without getting wickets as well. So it does mean that both of them, runs on the border is always scoreboard pressure. And that is what Australia have been able to create. But England have been handling that pressure so far in this match, not too badly overall. And also hi from Renee. Oh, Renee. Is it Renee? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And yeah, welcome into the live stream. Hope you are doing well. At the moment, England just recently picked up the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. Yesh Singh, sorry, had said hi as well. Welcome in. And also Hamish looking for adventure on the Maltese shores as well. Said Sebastian there, but Mark Wood, he was fired up. And he will be getting that ice cream that I mentioned after this match. Now, surely, with the way that he has just gone, late played there by Steve Smith, sitting on 9 runs. They get him out for less than 6 more. I am going to say that England go up to about 7%. I think I said that they would be. If that was the case, they're still sitting at 5% as of this moment, though. Mark Wood once again going to be taking more pictures with the crowd as well. And they are just saying thank you as well for Mark Wood. And I feel like that is what the Ashes, in a way, is all about. It's about the fans who have tuned in every single game, rain or shine, they are there and they are supporting their teams. Although the match is at a crucial stage as well. But Australia have a big lead. They do indeed. And that is why England need a few more wickets. Steve Smith solid behind the ball from Stuart Broad. I think Wood actually has the best chance of being able to get Steve Smith out as well because of that extra place bowlers, okay? But that has always let us down. So 0% as well. And there says Nicholas there, I don't understand cricket. I bet on England thinking they have a chance to win. How much were they paying Finner at the stage that you did bet on them? Out of curiosity, because if they were paying about $50 like they were on the New Zealand TAB yesterday, they probably didn't have a decent chance of being able to go on and get the win there. But nothing is impossible. We have seen it in cricket before. Just look at Headingley. A couple of years ago, we did get to see when Jack Leach and also Ben Stokes just sat out there, kept on going and going and going, and were able to chase down a monumental total with the final wicket partnership to be able to win that game for England. Khawaja said the non-strikers indeed. Someone is throwing a ball around or someone's just been kicked out of the ground because the crowd are cheering big time here at the moment. Stuart Broad now he is going to be ready to steam in one more time for this over. 5 dot balls in a row, trying to create a little bit of pressure here. They've got a slip, but that is all that they have actually got. They've got a backward point as well here for Stuart Broad. Nicely played by Steve Smith. $51 as well, says Finner. Yeah, see, that's quite a high number for cricket. Like normally an underdog in cricket would be paying about $2, $2.50, somewhere around there, rather than 51. And I put in $1,000. That probably wasn't a good idea. I'll be honest, it might be a $1,000 donation to the gambling man at this stage. And son Goliath, I should thump the loopers as well. And there says Aiden there. And the chat, but they are just showing there Usman Khawaja in the first innings when he was able to pick up his century back in the side at 35 years of age, getting his first opportunity of the Ashes, and does end up picking up the 100 runs as well. Has fired up big time. Usman Khawaja, good celebration as well as the comment from the commentary there. And at the moment, Khawaja, he is going to be on strike now. Oh, good ball there from Mark Wood, just outside of the outside edge. And if you win, if I win, I get 10,002K. As I also says, yes, sir, there. Did you put it on England as well? Yes, sir. And also, we got that England have a good chance to Australia to 150 to 160, about to the target as well. A lot to the target, 270 to 280, but Australia's strong middle order as well in there. And now at this moment, we will have to wait and see how it does end up going here for the Australians. They need to make sure they don't lose any more quick wickets, or else that does give England just that little bit more momentum and a little bit more drive. They might start seeing the tail very soon. Mark Wood bowls it nicely, hit downwards from Khawaja. Usman makes another 100 as well. And there says Aiden also, white ball, so simple. Score, chase, test cricket can be so complex as well. Like now, England need wickets. Yeah, but Australia need to bowl to win as well. Who's happy with the draw this such complex phase as well? And now Mr. Century Man is out there as well. And that is, of course, going to be Usman Khawaja. Mr. Century Man. I didn't know that was the nickname, but Khawaja, he's got a few centuries at the SCG, that is for sure. But that Stokes Leach was in England with fantastic crowd as well, says Nicholas. Exactly right. So that is why they are going to have to try and really thrive off the Barmy army that are in attendance for this game. They've still got a few supporters. They're in England. Khawaja tries to swing across the line, misses up a little bit. And also Sunglaif are paying $1 and $1 to win. As well, says Aiden there. And also, yes, 2K. As well, says you see there. Jeez. So you guys are backing big money on England, that is for sure. So hopefully they will be able to get somewhere near it for you guys. I assume if it's a draw, you don't get any of your money back either. I believe it would just be straight up a draw, and I'm still in 3K profit as well. Is that with that 2K missing or with that 2K included in that 3K? Yes, sir. At the moment, they are just showing the wickets. It seems to be everything taken by Ollie Pope. Very nicely done. Well followed by Ollie Pope as well, kind of following the ball up as it was going. And then he was able to take that catch. And then his last catch was just a stock standard 1K profit, as well on there. And that's going to be once again left alone from Usman Khawaja. Smith and Khawaja is a very dangerous pair in trouble, England. As I says, Naveen, they definitely need to break this one up before it gets to 50 runs, or else it probably more than likely will go up to 100 runs. And then Australia more than likely will end up retiring or declaring, So like they're saying, Khawaja here, once Travis Head is back, who is sitting right next to Pat Cummins at the moment, so he must have had a couple negative tests, I would think, to be able to still be there. But the big thing here for him is going to be whether or not Travis Head will be back in at number 5. Really, Barmy Army are there, even there, even in COVID times as well. They are indeed. They are sticking around. And also we've got the Hamish Bro Auntie not come to today's game. As I said for sure, she is out in the dining room at the moment. She might be here for one of the later sessions, perhaps, of the day as well. But at the moment, it does seem like we will be relatively solo and included, as well. And there for the included, Okay, so it's included in the 2K. So does that mean your 1K up at the moment? I assume it is, but he is just putting up the hand there. Milan apologising for that misfield. Now Smith on strike to Wood. This might not be a terrible thing though, because if Wood can get 150k just outside off stump delivery on a good length, sounds like a lot to ask for. But if he nails it, this could easily be a wicket here for the English. It is going to be 4 dot balls in a row. One single for Usman Khawaja. Final ball of the over here. Mark Wood charges into the crease one last time of this over as well. That was a little bit too straight from him, but it is just blocked by Steve Smith as well. And England still have a chance to win it as well. Says 8 in there. And also we've got the being a very aggro. I'll be a very aggro captain as well here. Bang, 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 score and give wickets away and defend 240. Dodgy safety of it in the forecast for the draw. And both sides can win with England having a sniff as well. Yeah, it has actually gone up to 6% now for England to be able to go on and win this game. And that is going slowly higher and higher and higher by the looks of it as well. So we will have to wait and see whether or not that does reach over the 10%. I don't think they've actually had a 10% for a very long time here for the English in this game. In fact, I don't even know if they've been at 10% up until maybe at the very start as well. In England, odds just went down to $18 as well. And there's their spinner there as well. So you certainly lock them in for a large total if they do end up getting the win, that is for sure. And also we have got there, yes, as I said, yes, sir, there in the chat. But at the moment now, Ollie Pope, he has been phenomenal behind the stumps. I don't think he's put a foot wrong yet in this one. He did come in for Joss Buttler, has been able to take all the catches that have gone his way. Now Stuart Broad will be bowling once again here to Usman Khawaja. He's going around the wicket, that classic Stuart Broad angle. Khawaja plays it with soft hands. Sit out to Milan at cover for a dot ball. Once again, we will see quite a few of those throughout this session, I believe, but also there is still that chance that we do get to see 1 or 2 more big boundaries maybe from Australia. If they decide that they are taking a little bit too long, then maybe that will be what they decide to go with. Just try and speed along. Naveen said matches a very interesting time. Australia takes a good lead, have a 4-0 chance, but England have a second innings nice start as well, and we haven't scored 300 in the whole series as well, says Nicholas. Although, saying that up till this game, you guys hadn't had 100 either. And then Jonny Bairstow went out there and proved that it is possible if you just bat well, bat long, and also show that feisty fight that we know Jonny Bairstow has. I mean, he got his thumb absolutely rattled by a Pat Cummins 140k ball, still stayed out there. And it's Bairstow keeping with Buttler off Hamish as well, says Robert. He is not. They have actually gone with Ollie Pope here as the wicketkeeper. And I believe that must have been, I would have assumed originally Bairstow might have been the first player that they give the nod to, but maybe Bairstow said, look, my thumb is not feeling good, so can I please not keep? And then from there, Ollie Pope has said, I'll do it, because you are allowed, of course, to bring in those players. It's kind of like your 12th man option and your 13th man as well for a test match. Brought outside of the off-stump, Khawaja leaves it alone. It's going to be a bit of a game of cat and mouse here between these two guys. Currently, still the sun is out, though, so it does look very nice indeed. We have got there, do you think Australia will declare this evening and try to bowl them out this evening or tomorrow as well? And I baited the odds, or betted the odds, were $138 as well, says yes sir there. That is impressive indeed, that is for sure. So if they do end up winning, you'll be having a very good payday by the looks of it. I would say Australia, the final session tonight, maybe about 10 overs left. If they've got to lead by a few hundred, like 250, 270 or so, maybe they go, right, it's time for us to send England in, try and get a couple wickets under lights. That is if the lights are actually going to be taking place, because if it rains, might be the end as well. And Stuart Broad, he's asking the question of how is that a bouncer there, and Pope could be a long-term option as well. And there, it's looking like the turf is really getting roughed up where the bowlers are bowling for that one. Probably a harsh bouncer there to say that it was one short one of the over, but now he has bowled 4 dot balls so far in a row. Stuart Broad, and England needs 7 early wickets to a regular interval as on Australia takes the biggest lead to a strong position as well. And so the stump once again left alone by Usman Khawaja. Very patient man in his first innings, was able to build up. Just an incredible 137 off 260 deliveries. He didn't hit any sixes. The only 6 hit by the Australians was actually Nathan Lyon out of all the options, going at a 52.69 strike rate for Australia was Usman Khawaja, hitting 13 fours in that first innings as well. Also has Jimmy bowled okay. So he hasn't been looking too bad, Jimmy Anderson. And I'd say that's the thing. Last match was all him. This match is probably all Stuart Broad more than him, and then also Mark Wood. I mean, Jimmy Anderson, he has gone 7 overs, 15 runs, economy of 2.14. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but he hasn't looked bad either during that time. And Pope is lucky to be out there just as injured. And we all know he'll never replace Bairstow in the batting order, as says Sebastian there. And also we have got their when will England bat, because they didn't bat for long as well, says Finner. I hope it doesn't rain as well, says Finner there. And yeah, at the moment, if it does end up raining here, could affect the test match drastically with the amount of time that we have got left. Although the rain is supposed to be hitting in about an hour's time, and it's still sunny. So I'm not too sure when that rain is going to be falling and whether or not we do get to see it at the SCG. And also, sir, 5th day at play, Sydney. Not a rain, yes, sir, as well. And this says Naveen, I think it's about 80% likely to rain on the day 5. So we might miss a few hours worth of play, depending on how it goes. But now Steve Smith is going to have a full 6 balls with Mark Wood. Someone's getting kicked out of the ground by the sounds of the crowd as well. But Steve Smith ready to go with whipping it to the leg side, I should say, there as well. And he is going to be able to get the 2 runs there for himself. And Aussie summer rain, as says Nicholas there. And also England want to regular stumps to stumps attack Australia some time. A little bit struggle and a very line pace, or 1 line pace as well, says Vishal there. And also right now I wake up in India, 8:30 in the morning as well, says Meninda. So it is definitely early on for you guys in India, but I hope you are doing well. And I hope you are excited for another day of Test match cricket. Once again, Mark Wood goes down. And I hope it doesn't rain as well, says Finner there in the chat. How many BBL games are there tonight? There are 2 matches that are taking place for the BBL. It is the Brisbane Heat taking on the Hobart Hurricanes. That is the later game. And the earlier game is Melbourne Renegades taking on Sydney Thunder. And where the game took place, it is at the SCG, which is the Sydney Cricket Ground in Sydney, Australia. Pull shot there from Smith. Strikes it beautifully. And that looks like it is going to be the 6 runs there for Steve Smith. He smacked that one over the boundary. The first 6 of the second innings as well. And Mark Wood does get a little bit of that taste of his own medicine when he was hitting Cummins for 6 runs off the bull shot as well. Looking at that economy from Broad and his first innings, 5-wicket haul. See you never Robinson as well. And there's Sebastian and where the game took place as well. But yeah, the SCG, it's looking all right at the moment here for the location. And who do you think's going to win as well? At the moment, I can tell you who the kind of odds makers think are going to be winning. 75% for Australia, 49% for the draw, and 6% for England to be able to go. And tomorrow's second test match, Bangladesh versus New Zealand final test. It is indeed, and it is taking place in Christchurch, just up the road from myself. And it is currently 2:34 in the morning for the UK. So I do appreciate all you guys staying up late, supporting your side through this Ashes series as well. A little bit of extra pop there. Also, we have got there, you should issue a graphic warning with the facial hair shave as well. Says to the other, you were the one you were like, make him shave his face. And now that I've got it, you guys don't seem to be keen on it. I have to get rid of this one as well, perhaps, that I don't look like I feel like I'm a dodgy car salesman. You know, I seem to, right on the wristband. He dropped his watch, unfortunately. I broke his watch there with that cricket ball. That probably would have hurt the hand quite badly, I think. But depending on how many of those cans in the other hand he had for himself, he might end up in that situation and not even feeling that one look great. As well, and there says Siddhartha, I still feel like I could sell cars if I tried to. Does anyone need car insurance? I don't actually sell it, but if you give me your bank account, no. Mark Wood here. Just showing there, Steve Smith. Good pull shot. He ended up hitting a total of 75 meters for that six. Which nice you shave your beard as well. I did indeed. We hit the 100 likes, so I decided to shave off the facial hair for that one as well. And also, Dodgy Car Salesman, never quite sure what to ride as well. And then there says Sebastian there, and also we've got there Australia have a lead of each 200 marks. As well says Naveen, yeah, they have just brought up the 200 run lead for themselves. I think that man is a little bit disappointed. I think he may have broken his watch there, trying to get it out. Also, Mitchell Johnson, Tash, as well says Nicholas there. And also David Warner, I believe, has himself a mustache at the moment similar to this one, although his is a little bit better than mine. That is for sure. Nicely played by Usman Khawaja from Mark Wood. 148k still steaming in here, Mark Wood, not giving up at all. Going to keep on going and going and going until he can stop this Australian batting lineup. They lead by 200 runs at the moment. 300, I think, would be plenty, but they need to get there first. His first spell at the moment, its fastest ball was 149, the slowest was 144. This second spell, its fastest was 148, and also the slowest was 142 as well there. And also we have got there Australia lead 200 runs, 7 wickets in hand as well. And also we've got there, I think if Australia takes a lot of time, it will be a draw as well. And do you bowl to the left bowl? Do you bowl to the left bowl, to the right as well? And there says Nicholas there, do you bowl to the left bowl, to the right as well? I mean, at this stage, I would say I want to see David Milan. I know that's probably not the question, but David Milan would actually be a very good option, I think, with the leg spin that he offers to Usman Khawaja. The left-hander getting that one to spin right, and we saw Marnus Labuschagne bowling it, and it looked like it could have been quite lethal for him as well. And also, how much does the batsman have to pay if they hit the ball for 6 and hit someone's car? I don't think the batsman would pay. I'd hope that the insurance company would handle that one, but I know that, like, if they did have someone pay for it, it wouldn't be the batsman. It would probably more than likely be, I guess, someone at the ground type thing. Like, as in terms of, like, Cricket Australia, or I guess just something along those lines. But it's a good question. I guess I'll park my car in the middle one day and see what happens. Right as well. He's fixed the watch. The watch is sorted there. Just pointing to it at the moment. He's saying that it is all right. He tried to take it one-handed. Didn't work too well for him. Short broad there. That's almost worth the shout. No, just going a little bit down leg there. And maybe a little bit of bat. And also Joe Root could get Usman out with his off spin, I feel, as well. That is another good option. Get Joe Root bowling a little bit. And England have got any half chances as well converted to catching the ball because some fine fielding was changed the game situation. I believe there was a bit of bat on that for Steve Smith, which is why he wasn't given out by the umpire as well. But he is the key wicket. Was there some bet on that, or was it just height? Looking at it again, I think it took a little bit of a scuffle out of the surface there. As can Australia get in the game today? What do they have to do? So pretty much if Australia in the game today, it means that England would have lost all 10 wickets tonight. And we have still got another, this session started at 3:10, so we've got another hour and a half for this session. And then the latest that it can play is going to be in 5 hours' time or so. As you're going to watch the rugby on the other side in 20 minutes as well. Says, and I think I will have it up there. Just so that I can have a quick wee gaze at it throughout CUs and the teams and kind of just have it out of the corner of my eye. What's the umpiring like? I think they've been pretty good overall. Anything that has like been a big decision in this match, like the team has pretty much reviewed and sorted it out. But they've been pretty good overall, I think, the local umpires for this matchup as well. Leach fields that one. It is going to be another dot ball for Stuart Broad. Nice little yawn there. From myself, I do have quite a few of them. Like they're showing there, Stuart Broad, he's just charging in to the crease as well. Have you ever watched someone's cheek move in slow motion? It's kind of weird to watch as well. And he just bowls it up there once again, Stuart Broad. He is persisting here. He knows if he can get the breakthrough of Steve Smith, this innings changes completely for the Australians. Little bit of pad on that one, but no bat for Steve Smith. Close to it for Stuart Broad to be able to pick him up. I thought for a second he was going to pick him up the exact next ball after I made that statement. Also, we have got there. What's your rugby predictions, though? Just curious as well, says Aiden. Are we talking the top league ones? I assume they are, Aiden. Do let me know, but just a little bit straighter would have benefited Stuart Broad there. That one was very close indeed. Stuart Broad almost losing his footing there. I believe the rain has not started yet in Sydney. That one would have been worth the LBW shout. Stuart Broad, he's got a smile on his face. He will be fired up. He's bowling 137 at the moment, so he's starting to get closer and closer to that Mark Wood pace. I feel like that would well and truly throw off the batsman, wouldn't it? If Stuart Broad at the age of about 35 or whatever he is, just whips one down 150k Yorker. Hasn't bowled that quick in many years. Hasn't ever bowled that quick, actually, Stuart Broad. Now I think about it, yeah, well, the Japanese and English ones too. As I says, in there, I would say the team who were paying $1.01 are going to win by, I remember it was Suntory, Sun Goliath, wasn't it? I feel like they will end up winning by quite a bit. And Damien McKenzie, I believe, plays for them. Nice drive there from Steve Smith. Pitched up delivery. He was on it straight away. And that is going to be the 4 runs. Come on, you Quins as well. And there's Sebastian also. We have got to think France to win the next Rugby World Cup. As I says, Nicholas, they've got a good chance on home soil as well for France there. So that will be a big game changer for them in that regard as well. But well played by Steve Smith. Plays it under the eyes, keeps that front foot, and also his weight going forward, which does mean the ball goes along the ground with the elbow up as well. Brilliant shot from Steve Smith. He's looking like he's in form, and Karevi as well. Says I don't say, yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome to see those two play in Central States. Got 227 runs in their T20 overs as well, says Paddy Wagon. That is quite a lot. So who are they playing, Paddy? Do let me know. 227. Not going to be easy for whoever they are up against, that is for sure. But at the moment, Steve Smith, he closes out that broad over with the boundary. And now Mark Wood, he is going to be bowling once again to Usman Khawaja in 20 over as well. And then there says it, Paddy Wagon. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. We have got plenty more Wellington as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. So bouncer over the top of the head of Usman Khawaja. And that will be the short ball for the over now for himself. They have called it as the short one. And also, at this stage, we have also got the game tomorrow, which is going to be New Zealand versus Bangladesh. We're going to be doing a little bit of a co-live stream with a bit of Ashes action alongside Bangladesh versus New Zealand. Keep you guys updated on both of those games simultaneously as well, which is going to be very exciting. I think that was called as a wide there. Easy for Usman Khawaja to get underneath for that one. Just a bit too short. And like Michael Hussey saying, around throat height is somewhere around where you want that bouncer to be placing itself. Pitched up delivery once again. 146 Ks, and it's at New Plymouth as well, says Paddy Wagon there. So doing very nicely for themselves. Central Stags, that must be one of the highest scores this year, is it? For T20. Well played by Steve Smith. Ends up dropping back as well. And I feel like that's the thing. Steve Smith, he's always going to play it under the eye lines. It's when you get him reaching slightly more that you got the chance of getting him possibly out with the court behind. And also we got the Aussie soccer players for, or best Aussie soccer players for my team in the EFC as well. And it's highest as well. It's a great shot down the ground from Khawaja. It looks like they will be getting at least 2. A little bit of a slip there from Steve Smith, but was not going to be the 3 and fielded by Jimmy Anderson. And now it brings that ball back up to Mark Wood. And can Australia win today? Only if they do end up bowling England out for a almost record low total. Oh, Steve Smith, what I heard a finger there for that one. I'm not too sure what he's done in that regard, but it's something to do with the hand as well. And tell you what, Mark Wood has noticed that hand is a little bit sore. I think he was just asking him if it was the left or the right, so perhaps he'll get a few more shorter balls to himself as well. Tiny Tim Cahill as well. And there says Nicholas there. What team is he at the moment, Nicholas? Do let me know. That's going to be Usman Khawaja's fingers almost. Getting a little bit of something there, but Wood sitting there. 2 wickets so far. It's the highest Super Smash score as well, says Paddy Wagon for the 227 as well. What about the other Harlequins versus Exeter, Newcastle, Northampton, Saracens, Gloucester, Bath, Worcester, Wasps, Leicester, Steelers versus Shining Arcs. The last one I don't really know too much about overall with who's in the teams. Exeter Harlequins are supposed to be a very close game, but I back the home side in that regard. Newcastle, Northampton is going to be another very close game, but I'll go Northampton sneak that one. Saracens should win up against Gloucester. Worcester should win against Bath, even though I see Bath are the favourites. Wasps versus Leicester might be close, but Leicester will take it. those are my predictions. I'll go something along those lines, I think, as the whole guess. But they are literally a guess, though, I will say as well. Khawaja once again leaving that one alone. He's sitting there 3 runs off 20 balls at the moment here. The sun is still out very nicely at the ECG, so it should be hopefully a full day or a full session at least here as well for this one. But yeah, I'm not too sure about who's in the Steelers and who's in the Shining Arcs as well for those two sides and at the Japanese top league. Only 2 runs off the wood over. And also Jimmy Neesham only had an economy rate of 11.67 as well. What a man. Yeah, he does end up, unfortunately for him, he does end up going for quite a few runs at times, Jimmy Neesham. He's kind of one of those bowlers. He either has brilliant overs and goes for like 2 runs and a couple wickets, or he goes for 15 of his overs. There's no real in-between for Jimmy Neesham. It's either a whole heap or a whole lot of nothing, I guess you could say, in terms of the runs that are scored off him and a whole lot of wickets alongside it. 28 overs down at the moment, and it is going to be 3 for 84 here for the Australians. Wood currently, he's got the hands on the hips. He's looking like he's a little bit fatigued, so they might give him a bit of a break as well. And it is actually Ollie Robinson who is going to be out there giving him his ball, or have given him his bottle, I should say, in Australia lost match as well. Says Ashok there in the chat as well. Do you think instead it will be England or a draw? Ashok, do let me know. They are just showing there. Steve Smith, 22 not out of 26 deliveries, 2 4s, 1 6 as well. Anis has said, guess who's back as well? Who is back? I assume you, Anis, as well in there. Anis who? That's normally how the knock jokes start. So, isn't it? But that was a nice cover drive from Steve Smith there. But currently now it is going to be Smith sitting there, 22 runs off 26 as well. Jack Leach's going to be getting the bowling attack opportunity. And I feel like they do need to try out Joe Root. See how he goes. Have you played a league as well? And there says Nicholas, if that is me, I have not played league. I have only played a little bit of rugby union. And can you display the gameplay as well? Says, I know it's unfortunately due to licensing. If I was to show any match footage or audio, we would get taken straight off YouTube. So we aren't able to show anything. But cricket.com.au, they have got the highlights of this game on the YouTube channel straight after. So if England bowl out Australia for like 250, do they just need 250 runs to win? They do indeed. Or in that case, the 251 runs to win. So that is why these next few overs are so crucial for England and kind of the complexion of this game. Without taking another wicket here, they've gone down to 4% chance of being able to win. I think Steve Smith's finger is actually bothering him quite a bit here. So Shugame bro as well. This is Sebastian in there. The moment Hamidi is just getting padded up. He is going to be in nice and close here. Got the miniature pads on. And also, at this stage, I would say that bat pad is a good position to have him in for Hamid. A lot of changes. Like they're saying, very defensive field from England. So anytime that Australia feel a little bit trouble, they can just rotate the strike and go, right, we don't want that situation anymore. We'll just rotate it. And then at the other end, we are going to be absolutely fine once again. But Jack Leach now, he is going to be bowling once again here for the Australians. They have to just try and survive a little bit longer. Point, or kind of, it's actually a silly point region there for Hamid, just in the eye line, so that Usman Khawaja there can see him there. And what Posy, rugger mate as well. And there, as well, says Nicholas, so I was out on the wing when I was playing, but that was when I was a lot younger. I have no pace now to show for anything, really. Shot there from Khawaja, whipping it off the pads. And that is once again going to be the single. Steve Smith now, he will get the strike back, sitting on 23 runs off 27. I did say they needed to try and get him out before he got to 15. I'm going to change that and say before he gets to 35 as well. Same as Marnus. If they get him before 35, England still keep that 4%. If they do end up getting him before that 35 as well, I'd give them a couple extra percent just out of, I guess, generosity. A little bit of spin there for Jack Leach. Turn and bounce as well. That will be making Nathan Lyon from the sidelines thinking, all right, I'm going to try and tear through them in these second innings as well. Nice bit of drift there for Jack Leach as well. And Smith looking looking now rhythm in this inning. Now he wants some more runs, make his innings as well. Yeah, at the moment, Steve Smith, that's the thing. He has the ability of being able to smack the ball super hard over the boundary. I mean, he's got the 6 so far, but he also has that ability of being able to kind of stick around at the crease if he needs to. He's a very good player at adapting to kind of the game situation. Sit that one down the ground straight to Hamid, and that is going to be just the dot ball. The Steelers have Ben Smith as well, says Aiden, so that will be a good one to watch for that regard. And also we've got their Chotu has said hello, bro, as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. And hope you are excited for the rest of the Ashes that will be taking place. Bowling! Steve Smith bowled by Jack Leach. Was that the wrong one or did it just go straight through? But either way, Smith has gone for 23. And England, that will have them with their tail up now. Jack Leach picking up his second wicket. Play for Jack Leach. And Steve Smith, he is going to be gone for 23 runs. It was just a little bit later in the over. And like they're saying, it just skidded through for that one of Jack Leach. Stayed low. Boom fast straight through the gate. And that is going to be Jack Leach. Picks up his second wicket and he is very fired up at the moment. Steve Smith gone for 23 off 31. 2 4s, 1 6. And well, Leachy as well there in the chat. At the moment, I mean, Leach being able to pick up that wicket as well. He has got Marcus Harris. He has now got Steve Smith out. And now with that wicket falling, they move up to 6%. So the TAB and also the live odds have decided to be very generous. And now it will be Cameron Green, the big man, making his way to the crease. That's brilliantly done by Jack Leach there. Nice little bit of spin on that delivery. And in fact, it was probably the one that didn't spin from Jack Leach. He tries to spin it, just skids low, skids through, takes out the middle stump of Steve Smith. You don't see that too often. There was a wicket just then in T20 as well. Says Batty Wagon Australia lost 4th wicket. Smith bowled Leach as well. Was indeed. And the bails went flying. And Steve Smith, he couldn't believe it. Jack Leach was fired up for a side. And I mentioned he needs to take 5 wickets here if he does want a chance of being there for the next one. To stay very low for Leach. It almost just skidded through. I don't know whether or not it was a top spinner, a slider, what type of delivery he bowled, but it worked. And it got Steve Smith out. Now at the moment, the odds have them 6% chance for England to be able to go on and get themselves into a winning position here. It's not going to be easy, but Cameron Green here, he's got the lowest average at this stage of the middle and top order for Australia, unfortunately for himself. That's best as 33 not out. He's still very young though. 4 matches, 57 runs. He saves a lot of runs in the outfield. Anderson now back into the bowling attack here. Like Shane Warner saying, it's an interesting position. How many more wickets England need? They still need 6, so there's still a lot of depth in this batting lineup. And they're going to take early wickets and back-to-back, as well, says Naveen there. Yeah, they do need to get Khawaja out now because that man stuck around for a very long time. Nice shot from Khawaja straight down the ground, but fielded nicely by Mark Wood. But that one, I wasn't expecting it. Steve Smith, you don't expect to get bowled. You just kind of take that dismissal out of his kind of game. I guess you could say you always expect, right, he's either going to get maybe LBW if he steps across too far, pull shot and does get caught or does get a little outside edge. Not bowled. Bowled is normally not something that Steve Smith has. He will be shadow batting for about 15 more hours today, trying to work out how that ball went through. At the moment, the English crowd, they are firing up. Well played by Usman Khawaja right behind the ball on the back foot. Currently 4 for 86. 208 runs Australia lead by at the moment here, but they need to try and get them out for less than 300 if they do want to still have a chance of being able to go on to win this one. The minions are all into the stands by the looks of it there. We got a whole heap of guys in overalls looking up at the Barmy Army who are all chanting at the moment as well with their beers in hands, their afros as well. And also Stark has a better batting average than Kohli since 2019, with Stark averaging 38.63 as well. And Kohli with 37.17. That is impressive from Mitchell Stark, definitely. The way that he has been going. And also Khawaja has a very good form in this test match. He has indeed 133 for Usman Khawaja in the first innings. 4 times he's been dismissed by Anderson. Shot there from him though, and it is going to be a mid-wicket boundary for Usman Khawaja. The back foot pull from him, it was still open out there, and that is going to be taking a little bit of the momentum back in favour of the Aussies. Barmy Army and there as well, says Sebastian, with a whole heap of beers after it as well. And they have certainly consumed plenty of beverages at the ground, I would think, those group of Barmy Army supporters. Oh, I think Jimmy Anderson might have a little bit of an injury now. I mentioned about how he had heavy strapping on his ankle. So I'm wondering whether or not that will be the case of maybe slowing him down for this stage. But at the moment, I would say overall, England, if they can get 2 more wickets in this session, that will be helping them out big time. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to go like that. As I'm just outside of the off stump, I have actually turned on the other screen so that I can see the Japanese top league game that has taken place at the same time here as the cricket. And I will keep you guys updated on that one as well. But Jimmy Anderson at the moment, he's gone for the 4. He hasn't got a wicket as of yet in the second innings, but he's got to work hard here. Looks like he's struggling at the moment. Jimmy Anderson, he got 4 wickets in the first inning, at Melbourne, the MCG. Sydney in the first innings, he was 1 for 54. Still needs to get himself another one. Stuart Broad, though, he's been bowling phenomenally for himself throughout the last little while. Anderson charges into Khawaja outside of the off stump, left alone Australia to try each to lead 300 marks as well, says Naveen. And yeah, 300 would be very nicely done by them as well. And also we've got there. Sky also said, how you doing, bro? As well, I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. At this stage, England, they are trying to slowly fight their way back into this test match. They've got a 6% chance of winning, 49% chance of a draw, and 45% chance that Australia go on to win this one as well. It's about to start. Go Steelers as on there, says Aiden. At the moment, we got highlights from Bowden Barrett and Nadila Mape alongside Ben Lambs. It just shows how quickly the Hurricanes backline has changed over the years as well. Who's playing in the top league game? Any recognisable players in the two teams? So for one of the teams, I believe, or Aiden is kind of a Japanese top league man, I believe, in terms of the names. I'm just looking at them, seeing if I recognise anyone who is running out onto the field while we are about to get underway. I believe the comment was, Teddy Black. I see him. He is running out there. Israel Folau is out there for one of the sides as well, by the looks of it. So they've got a couple good players in at least one of these two sides. And that is going to be the end of another over. And currently sitting there, 90 for 4 here for the Australians, going at 3 runs and over. And what do you think England could chase, mate, as well, says Mohammed? Anything under 270, there is a chance. A chance. It's a thin chance, but it is a chance. Anything over 300, since we haven't seen a 300 performance from England so far in this Ashes series, I would say anything at that rate of 300, I would say is not going to be ideal for them in that regard as well. It's sold out well. Are you watching it on the side, Amish, as well? Says Aiden, I am indeed. I've got some very good players in both of the sides. I see your Teddy Black. I see Israel Folau. I'm going to be checking out who is on the other team as well. I'm looking around the background, not really recognizing too many other players. Israel Folau is playing for the Arcs as well in there, says Aiden. Jack Leach at the moment, he has gone for 30 runs of his 7.1. And I think that has kind of been the situation of this test match. Spinners, they're going to be costly, but they are also going to be able to pick up wickets by the looks of it. Ben Stokes actually with the helmet on, and he is going to be under the lid in close, trying to really put the pressure on Cameron Green. Stokes at the moment, I know that he's got an injured side, so hopefully he doesn't get smacked with the ball too hard, or else he might end up missing out on the batting, although that would probably just fire the man up even more. Him and Bairstow, they are competitors. They dug deep in that first innings to make it so that England weren't in a completely unrecoverable position as well. Any other Japanese people in the crowd, Aiden, as well, using the feet there from Cameron Green down the ground, and they do try and go for the run out. It was good work as well. And Jack Leach now, he's going to be bowling to Usman Khawaja here for this stage. And I would say, I mean, any more wickets that they do get in this session are definitely crucial for their side as well. I'm just having a quick look, see whether or not I recognize any of the other Japanese players. In the other side, I'm looking through, not really recognizing too many people because they have got the camera quite far away for that one. But 91 at the moment is what Australia are sitting on. That looked like Richard Bateman, I think, if I'm not wrong. Oh, so we got there sold out as well. Here's Aiden there in the chat. But now Jack Leach going over the wicket. Usman Khawaja a little bit hesitant, making his way forward for that one. So it is once again going to be the dot ball for Jack Leach. He's only gone for the 1 run so far. The BBL have made a post. Please tell me that's not going to be another game postponed. No, it's not. It is all good. I just have to check every single time I get a notification. Draw seems 50% now as well. Yeah, 44% chance of the draw at the moment here. So it is slowly increasing in England's favour. They've got a 7% chance now of being able to win this one. And did you see Izzy Amish as well? I did indeed. Did see Israel Dag. And also we have got there, if you made a cricket team, who would you have? Bairstow or Stokes as well? Says Xav there. Oh, Bairstow or Stokes. It depends. Are we picking them for their batting ability or also all-rounder? I see Aaron Cruden out there at the moment for the side in red as well. But we have got there, saw you, Khawaja, brilliant 100 as well. Says Moneb, he was indeed brilliant in that first innings. And hopefully, for Australia's sake, he will be able to be brilliant in the second one as well. They are just showing there the way that one was kind of set up for Jack Leach. Was a slightly, I guess you could say slightly slower ball, I believe it was, or was it the quicker ball? Nice and straight from Jack Leach. And then this must be the wicket ball. Yes, it is. little bit quicker, and it ends up just staying low, taking out the wickets, and all-rounder says Zav as well in there. So I'd say for an all-rounder-wise, you've got to go Ben Stokes. I feel like that is your best option in that regard. But if you're going for like the bowling ability as well, or the keeping ability, you're probably switching between the two, depending on the circumstance type thing. I see play by Usman Khawaja, right behind the line of the ball, and just being able to block that one out of Jimmy Anderson. And at the moment, I would say Jimmy Anderson, if he can get himself a possible couple more runs, or a couple more wickets in this innings, will England be batting by the end of the day? That will give them the best chance of being able to go on and win this game. Currently 6% for England. Usman Khawaja, 48% for his side in Australia, and 46% for the draw. It's going to keep on shifting. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. You guys will be in here for this live stream. Aussie need 300 target for England minimum as well, says Raj. So yeah, they will go for the 300. England will be trying to keep it below that 370 mark. And then it's almost that anything in between 270 and 300 is almost a 50-50 game, in my opinion. Just although I'd say it's still in favor of Australia, of course, with that scoreboard pressure, and also like even 200 runs in the fourth innings of this one might be quite tough to be able to do as well. But we have got the Australia to pick up 300 of the lead, and that's the thing. They've still got Mitchell Starc as another option, and he has been batting phenomenally, and England is the best as well, says Zave there. Oh, that one bounced off the surface there for Usman Khawaja from Jimmy Anderson. Was going to be playing that on the front foot. It really popped up, and he is just saying there, that is what happened to this one. What does it hit? Bounced like it was a bouncy ball there, right into the stomach area of Usman Khawaja. That one shouldn't have bounced that high. That was going to be a front foot shot. Oh, right into almost the rib as well. Chris Wokes, Ben Stokes should hold all-rounder spot for England with Archer and Robinson as on there, says Papu. And yeah, they will be wishing that they had Jofra Archer as an option. Oh, Usman Khawaja almost dragging that one down. Of course, he did actually have that edge onto his stumps in the first innings, but that one is going to be the single for him. And now just keeping that strike rate ticking over quite nicely. England slowing down Australia, though, for the current runs per over. If they can keep on doing that, perhaps it creates a little bit more pressure in favour of the English. But Cameron Green, he's been pretty good in the second innings of a lot of his matches that he does play. So this could be a good opportunity for him to be able to really shine at Test match level. We know how good he is with the ball in hand. We know how good he is in the field at gully. Doesn't miss too many at all, Cameron Green, which is why they will be trying to keep him out there at the batting crease. Give him some confidence as well. He was able to pick up the final wicket. And also, who's the best commentator as well, says Manib. I think it just depends a little bit on who you talk to as well, I guess you could say, in terms of, like, I know that English-wise, I think some people prefer, do people like Nasser Hussain, or are they preferring Michael Atherton and whatnot there? I know that Bumble is a very popular one. Of course, I would say him as an English one, just because people love listening to him. I know that Australians like Kerry O'Keefe as well, just for his one-liners that he has got. Cameron Green leaves that one side of the off stump, and also we've got the England cricket board are suing the Apple weather app for misdirection as well. And there says Sebastian. And also, it was actually Richard Buckman who does score the try for the first one of that match in the top league. I thought he looked familiar, Richard Buckman. Of course, and I almost said an Australian, but of course at the Highlanders for a little while for himself there as well. And also we've got there, you think England is going to win or Australia as well, says Zav. At this stage, England are 6% likely to win, Australia 45%, and the draw is 49%. But if they can get Khawaja out, if they can get Green out and shut down that tail relatively quickly here for England, it's nice and solid, though, from Cameron Green right behind the ball. And also, who's playing in the BBL tonight? Tonight, we have got two matches that are overlapping. The first of which is going to be the Melbourne Renegades taking on the Sydney Thunder. That one starts at 8:05, which is in 4 hours' time, New Zealand. And then also, 10:30 is going to be Hobart Hurricanes. They will be taking on the Brisbane Heat, who will have a few other replacements that they have got for themselves as well. Let's go, Poms. You ill pie munching weirdos as well, says Captain James there. I have to say, I've never heard that one before. Didn't even realize they ate eels. I think, do they eat eels in New Zealand? I don't even know if we eat eels. I know that they catch eels. They go eel fishing as well. Not too keen on eels, though. I actually went to Willowbank in Christchurch, and there was actually a few eels that when you tried to feed them, they'd actually jump up on the decking platform that you stood on. So that was the moment that I was like, Yeah, no, I don't think I'd ever go swimming if there were eels in the area. Reverse sweep from Usman Khawaja there, and that is looking like it will be racing away close to the boundary, but Mark Wood once again there to cut it off as well. We have got there back in olden days, captain used to back young spinners, but it's not now anymore as well, says Papu there, and eels look like they get massive in New Zealand as well, says captain. Yeah, that's the thing. These ones that were jumping up on the platform were probably about this thick as well, like round. And they were just pretty much, they looked like their mouth was like pretty much just kind of like, it looked like if you break your jaw and it's just kind of flapping, they were just sitting there going, they wanted some bread. We didn't have bread. So I don't know what they were on about. They were just like, give us the bread. And we had to tell them politely, sorry, we do not have bread. Instead, we have these little tiny pellet things. And I think they accepted that they only ate one kid. So they must have been relatively happy and satisfied with the meal that they were given. And also, we have got the eels look like they get massive, and also the most electrifying meal as well in all of hunger entertainment, I guess you could say there. The moment, Jack Leach, 2 balls so far of this over, 2 runs off the first one. He's bowling to Usman Khawaja, and that is going to be nicely bowled once again by Leach. I feel like we're right on the verge of either Australia breaking through or England breaking through. Yeah, damn, no wonder they eat kids on there, says Captain James there. Yeah, they're big old boys like those sons, and big old girls. I'm sure there's a bit of both for us. Then there wouldn't be many eels left. I wouldn't think repopulation is important for the eels. Well played by Khawaja once again, right behind the ball. Did they just call Jack Leach Nutter? I don't think that is a name they would go with. Leachy, I know, is one of his nicknames. I don't think Nutter is another one of them. But Usman Khawaja, he's got Ollie Pope behind the stumps, and he has actually taken 3 catches so far today. Out of the 3 attempts that he has got, Usman Khawaja, he seems like he's very early to decide that he wants to either sweep or reverse sweep, but then he actually is very good at pulling out of it as well, that he doesn't end up luring himself in and getting himself in a bit of trouble. We have got there from Leroy Asset High as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. The moment Khawaja, he is sitting on 12 runs off 40 deliveries. Green is sitting on 1 run off 5 balls so far for Cameron Green at the moment. Just surveying the field. They're dropping a man back at his deep square leg. That I've decided to give him a single on the leg side if he wants it, Khawaja. If not, it will be Green back on strike as well. Nicely played once again from Khawaja. That will be the end of the Leach over. 2 runs off it, and it is going to be 4 for 95. We have got there. Even though England lost the series, they will gain a lot from this score as well, and hopefully their thinking cap comes back on the future games, or thinking cap comes back on in future games. Here's Papa Dust. I mean, the way that they've fought in this game, I've been extremely impressed with England's grit. Like, we saw Jonny Bairstow, like they were saying, as soon as he got hit on the thumb and the way his thumb got sent like backwards in that regard, they were saying, all the commentators were like, right, this is looking like he's not going to be able to continue. And what he did, he just ended up keeping on going and got himself up to 113 runs, even though you could hear the pain each time that he did try and hit a big shot. He still kept going. Slog sweep, Mark Wood. That man just seems to have a gas tank about a mile deep at the moment, the way that he just keeps on going and going with the ball in hand, with the bat in hand as well. 39 runs off 41 deliveries. Jimmy Anderson, he's hurting as well, but they got 2 slips in a gully here for him. That one popped off the surface for Cameron Green as well. I think Jimmy Anderson's found a little patch that seems to have a bit of variable bounce. The bad news is Pat Cummins will be watching that and going like, okay, that's my spot. Yeah, that bounced up like a bouncy ball as well. I think Jimmy Anderson, he's found his mark on the pitch. He's going to be aiming for it as well. But yeah, Pat Cummins, the problem with Pat Cummins, which is not a problem if you are from Australia, it's the fact that if you gave him an area about this big and were like, Pat, just put the ball there 5 out of 6 times, he'd do it. And he would be able to nail it as well. Nice shot from Cameron Green, goes straight to the fielder though, and Mark Wood. And he is still just sitting on the 1 run off 7 deliveries. Australia, they have a lead by 217 runs here. They are trying to creep their way closer and closer to being able to get themselves into that kind of lead of 300 or so, I think could be on the cards. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. We have got plenty more cricketing action, including the BBL that we do cover on this channel. New Zealand versus Bangladesh. We will be covering a little bit of that tomorrow as well, alongside the Ashes, and a bit of a co-live stream type arrangement. Jimmy Anderson there, once again trying to find that exact spot. Cameron Green, though, looking solid behind the ball. That's the thing. This man can bat here. Cameron Green, he is very solid, and that is why he has been selected for Australia so many times. He's also just got that insane amount of skill in the gully region. He seems to be able to dive all over the place. For a big man, he moves well, and that is why he is able to really, I guess, cement himself as that gully option. And at the moment, they are just saying about the fact that the BBL has had quite a few rearranged games so far, sadly. But it does still mean that all of the games theoretically will almost be taking place. I think the only game that we're going to be missing is the Sixers versus the Heat just for now. There are still 2 games on tonight. Another single there. Cameron Green now moves up onto 2 runs off 9 deliveries. Jimmy Anderson, the veteran. How does he get another veteran in Usman Khawaja, both over the age of 34 years old? The reason I say over the age of 34 is because I know Usman Khawaja recently turned 35. I know Jimmy Anderson's right up there as well, but I'm not sure of his exact age. But I know he's older than 34. But Ollie Pope at the moment, he wouldn't have really been expecting to be keeping into the situation. Pitched up nicely. Shot down the ground from Khawaja. A little bit hesitant, but it's a misfield. And that was the chance there. I think it was Mark Wood, unfortunately, who did let that ball slip through his fingers. It could have been a run out on for Usman Khawaja on his way, but it did end up going through. One of the first mistakes in the field that we've seen from England so far today as well in the first 33.5 overs. And Jimmy turns 40 this year. Yeah, okay, so he's up there. Oh, not quite able to feel that one, Mark Wood. Maybe looking at the stumps before looking at the ball there, but still puts in the chase and is able to keep it to just the 2 runs. Nicely played by Khawaja off the final ball, and that is going to be, once again, just a single. 4 runs off that Anderson over. He's gone for a 2.4 economy rate of his first 10. And now Cameron Green, he is going to be staying at that non-strikers. And the umpire looked like he wanted to have a bowl. He was actually warming up the shoulders there by the looks of it. Might be saying, put me in, Joe. See how I go. I want to see Joe Root bowl. I think that is the man who I think could get the breakthrough here for England, but they don't seem like they are going to be backing him just yet. Him or Milan, and 40 years young, exactly right. Like Anderson is a perfect example of age is just a number in sport. And if you do end up avoiding injuries, that's the thing. That man hasn't even avoided injuries, and he is still going at the moment. Israel Folau is just about to score himself a try by the looks of it. Oh, did he drop it? And did he get it over the line? I think he scored a try there. He did indeed. So it is going to be the try for Israel Folau in his first game back in the top league. As he has done very nicely there. We have got there 40 years young, and Anderson age about 30 years old, and Khawaja age about 35 years old, real age. And there says Naveen. Yeah, Khawaja, I know, just turned 35. And also, hello, good morning from India. I must stay in India as well, says Just Smile. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. At the moment, this game is still sitting on the verge of something special between these two sides. The sun is still out. It wasn't supposed to be, but it is. So we will accept every moment of sunshine that we can have for this game. At the moment, they are just having a chat to Usman Khawaja in the drinks break, which means we've got another hour or so before we get to the tea break now into this matchup. Usman Khawaja, the first innings, got 137 runs for himself. The second inning so far, he's sitting there on 15 runs off 43. He's saying about the fact that he did get hit in the ribs. Wasn't feeling too nice, but he is going to be continuing alongside Cameron Green here. He's just having a bit of a chat with Travis Head, and also, I believe, I want to say that's Mitch Swepson, as though who might get a chance at the SCG for the final matchup of this series. And it is going to be at Hobart, a day-night test. Although saying that, day-night test, unless you rest Nathan Lyon, you're probably not going to go 2 spinners. As on second Saturday about in 2022. As I says Naveen there. Tell you what, 2022, we're already into the second week. Like, I can't believe how quickly that first week went. I know I was live streaming for 11 plus hours per day of that week, but it shouldn't be gone already, but it is at this stage, it seems. So we will go with it, and we will just keep on adapting and watching all the games that are taking place and also doing the commentary, although some of them are being rescheduled, of course, so that makes it a little bit tricky at times to work out when the games are taking place. But at the moment now, it is just the drinks break. Australia 1 run off, getting to 99. They have lost 4 wickets. Steve Smith, the last man to fall. Before him, Labuschagne, Harris, and also Warner, who was dismissed very early on in the innings for himself off the outside edge. Mark Wood currently picking up 2 wickets in favour of the English, and also 2 wickets for Jack Leach. So I think Australia have a good chance to win this test match as well. Says Just Smile. Yeah, at the moment they are sitting 45% chance of being able to win it compared to the 49% draw. Oh, okay. Jonny Bairstow, he's actually got the thumb in a proper, I guess, kind of plaster and hold at the moment. So I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to bat when England do need him to. In the later stages, I think they're just taking all precautions, though, to make sure that that thumb is going to be all right. It could have a fracture, but he's going to keep on going, Bairstow, when he is needed as well. Because or else then, that's the thing, if all the English players with injuries didn't bat, their batting order would be probably 5 men deep at the moment. That is how many injuries are starting to plague the English side. Oh, off the edge there, Joe Root not quite able to get it, and Khawaja does end up sneaking it through for the single down to third man, I should say. Because that's the thing. Broad at the moment, I think he is fit. He hasn't had too many injuries for himself that I know of. But then you look at Anderson. Anderson at the moment has got an ankle problem for himself. He is still batting. Then you also look through Mark Wood. He's got a knee problem. He's still batting as well. Stuart Broad. Oh, sorry, not Stuart Broad. Josh Butler. He is actually out of this innings for now because of a hand injury. Jonny Bairstow's got the thumb. And then also as another player to think about is Ben Stokes with that side strain, which means he's unable to bowl in this innings, which is absolutely huge for England, as he is normally the one that does dig in deep, does the short stuff to the batsman as well. But Leach bowling once again. He's been going very nicely here so far for himself. Like they're saying, if you put it on the stumps there, Cameron Green tries to advance to that one. And once again, they have still got Stokes in at kind of that silly cover region. And also a bat pad with Hamid only a few meters away from Cameron Green on the leg side. And who's your favourite player from the English team, bro, as well? Says Just Mole. I mean, I'll be honest, at this stage, I feel like I'm starting to come around to Mark Wood quite a bit. The way that he has been working hard throughout this match, and also the fact that he does still bowl about 150, even though he is hurting, it's hugely impressive from him. I also quite like watching Joe Root bat when he is in form, and David Milan as well. I am a sucker for a little bit of leg spin. So when David Milan does bowl it, I am often very happy with the way that it does come off. Definitely when he got his 2 wickets for himself, and I have been watching him in T20 for quite a while as well. Khawaja at the moment sitting on 15 runs of 44 deliveries. Jack Leach wide of the crease. Reverse sweep there for Khawaja. Bounces too high though, and that one will not be called as the LBW at the moment. Khawaja, it looks like he's got an itchy nose or something, or the helmet's squeezing his brain. I think he's going to sneeze here, Usman Khawaja. Oh, no, it actually smacked him in the chin. That is why. I thought he looked like he was going to sneeze. He kind of sat there going. I thought, oh, okay. He's going to sneeze very soon, but it did end up smacking him on the jaw there, Usman Khawaja. The number 1 on Khawaja's back. It looks like he is going to be all right, I believe, because it just kind of clipped him. They won't actually go up and kind of give him 5 minutes to recover. He looks like he is all right here, Usman Khawaja. So now it is going to be the final ball of the Jack Leach over. Reverse sweep once again. Joe Root tries to dive and catch it, but it does go wide, and that is going to be possibly 4 runs. Yes, it is. Mark Wood not able to cut it off. And it is a nice reverse sweep from Usman Khawaja. And Khawaja is in good form in this Sydney Test. He is indeed. So that is why it's going to be very hard to leave him out of the next one. And you've got to probably have Travis Head in there somewhere as well, just because he's been in some pretty good form. But I'm not too sure how good Khawaja is at the moment in terms of his head. I think he might have taken quite a blow on that jaw, and he's actually taken the helmet off here. So I think he might be feeling maybe a little bit rough after getting knocked on the chin by that last cricket ball. I mean, he still did very nicely, though, with that reverse sweep. I believe Jimmy Anderson has stopped his innings, and instead it is going to be someone else. Yeah, they are just checking on Khawaja now, making sure that he is all right. It's just saying that it kind of came up and smacked him in the chin or in the jaw. Like they're saying it ricocheted up, and I believe that is what they are checking here. Yeah, off the arm, and kind of up in there as well. So unfortunately, Khawaja, I hope he's all right. He does look like he's just kind of stretching it out at the moment. He might have bitten the side of his mouth maybe with the way that went. He's got the helmet on though, and now it is going to be Stuart Broad, who is once again going to be bowling, and he must be talking at the non-strikers end at the moment for Khawaja and the umpire, just checking that he is all right. He is indeed, and they are going to be continuing at the moment. Stuart Broad's second innings for himself, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs for himself. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but he loves bowling to players who are less experienced than himself, and that is pretty much everyone other than probably Jimmy Anderson. Steve Smith maybe has more matches, and also Usman Khawaja's got to be up there as well in terms of all formats. And now it is going to be Broad, and we can hear there that the crowd are still singing. They are still getting behind their side. As Folau is playing so good, he would easily start for the Wallabies as well. We would never get we will never get why we sacked him as well. And there says Xavier Brown, yeah, he's been able to score himself a try early on in that game for his side up against the Steelers, who have Aaron Cruden, I know, and also Teddy Black is playing for the other side as well, the same team as Israel Folau. I think they're the shining arcs, aren't they, if I'm not wrong? But now Joe Root just wants to find a way of getting through one of these two men. If they get out Cameron Green, then you are exposing Alex Carey, and you got two left-handers on strike. And also, who is your favourite Australian player in this team as well? Says Just Smile. Oh, it's a tough one. And this team currently playing, I would say, quite a fan of Pat Cummins, the way that he normally bowls. It's very solid indeed. Also, I mean, Marnus Labuschagne, even though he does annoy a lot of people, like he has got very good batting technique and is just able to bat time and does frustrate the other sides. Also like Nathan Lyon for his off spin. And then I guess if I'm going to go as well, I might as well say Alex Carey because I have been watching him in the T20 format. So I guess my favourite players is the ones that I have listed there rather than just a singular player. I know Scott Boland is probably a lot of people's favourite player now as of late. So as he will start for Tonga as well. This is Crazy NZ there. And at the chat as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Stuart Broad bowling that one. They've got a few slips that was just outside of the outside edge. And also we've got there. Come on, Steelers as well. And IMO as well. And they're from 100%. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. At the moment, they are just wondering in terms of who is going to be able to get that breakthrough wicket. Broad, Anderson, Wood, Leach, or someone else, ladies and gentlemen. Do let me know in the chat. I will star them all and I will put up whoever gets it right. I'm going straight away. Joe Root gets the breakthrough wicket is the one that I'm going with. Be sure to put in your votes of who you think will be able to get the next wicket in favour of England. Currently now, Stuart Broad once again running in. Nicely played by Cameron Green off his pads. Does flick it to mid-wicket way, and that is going to be the 2 runs for Cameron Green. Moves up onto 5, and he was the only batsman in the first innings who wasn't able to tick over to the kind of 2 double figures, I should say. How many overs till T as well? I believe that they can go for another 38 minutes or so here. So I would say with another 38, you're probably looking at least maybe around that 8 or somewhere around there. Joe Root do some bowling in the second innings if conditions favour as spin bowlers as well. And also we have got there Stuart Broad as the prediction from Sebastian for who is going to be able to pick it up next. We will go like that. We will go like that as well. But now Stuart Broad charging in. Well played by Cameron Green. Once again, getting right behind the ball, not creating any opportunity for Indonesia. And also I'm saying Anderson as well. And what's England's chances of winning at the moment? England are sitting 6% chance of being able to go on and win this game. So it is still, it's a relatively long journey for England to be able to go on and still somehow get back into this match, but there's still a chance that they can do it as well. I am just going to quickly put my light up a bit higher. There we go. It's quite tall now. So I feel like I'm sitting slightly in the darkness, but it shouldn't be too dark because I've got a few lights around. Try and light it up a little bit more. But Cameron Green on strike here. Stuart Broad does play it nicely out through cover. They want just a single and they will get it as well. Good running between the wickets. And I think Jack Leach takes 5 wickets as well. Says Just Smile. And I did actually mention before the game for Jack Leach to be able to play in the next match, he needs 5 wickets here in this innings, bare minimum, if he does want the chance of being able to play in the next one. If he gets a couple more, definitely the big wickets, maybe he does secure himself a spot for the next game, which is going to be a day-nighter at Hobart. Although I'd like to think that England would actually give everyone an opportunity, even if like someone is in kind of decent form, since you are already like 3-0 down in the series, you might as well give the likes of a Dom Bess an opportunity, see what he can do in Australian conditions, because then at least you know if you head to New Zealand, if you head to South Africa, somewhere else that has kind of these relatively hard pitches, maybe you've got a chance of being able to play Dom Bess. At the moment now, it is going to be Jack Leach once again getting another bowl here. So I believe if Joe Root gets it, it will be quite far away. Jack Leach, I almost called him, but Jack Leach. Well, they got a slip here. Joe Root at first slip. They got a man in close on the offside, kind of a catching short cover region. Nicely play once again by Cam Green using the feet. Get down to the mark of the ball. And then also Hamid is on the leg side. And he is once again going to be the bat pad. I think it is the newest player in the team always gets bat pad. And Hamid is actually very good and close with the way that he fields. And it's about to be 14-14 as well. Says 8 in there. Yeah, at the moment I can see the rolling more once again. hit down the ground. Very economical bowling at the moment from Jack Leach in his last few overs. Looks like he is really putting it in the right spot. Stokes now. Can he take a screamer in close? I feel like there's a decent chance that if that ball propels upwards, he is going to be ready to go for it as well. That was going to be a big shot there from Cam Green, but doesn't connect and does end up only going just a little bit in front of him as well. I think he ended up hitting it straight into his leg. Yeah, tried to hit it straight into the leg of himself. Well, he didn't try to hit it into the leg. He tried to hit it into the stand for himself, and also inside a 150 score. Australia 6 or 7 wickets down. Should be a very comeback situation for England. Nicely played. Oh, I thought that went from bat to foot to up to Hamid, but it did end up bouncing in the end. Hamid, very good and close just within. And they stuffed all the maul, damn it, as well in there. Oh, nicely done. Oh, of course, that is the one that we have got there for the Japanese game, or the Japanese League One, as they have called it now. It used to be the Japanese Top League, but they switched the name to the same as what the French Football League is called, with League Un. Or it's called League One, but it is League. Do they call it League Un over there? Something along those lines, I think. Jack Leach there advancing. How's that as a call? I feel like it was probably because he did go down to the pitch of the ball there, Cam Green. He's looking a little bit shaky against spin. So that is why I would also consider Joe Root as an option if Jack Leach doesn't want to continue, or maybe have Joe Root from the other end once Stuart Broad has finished off. And I feel like that would be a good idea for the English here. But at the moment, they've got a 6% chance of the draw, or 6% chance of the win, 47% chance of a draw, 47% chance for Australia to be able to go on and win this game. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here. My weather app has lied to me big time. Does say at the moment it's sunny and the weather is actually getting nicer for the rest of the day. It says now only 80% chance of rain for the next few hours, whereas earlier on it was 100% rain at this stage in time. So maybe the weather is just staying away for a bit longer. We will love every moment of it that it is sunny, of course, because it does mean that we don't really have to worry too much about not being able to see a full day worth of cricket. And I believe if we get through this one, it will actually be the first full day of cricket that we have had of this Ashes test match so far at the SCG. Bet you I've just jinxed it there. Advancing a little bit. Usman Khawaja just solid on that one, and he is just forward defensive. Down and back to Stuart Broad. The yawns are coming thick and fast at the moment here. But yeah, anyone who is new, sure, leave a like and subscribe. We have got the BBL that we normally cover on the channel. Also, there is a double header tonight, but they are both kind of overlapping, so we will have to decide what the plan is for that one, or whether or not we have an early night and get ready for Bangladesh versus New Zealand, I should say, in their upcoming game as well. Stuart Broad now still over the wicket here. Sorry, round the wicket for Stuart Broad, going from the right-hand side right across of Usman Khawaja. And also we got the Hamish. Those weather apps are bad. As on there says David, they are indeed. This one's supposed to be like the Apple, like kind of weather one. Like it's supposed to be decent, I thought, but no. Unless, of course, the weather in Sydney is just unpredictable and they can't work out quite what is going to be happening. I think Australia lead goes to 300, then Australia dominant the test as well. And there says Just Mile. Yeah, exactly right. England have to try and keep it below that 300. Australia want to make it above that kind of 270 mark. And then anywhere in between, it's kind of a bit of a 50-50. Well played by Khawaja once again. And England need fire on a bowling attack as soon as possible. They affect now this stage. As I says for Shell, yeah, they do need, I would say they need Mark Wood to really get that stamina back and go in, steam in 148 Ks. Once Khawaja's out, I feel like he will be able to tear through the lower order. Mark Wood just with that extra pace. But then saying that, Mitchell Starc probably end up going after him a little bit as well. And Jonny Bairstow, he has got a very sore thumb. They are resting him all throughout this innings by the looks of it. Don't want to risk it. So once again, Khawaja right behind the ball. But currently today, all okay. I think the sun is starting to disappear at the SCG. That looked like it all of a sudden got very dark in a very big hurry. So I think a cloud has gone in front of the sun. Hopefully it is just a cloud and anything more as well. And also we have got there, what have you done as well? Says Trucking Down Under. We hit 100 likes. So now I am trying to sell people car insurance if they live in the 1980s, I think. Tell you what, if I was in the 1980s, ladies and gentlemen, had a mustache like this and a car salesman, what car would I drive? Do let me know. And also, if the role is wrong, Burgundy and Anchorman comes up, I'm here, just in case. I can't really do the Will Ferrell voice, though. More a Rowan Atkinson kind of guy with the voice, with the brain, that kind of thing. But that is a nice shot from Usman Khawaja. And also looking good, mate, as he's chucking down another. Appreciate it, mate. I feel like the thing is, even though it looks a little bit rough, it's still better, I think, than the beard that I had. Because the beard that I had just didn't quite look right. And I averaged, you look different as well, says David the Mod. Yeah, did end up getting clean shaven, other than the mustache that is sticking around for a little bit longer. And also, we've got there, can you please say Namaste India as well? And there says Just Smile. So yeah, Namaste to India. And also the good old Datsun as well in there. Says Chucking Down Under. I feel like I don't think I'd be good as a car salesman. Because I can kind of talk to people not too bad, but I would end up, like, they'll be like, do you think this car, has it got the longevity? I'll be like, nah, probably not, to be honest. We probably end up seeing you in a few years, unfortunately. Which, of course, you're not supposed to say. You're supposed to go, oh, yeah, she'll run for decades, mate. It's going to keep on going and going and going. And, yeah, I can't lie. I think you guys know this as well. Like, I'm terrible at lying, so anytime I try and lie, I just end up going bright red. Nice. It's almost a Hamid. They do want that ball cut off. And it looks like they will get back for the 2 for Cameron Green. And also the Holden Kingswood as well. And the mustache would be thicker as well. And there says David the Mod. Yeah, my mustache, it's not quite as good as David Warner's, Matthew Wade's. Who else has got a mustache at the moment in the cricketing world? David Booner's old mustache was impressive, wasn't it? And also now it's going to be 14, well, surely. So it says only they are only 5 metres out at the moment in that League One rugby match that has taken place. But Leach at the moment, the first ball that he bowled of this over, did end up going for the 2 runs. Nice bit of spin. Cameron Green decides against the cut shot. Good play from him because it might have gotten him in a little bit of trouble there as well. But Hamid is in close. He's looking like he is ready to take a catch. I don't actually know whether or not he has actually taken a catch in the early stages of this Ashes series. England trying to win this test match at least. They save a whitewash as well in the series and play with for pride as well, says Vishal. And that's the thing. I feel like this is the fire that England needed. And of course, we haven't seen them bat second yet. We don't know what they are going to be able to get. And Murph Hughes as well. He also had a very good mustache, didn't he? But overall, England, from what I've seen from Wood, from Bairstow, from Stokes, and arguably from Leach as well, the way that those guys are fighting, Stuart Broad as well, he's been working hard for his side, and they are just trying to win the mini battle that is going on out on the field at the moment. Ben Stokes, he'll be so frustrated that he isn't able to bowl. That's probably why he keeps on wanting to field in close, just so that he gets that kind of feeling of being right in the action. Cameron Green once again. Just watching the pitch of the ball here from Jack Leach. Advances, and it does hit Ben Stokes. If that ball was along the ground, though, so no catching opportunity there for Stokes. But he doesn't need a lot of an opportunity, Stokes, to be able to catch a ball. If it's in the air, he'll get it as well normally. And also adult film industry with that as well. There has been also, the 80s kind of region as well. I feel like that probably fits in quite nicely for myself. So I am in front of the camera quite a lot. Just different kind of camera, different kind of content as well. Toyotas came into their own in the 1980s as well. Says David the Mod. That is the end of the 39th over, 112 for 4 now for the Australians. Leading by 237 now. Getting closer. Al Stokes, I would love to bowl, but he can't as well. And there says David. Also, we've got that England can't win this. A good fight to slow Australia into submissive draw. Shrug as well, says Dan De Castro. And yeah, the only way that they can win this game, England, from here is to bowl Australia out before the 300 and just have a miracle final session and a final day of cricket as well. If they're batting by the end of tonight and they don't lose any wickets, they'll be in a good position to be able to keep on going. It's whether or not they get to about that 270 runs needed and England go, right, we can do this, or right, we've got to try and draw this test match. I feel like that is going to be the massive choice. Mark Wood coming back into the bowling attack now. I'm liking seeing this. Teddy Black looks like he is going to be setting up a try. Now he blew it, unfortunately. Oh, that's a pun, because of course he plays for the Blues normally in Super Rugby, which is coming around the corner very, very soon. But Khawaja at the moment sitting there on 21 of 52 deliveries. A little bit of extra pace from Wood here. Maybe going for the ribcage. It is a harsh way of bowling, but they need that aggression from England at the moment. And also the Toyota Hilux topped the car sales here again for last year as well. So he's trucking down under. They seem to be very popular, don't they? Toyota Hiluxes. And I think it was actually someone in the chat was telling us about the fact that they did get a Hilux. And Bongu, guys, as on there says that, welcome in. I think, does Bongu mean hi? Maybe? And Maltese? Maltese? Is that the language of Maltese? I know that Maltesers are very nice. It's not when you tease someone from Malta, but they are normally just covered in chocolate and a little biscuit thing. They're quite good. Overall, if you haven't had a Malteser, be sure to get one. They come in a bag. And then I said, what is the courage of a rugby player playing with a broken bone as well? And there's Dan De Castro there. And yeah, exactly right. He's just got that grit, that fight, that heart that you need. And I feel like if everyone on the English side, like they're saying, Markwood, he's heading towards the series that he has deserved. And yes, I am Maltese as well. And there's Zav there. Or Zave, possibly. If I have got that pronunciation wrong, I do apologise. 1 dot ball so far from Markwood. Khawaja pulls. Khawaja strikes nicely, and Khawaja gets a 4 from the square leg boundary. Good shot. Gets on it early as well. Just not quite high enough for the bouncer there from Markwood. Only chest height. And it did mean that straight away Khawaja does pounce, and he has been in some very good form as well. I don't know how they can leave him out of the next test match, but Markwood, short ball, Khawaja strikes nicely. Umpire goes, no, thank you. I'm not catching that one. And it is going down to the square leg. And also, you're right, it's Zev as on there. Nicely done for Usman Khawaja. That's the thing. He's very good with the pull shot. He's very good with the cover drive. Where do you bowl to Usman Khawaja? And I think that is what England are trying to work out at the moment. It's going to be a pitched up delivery. That's a better one, but just ends up gliding it down the ground for just a single once again. But now Cameron Green and Mark Wood, they are going to have a good battle. Both do like to bowl relatively quick. Wood probably got the little bit of a pace advantage between those two men, but it is certainly going to be interesting to see whether or not he goes for bouncer on Cam Green, because Cam Green is about 2 meters tall. So that is a high bouncer. That one there, it was only like rib height for Khawaja, which is why he was able to pull it away. So nice there. Malta is beautiful and lovely people as well. Went there on vacation when I lived in Italy as well. Says Dan De Castro. Italy also very nice indeed. So what brought you to Canada, Dan? And then what made you decide to go from Italy to Canada? And have you been anywhere else kind of in between as well? So I know that someone was saying about how they were thinking about moving to Canada. Short ball there, all Cam Green tried to avoid that one. That's going to be 4 runs, I believe, there for Cam Green. Yes, it is. Interesting shot. He kind of tried to pull out of it, ended up still getting a little bit of glove on it, and it just rolled down through the slip cordon for 4 runs. So take them any way you can get them at the moment. If you are Australia, 241 in the lead now. I mean, it's debatably probably not a shot, but I think he just got enough of a bet on it that it did end up, or Ben Stokes holding the rib cage, or kind of holding that side. He's got a strain there still from the other night. England are wounded in this game. 9 runs so far off Mark Woods. Over, that one's bounced up nicely from a Mark Wood, and that is going to be the other pronunciation as well. So is it Zav as well, or Ixav? Ixav. Is it Ixav? Do let me know. But at the moment, Stokes, he doesn't look happy. The way that he tried to reach out for this one, I think it was just that little bit. He didn't even really try and go down too much, but when he put the hand down, you can just see that he like pretty much grimaced in pain straight away there. And also, yes, we are lovely people as well. See Zav there. At the moment, Ben Stokes did have a decent innings with the bat. If he can end up the other pronunciation. So if it's not Xav and it's not Zav, is it Zave? Zave? Is it Zave? Is that the other one that I haven't tried yet? Mark Wood now bowling it nicely. Cam Green getting on it. Xavier as well in there. So it is Zave. Do you want me to call you Xavier, or do you want just Zave in that regard? And at the moment, Mark Wood finishes the over. Goes for 9 runs off it. But Khawaja, the way that he plays the pull shot is just phenomenal. And also, we've got the yes as well for Xavier. Reverse sweeps and all sorts. And Zave as well there says Zave. I will try my best to remember it as in terms of the pronunciation there. It's a good pull shot, though, from Khawaja. He plays one of the best pull shots around, as for sure. And also one of the best cover drives around, which is why he's one of the better players around at the moment. 26 runs off 55 balls, 3 fours, strike rate of 47.3. But with the way that the weather is, Australia still have plenty of time left here to try and get themselves towards the win. Which is why they are 48% likely to be able to go on and get the win here. It's going to be Jack Leach once again. I'm wondering how far away Root is. And also, I'm back to behave as well, says Penny Wagon there. Welcome back. That was a beauty of a delivery there for, in the end, Jack Leach. That one almost just carried straight through rather than spinning as well. Try something different. Options of bowling out there. Here are some part-time bowlers doing well job as well. And also we got there, Maltese people are the best people you would get to know as well, says Dave there. Advancing, Khawaja uses the feet nicely, hits it down the ground. Stuart Broad going to be fielding that one once again for England. But I agree, they do need to try and see whether or not they have got the option of either David Milan, Joe Root, someone else to be able to kind of change it up. As Mummy, I've been in the chat today. No, Katie has not been on today as well. Who's playing tonight, Amish? And will you, or who's playing tonight, Amish? And will Donna be joining us as well? Says David Samoa. Tonight for the BBL, we have got the game that has taken place. 8:05 is Renegades versus Thunder. 10:30 is Hobart Hurricanes versus the Brisbane Heat. And at this stage, I'm not too sure whether or not we will have my mum with me for this one. I assume at some stage we will get her on the live stream. Though I know that with it being New Zealand versus Bangladesh tomorrow, she will more than likely be tuning in for at least one of the sessions, I would like to think. And also we've got there, born in Israel, moved to Canada young, dad's work, long story, took us to Italy as well. We have some heritage, business went bad. We returned to Canada when I was 16 and lots more to tell. I don't want to bore as well. And there says Dan, so you've been in Canada back to Italy, then from there, holiday to Malta, back to Canada as well. Canada's a very nice place though. I do like Canada. I've never been to Canada. I want to go to Canada in the winter to a log cabin. Although probably not one that's like really secluded, because then I feel like every moment's like a horror movie. And I feel like that's not a good idea. Nice. From Leach, pitch up delivery. I thought Katie was maybe as well. And there's a hi, buddy, to Paddy Wagon there as well. And also we got, hey, mate, says Paddy, but that will be the end of another economical Leach over. Only the one run off it. Do we get to see, after the Markwood spell, Joe Root take over for Jack Leach? Or do we see, I want to see David Milan. I feel like Milan is going to be a good option for them here. And also, we got there she is as well. And Brisbane, Hobart versus Brisbane call as well. Says David the Mod. Yeah, that game is going to be starting at 10:30. So depending on whether or not there is a rain delay after this one, I believe it is going to be, like if there is a rain delay for the final session of today in the cricket, I would say that we'll probably end up doing the Renegades Thunder game, the first matchup, just because it will be a little bit of an earlier finish and we will get a bit more sleep, I guess, before the test match tomorrow. But then if it does end up being the game between, or if this game does go the distance, it will be instead the game at 10:30 that we will be covering between the Brisbane Heat and the Hobart Hurricanes as well. Maltese people are very traditional as well. And there's Zav there, or Zave, I believe it is. Also, when you go to Malta, never make fun about our food as well. And there says Zave there. As I mean, can you cook hot chips? Very well, because I just eat hot chips, really, because we take it serious as well. And there says Zave. At the moment, Aaron Cruden, he is lining up a kick here for the Steelers. Of course, quite a few New Zealand players in the Japanese top league there. But Cameron Green, he will be at the non-strikers end. Khawaja on strike to Wood here. And this is going to be an important one between these two men. Australia, they want 300. England, they don't want them to get 300. It is just that situation of who is going to be right. And I fell in love with cricket. Another crazy long story as well. I was in British school in Milan as well. I'm a bit of a stranger wherever I live as well. But also, that's not a good ball from Mark Wood. That's gone over the top. And that is going to be at least 4 runs here. 5 runs, 5 wides there for Mark Wood. And also wherever I live, but also at home, or wherever I've lived as well. And there's also Dan De Castro there. Mark Wood just way too short with that ball to Usman Khawaja. And he wasn't quite able to get up to it. Ollie Pipe as well, 10:30, not a problem. If it's the Renegades Amish as well. That is a good point. Although the Renegades, they are in the first game. I believe it's in saying that it is the Brisbane Heat and they have got an injured side, I guess you could say, or a wounded side with the amount of players that they are missing as well. We make food like pigeon open sandwich. I thought that said penguin for a second there, but it is pigeon open sandwich. Interesting. I don't think I have had a pigeon before. I've hardly even had, I think I've even only had a turkey once. And then other than that, I'm a chicken boy. Speaking of chickens, we had a chicken in our backyard yesterday. Just randomly appeared. And we learned that it was kind of 2 houses down that chicken was, I guess, that was its home. It had gone on holiday. It decided that it wanted to break out of the chicken world and just want to chill out in our front yard. So we let it. We were just like, why is there a chicken there? They rung up. They were like, hey, have you seen a chicken? And Dad was like, yep, yeah, it's in the front. It's in the front lawn. I'll go get it for you. As well, but it was a very friendly chicken. Now it kind of wants me to make a pet chicken. Wait, kind of makes me want a pet chicken, I should say. I got there around the wrong way. At the moment, I've got there my local fish and chips shop closed down a few months ago. Miss it sadly or badly as well. Says David the Mod there. I do enjoy myself some fish and chips. That is for sure. Like anytime I get fish and chips, it's very exciting. Like I feel like the local place, luckily it has opened back up after the holidays, but that like 10 days or so that it was closed, it felt like forever as well, because normally they are always open, but then they weren't there for that last little bit as well. Cameron Green sitting there on 12 runs off 38 deliveries after the 4 wides. There was a single for Khawaja and now a dot ball. Australia have a 250 run lead though for themselves here. Cameron Green gets right behind the ball. Just making sure he defends that one well. He doesn't want to lose his wicket now. Definitely not when there is less than half an hour until we get to the next kind of break, I guess you could say, for the 20 minutes. I envy people who are well-rooted as well, but also I relate to some, so many cultures, speak 5 languages fluently and fake bumble through a few overs and can fake bumble through a few others as well in there. So I guess, Dan, if you were to put hi, how are you in the 5 languages without telling me which languages they are, would you be able to possibly do that? And I'll try and guess which 5 they are. I feel like it'll be tough, but I feel like from the clues that you've told me, maybe I will be able to work it out. That's outside of the off-stump once again there for Mark Webber. Once again, missing out. I have two local fish and chip shops as well in Australia win today. As well, says Patam. I don't know whether or not they will finish it off today here, but they might be able to get the win by some stage tomorrow as well. Currently a 51% chance that Australia do win this game, 41% chance that they will be able, 44% chance that it is a draw. I'm so envious as well, says David the Mod, and then also England, 5% chance that they can end up winning this game. It's going to be tough for England. You're going to have to work hard, but they are still fighting at this stage of the innings as well. Mark Wood now charging in for his final ball of the over. I don't believe they'll give him too many more overs after this, maybe 1 or 2. It's going to be nicely played by Cam Green, and that will be the end of the over there for Mark Wood. 144 Ks. He's getting it down there, and that is going to be the end of the 42nd over. So they still have another 38 before they get the new ball, but I believe Australia won't be about in that regard after the 80 overs. And has Jay Hayes made an appearance today? Not that I have seen. I don't believe we have had him here for this one, or Hamish Spencer. I don't think we've seen him today as of yet either. They are just showing there. Cam Green, 84 against India at the SCG as well. He had a very good innings there, getting 84. Then he did end up going out, but he started getting into the groove of just advancing down the wicket, smacking the ball hard. We've already seen him try it a few times with Jack Leach, which is why I feel like they should try Dava Milan out or Joe Root and see whether or not changing it up just a tad will be able to help them out. Who we got? We still got Leach at the moment here for England. At the moment now, Cameron Green, he will be at the non-strikers end. Usman Khawaja on strike now. He's sitting on 28 runs, another 100 and a few. That's close. No, he did end up hitting the bat. Thought that was going to be LBW. Hello as well. And there's William. Welcome into the live stream. It should be an exciting second half. So yeah, it's sitting 14 all, isn't it? At the moment, I believe. They are just showing there. I didn't realize that they did this, but it's kind of like snowboarding cross country. As well, Khawaja, he set that one up in the air. Has he got all of it? Not quite, but it does fall safe of Craig Overton in the deep. They do just get the single. Now Cam Green, he will be on strike for this next little while. But I would say overall, Khawaja, he will be trying to get himself another 50. If he gets that 50, he is guaranteed a spot in the test for the next one at Hobart. I don't care what anyone says. If that man brings up 180 runs from 2 innings, he needs to be there as well. Great, says William there. And also English, French, Italian, Spanish, Hebrew, fluent as well, understandable, muddle through, and it was Arabic and German as well. I've bored of the chat enough, I'm sure, says Dan the Casual. No, it's quite interesting because I'm pretty stock standard in regards of I was born in New Zealand, raised in New Zealand, been to a couple other countries on like holiday, but other than that, that is about it really. and I can only speak like 2 sentences of Maori and also a little tiny bit of Portuguese / Spanish, depending on the tongue rolls, I guess, and also how fluently it rolls off the tongue as well. I missed the kick as well, and can England win? They've got a 5% chance of winning at the moment, so it's not a huge chance, but it is still a chance. It is better than 0% that they did have for them yesterday. Jack Leach now. Cameron Green once again just keeping that ball out. Needs to get a little bit more rip on that ball there for Leach. If he can get it to hit the rough and end up kind of going away on a weird angle, he will be in a good position here. I've realized that I left my iPad unplugged as well, so that's going to be unfortunate. Also, we have got there, I just came across your channel. Great job as well. Says Cricket for Us 2.0. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Thank you very much. Hugely appreciate you being here for this one. Do let me know how many runs you think Australia will declare on, or if they will get bowled out as well. Yeah, there's going to be a good throw from the deep. 2 runs down to third man, and that is going to be the end of the over, I believe. They haven't updated it yet. Oh, no, they are just checking to see whether or not Craig Overton, did end up touching that one. Nah, completely fine. What club is Karevia? I believe he's at Suntory Sungalive alongside Damien McKenzie. As always, another player will be an exciting one to watch. So we are going to be quickly plugging in the device once again so that it doesn't run out of juice. There we go. We will go like that as well. We will have a drink while we're at it. And like they're saying, I think that's Ishigua. She has said that she believes that they will be able to get themselves. Why is that man in a gorilla suit? And also a man has found a man in a banana suit and now they're best friends. Isn't that a nice story? Imagine if that was like how 2 people met. As it was just like, hey, by the way, I'm wearing a gorilla suit. We're now friends because you are a banana. Is Barrett at the same club as Kareva? I don't believe Bowden Barrett is over there this year. And the Real Cricket 4, welcome in, mate. As well in there. The Real Cricket 4 as well for Cricket 4 Us 2.9 in Australia probably score 250, I think, as well. And thank you very much. As well in there, banana guy. And there says William there as well. But at the moment now, it is going to be once again Jimmy Anderson getting the opportunity here. They need a breakthrough, England. They need to stop Australia from just slowly ticking their way over here. We'll update our scoreboard. Hopefully it does behave itself. I think I'm hearing God Save the Queen by the sounds of it. So the crowd are getting behind England here. And it has been left alone by Cameron Green, which does rhyme with Queen, of course. And also we have got hi. It's all set up in the morning. Also, hello, David. And there says Sebastian. But at the moment, Cameron Green, the heat map has been just outside of the off stump for when Mark Wood was bowling. So I'm wondering whether or not Jimmy Anderson might consider going a little bit straighter with the way that he does bowl. Because Cameron Green, he loves stepping across to that leg side. And it's when he ends up getting a little bit straightened up here that he might end up hurting himself a little bit there as well. Currently now it is going to be once again Cameron Green. 15 runs off 46 deliveries here sitting on Khawaja. He is on 29 off 61. This partnership, it is building up quite nicely. Cameron Green, he wasn't able to get to double figures in the first innings. Great fielding from Joe Rudin close. No, it was Jack Leach actually. Was able to put out their hand and he gets a bit of a round of applause. At the moment from Jimmy Anderson, just straight out of the middle of the bat. Cameron Green seeing the ball very nicely, but Jack Leach also doing a good bit of fielding. And I wonder if Jack Leach is in close. Does that mean that he is going to possibly end up not bowling the next over? We have also got there. Could be a bit. I caught a bit of that video of the chicken Amish. I instantly thought of KFC as well. Says David the Mod. Yeah, I don't know how that chicken got out of where it was supposed to be, but pretty much anyone who didn't know about it, there's just a random chicken that did decide that it wanted to chill out with us kind of yesterday, I guess you could say as well. I've actually got the video. Here's the video. We are. A lovely day out here. Who are you? Just a random chicken. Just casually in my small town, we just have plenty of chickens that do apparently roam the streets. You got to watch out for those chickens that roam the streets because, why did the chicken cross the road? To come to my front yard, apparently, as well, since it was a couple houses down before. And, bro, do you think, as well in there, says William, nice shot down the ground through the legs of Jimmy Anderson. Green with a classic, just straight drive. And that is going to be racing there as well. That was funny as well. And it says, bro, do you think that was funny? As I assume for the chicken, I was more confused at why there was a chicken there. It's not a normal situation to have. As I'm truly amazed that you're doing live streams of over 8 hours. Fantastic, man. I do the same thing, but find it difficult stream over 2 hours as well. It says Cricket for Us 2.0. And yeah, it is. I think it is just like, I just absolutely love doing it. And I just keep on talking. Like my voice, I think last year, right at the end of the year, it ended up completely disappearing for a little while. But yeah, it's just like, I like the test match cricket kind of feel for it as well. So are you mainly live streams or do you also do videos? Because Sebastian, he did mention you are the real one of yourself, which I guess is a good thing. That's a good thing from Cameron Green. Hitting it over there to the leg side, and that is going to be racing to the boundary now. Cam Green starting to speed it up, and now the partnership moves up to 54 of 90 deliveries. I think, I still think it's a bloody rooster to know chickens are so colourful as well, says Dan De Castro. I mean, I could probably look around and see if there's an egg in my backyard or something along those lines, see if it has ended up. Like the cat wasn't keen on it. He was just staring at it going, why is it standing on 2 legs rather than 4 like me? But yeah, are you also video basis cricket for us to you? Because we have had a few impersonations of kind of like, I guess you could say impersonations of other YouTube channels in the past as well. But it is good to know that you are the real one there as well. Yes, I do live streams and match reviews and interviews as well. And they're specifically cricket as well for Cricket for Us to You. Or sorry, 2.0. As well, I see that you say 2.0. Did your first channel get taken down for some reason? Or maybe are there 2 of you? A confident looking chicken, very cocky, forgive the pun as well in there. And also we have got there, it is the real Cricket for Us, as I watched his Ashes 2021 preview video some days ago. As well says Sebastian there, and also lol chicken jokes. As well says Dan, but Jack Leach at the moment, they are just showing he has been hit around the ground a little bit from Usman Khawaja. And now Cameron Green really getting on the action. 2 boundaries for him almost back to back. And that is what has brought up the 54-run partnership. This is now building very nicely for England. 54% chance that they do go on to win this one. And also we've got their wonder if Australia is batting past D. I'm the real one, thank you as well. Yes, my first channel was taken down, the BCCI. Didn't like the fact I use certain images in my videos. Geez, that is strict, images as well, because I know that we had a little bit of a problem with the Cricket World Cup because we did a live stream for Sri Lanka versus Australia. We didn't show match footage, but it ended up getting a copyright strike, and it did take us out for a couple of weeks while we pretty much just had to wait till either the Sri Lankan YouTube channel that took us down replied, or we did end up getting to, I guess, return to streaming, but it did take quite a while. And there we go, and good intent here as well. And thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Says Cricket for Us. Might have to check out your channel while we are at it as well, perhaps. I do love myself a good old preview as well, and that is going to be nicely played. Once again, Leach is bowling to Khawaja. We will go like that. Here we go. I've just subscribed to your channel, mate. Also, we'll get there, lol. And there from David the Mod. And also, feeling miraculous. Hasn't rained. It's weird. It's supposed to be 100% at the moment, but it's not raining. So we will, of course, take it. Anytime that it's not raining is a happy day of Test cricket. But as soon as it starts raining, I'm going to be, I guess, a little bit more concerned because it is just going to end up probably pouring down. Once it arrives, it's probably going to save up all that rain that was supposed to fall and then just all be a downpour at once. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much as well. Says Cricket for Us. No worries, mate. And yeah, at this stage, who knows? Maybe in the future we could get something going. And bit of a problem, a bit of an understatement as well. And there says David the Mod. Oh yeah, the bit of a problem. Yeah, it was 2 weeks that we did have that copyright strike for as well, I should mention. They didn't reply. Unfortunately, this is now going to be 3-0 or 4-0 England. Aren't chasing 266 as well. And that's the thing. They still need another 6 wickets here for England as well. And bat on. So Australia may have scored or maybe scared. Could happen tomorrow too. As I says, Dan De Castro. Looks like they've done nicely. But I'd say once they get the 300 mark, that should be enough. But then saying that, when you see Bairstow, the way that he played, when you see Butler, the way that he played, well, I mean, Butler got a duck. I meant Stokes, the way that Stokes played. You know, maybe they're thinking 300 may not be enough. So they might go to about 320, have one last session, and wickets don't matter anymore. As I says, Dan De Castro, yeah, it is more of the case of how long do Australia bat for. That is the end of the Leach over. Goes for 3 runs. And now the score is going to be 143 for 4 after the 45 overs here. So Australia, they've got off to a pretty good start. They are going at just over 3 runs per over as well. And if they continue up And the way that they are going, we will have to wait and see whether or not they do declare at that 350. I'm definitely interested in collabing as well. Really enjoying a commentary as well. I don't need to listen to Gower and Clark as well. And there says cricket for you. Or sorry, cricket for us, as I should say. For some reason, cricket for you, I keep on saying, and I think it is because of the big U in the name, but then it's got the S. Or is it for yous? No, I assume it is for us. As I'm overthinking it just a bit too much. Cameron Green at the moment sitting on 23. He's actually almost overtaken Khawaja here. And at the moment, Jimmy Anderson since 2020 in third innings of Test, wickets 5, an average of 72. Doesn't normally take them too often. Unfortunately for himself there, Jimmy Anderson in the final innings, or the third innings of a Test as well. They're set in the field pretty defensively on the onside, but then pretty attacking on the offside. They have got a couple men in close with a short cover. And also they have got their point nicely behind the ball once again for Khawaja. And in this test match so far, he has gone on to get himself over 160 runs for his side. And also I've watched cricket for us. Awesome as well. And there says David the Mod there. At the moment, the partnership is over 50 as well. I should quickly mention 265 runs is the lead for the Australians. And the closer that they get to being able to get there, and it is us as our no worries, man. Keep up the great work. Please, everyone, like and subscribe to the Kiwi Lads. Great dedication. As I said, cricket for us. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully I will get to check out some of your video. I probably will end up watching them after this live stream, to be honest. So thank you very much. Good vibes. As well as there's cricket for us there. Overton fielding in close at the moment. Craig Overton, the big man. He hasn't had an opportunity for England as of yet, but there is still a chance that he might be able to. I would say, I'm hoping he plays the last match and he does actually get the chance to bowl, although they might go Wokes. Then saying that, they've also got the option now. You can't really get rid of Mark Wood unless that man is not physically fit for another test match. Anderson pitches it up. Khawaja hits it straight out to the man at point once again with Jack Leach, who's still persisting from the other end. Support from India. It's also Ankit. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate you being here. India at the moment sitting 1-1 with South Africa. So it will be very interesting to see how it does end up going for those two in their third test match as well. Usman would score another 100. As I says, Ankit there. My God, it's close. We need, nearly. Wellington need 24 of 12 balls. They've really fought hard there for Wellington then, if that is the case. Anderson charges in. Once again, left alone by Usman Khawaja. And yes, also in there from Ashard. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Cricket for us is a really good guy as well. And there's Sebastian with the 10 out of 10. And Bracewell is on 119. Is that Doug Bracewell that you are talking about? Doug Bracewell, does he still play? I think he does, doesn't he? No, sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong Bracewell. It's the captain of Wellington, isn't it? What's his name? It's not Doug. No, I can't think of his name. What's his first name? I'm sure you'll be able to help me. I can't get that bloody chicken out of my mind now. I must be hungry as well. And 2.0, you're welcome. And there as well from David the Mod, nicely played by Khawaja. And Overton would need Wokes to be injured, as Wokes is Wood's replacement due to workload. And I don't think England will rest Broad and Anderson as well. Mitch Bracewell. Or is it Michael? Is it Michael Bracewell? That sounds like Michael. I think it's Michael Bracewell now that I think about it. As well, Michael Bracewell, very good player. As I think he's mentioned, very kind. The pronunciation is on point. I just had some fried chicken as well. Oh, lucky man. Or do we say clucky man? No, we don't say that. That's not a good pun, unfortunately, for myself. That's going to be a nice drive from Khawaja. Hits it through the gap once again, and England in the outfield. Going to have to try and chase it. Dom Bess almost went with the relay throw with Crawley, but instead just throws it in from the point region, and that is going to be another 2 runs there to close out the Anderson over. He's bowled 12 overs, 0 for 34 so far. And now Australia, they lead by 267. The wickets recap so far. We are seeing Mark Wood when he was able to get that wicket of David Warner for the early stages of the day as well. Then also Jack Leach picking up the wicket of Marcus Harris. Then the other 2 wickets, we did have one falling for Jack Leach, which was Steve Smith, and then the other Marnus Labuschagne did get out by Mark Wood as well. And also we have there, where's the great Ben Stokes as well. He is currently, I believe he's in the slip or the gully kind of region, but he's got a very sore side. We have seen already he has been gripping at that side. So he is certainly not going to get to bowl. And it's on Michael Bracewell as well as this guy Broom there. And also, well, it's at New Plymouth as well. And then also we have got there, it's small ground there. And Khawaja is just a beast of a batsman as well. He is indeed. Cameron Green now. Jack Leach bowling to him. Gets right behind that one. And dear brother, where are your 3 friends as you are, or as you are 4 lads? As I say, the Inkits are pretty much at the moment it is myself. I'm probably the only one who really follows cricket, I believe, if I'm not wrong. And also, then from there, Isaac, he's currently a few hours up the road. That was a nice ball from Jack Leach, very straight. And a little bit of flight on there, just trying to create the indecision for Cameron Green. Yeah, Isaac's a couple of hours up the road and currently working. George is currently working, but he does live in the same town. And then Daniel is also currently working, but he lives in the same town as well. So at the moment, everyone since Christmas has been extremely busy. Nice shot down the ground from Cam Green, gets himself the single once again and might pay to leave the humour to the Mods Irish. I think that is a fair enough statement. I think that is a good idea. 20 off 10 as well. And there's Sky Broom for that game between Wellington. So Michael Bracewell may be able to go on and win that game for his side, perhaps. Did that look like a magic trick? The way that I had an empty glass, then came back over, had a full glass as well. Nice shot there from Khawaja. We have got there, gee, it's too close. Hart is going through the roof as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. Yeah, at the moment, I would say that's the thing. T20 cricket, like any total, is almost, I guess you could say possible, but you just never quite know. 19 off 8 now as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. Jack Leach, 24 for Cameron Green. That was a good ball. But once again, Cameron Green just gets the bat behind it. And Khawaja, I think at the moment, he's just complimenting the bowling of Jack Leach, who does seem like a very nice guy indeed, Jack Leach, but he needs to get that nice guy, turn it into a wicket-taking man to be able to go on to play at Hobart as well. It's a good ball. Once again, worked out. They want the single. They do get it as well. Not the best throw, but Ollie Pope, very good behind the stumps to be able to take that one. That is the end of the 47th. It's Michael Bracewell, the captain as well, says David the Mod. I know that he was a couple years ago, but then that might have been when they didn't have their Black Caps players. And so I'm not too sure who they have got at the moment and whether or not there is any of those Black Cap players. And your background looking very beautiful. Which stadium? It is actually the Bay Oval, which is in Mount Maunganui. So I decided to go with this one because I was doing Bangladesh versus New Zealand. 17 off the last over as well, says Paddy Wagon there. But yeah, it is at Mount Maunganui. As I'll reply whenever you have time as well. Says cricket for us there. One moment. You have indeed. Okay, I was just making sure that you did have the right email address. And you have indeed got that one as well. And 17 off the last over, and he's captain as well, says Kai Broom there. But currently it is going to be Green sitting on 25 of 58 deliveries. Khawaja sitting there on 35 of 72. And Joe Root is going to be into the bowling attack. Now, my prediction right back near the start, and I know that a few of you other guys gave your predictions as well. We asked the question, who is getting the next wicket in this game? I believe we got a few options. And there as well, we did have Stuart Broad. We had Jimmy Anderson, and also we had Jack Leach will be able to take 5 wickets. We also have myself. I said Root, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not that will be. Okay, Skip versus Skip as well. As the comment there, nicely played once again. And this will actually be the last over before the end of play for this session, and then we will have another one a little bit later on. 10 fours, 9 sixes, 125 of 61, and Joe Root, I think, as well. Says cricket for us there. Bowling nicely once again. Cameron Green getting right behind that delivery, and Skip versus Skip. And he is captain as well. See Sky Broom there for Michael Bracewell. Joe Root, can he break through? He needs to have that captain's performance here with the ball in hand. Get this one right up here. Relatively straight. It's a good Yorker. Well bowled once again by Joe Root. And Broad may take another one. I feel like Broad, the way that he bowled in that first innings, I would say he has got a good chance. And 6 off the first ball, says Paddy Wagon, for their matchup. So they now must need 11 off 5, I believe. But leg side-ish from Joe Root, and they will be able to get the single and also a wicket. And there says Paddy Wagon, although we haven't had one yet, with the way it is going, Australia might not lose another one. Here's Sky Broom. Exactly right. They are currently leading by 271. Could be a run out now. It's says Paddy Wagon there for the Wellington versus Central Districts, Central Stags. One of those two sides. I think it's Central Districts, isn't it? Joe Root just going for the run and gone as well. And that game, so that is going to be another wicket down for them. Is it Bracewell who's out? Bracewell is still in. Okay, so they've still got a chance then in that regard. But now Joe Root bowls it nicely. Usman Khawaja able to get right behind it. Like I mentioned, this is the final over before we get to the end of this session. And then it will be a tea break for 20 minutes. Then we will be back for the final session as well. Although we will still be sticking around during the tea break, talking about all of this matchup that has been going on as well. Whoa. Short bouncer there from Joe Root. Tell you what, that is absolutely brilliantly. That was not 93 Ks. Joe Root there. Short bouncer. They said 93. That was not 93. And tell you what, great work behind the stumps. Look at that. Pope has done incredibly well to be able to take that one. And also, we've got their last ball is the test, though. As says Guy Brewman also looked at least 110. Exactly right. It was flying through there. Anything less than 110, I would be very surprised. And I wonder what Mr. Bracewell's relationship to Brendan and John Bracewell as well. And there's and also I remember John playing for Auckland. And then also we have got Doug Bracewell as more of a recent Bracewell as well, more like 105, 110 as well there. Says Guy Brewman also. In third session, Aussies will be more aggressive. And it already looks like England trying to show their little bit more aggression at this stage of the innings. But I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'm going around to Wolves tonight as well, says JBD. And also we've got there, I agree, they're going to bat at least another 15 to 20 overs and then declare as well. And 10 off 3 it's required in that other game. And Usman Khawaja, 63-run partnership. This is too close. As well, says Paddy Wagon there. The rain, it's still staying away. I don't know what's happened to that rain that was supposed to be falling, but it's not falling at the moment. It's still 80% for 6 p.m. From there, I think it continues to get a little bit later and later and later in the day. Sunday now has a 90% chance of raining, and it does say about 70% for the morning of the test match that we have got tomorrow morning as well. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. But the lead at the moment is a total of 271. Marcus Harris was the first man in this order, I guess you could say, that was losing his wicket. 27 off 61, 3 fours for himself. Then David Warner, he was caught first. He was the man who was out early, and that was Mark Wood, who was able to pick up him 3 runs off 18. Marnus Labuschagne, 29 off 42. Steve Smith, 23 off 31. Bowled by Jack Leach, something that we don't normally see too often there. And then Usman Khawaja and also Cameron Green, both still at the crease. 35 for Khawaja, and Green are sitting there on 26. I'm going to go to sleep for 13 a.m. here and have a great stream, as well. And pleasure to speak to you. And hopefully we do speak in the future as well. Cricket for us. Well, but thank you very much for tuning in, mate. And also the bad rain is going to miss Sydney, so shouldn't be that bad. As well as this guy Broom and 4 off 2 now. Says Paddy Wagon. So they must have been able to hit it for the 6, I assume. In that regard, that's right, Doug Bracewell is on there. But at the moment, we have got another 17 minutes. Then it will be the final session of the day. And I believe they will be going through to, I want to say it will be I think it will be, I'm trying to work out the maths. So 5:30, they'll be able to go through to 7:30, and then they will be allowed an extra half an hour as well if they do want to also be able to take care Ashad as well. And do you play fantasy leagues? I do not. I'm normally terrible at predictions, so that is why I normally don't try. 10 fours, 11 sixes as well, and that's it, says Paddy Wagon. You're in the chat as well. So they have been able to win that game. Bracewell 141, absolutely incredible from Bracewell. 141 of how many balls was it for himself as well at the moment? I would say Australia 325 is what they will go for. Cheers, Cricket for Us 2.0 as well. Of 55 balls, 141, which is absolutely phenomenal numbers for him. That is for sure. And James Anderson, so far, he has not been able to pick up any wickets in that first inning. Stuart Broad also wicketless, which is not normal for those two to not be able to take them themselves. So far, Mark Wood getting 2 wickets, Jack Leach getting 2 wickets, and then Joe Root has bowled just the 1 over, and 65 as well, says Kai Broom there. Okay, so even 65 is very impressive indeed in that regard. But I would say 1 over 1 run for Joe Root has earned him a chance after lunch to have another bowl. He was put in the right spot, so hopefully we do get to see just a little bit more as well. Shane Warne got a documentary. I believe he has now. So they are just showing the advertisement for it as well. And also they will go through till 6 p.m., I believe so, 8 p.m. New Zealand, as says Kai Broom there. Are they allowed the extra half an hour today to take it through to 8:30, Kai Broom? Do let me know. Oh, no, sorry, that would actually be 8 p.m., wouldn't it, with the extra half an hour. And Ross Taylor is international legend as well. We will miss him, especially his tongue celebration for Ross Taylor. Yeah, it is going to be a shame when he does retire, but it's been so solid for New Zealand over the past at least decade, to be honest, as well. Having another drink, trying to keep the throat hydrated by that regard. And also we've got our RGO said England there. I'm chatting at the moment. England, they have a 4% chance of going on to win this game. 46% chance of the draw and 50% for Australia. So I might actually do some very quick maths here on myself. How many overs did Australia bat in the first innings? That is the information that I will need. And also, come on, Australia, as that's with the half an hour and links up perfectly with the BBL, which starts 5 minutes later as well, says Sky Broom, although it will overlap with the next game that we have got as well there. So we could actually try and do that first BBL game, I guess, and just try and do it pretty much straight after that one would be finished. But it will be the squeeze. Might be a bit of a squeeze, but I think that might actually be the best way of doing it as well. And in fairness, if Joe Root wants the bowl again, he just has to snatch the ball out of Jack Leach's hands. Exactly right. He is the captain. Benefits of being the captain is you do get to be in charge a little bit. I'm not too sure how many overs they have lost so far for today, but I'm going to do a little bit of the maths side of it as well. And also where I've got there, did you know back when I was in the Jackson 5, Michael was taking a shower, and that's when Michael came up with that song, Scream. I used to do it in his songs. Oh, I did not know that. Rich G from SC as well. And also that's worth half an hour as well. So what we will be doing is we will be doing a little bit of maths here, which is always hard for the brain, of course. But we are going to go here. We are going to go here. So Australia in their first innings, they ended up batting for a total of 134 overs. England in theirs, they ended up batting for 80 overs. That's actually nice and easy to work out. 134 plus 80, you're looking at 214. And then at the moment through this one, we have got 48 overs. So 114 plus 48, you must be looking at about 164, somewhere around there, or 264, sorry. So I believe that means that we've still got more than 100 overs that they can bowl in the final kind of couple sessions as well, which is going to be plenty as well. Kiwi how many percent is Australia chance of winning? They are currently sitting 50% chance of being able to go on and win this game. So they're up there at the moment, that is for sure. But currently now we are just looking through Australia versus England. This is the 4th test match that they have got, and what a game that was, oh my God, as well. And then what is Tribe in your description? It's mentioned as well. And this is Ankit. So pretty much that is the actual app that I looked that up on. And it is kind of a sports app for us and in New Zealand, Australia. I'm not too sure how many other countries there are that do have it as well, but pretty much that is the link to be able to download it. It has all the sports on there that you can follow. And I'll say this would be roughly the 50th highest chase in Test cricket as well, says Kai Broom. So the more it gets, the more difficult it does become. At the moment, there's a bit of variable bounce that we have seen around, but nothing too absolutely crazy, I guess you could say there at the moment for them as well. But what I might do here is I will see whether or not I have actually got my next live stream already half by prepared, because if I do, I could actually carry over to that live stream pretty much instantly as well. And 6 overs down, there is a possible of 38 overs left today, plus 98 tomorrow. As I see Sky Broom, and also I miss Ross Taylor when he goes as well. Or I'll miss Ross Taylor when he goes. Yeah, he has been part of New Zealand cricket for so long, and it's going to be big shoes to fill for whoever decides that they do want to go for, whether or not they go Kane Williamson 4, Devon Conway 3, or whether those two kind of go vice versa. And they do switch it around in that regard. But the first game that is taking place tonight, it is going to be the Melbourne Renegades, and they are up against the Sydney Thunder for their first match. I am just finding it. Do I have it all made up? Probably not. Do I have it made up? Nope, not quite. Nope, that's not it. I think it's coming up somewhere along my sheet as well. But they're saying there, it looks like it is still a very, there's a few foot marks starting to form as well. And I was going to be like, can you do push-ups as well? Not many at all if I do try and do them. Normally, these arms are just there for show. They don't actually really do anything productive. As well, and also we've got there New York City as well. She's a nice there. And also I missed Dan Vittori when he finished up as well. And yeah, he's been one of the best players we have had as well. Says Paddy Wagon there. He is indeed very talented for himself. Ross Taylor, will be sad to see him go. And sorry to say, New Zealand without Kane Williamson looks vulnerable. As well as I would agree. And also, if you lose Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson is still injured, you're going to be looking at an even more vulnerable New Zealand side as well. So it will be interesting to see how they fight out of that one as well. But we have got there, yeah, buddy, as well. And there says David the Mod. At the moment, 38 overs to go. Oh. Okay. So I've just been informed it is actually not going to be possible to do that BBL game because of the fact that it will be overlapping with the last session, because they're going to have a 3-hour session here for the final. So that means that we are going to get through 38 overs or 3 hours, whatever goes first. I believe it should be the 38 overs, but we will have to wait and see whether or not they are finished in time. So I won't quite schedule that next live stream as of yet, just in case, because it may end up being a little bit of an overlap there in that regard as well. But nonetheless, at this stage, Shane Warne is just talking about the fact that there are a few cracks opening up on the surface now. One might get a few bits of variable bounce on the surface as well. So I believe they will be finishing at 8:30 tonight rather than just the 8, I guess, like it was going to be. So I wonder, that's the thing, the BBL games, I thought they'd move one of the games from yesterday, so that we can have the situation of still being able to watch all of the games of the BBL without too many overlaps. But it seems like it's not quite the way that they have done it as of yet. But I will mention, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated, all you guys being there. An Australian best player as well, says Anuj. I would say best player for Australia in this series, I'd go Mitchell Starc. The way that he has played, he's been very good with the bat, very good with the ball, and has a great average as well. No way Australia bat into tomorrow as well. They're going to bat 1 hour and more tops. Thoughts as well? Yeah, I don't think they are going to be batting tomorrow. More than likely, if Australia don't declare overnight, there is 134 overs left as you choose if you lose 2 overs due to change of innings as well. So yeah, it just depends how many runs they get on the board. I think Australia will go for a 350 run lead here, and that should be enough to be able to defend. And it's just how long they want to spend out in the field and how much they want to risk it with the rain that is scheduled to be around. At the moment, we're seeing blue sky at the SCG, so I don't believe there's going to be too much rain that is affecting us anytime soon, but you never know in this day and age as well, that is for sure. Whether or not, I mean, the weather is weird in the first place, and let alone if you end up with some weirdness in the weather, who knows what we will end up with. At the moment, Australia, they are sitting decently. They're in the box seat. They are sitting 149 at the moment for 4, and they just need to keep on building with Usman Khawaja and also Cam Green, who has got more aggressive here in the last little while. So that is why I feel like he will have a good opportunity. Keep on going. And also we have also got there, what do you call a dead polar bear? Anything you want. I can't hear you now. It's on there, says Kiwi Gamer there. It's an interesting joke. I actually heard something about the fact that penguins are almost starting to go extinct because of a lack of krill. Fun fact. That's not really a fun fact, though, because penguins are quite cool. How else will they film Happy Feet? Of course, those penguins were not animated at all. And also Mark Howard from Australia's best commentator as well. He brings so much passion and zeal in his voice. Do you like him as well? I do enjoy listening to Mark Howard. Kerry O'Keefe also, if you're looking for one-liners, is a very good one indeed. And then for England, I do like listening to probably Bumble. There's another one who is quite good to listen to in terms of just the amount of knowledge that man has got from all of his years in the kind of the cricket scene as well. And also we've got there, it was on Ghostbusters Afterlife as well. And there says Kiwi Gamer there, oh, is that a new movie? Or is that the newest Ghostbusters? I haven't actually seen any of the Ghostbusters movies. The last movie that had a ghost in it that I saw was probably the Harry Potter with that Sir Nicholas, I think it is, the fellow with the head. And then also maybe, I guess the last one before that, maybe even Casper the Friendly Ghost when I was a little bit younger as well. And yes, says Kiwi Gamer there as well. But at the moment, we have got another 6 minutes, I think it will be, until we get the players back out on the pitch, and then they are going to be steaming and ready to go here, England. They need to just stop the momentum and stop Australia from scoring at the kind of freedom that they are at the moment. Cam Green, he's looking set. Khawaja, he's looking pretty good as well. And if they don't fix it for England, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here for the next little while. I'm going to quickly I am going to change this a little bit. One moment. We will go like this. We will go like this as well. There we go. I have just moved my screen around a little bit, so the cricket is just a little bit further that way for myself. And also we've got that. I went to watch that last night as well. And there says David the Mod, and also well played Usman Khawaja. Yeah, he's been phenomenal throughout this whole series at the moment. I know that this is his first game, but he's always been like looking like as soon as he comes in, he's going to be able to make an impact. And that is exactly what he has been able to do for Usman Khawaja. Sitting on a 35 at the moment, another 102 runs, and that's what he got in the first innings, which just tells you how well he played. He's off 74. He's actually going at a slightly slower strike rate than he did in the first innings. Green sitting there on 26 off 62, and which is the most favorite sport, or what is your most favorite sport as well? Cricket, rugby, or football? As I says, Uncat, I would say it's probably, I'll go cricket and rugby are both right up there, and then football I really enjoy watching. I just don't get to watch it as often as I do for the other two options. In that regard, but at the moment, I just showing the highlights of Josh Hazlewood. Of course, he is going to be missing from the Hobart game that has taken place at Blundstone Arena. Unfortunately, he is going to be one of those guys who will just be missing a little bit. Oh, they're actually showing the summer's best catches as well by the looks of it. I mean, the diving catch from Sean Abbott in the BBL that just came up was pretty impressive. And also Fraser McGurk was another player I mentioned there. And Peter Jackson's Frighteners, a good ghost movie as well. And there as well, says Ben Huey. I might have to check it out just because I am from New Zealand. I still haven't watched Lord of the Rings, which I feel like I probably should end up watching very soon, because I am from New Zealand and people normally think of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings for New Zealand, and I haven't watched either of them, unfortunately, at this stage. At the moment, there have been a lot of good catches in the cricket recently, like they are showing. I'm trying to think of the best catch so far of this match for the Ashes. I know that Ben Stokes took one very nicely in the deep a while ago. I mean, it wasn't the best catching attempt there from someone in the crowd for the BBL, but I'm hoping we do get to see a few more wickets and a few more runs in this one. I'm hoping we get the best of both worlds. Be sure to let us know in that poll in the chat how many wickets down you think Australia will be at the end of the day or at the end of their batting as well. Currently, they are sitting on 4, so 4 to 6 is probably the most popular option. And then after that, there is 7+, I believe, is another one that we have got there as well. And they are just showing all the highlighted catches that we have this year. Hopefully we have plenty more to come in these ones. I think Australia will give 10 overs to England before declaring as well. Yeah, I think this one will be more of the case of Khawaja to get 50, Green to get his iron just a little bit more, give the youngster a bit more confidence with the bat in hand. And then from there, they will end up probably declaring with a lead of about 320, 350 perhaps, if they really are a little bit worried about England. I will be lurking for a bit, Hamish, as on there says, Sebastian, no worries, mate. Play gets back underway in a few minutes' time, but it will be a relatively slow start, I would think, for Australia, just to once again get themselves set at the crease. Maybe about 3 overs of going at about 3 runs. And also, so what football club do you support, Hamish? If you say Arsenal, I'm not going to be happy as well. And there says David, I mean, I guess Wellington Phoenix is probably the best answer in that situation. I don't really hugely have a Premier League team. I don't think I probably know the teams well enough now. I used to quite enjoy, I guess, which team was it? I think I used to quite enjoy, was it Blackpool? Just because me and Dad, we actually played on FIFA as Blackpool and worked our way right up to the Premier League. So I feel like I had a soft spot for them. But tomorrow, rain prediction in Sydney as well, says it is indeed. It's about 80% chance that it is going to be raining. Looks like anything could be possible, as I says William there. Certainly is. In the game of cricket, you never know what is going to be happening, but we've got another 38 overs left of the day here. So that will take us through to, I believe, 86 overs. Decent. 86 overs will be how much we got. So we're going to have 6. Oh, Ben Stokes is choking on something here. He's saying he's all right, though. I think he ended up going down the steps maybe with some water in his mouth, and now he's getting a bit of a pat on the back from Stuart Broad trying to help out Ben Stokes there, but he still won't be able to bowl, I don't believe. I think he is too injured to be able to go out there. I like the fact that they went with Joe Root, though. I'm saying he can pick up the next wicket. I've got there the Tangerines as well on there, says Sebastian. The Tangerines. Is that what the Blackpool side are? And there's Sebastian. But yeah, I don't actually think I've ever watched a game of Blackpool in real life or even on TV. It's just literally I was them on FIFA, so I was like, right, they'll do. They are the team that I guess I'll go for, but I didn't really go for them. So I feel like I need to commit to a football team, try and find one. And I feel like, I don't know who it would be. Who's a good one to follow in the Premier League? I don't mind Liverpool as well. I guess they're another one that I quite like watching. As a Kiwi, who do you support in the Ashes? I think you support Aussies as well. Says a lot of Kiwis do support Australia in the Ashes just because it's that Southern Hemisphere kind of team sportsmanship, I guess you could say, in terms of the fact that if we're not playing, we want the Australians to win. If the Australians aren't winning, we'd like to think, or if they're not playing, that we'd like to think that they'd support us. But I'm pretty impartial in the Ashes just because I love watching certain players from both teams. So I do get the best of both worlds in that regard. But Alex Carey at the moment, he will be the next man to the crease, followed by Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and then Scott Bullen if he is needed. But I don't believe we will get to that stage for the Australians. Usman Khawaja at the moment sitting on 35 runs of 74 deliveries, can go out there, smack the ball around here and see what he can do. But Jack Leach now, he is going to be bowling once again. They will have a new ball just before the end of the day as well. Yes, Black Ball, I went for a few of their games I went for a few of their games in Bloomfield Road, a very nice team to go for. As I on there said, Sebastian, how are they doing at the moment in terms of what league or kind of what level they're at in the English setup, Sebastian? Do let me know. I remember at the time that we did it, they were in League 2. So that is why we decided to be them and work our way right up to the Premier League. As Khawaja and Green to very sincerely partnership in Sydney Test in day 4, and as well, says Naveen, yeah, if these two can get the 100-run partnership, they're already up to close to 70 for these two as well. But Cameron Green, he is going to be on strike. Leach will be the bowler. They've still got the slip. They've still got the bat pad on the leg side. And Cameron Green, he hasn't forgotten how to do his fourth defensive as well. ICC T20 World Cup at New Zealand versus Australia. It must have had goosebumps for you as well, says Unket. The thing is with that one, I actually ended up doing a live commentary for Fiji versus Wales in the rugby. But the big thing is that game beforehand between us and England was absolutely insane. That one, and I believe the quarterfinal. Who do we have in the quarterfinal as well? That was a relatively tough game for us. Can't quite remember whoever it was. Both of those games I was sitting on the edge of my seat for in the middle of the night and play start. And at this third session, it has indeed. And we are now underway. Jack Leach as well. 2 balls of this first over. They're in the championship mid-table as well. So the championship, that is the second one down from the Premier, or like the first one down from the Premier League, isn't it? Goes 2-1 championship Premier League, I believe. Hopefully I've got that around the right way. At the moment now, Jack Leach is going to be charging him once again. They've got the man on the leg side at bat pad. It's almost a silly, I guess you call them a silly mid-wicket type region, somewhere along those lines. They have decided that Khawaja, they do want to try and get him out very soon. It's a good idea. They do need to take him away because he's sitting on 35 at the moment here. And now advancing down the wicket, little chip there, and it has gone through the outfield. As it goes League 2, then League 1, then Championship, then Premier League. As there says, it was Xavier, and also we were there today. 38 overs left, there is indeed. And it does mean that we are going to be closing out in the 86th over, which will mean that they have the new ball for 5 or so overs for themselves. If we do get through all the overs, that is, they should be able to get to 6. And an innings changeover will lose 2 overs for ourselves here. By the looks over Jack Leach at the moment. He's gone .1.1. Going back to the dot there for Jack Leach. And I'll say any BBL action tonight. I know that there are 2 matches that are taking place. The first of which is going to be the Melbourne Renegades taking on the Sydney Thunder. That will start at 8:05 p.m. New Zealand time. And the second game, it does overlap, and it is Brisbane Heat taking on the Hobart Hurricanes. And that game is going to be starting at 10:30 p.m. New Zealand time as well. Third session would be super and get wicket for England after Australia is on top, but now can't get anything as well. And then there says William as well. But that is the end of the Jack Leach over. 4 for 151 here with the lead of 273 runs. And imagine where England would be at this stage if they didn't have Bairstow, if they didn't have Stokes, if they didn't have Wood, all really dig in and get themselves some decent totals on the board. They would have possibly had to follow on, which would have meant that this game would have almost maybe even been over by this point in time. But those 3 men, they have been able to keep England in this test match. They don't have a high percentage of winning it, but they are still on for the draw, perhaps, if they keep on going. But Jimmy Anderson at the moment, bowling once again. He's got an average of 76 with the ball in hand for the third innings, which means he goes for 76 runs every time he takes a wicket. They've swapped him out, actually, and they're going to give it to Broad instead. Probably a good idea. At the moment, Stuart Broad now and Khawaja to each in back-to-back 50 as well. Says Naveen, would be very impressive. And if he just goes bang here, he could actually get himself, after getting that 50, maybe another 50 and only about 30 balls or somewhere around there, perhaps, for Khawaja. But now, Stuart Broad, they have got themselves their slip once again. He's almost at second slip now, I believe, Joe Root here. The way that he is set, they've also got a point. They've got a cover. It's almost a in close point as well. He's kind of quite far inside of the ring. Stuart Broad now steaming into the crease once more. Edge goes too far down the leg side, and it is going to be racing away for the 4 runs. That was almost a chance for Ollie Pope. The first one that he hasn't been able to take, but that one was going to be impossible to make his way over to. But Usman Khawaja, he will take those runs, moves up to 40 runs now of 77 deliveries. Just a little bit leg side-ish for Stuart Broad. Got the edge. Pope, full outstretched dive, just wasn't quite able to get to that ball there by the looks of it. Not quite stretching far enough there for Pope. He will be disappointed with that one a little bit. Stuart Broad just getting a bit too straight with the one that he was trying to straighten. Nicely played once again by Khawaja right on behind it. I'll need a wicket England as well. And this is William. And also we have got the now England will win this possibly in his very few percentage because Leeds stretching near 300 marks. So Australia a chance to win more percentage here if rain not hold the final day as well. Exactly right. And the blue sky is still out. I think we're going to get to see a full day at the SCG, which is something we haven't said for any of the other days. We've had rain delays on every single day, 2 hours yesterday, maybe about an hour and a half on and off for the day before, and then also about half an hour or so on day 2. Currently, we are on day 4, which does mean that we're getting closer and closer to the end of this test match. Now, Khawaja, he is going to be at the crease. Stuart Broad charging into Baldwin once again. It's a good pull shot there from Khawaja, and that is going to be racing close to the boundary, fielded nicely by Milan. And also, full day will be 50%. As on there says William there. And yeah, I believe that it's supposed to be 80% chance of rain at the moment at the SCG or in Sydney in general. So maybe it's raining somewhere, just not here because it is looking very nice indeed at the moment. On strike once again, it is going to be the tall man, Cameron Green. Got a very large frame, 6'6", can really swing a bat when he decides to go after the ball. And Broad here, it is a veteran versus a rookie, I guess you could say, in that regard. Cameron Green on strike, Stuart Broad, the bowler. Who is going to get the last stuff? I feel like Cameron Green, he'll get a couple good shots away, but then maybe Broad does use that strategy to be able to wear him down and get him to outside edge it straight into the hands of Joe Root. It's my prediction. Yorker there from Broad. Tries to whip it to the leg side. Doesn't quite get all of it. Usman Khawaja, man, I match sure this test match as well, says Vishal. Definitely, if they do end up winning this one, Australia, he is the front runner for me. For them as well, because he has just been phenomenal as well. You are a lone warrior, as on you have mates, or you are the lone warrior, or you have mates to update the scoreboard. I do all of the live streams in that regard, the scoreboard and everything. It is all by myself. I do just use an online scoreboard to be able to tick it over, but I have got the game there, the scoreboard there, a couple of other tabs open so that I can have that, and then the chat over there, all on my monitor as well. Stuart Broad. Outside of the off stump, good shot there from Cam Green. They want the single. Joe Root, direct hit there. They are going upstairs. I think Cam Green might have just been in the crease. So Australia were 92 for 4 and 155 for 2. Oh, sorry, for 4 to take a young Green, an experienced Khawaja partnership as well, says Naveen there. Okay, saying that he put his bat in there. He's down, and that is going to be a good run in the end for Cam Green. It was a tight one, but they do get through for it. And Australia are still going to have these 2 batsmen at the crease. Another bit of a stretch as well there. But like they said, that's actually the first time that England have hit the stumps in the field in a very long time. I know that that's the first time of this Ashes matchup, but I'm not too sure about the others as well. But Dubber Milan just a little bit disappointed there. The fact that he wasn't quite able to get that run out. I know that, they've still got, I'd like to think that they'll go with Joe Root at some stage, but he's only bowled himself for 1 over. It's a good stretch from Cam Green. And he needed that stretch or else he could have been on his way. Broad once again bowling nicely. Khawaja, though, just respect for the bowler, just taps it back down to Jimmy Anderson, who hasn't been able to pick up a wicket yet in the second innings. Same with Stuart Broad. Neither of those men able to tick over the mark. Khawaja looked around. He wasn't too sure whether or not Cameron Green was out or not, but he was just safe by about half a metre or so. Or maybe less than half a metre, probably about 30 centimetres. And also Green, age about in 22 years old as well, says Naveen. So, yeah, he is very young, Cameron Green. To be fair, not many direct hits happen in test match cricket. Only really happens in the limited over formats as well. Says Guy Broom. Oh, man, we've seen some good keeping work in like the BBL and whatnot with like Sam Harper, Matthew Wade as well, a couple that come to mind. Josh Philippe as well, the way that they whip that glove off, throw down the stumps as well. Some of them even do it without taking off the glove and still are able to hit it as well, which is very impressive indeed. Currently, anyone who was wondering about the BBL, they've had a little bit of a rearrange of the schedule, which does mean it overlaps with quite a bit of the cricket that we have got coming up in the near future. It will be slightly unfortunate in that regard. Nice shot there from Cameron Green, straight to, once again, I believe that was not Crawley. It's, it was Crawley. Who's the other guy? Zach Crawley. There's also that other guy whose name I can't think of once again. But he's been out in the field. He's about 13th man. Can't think of it as well. Cameron Green hits that one down the ground. And it's just going to be the single. Green was born 3rd of June 1999 as well. Geez, so he's only just older than me by about 6 months. Exactly, yeah, 6 months and a day. Cameron Green is older than me as well. Whether it's just holding firm, staying around an hour away in Camden as well. And there says Kai Broom. So, yeah, it does seem like for now, that's a big shot from Khawaja. Whips it away to the leg side. Moves up to now 45 runs for Usman Khawaja, and Australia lead by 284 now. You're talking about Pope who was keeping? Nope, not Pope. There is a guy, I think his number is 68 or something along those lines. I can't quite think of him off the top of my head, though. He's been in the outfield. It's not Crawley. It's not Folks. It's another guy as well, and I can't think of him. Relatively high up the order, I think. He's more of a batsman than a bowler. Nicely played once again by Khawaja, keeping that one rolling along the ground. Who is it? Overton, not Overton. No, not Craig Overton. There's another guy. As I feel like it's everyone. And then there's this guy. I can't think of it as well. Using her feet nicely. Khawaja whips it to the leg side. Moves up now onto 46. And also Matthew Waite is positive case. So who is Hobart Hurricanes captain? I assume that they'll either go Nathan Ellis or Darcy Short, maybe. Might be an option. Ben McDermott. Actually, Ben McDermott, I think, will probably step up in that regard because he has been going very nicely too. Back-to-back hundreds and also the captaincy as well. And also we go there 2 to 3 times. I might be a team has ever chased target of about 300 or above 300 and won a match. So the Aussies should declare as soon as they reach 300 plus as well. And I guess it is the case of you want to put enough pressure on England to think that maybe there's still a chance that they can chase it down. So they want to play aggressive. But then also you've got to make sure that you have given yourself enough runs that you don't allow that to happen and for England to be able to chase it down. Yeah, it is going to be extremely tough for England. Definitely with the fact that Australia now lead by 285 as well. And how about Brisbane Heat captain as well? And this is Ryan. I believe it probably is either going to be Jimmy Pearce and Chris Lynn. And if they're both missing, maybe someone along the lines of maybe Stickety. Or that one stayed low there for Stuart Broad. 131 Ks and it just died on the surface. Currently only going at 2.3 runs per over here for Stuart Broad. And also Wade isn't out due to, it was personal reasons as well. Here's Kai Broom there. Who is the man who I'm thinking of for England? It's not Crawley. It's not Folks. It's not Wokes. It's not Overton. It's not Pope. It's the other guy. It's not Crawley. It's not Pope. It's another fellow. I don't even know if he's still out on the field at the moment. I might have to look up England squad for the Ashes. Squad list and for the 18-man lineup. Right, we're going to find him out. Ollie Robinson, it's not him. Chris Wokes, Josh Butler, Mark Wood. Nope. None of them. Right. Dan Lawrence, that is the name. Dan Lawrence is the one who I couldn't think of. He's Lawrence, says Guy Broom. You got it right there, bang on the money. And yeah, it also wasn't Don Bess. Or also in there, another man that I didn't mention yet is no one. That is actually everyone. Sam Billings is also in there now. Nice shot there for Usman Khawaja. And that is going to be the half century. Well batted once again from Khawaja. Back-to-back 50s in the SCG Test match. Gets a lot of respect from Cameron Green as well. Brilliantly batted by Usman Khawaja. And it's Dan Lawrence as well. It is indeed. And also Khawaja then to each 4 runs to need to get the second innings 50 in the 4th Sydney Test as well. And also we have got there have been 34 chases above 300 as well. There you go. 34. What is the highest run chase ever, Kai Broom? Do you have that information? Lawrence will play 50s if Bairstow doesn't play as well. There says Kai Broom there. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And thank you for appreciating Khawaja as well. It's an uncat. No worries, mate. He has batted extremely well. He does deserve all of the praise that he will be getting after this one as well. But Australia, they now lead by 289 as well. But he has been batting well from his out Usman Khawaja with the cover drive. Whatever happened to Denley? Joe Denley, I know that he wasn't going that great recently, but what happened to him? in that regard. Did they end up, is he playing county cricket now, I assume? And well batted applause as well. And then also Khawaja, congrats. 450 as well. And well done, Khawaja. 418. Who was able to do that? Kai Broom, do let me know if you don't mind. I assume that it does say the team as well. Side of the off stump glided there by Khawaja. And now he's starting to feel that momentum. That brings up another boundary. He moves up to 54. West Indies versus Australia, May the 9th, 2003. Was it Australia who chased it down, Kai Broom, or was it the West Indies? I assume it was Australia who chased it down there. 2003, that's your kind of, is that just before Michael Clarke, or is Michael Clarke around in 2003? I know that you probably have a young Brett Lee, maybe, and Ben Folkes deserves to play as well. Yeah, he's a very good player, Ben Folkes. And also there, West Indies chased it down, nice as well. Who else was back there? Ricky Ponting, I assume, 2003, Shane Warne, all those classic fellows who were absolute just whizzes with the ball. Brian Lara, yep. As soon as you said West Indies chase it down, there was one man's name that came to mind. Brian Lara, of course, who was just absolutely phenomenal. And they need someone to step up in this game for Australia, or sorry, for England, because at the moment, Khawaja, he's sitting on 54. And like I mentioned, might be able to get himself a quick fire 100 here if he keeps on going. And since Test cricket started in 1980, or sorry, 72, only 34 chases till now. Highest run chase around 400 and 6 to 434 as well by West Indies against Australia. And also how long left to today's play, says Phil. At this stage, I believe they did mention that they were going to have a 3-hour session. So we've still got another 2 hours and 13 minutes left at this point in time for today. So it means that there's plenty of time for Australia to get over that 300 mark. Maybe they even want to go for 350. And then from there, they will still have over 100 overs at England as well. And Kiwi Brisbane Heat need to must win from Hobart Hurricanes, because Brisbane Heat will not qualify as well, says Ryan there. Yeah, they will have to make sure that they get a decent win there. He actually didn't do much in that game. There were hundreds by the number 5 and 6 as well. Do you have the end names as well, Kai Broom? Yeah, Brian Lara, he was just a class above back in the day with a bat in hand. Like, if you could get that man out, even getting him out while he's like, I don't even know how old he is now, but he played in a charity match and he still managed to get a whole heap of runs. Joe Root now being brought back into the bowling attack. This would be the 36th highest chase ever. And yeah, Brian Lara as well. And there says David the Mob, but Joe Root now having a bowler captain of England needs to pick up a wicket soon. Wickets aren't that really important at this point in time for England, but they just need to slow down Khawaja, and a good way to do that is to get him out. I'd still need 5 more after that. They could send out Stark to just have an absolute smash fest there for a little bit of time. Also, Pat Cummins going to the long ball. We'll be trying to get a little bit Sawan and Chandapal as well. Nice shot there from Khawaja once again. Out to the man at deep point, and he has been fielding it nicely out there. Dava Milan been busy today. Australia have kind of ended up, I guess you could say, taking away a little bit of the preservative style that we have seen in the earlier stages of this test match, and just gone, you know what? It's time to go. We need runs in a hurry. Anytime the ball is there to hit it, we will hit it. And cut shot there from Usman Khawaja, whip to the leg side. It's going to be no run, though. And also, are you dreaming? Are you dreaming, Broom? It's on there. And also, we've got the Kiwi today match. Sydney Thunder versus Melbourne Renegades and Brisbane Heat versus Hobart Hurricanes. It is indeed. It is a double header. Well, this one, the first match starts at 8:05. The second match does start at 10:30. Thought about trying to dabble with that one. Cameron Green outside of the off stump decides against it in the end. Probably good decision. He could have gotten himself in a little bit of trouble there. 30 runs from 74 here. Cameron Green advancing down the wicket, and it is going to be fielded by mid-wicket there, Jack Leach. And Khawaja was born on 18th of December 1986 in Pakistan as well. And he'd be in his 50s now. Remember his hot wife as well. Says that David the Mod. Oh, way down the leg side there for Joe Root. Is that considered as a wide? Don't believe so. Just the 2 off the over, and Khawaja has now outscored Harris in this series as well. Says Kai Broom, and he's only played the 1. So if they don't play Khawaja at 5, they definitely need him at the top of the order. I feel like Harris, he has gone well in the last couple of games, but give Khawaja another shot. Travis Head needs to come back into the side, that is. If Travis Head doesn't need to come back, just put Khawaja straight there at 5 again and let him go for broke. And the next one at Hobart as well. And Kiwi May, we all see you and your mum as well, says Ryan there. We have still got those other live streams up on the channel from the other day. If you do want to go back and check it out. I remember yesterday I ended up pouring water down my front, which was unfortunate. Didn't want to do that. And it just ended up all going down the front of my shorts as well. And Khawaja should score 100 to make his place permanent in the playing 11 as well. And he has got a good chance of being able to do that here. If Australia allow it, Pat Cummins, he'll be watching on closely now. Khawaja, Cummins, Sydney Thunder Pals from back in the day in the Big Bash. So does that influence Pat Cummins just a little tiny bit? I know that we'll probably not try and have that on his mind, but does he think about his friendship with Khawaja and go, he's sitting here on 55, I'll give him a little bit more time to try and go on and kick to come in the Japanese league as well. Says Xavier Brown, one moment, we will go here and we will go here. And so the current score and that one, Aaron Cruden to win the game here for this kick. I am going to have a quick look at that one as well. Jack Leach is going to be the bowler now in that next one. But yeah, it's 23-24 at the moment in the Japanese League One. And also we have the Steelers could win. They could indeed. Stephen Smith was born 2nd of June, 1989 as well. Says Naveen there. It's a relatively easy kick for Aaron Cruden. He's normally decent under pressure. As he played once again by Khawaja there. Now 84.5 minutes down. I'm looking at nothing but Aaron Cruden here just for the next 20 seconds or so. See whether or not he can nail the kick. But at the moment, Jack Leach is the bowler. Charged down as he got it. He's missed. He's missed Aaron Cruden, and that's going to be the end of the game as well. And also we've got the Kiwi. We all will see you and your mum tomorrow morning. Bangladesh versus New Zealand second test and Ashes as well, says Ryan. I believe so. I believe my mum will be with me for that one. But Oteri Black's team in the Japanese top league, the Shining Arcs, have been able to get the win over the Steelers. Reverse sweep there from Usman Khawaja. Yeah, chasing the deep. Craig Overton's done nicely, and they will get back for the 2 runs there as well. And also, do you know any word in Hindi language as well? Says Ankit, I don't believe so. Unfortunately, I do wish that I did know a few more languages as well and kind of common sayings, but I don't actually know any Hindi words at this point in time. And 2,446 tests played all time, and this will be the 35th largest chase as well. So it does just tell you how difficult this would be for England. But, I mean, other teams have been able to go on and get into, I guess, a decent situation. But at the moment now, Khawaja, 57 of 94 deliveries here for Usman. The Excidish whips it away, and that is going to be a nice casual single once again for the Australians. Leach, he's got 2 wickets so far for himself, 63 for 2. And off 18.5. Doing us a treat. Amish, it'd be wonderful to see her, as says David the Mind. So, yeah, hopefully we can get her on for either the morning session, the afternoon session, or I guess the evening session when she is working. And did someone steal your beard as well, says Music Kiwi? Yeah, they did. I don't know where they went either. They just kind of came up, went yoink, and then it all kind of just disappeared off my face. They left the mustache, though. They said that I can keep that, which is nice of them. Very generous in a way that I am allowed to keep the mustache for that one as well. I can't believe he missed the kick as well, says Aiden. Yeah, it was very close. And Aaron Cruden in the end. I think that's because I jinxed him. I said he's normally very good under pressure. Turns out maybe he's not as good as I anticipated. Cameron Green once again with the 4th defensive. That will be the end of the Leach over. Where is Milan? Give Milan a bowl. Is my call. I am now captain. I'll send Joe Root a Instagram message and I'll say, give David Milan a bowl, please. I won't actually do that. I feel like my first message to Joe Root would not be telling him how to do his job. It would probably be like, hey, Joe, let's go, mate. Hopefully one day he might want to come on the channel. Imagine that. Imagine one day I just start a live stream and I just got Joe Root as my guest for that one. It would be pretty awesome indeed. Test career by batting position number 5. He's got 195 runs so far, so he's really been going nicely. And November was like 2 months ago as well. And this is Music Kiwi, and also, yes, you jinxed it. You made me lose $10 as well. Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, sorry about that, Aiden. Hopefully he'll get it next time, I guess. Yeah, I'm not too sure how long the mustache will be sticking out for, or whether I go to completely kind of clean shaven. I haven't been clean shaven in about 3 years, though. Khawaja there once again with a little shot. No run on offer there for him, as Marnus would say, no run as well. But nicely fielded there by, I believe that is Zach Crawley. And a little bit, yeah, I'm wondering, because Joe Denley, he was struggling a little bit, but then he had 1 good innings in the Ashes. But now, since then, I haven't really seen him anywhere. Full toss there from Joe Root, just up for the single down the ground. Probably a little bit lucky in that regard, only to go for the single with that massive full toss. The moment, Joe Root. I think they said 4 overs remaining. Australia have 5 times ODI World Cup win: 1987, 1999, 2003, 2007, 2015. Runner-up 1975, 1996, and Champions Trophy win by 2006, 2009, T20 win by 2021, beat by New Zealand in 2015. ODI win by Australia, beaten in as well, says Naveen. So yeah, they've got a very impressive record, this Australian side as well. And also, you should have had a goatee. Bit late now, unfortunately. Hopefully it grows back relatively quickly, and I will be back eventually as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. They now lead by 300 runs at the moment here for the Australians. Is it going to be enough? I would say so, but they're going to keep on going by the looks of it. Now Australia have won some quick runs from here, 350 to 375, and then England's second innings took 2 wickets. That strategy, feeling it here as well, says Vishal. Reverse sweep once again from Khawaja. Well played and well fielded by Mark Wood there as well. And they have enough runs as well, says Music Kiwi. And also, we have got about the $10 as well. But yeah, anyone who is new, surely leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We have got plenty more cricketing action coming. Bangladesh versus New Zealand is just around the corner as well. Would you rather New Zealand be the best team, the best test team, or win the ODI and T20 World Cup as well? Because I love test cricket, I would say the test match side of it. I mean, ODI and also T20, like, it's nice having trophies for those ones, but I just absolutely love test match cricket. I wish we had something similar to the Ashes with Australia as well. I feel like that would be pretty cool. Have like that Trans-Tasman rivalry. So 30 overs, keep playing like 90 tomorrow as well. And this is Music Kiwi. Yeah, by the sounds of it, they are going to get another full day of play in tomorrow. So that's just that question of how long are they going to continue to bat for you. Cameron Green advancing down the wicket, hits it down, and that is going to be straight to Jack Leach now. The moment Cameron Green, he does like a slog sweep as well. They are just saying there, so possibly might go after it at some stage. They've got a man in the deep, though, I believe, out on that side, so you'd have to try and hit it over the top of him. Cameron Green now. Sit to the leg side, gets a single, moves up nicely onto 32. Do they want another? Yes, they do. And they do get back nice and comfortably for another 2 runs. Cameron Green ticking over quite nicely now for himself. And New Zealand versus Australia would be a much better test series as well, says Captain James there. And I guess with it being so close to each other as well, you could kind of do it as a split. Go like 2 matches in New Zealand, 3 matches in Australia or something like that. Or 1 match on neutral. Where's neutral ground? Not really. No, we don't really have neutral ground, do we? But like different conditions. So like MCG, SCG, Bay Oval, and Hagley Oval as well. And like a 4-match, just kind of random test series every once in a while. It would be quite cool to see if they did want to do that. And if they wanted another one to add in, you could go maybe the Gabba or Brisbane Oval, or not Brisbane Oval, Adelaide Oval, Hobart, take it to somewhere else in Australia that we haven't really seen too much test cricket in the futures and get like 100 as well. And this is Music Kiwi there. And also we have got the England win by T20 World Cup 2010, beat Australia in ODI World Cup, beat New Zealand 2019. That's greatest cricketing drama as well. Says Naveen there, and also Khawaja 100 and Green 50 run that Australia should think about the declaration time. Be the end of the 4th ball of the over for Jack Leach at the moment. He's gone for 3 so far, but they need to find a way of stopping it from just continuing to tick over here, because the run rate, they're scoring 3, 4, even sometimes more than 5. An overshot from Khawaja. That one's gone. That's 6 runs just off that ball. Brilliant slog sweep from Usman Khawaja. Now moves up to 65. And I think I agree with you in regards to the fact that they are going to let Khawaja go towards his 100 before getting rid of them, just because he's not going to take very long to do so. Did say when he was sitting on 50, I'll give him 30 balls to be able to go on to get the 100, and that is exactly what it looks like he is going to be doing. He brought up his 50 after 90 balls or so, I think it was. 6-match test series with 3 matches in each country. Might be a long series, but it'd be worth it as well. Says Captain James. It would be pretty awesome to see where else would they play in New Zealand. I guess we've also got, where do we have? Sky Stadium? No, that's probably quite hard to book out for 5 days. Where else have we got in New Zealand? Surely we got more. One in Nelson? What's the one in Nelson called? Can't quite think of it, unfortunately. And also we got there. Hi, says Priya as well. Welcome in to the live stream there. And also we got there, Naveen. We don't talk about the 2019 final here as well, says Music Kiwi. I mean, it did happen, though. And England did end up getting the win. We do accept that one for now. It was unfortunate, of course, if you were a Kiwi supporter and if you stayed up all night to watch that one. I was one of those people who did stay up right throughout the night. That was actually one of the first matches that I watched of that ODI World Cup that I wouldn't actually just watch the highlights of as well. Now at this stage, 56. That's already a ball of Joe Root. So they got spin from both ends. We drew, as on there says Music Kiwi there. And in the chat as well. But the partnership has been just over to the 102 runs that they have been able to get off only 164 balls. That's a wide one. Khawaja strikes it beautifully. Goes out to deep cover for the single. We have got the eyebrow as well, says Mohammed. And there as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. At the moment, we are excited to see all of the other matches that we have got on tonight for the BBL. I don't know whether or not it's quite an awkward time, that 10:31. So I'm wondering whether or not I will actually end up doing the commentary on that one, or whether I try and get a little bit more of an early night and then go on to do the Pakistan, or sorry, not Pakistan, also Bangladesh versus New Zealand game tomorrow in the earlier hours. Nice shot there from Cam Green once again, just ticking it over. And I was one that stayed up to watch that final two, Hamish, as well. Was like a nightmare, as well, says David the Mod. And 2 super overs, says Music Kiwi there, and I don't get it. I played in the cricket match with 2 overs. Why not them as well? And there says Music Kiwi. So I believe it is because of the because of the competition system. It was whoever had more wins, or whoever had more run rate or something like that, wasn't it? That did end up kind of going down to the wire. And by Kiwi led by Hamish, as on there says William. So we will see you later on, mate. But thank you very much for tuning in. It's hugely appreciated you being here. Drag down ball from Joe Root. Bit of a rough one. He bowled a bouncer in the first innings. That one was not the bouncer, and it does get raced away for 4 once again. Khawaja now moving up to 71. About for another hour or so. I put it right out of reach as well, and Khawaja is set for another ton as well. And that's a good point. As long as they end up making it about 4 runs and over or something along those lines, or 3.5, it's going to be extremely tough for England to even be able to slightly have a chance of chasing this down. Khawaja very hungry for runs. It's a really good sign for Australia. Was off the edge. Didn't quite get it. It was just outside of Crawley, though. I stayed up all night, too. And when I knew Gupta had the chance to prove all his haters wrong, and he blew it as well. Here's Music Kiwi, and yeah, got a feel for Gupta there for that matchup. And goes as well. And then says Runaway Puppet. And at the moment, he's doing very nicely for his England versus New Zealand final cricket drama 2019 high voltage thriller. And it was that close of a game as well. I believe, if I'm not wrong, the New Zealand TAB actually refunded everyone's bets who bet on New Zealand to win that match, because there was just outrage in the country as well. Khawaja at the moment, the current partnership is sitting on 108, but Cameron Green still sticking around nicely, sitting on 35 runs. He actually plays his best cricket in his second innings, Cameron Green, when he knows that the pressure is off, where he can just play those classic cricket shots that he does have, and also use those long levers. 6'6" the man is, so he can certainly hit a long ball. Sent it to the leg side. They are going to get the single there, and I believe that might be a leg by. And at the moment, they are saying that England, they are basically waiting for the declaration here. And rest up tonight, Hamish, save your energy for tomorrow as well, says David the Mod. So I think that might be the best way of doing it, because 10:30, theoretically, if I do that game that starts at 10:30, it will take me through to about 2 a.m., I believe, and then I'll probably only get about 7 hours sleep before the cricket. Possibly. So, yeah, I might end up, it's weird. I normally have a BBL live stream in the evening. But this game, I mean, at the moment, there's been plenty of action happening throughout the day as well. I think after Khawaja's century, Aussie will declare as well. Aussie is a mean cricketers for their personal records as well, says Rahika there. I mean, it's one of those ones, Pat Cummins. He obviously sees the potential in these two to be able to go on and get themselves their milestones. Sweep shot from Cameron Green. Oh, that's an awkward bounce there for Craig Overton, and they are going to be able to get themselves just the single, do they? Yes, they do. And New Zealand's second test against Bangladesh. Any news for Kane Williamson be fit or not? I don't believe he is fit, and also it's debatable whether or not he will be there for South Africa. Yeah, that just bounced up. A little spongy bit of the surface. Reverse sweep from Khawaja. It's in the air, but once again, plays it beautifully, Khawaja. He hasn't really missed out on a reverse sweep, and that is where I guess we start to see the development of Test match cricket in terms of what effect ODI and T20 have also had in that regard, because of the fact that, like Usman Khawaja, he's brilliant with the reverse sweep. That is a shot that we wouldn't normally see back in the day as well. Oh, we might see a couple kind of ramp shots and whatnot. Australia leads to each 350 by declared keep attacking English batting as well. What does it mean for Head? As Oz says, Music Kiwi, it means might have to miss out on the next one, depending on how it goes. I mean, unless they go Khawaja as an opener, but why would you break the form that Khawaja has got here? So I don't think England will get a chance with the new ball tonight at the Australians. They've currently got 199 off 57 overs. They're actually ticking along very nicely here for this total. I don't believe they'll get to that 400 mark like they did in the first innings. They're just going to keep on going over, and that is nicely done by Khawaja to retain the strike for the next over. That is the 200 brought up for the Australians as well. Well batted so far from them. And England, they do need to try and find that answer to be able to shut down the Australians here. But Khawaja sitting there, 75 of 112, and Australia to winning percentage high as well, says Navino. We'll quickly bring it up one more time. We'll see what it is sitting on at the moment. So for England to win this game, there is a 3% chance. Australia to win a 61% chance, and the draw is 36% chance. And also just made some Maltese food. As on there says Xav. And also we got there this English bowling is inspired as well. Or insipid, sorry. And yeah, I thought you were going to say inspired, but then this stage they just need to find a way of breaking through. Joe Root gives him a bit of width. Khawaja goes bang. There is a man out there. He's not going to be able to stop it though. David Milan tries to slide tackle that ball, and that is going to be an extra 4 runs for Usman Khawaja. We have got there. Do you want to know what my food recipe is? Go for it, mate. Just let me know. And also we have there. Who do you think I got the best top 5 in Test cricket as well? Says Music Kiwi. As in top 5 runs. Music Kiwi. Are we talking run scorers here? Or top 5 as in like maybe wins or something along those lines? Do let me know. The big blow for New Zealand and Williamson not fit. Going to be once again the ram shot there from Khawaja. This is at least 2 runs as well. It's going to be a big old chase. Can he get to it? He does indeed. Well done from, I believe that was Lawrence, who was able to get down and get that one and stop it. Oh, that was, sorry, I'm watching the BBO out of the corner of my eye, and Ashton Agar just threw his bat. But that was from last night's game that did take place. And also about the recipe we have got there. But Khawaja now ramp shot. He's just seeing everything so well at the moment. Usman Khawaja, tomato sauce spread over the bread, a chili flakes, tuna, and also salt, pepper, olive oil. Sounds all right. That's for sure. But at the moment now, Root, he has gone for 7 runs so far of the first 2 balls of this over. Cameron Green tries to hit it to the leg side. It is going to be well fielded by Jack Leach once again. Currently, Australia, they lead by 329. It doesn't look like Pat Cummins in any hurry at all to end up out on the field anytime soon. Again, Cameron Green, he does say no. And I think that is because he knows that if Cameron Green can get us 50 here, that will give the young man a lot of confidence, and 100% in each innings for Uzi as well, or 100 in each innings for Uzi as well. Or else won't play in Hobart as well. Uzi will open with Warner. Yeah, I feel like if Travis Head is gone, that would be, or Travis Head is back in, sorry, I feel like that would be the best case scenario, as to give Khawaja a chance at opening. I mean, if it doesn't work, you can put him back to 5 if you need to. But for now, he's in form. You've got to play him. Imagine getting 2 back-to-back hundreds, and then you're like, or they're like, no, we won't select you for the next one as well. The drink is iced ginger beer and milk as well. And there's Xav there in Australia, 204 to lead by 322 runs. To more lead to 370 to 100 as well. Mohammadi is there in the chat. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. And mustaches for as well. They appreciate it. We hit the 100 like goal, so I decided I would end up shaving off this bun, and we have just got the mustache for this one as well. And Uzi averages over 90 opening for Australia as well. And there says runaway puppet. So surely they will give him the chance up the order as well. If Usman Khawaja gets out within 2 or 3 overs, I am sure Aussies will declare as well. I'm sure England will take this match for a draw as well, and Aussies will regret later for not declaring earlier as well. Says right here, and also we've got there, what position does Khawaja play in his club team? Says Music Kiwi. That's a very good question. Oh, what team does he play? Or sorry, what number? I think he either opens or he does bat 3 or 4, I believe. If I'm not wrong. In the BBL, he normally opens alongside Alex Hales, the Englishman, who, of course, they have spent a little bit of time batting together in recent history. Although I think Alex Hales, he is going to be sticking around in Australia. Sam Billings, though, is a player who has joined up with the Ashes side just to be injury cover for the wicket keepers as well. Cameron Green at the moment sitting on 37 off 88 deliveries here. He's got a decent chance of being able to go on and get himself towards a very nice total here, Cameron Green. If he gets to 50, I would say that will... I mean, that's the thing. Last time he had a good batting innings, second, he actually got a few wickets as well for himself. So he will be wondering whether or not he can do the same. Mark Wood now, he is in the bowling attack. At the moment, I would say, I'm still not sure who's getting the next wicket though. Khawaja, he will be able to use the pace of Wood when he is on strike. Green for now does have the strike of Mark Wood. Still just about the third slip. Good shot there from Cameron Green. Aggressive 4 runs out mid-wicket way. And that is going to be another 4. And he moves into the 40s now for a sign. And also we're there, the milk. And that was Assis Mohammadi. And there we go. Still got our water glass, of course. And that one, and bam, what a shot by Green. He stands up straight. And when that man stands up straight, he's 6'6", so he's going to be pretty straight up and down and have plenty of height and plenty of swing. So Khawaja, runs meter now, climbing. And now he has hurry now for 100 as well. Yeah, he's currently sitting on 82 runs. Friends, our Green is sitting there on 41. So he's sticking over quite nicely as well. Gets right behind that ball and plays solidly. Second ball of Mark Wood. He decided to not really go after that one. And I feel like picking his ball here, if he's strategic, he might be able to get himself towards that 50. And they're mentioning about that innings that he had up against India. I believe he was able to get himself 88 runs, but it was when they were trying to get in a position to be able to declare Australia that Cameron Green seems to play his best cricket. It's when the mind is at ease, I guess you could say, with the way that he's playing, because they've still got 5 more men, in fact, that they can have come back out onto the field and have a bat if they need to. So he can just go out here. He can play his shots. He can hit the bad ball. And Mark Wood, he will be trying to clean him up. Nicely played once again by Cam Green. Currently 334 runs the Australians lead by. And like they're saying, it's nice that he's getting the runs here, Cameron Green, but he does need to find a way of getting them in the first innings of a match as well, trying to help build up the total for the Australians. Now, currently 41 off 91 as well. And Khawaja runs a meter now climbing. And he is hurry up to get the 100. Tell you what, we will have a little bit of a guess. Yes or no, does Khawaja get his 100 here? He's sitting on 82 currently of 114 balls. Cameron Green, nice cover drive. It's bounced awkwardly, and that's going to be at least 2. Everyone once again chasing after it, though. Nicely fielded by Dan Lawrence. And also we got there, they pulled the pin on the innings at 5 p.m. local time, I reckon. So that is another 47 minutes. I assume it also yes from one runaway puppet. Yes from Joshua. As I was above you guys saying that he will be able to get that 100 for Usman Khawaja. At the moment, he will be hoping so too, I would think. Khawaja, back-to-back centuries at the SCG would be absolutely phenomenal. We know how much he loves this ground to bat on, and he has proven it once again with the way that he has been playing. But now Green sitting there, 43 runs. He is on strike. He's had a little bit more of the strike in recent history. They got the 2 runs, 6 runs off 4 deliveries so far off this Mark Wood over. Short ball leaves it alone there for Chris Green. Now, it's got to be pretty short to go over his head. It did only go over at about shoulder height for him as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. Be sure to hit that like button. We are currently on the road to, I believe, almost 200 likes on this live stream as well. And also, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button, as we are closing in on 9,200 subscribers as well. We are hoping to hit the 10,000 probably before the end of February. So if you haven't already, be sure to help us out. And we do also cover the BBL. We cover the Ashes. We cover the Bangladesh versus New Zealand. We may even be covering a little bit of India versus South Africa for that third test as well. And now Cameron Green once again going to be charging in. Mark Wood charging into Cameron Green. They lead by 336. Nicely played by Cameron Green. Good drive there. It's going to be once again the 2 runs by the looks of it. Joe Root, captain, having to cut that one off. Admit on, and Green is looking for his 50 and Khawaja for his 100. And I'm sure either one of them will get out. With reaching the 50 or the 100 as well. Says Rohika there, but now Green, after the end of that over, it was an expensive one from Mark Wood, 8 runs off it. And Green here sitting there on 45 off 94 deliveries. Khawaja out there here sitting on 82 of 114 deliveries. So both getting closer and closer to being able to reach their milestones that they are after at this ground. Indeed, I feel like Green might be able to bring it up before reaching the 100 balls as well. So the strike rate of 50 in England have really let whatever chance of a draw they had go as well. Says Copter. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the highest that it was 7% for England, and it looked like all they needed was a couple more quick wickets. You see down here at the bottom for the Australian wickets that they were able to get. Warner, they got out nice and early on 3. Harris for 27, not as early as they would have liked. Labuschagne 29 and Smith 23, getting both of those men out relatively early like they did. It seemed like it was going to be a very good option for England to be able to still keep themselves alive in this one. Oh, throws the wide ball there, Joe Root, seeing whether or not Khawaja was game enough to try and take him on. Just testing out the patience of Usman Khawaja. He wasn't quite lured into that one, but we will be able to go till 86 over. So we've still got another 26 of the day. Reverse sweep from Khawaja. It looks like he's got all of that one, has he? Almost. That is going to be the one bounce four there for Usman Khawaja. Very nice shot. And the reverse sweep, he has scored many of his runs today off the reverse sweep as well. Khawaja, 86 runs now. He is sitting on off 116. How well does he strike this? It went in the air, but he got it out of the middle of the bat as well. One bounce four for Usman Khawaja. Like they're saying, it's not a difficult shot for Usman Khawaja at the moment because he's just timing everything. One bounce four for a reverse sweep about 60 meters or so. He did hit that one in the air. Joe Root now, pitches it up, I should say. Hit down to long off. Or kind of wide off, I guess you could say. He's kind of a little bit further around, trying to protect that one out, cover way. If Khawaja does decide that he wants to play a lofted cover drive, which he almost doesn't need to at the moment, because he has been doing absolutely phenomenal in that regard. Now, at this stage, 60.2 overs down here. And this match, 60.3 overs down. At this stage, we are sitting. Joe Root bowls to Cameron Green, leg sider. She does get the single. And also a little bit of a misfield from Jack Leach, but they have still got that one. I would say that Green won't rush his 50 here. Khawaja looks like he's trying to get into the 90s and try and shut this century down, kind of lock it away as soon as he can. Whereas Green, at this point in time now, I would say that he's just going to try, and I guess, rotate the strike, keep himself out there and get that number. If Aussies declare now, England should open with Milan and Jonny, as I said right here. I guess it's a good point. How injured is that Jonny Bairstow thumb? Are you better off just sticking him out there as soon as possible? It's a reverse sweep attempt from Usman Khawaja. Because he reversed, it does mean that it's no longer on his leg side. Joe Root doesn't want it, though. He isn't going to be going upstairs. That one, that's actually the first one that we've seen Usman Khawaja actually miss for the reverse sweep. He hit it into his shoe there. So that was a good idea not to review that one. Nice round arm delivery from Root, and that will close out the 61st over. It is going to be 4 for 222 here for the Australians. We have got there the ECB, which is the English Cricket Board. Clearly isn't taking Ashes seriously anymore. They just get hammered here. Or they're just getting hammered here. And there's Usman in the chat from it was a quip. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. We've got a few strawberries in the chat by the looks of it. All of the different fruits are coming through. I don't think we've got any moderators, and I'm kind of keen to see how many fruits we get from this man. It looks like he's going to keep on going. He's got tomatoes, tangerines, chilies as well. He's gone for the grapes, right? I might consider timing him out now. Not for the grape side of it. I do enjoy some grapes, but he looks like he was just going to keep on spamming and spamming and spamming there. At the moment, the Winter Olympics, that's actually not too far away, is it? It's going to be a shot there from Cam Green, and I take back what I said. I thought he wasn't going to be aggressive there. He has been able to bring up his 50 now with a very classy shot indeed. Cameron Green, 50 runs off 96 balls now. He has been able to get for himself, and the crowd do applaud him. I'm going to give him an applause as well. Second test 50 in 8 matches as well. His last one up against India. Now giving him a clap there as well. And where's all the rain? Aussie forecasters are the New Zealand ones as well. Says Craig there, yeah, we haven't had any rain today at all. And it's been one of the nicest days, even though this day had 100% chance of rain, they said, on the forecast. So I have no idea where it is. It looks like we're going to get the full day of action, though, for this one as well. Wood charging him once again. Well played by Green. So he has got his 50. Khawaja now, he needs 13 more runs so he ticks over to his 100. And then from there, it looks like we will be going and having the next session of the day, which will involve England batting. I believe they're just going to go a little bit longer, but Australia at the moment, they are going very nicely. Cameron Green, 50 runs off 96 deliveries for that man. Been working hard. Australia lead by 350 almost, ticking over for them as well. And TAB Bull as well in there. Says it, Craig there. At the moment, they are just showing, the Beijing Winter Olympics starts February 4th, just around the corner as well. But now at the moment, Cameron Green sitting there on 50 runs off 97 deliveries. And this shot from Cameron Green, it was outside of the off stump. He just rocked back onto the back foot, hit it square leg way. Kind of mid-wicket, actually, sorry. Was able to get it all the way over, but at the moment, it is going to be Mark Wood sitting there 2 for 57 here for the English. At the moment for Wood's bowling figures, he needs a couple more wickets as well. At the moment, Khawaja here sitting at the non-strikers end, sitting on 87. They've got 2 men back. They've got a freebie to the leg side if they do want to air Australia with Mark Wood, who is now going round the wicket here to Cameron Green. Short ball tries to go after it. That one propelled itself through big time. 138.2 Ks was able to get that one going. Very, very nicely done by Mark. Would it actually look quicker than 138? But I think it was the length that made it look a bit quicker, just right across. And that is similar to what we saw from Cummins to Bairstow when he was trying to bring up the 100 as well, although Green recently getting that 50. So now so far, I believe it is Steve Smith got himself a 50. Khawaja got himself a century. Green got himself a 50. Khawaja's almost got himself a century. And then for the English, has been Bairstow got the century and Stokes got the 50. Great shot there from Cam Green, but goes straight out to the man in the deep. Well, that person still spamming the chat as well. And it says, he is indeed. He's persistent, but he wanted to tell everyone, possibly reminding us all to have a bit of fruit today as well. Whether it is some grapes, whether it's an apple, a banana, be sure to get in some fruit, ladies and gentlemen. 5 a day. They say that's a lot, though. To be fair, 5 fruits and vegetables a day would, as toil tirelessly as well, has set up defensive fields for him, sad as well. Says runaway puppet, exactly right. Would, you know, he's going to put in 100%. We've seen the fact that he's bled through about 3 pairs of pants at the moment for his knees every time he drags it along the ground when he does run in, because he's always charging that fast forward. He's like a bull in just a small confined space. He just charges straight down the middle and then we'll end up just scraping that knee along the pitch. He keeps on going, though. And England just need that fight. Australia still 4 down, so it is the question of how long do Australia want to bat for? England are giving them easy runs at the moment, and the longer that Australia bat, yes, the less time that England do need to survive, but also it is down to the fact that the more tired England will get as well on the field. They're already a wounded beast. They've got Stokes injured, Butler injured, Bairstow injured. Also from there, they have got Anderson injured, and then also, I believe there's one other man also Wood injured, the man I haven't actually mentioned yet as well, and double ply toilet paper after that match, that much fruit as well. And there's his runaway puppet there. But yeah, that is 5 a day for fruit is quite a lot, isn't it? Vegetables I can kind of understand, but not fruit. Fruit's like very, I guess, sugary in some regards, but it's quite nice, isn't it? Bit of fruit. What is this that they are showing? Bit of skiing at the moment by the looks of it. It's going to be nicely done once again by Khawaja. It's just going to keep on keeping that ball out. As well, by the looks of it, 227 for 4 at the moment. They are sitting in also, what's your business email, sir, as well? Says Hunza. I believe it is in the about section on the YouTube channel. So if you click on the Kiwi Lads, right over to the end, there is an about section. And then it is the email that is the musketeersHDIG@gmail.com. As well, so be sure to check that out if you have got anything that you do want to talk about as well. That is that option. Or we've got Instagram. Hunza, if you've got Instagram, it is probably the slightly easier option, which is the Kiwi_lads as well. So that is the the email. And no, it's not there, sir, as well. And this says Hunza. It should be hiding there. Yeah, it might be missing. Oh, do you have to click on the show button? I think there's a show button that you got to put in. Does England still have a chance to win, says Finner? Not really. 2% or somewhere around there at the moment, I believe it is. For England also should attack Khawaja with short pitch deliveries and make him fall with a hook shot and get him caught in the deep square leg or fine leg as well, says Rahika there. And at the moment, it seems to be, I would consider the way that England are playing it more survival than kind of anything else. We've got Joe Root at the moment. The chants are going at the moment. And no, not in the about section, sir. As I says Hunza there. I see you. Do you have Instagram, Hunza? Do let me know, and I should be able to help you out a little bit more as well. But that's going to be a nice little vertical flip there for it as well. And also, I'm trying to remember what it is. I think it's that. Yes, sir. As well. So if you do follow the Kiwi, the underscore Kiwi underscore lads, I will be able to let you know about it as well. Shot there from Khawaja. Drops to the knee, goes bang, and he's in the 90s now. 93 up for Usman Khawaja. Only one big shot and a single away from being able to get himself up there and get himself possibly another century. Back-to-back centuries for Usman Khawaja. Taking a bit of inspiration from Ben McDermott for the Hobart Hurricanes at the moment in the BBL. Although don't take too much inspiration from him because he did get a duck the next one. Is that true? Kiwi underscore lads, and it's also the Kiwi, the underscore Kiwi underscore lad. Similar to what I put for this one as well. This one here. And that is what the Instagram is for ourselves. Sorry, I didn't leave that up for very long, but I will quickly put that back up there, and I will get the game back up on the screen as well. There we go. Cameron Green now sitting on 52 runs here. Khawaja moves up to 94, 1-6 away from being able to bring up another century here for Khawaja. I'm nervous for him. The way that he has played, he has truly deserved another century as well. And the underscore Kiwi underscore lads, that is it indeed. Says Hunter there, but yeah, that is exactly what it is. Okay, thanks, sir. As well, says Hunter. No worries, mate. And yeah, look forward to hearing from you. But at the moment, Green, 52 dragged down. Not the best delivery there from Joe Root, who is under pressure. He's gone for 9 runs already off this over. Only 79.7 was the speed that he did end up bowling that one. Sorry, he's actually gone for more than that, isn't he? He's gone for 9 so far of this over with still a ball to come. Usman Khawaja, there is plenty of cheering that is going on at the moment. Do we think Khawaja can bring up the 6 here? He plays it sensibly. He does get the strike for the next over, and he moves up onto 95. And if Uzi gets 100, he will take a long handle to the bowling as well. And there's his runaway. Yeah, I would say once Khawaja brings up the 100, they either declare or they just keep on going and going and going there as well and try and work their way towards, I guess, about 400. It seems like they want to keep on going. And do we have still Kai Broom in the chat? And if so, what would this be at the moment? Because I know that we mentioned about how 34 teams have been able to chase down 300 plus. This is going to be 360. I feel like this would be right up there for one of the biggest run chases that we have seen. Definitely in Australia as well. It is going to be a tough one for them in this situation as well. But we have just got the drinks break now, I believe, for ourselves. They are going to be able to go for still another 2 hours as well. So that is the first hour done. I believe we can go for another 2 and put it out of reach as well. There's a runaway puppet there. And at the moment, Usman Khawaja will be a nervous man once again. They should declare and try to bowl out the opposition as well. Says Hunza there. I feel like it would be a good plan in that regard. At the moment, Khawaja's wife, she's looking nervous for Usman once again. The baby has not gone to the ground today. I did see an interview where the baby did want to be picked up and the mother was not picking her up, I guess you could say. So she wasn't too happy. Started having a bit of a cry on the tally, but that's going to be nicely played by Khawaja. Moves up to 96. Oh, good throw from whoever that was. And Khawaja to each and 100 as well. Says Naveen there. Getting closer and closer for the man Khawaja. At the moment, he's been the man of the hour. He's been the man of the test match for Australia as well. To come back into the side after not really getting an opportunity for quite a wee while. The fact that he has been able to go out there, get himself 100, even if he falls short of this 100, which of course we don't want to see for that regard. But if he did fall short of this 100, he's still got over 200 runs in his 2 innings so far. Now Khawaja, he's looking exhausted at the moment. Usman Khawaja, he looks like he is really taking some deep breaths, trying to keep himself calm into this situation. But Cameron Green now, no run there. Khawaja says no. Imagine getting run out on 99. We've seen it before in the past, unfortunately, for certain players getting out on the 99 as well. They're actually showing the highlights from India versus England as well, I do see, for the highlights. I didn't actually get to watch that last day as I was sleeping while it was a relatively late night as well. Are you okay to bring guests to join you in the stream as well, says Hunza? I have had a guest before in the past, but I guess it just depends on how well I know the person and kind of what they plan on kind of saying as well, type thing. But yeah, at this stage, we are talking about collaborations in the future. We've got a few in mind for in the future as well. But now it is going to be Cameron Green. Once again, 53 of 103 deliveries. Plays that one nicely once again, but it is going to be the dot ball. Khawaja wants a bit more of the strike. 360 runs at the moment. Khawaja needs 4 runs to back-to-back second 100 into the SCG as well. Says Naveen, it is indeed. It's going to be exciting. See what Khawaja can do. Hey, brother, love from Pakistan as well. Says Shiraz there in the chat. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Pakistan, at the moment, they have been tearing it up in the Big Bash. Harris Ralph and also another one, Muhammad Hasnain. The youngster almost got a hat trick as well. Some very good players for Pakistan. And then, Muhammad Rizwan Babar Azam as well. About as good of an opening partnership as you will find around currently in the short format of the game. Just talk about ongoing cricket gameplay as those sons are there. So I assume more the commentary side of it is it. And had one possible collaboration earlier as well. And there says David the Mod, it is indeed. Oh, that's a good Yorker there for Mark Wood. The first Yorker we've seen from him, 142.5 Ks as well for that man. Yeah, that was to cricket for you 2.0, wasn't it? Or cricket for us 2.0. I always say cricket for you, but it is cricket for us as well. And there, but also we've got the Shadab and Zaman as well. Yeah, I mean, they're also going to be doing very nicely. Shadab Khan for the Sydney Sixers, and then Zaman for the Brisbane Heat now. Nice ball from Jasper Bumrah, I'm seeing in that England, India versus South Africa game. I missed Jacob Oram, Chris Harris, and Tuffy as well. And this is Ankit. Now Mark Wood still steaming into the crease. Short ball over the top of the head almost of Cam Green. And like they're saying, for England, they will be able to survive for a bit longer. Uzi going to make 100 as well. And there says Aussie stuff. He's getting closer. 96 not on strike at the moment here for Khawaja. Green sitting on 53 of 106 deliveries. Still sticking out here at the moment. Yes, there are American cricket fans as well. And there says David the Mod there. So it would be pretty cool to be able to do a collaboration with American cricket fans. I was just watching. I keep on watching. I'm going to close that one just for now for India versus South Africa, or else I will end up watching the whole test match alongside this one as well. So Jasper Bumrah, I feel like that man, when he starts bowling, everyone just watches as well, but that is going to be worked to the leg side by Green. He will retain the strike for the next over, and he gets booed there, Cameron Green, which will play on the youngster's mind just a little bit there for 22 years of age. Getting booed by a whole heap of people at the SCG. Thanks for the call, Hamish. Have a great Arvo, mate, and cheers. And so, and that says Runaway Papa. Thank you very much, mate, and I hope you do enjoy the rest of your day / night / whatever time it is where you are as well. And also we've got the India versus Australia third test in 2021. Ashwin and brave innings at the SCG as well. Was that the one that Rishabh Pant did very nicely for himself as well, if I'm not wrong? Was it Rishabh Pant who had just a phenomenal bat and was able to help his side towards the win? And also we have got there. And then my brother also did cricket on YouTube or stream on cricket. I always recommend him to do collab with someone like you as well. Says under there. So yeah, be sure to message me on that Instagram and we can discuss, I guess, plans as well. Green deserves booze as well. He must bring Khawaja on strike as well. That as well says Ankit. But I guess at this stage, they've still got plenty of time. Every run is crucial. David Milan. Right. This man can bowl well. And I think Australia can win from here as well, says Just Smile. I think that they will. But I still want to see David Milan get a wicket. I'm giving him a clap even before he's bowled. Bet you he gets it for about 5 sixes. And I'll just look like an idiot for clapping him. But I do like watching this man bowling. As well, he's a very good batsman. He didn't quite fire in that first innings for England, only getting himself the 3 runs. But the leg spin, I feel like that is something that England have been missing a little bit throughout this day. They haven't been able to mix it up a huge amount. And now Cameron Green plays that one outside of the off stump. And it is going to be straight to backward point. Oh, and the crowd boo again for Cameron Green. They're not liking him on strike at the moment. I guess that is fair enough, though. Khawaja, hometown boy here for Sydney. And if he does end up, he plays a lot of his cricket in Sydney, I should say, and 370 will be a good total to defend as well, says Hamza. It should be a huge chance of them being able to win that game. Like we mentioned a little bit earlier on, only 34 times down the ground. They take the single, the crowd applaud because now Khawaja is going to be back on strike. But yeah, only 34 times has a score over 300 been actually chased down in the 4th innings of a test match. And that is without rain kind of factored in as well for this one. But Khawaja sits on 96. Does he go after Milan or does he end up going for possibly a little bit more defensive? They've got the shot down the ground if he wants it here for Usman Khawaja. Oh no, the daughter is back as well for his wife. At the moment, now Khawaja gets a fist bump there. I don't know what that means from Cameron Green. They just ended up touching gloves. Does that mean Khawaja is going to swing here? Or does that mean Khawaja is going to not go after this one and just stick it out? And Khawaja scored lots of runs for the Thunder. He has indeed. Australia lead to 400 each as well. And Italy as well. And also Khawaja going crazy as well. Says Sibby is indeed. Is that Mr. Bean with the mustache? No, it isn't. But at this stage, now it is going to be once again. Milani whips it to the leg side there for Khawaja. Can he get the 2? Looks like it is going to be relatively close. Does decide against it, and he does just get the single now. Now he's sitting on 97 and also 350 on the 5th day is huge to chase as well. Says under Hunter there. Nice shave. As well says thank you very much, mate. We hit the 100 likes, so I decided to shave the face as well. Khawaja deserves the century as well, says Just Smile. Does indeed. The way that he's played, he's going to be back on strike one more time here for this over bats, and also England mentally crushed, facing a whitewash as well. Will take ages to recover against this Ganesh. And that's the thing, it looked like they had their moment where they were being able to get back into the match. A little bit earlier on, they bowled well, they cleaned up the tail of Australia. And then from there, Australia in the end weren't able to clean up the tail of England. They got 294, which was a good total. Khawaja whips it to the leg side. Once again, another single for them. Do they want to? They just take the one as well. Then also Khawaja deserves a century, says Just Smile. He does indeed. He's been working hard there. He's looked up at the scoreboard. He's seen 98 and he's looked back down at the ground. He doesn't want to look at that number at the moment. He just wants to focus on trying to make his way out of this innings with that century in hand, and also 365 days at the moment. I will be saying accidentally because I meant runs, but they lead by 365. Once again, Green gets the strike for the next over. And did you see out of the League One game that happened? Awesome finish as well. Yeah, Aaron Cruden to kick it to win the game, but he missed. Unfortunately, and Khawaja needs 3 runs in 100. Sydney Cricket Ground as well, and Cummins should wait for Khawaja. As I said, I mean, if he didn't wait for him here, I mean, I feel like that would make the crowd just absolutely hate Pat Cummins. So he wouldn't want to do that. He wants to get the crowd behind him, of course. Imagine that. Let him get a single and then go, nah, boys, we're coming off the field. Would Khawaja try and refuse? I wonder what would happen there. Khawaja needs 2 runs for the 100 as well there. As Naveen, he does indeed. At the moment, I feel like he has got the capabilities of being able to go on and get it as well for Usman Khawaja. The way that he has been playing, he's been phenomenal throughout this match. 98 at the moment. Cummins, where is he? He isn't really lurking there. By the looks of it, I assume he is away in the changing room. Mark Wood there. Cameron Green, great shot there from Cameron Green, and he gets another 4 runs for the Australians to got there. The game was entertaining. I'm definitely watching the next game this afternoon. As I see, I believe that one is on at 7:30, isn't it? If I'm not wrong. Cameron Green, great shot there from that man. It was a short pitch delivery outside of the off stump from Mark Wood. Green pounces on it early, uses the height to keep that ball rolling along the ground as well. And it is going to be another 4 runs for Cameron Green. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. We have got plenty more of the Ashes and also of Bangladesh versus New Zealand coming up very soon as well. We have been going for 6 hours, 40 minutes so far on this live stream. We've still got another hour and 20 at least, I believe, as well. Now this stage, Mark Wood bowling it short once again. Nice shot. Straight to the man up point though, and 4:30 for me as well. And this is Hamish Spencer, and also Hamish, you look devastating with the mustache as well. I think you've got what's called a pencil mustache, as well, says David the Mod. So is devastating a good thing or a bad thing? I guess because I know that devastating is normally a bad thing, so I assume it's not a good thing to have a mustache like that. And also we have got there, I think 400 would be enough to all out of England as well. I feel like, to be honest, 300 would have been a hard chase as well. Aussie lead by 370 runs, match winning lead as well there, but Cameron Green is still going to be on strike. 61 now, needed of 113 deliveries here to be able to go on and get himself. I mean, that's the thing. If Cameron Green keeps on going bang, now that I think about it, maybe Cummins will wait till he gets 100 as well. Just keep on betting, and a good thing, Irish, as well. And then says David the Mod, I compared myself to being a car salesman, and also someone else compared me to being an 80s something star as well. And also, why don't you like Super Smash T20 coverage as well? Says Uncle, I do actually really enjoy it. I do end up watching the coverage of it when I'm not streaming, but at the moment, I normally have Test match cricket taking the slight priority because of the fact that it is a slightly longer format and it is international. So we do the BBL. We love watching the Super Smash, but I don't really do too many live streams of it on the channel as well. Don't listen. The mustache makes you look professional and sexy as well, says Hamish Spencer there. That's all. Khawaja now sitting on 98, 3 balls left of this over. Mark Wood bowls it. Pitched up delivery outside off stump. Khawaja doesn't chase it. Let Khawaja make his 100 as well. I think that's the last thing that England will want to do. If it gets up to 99, they will bring in the field as well. At the moment, 98 of 128 deliveries. Khawaja. Oh, no, sorry. Khawaja. Come on, 100 as well. And there says Naveen, and at the moment, he's trying to work his way towards it. Khawaja, 65.4 overs down here for the Australians. They've actually got only another 14 overs to the new ball as well, but Australia lead by 371. 98 runs here for Khawaja of 128 deliveries has been going over very nicely. Tries to chase the wide one once again from Mark Wood. Misses out. And that is once again going to be the dot ball. The tension is building here at the SCG. So Mark Wood, they are saying that maybe he's just going in that situation of he doesn't want to give Khawaja the 100. Imagine Khawaja gets out as well. Says Shiraz, it has happened before, 99. And then out has happened many times. Ashes is boring. Come on, England, make it entertaining. So I'll say Irish Spencer. Although the batting from earlier on, Bairstow was doing absolutely phenomenally for himself with the ball coming off the bat. And also Ben Stokes, he was batting very nicely as well. Mark Wood hitting a couple sixes. Are all clapping at the moment at the SCG, waiting to see whether or not Khawaja can get it. It's a straight one. Mark Wood goes up for the appeal. It was going down leg, and that is going to be the end of the over. I believe they're not going to be going upstairs. Are they going upstairs here? He is. Joe Root, yeah, they're going upstairs to see if they can get Khawaja out on 98 as well. So I have Khawaja's dancing moves as well, says Ankit there. And also we have got the Khawaja as a great batsman, but wonderful dancer too as well, says Ankit. And also we have got there, who the hell said, you look like an 80s star as well in there. I feel like everyone at this stage, I feel like it's a compliment in some regards, but also not at the same time. The Ashes one-sided as well, says just Mo, it is at the moment. Imagine Khawaja gets out. I think this one is going down leg here for Mark with the angle. Nah, he's going to be fine. Khawaja's not out for that one. And Bairstow was the man batting yesterday as well, says David the Mod. So, yeah, the first day we saw it was Khawaja. Next day, Bairstow. Next day, now Khawaja again. Can Bairstow do it again? Okay. No edge on the bat. Now they are going to be going to ball tracking. Missing the stumps there. Didn't bounce very high, but wasn't too far off either. Well, I'm still Khawaja safe as well. He is indeed. I hope Khawaja will be getting back-to-back hundreds as well. Says Shannon. I mean, even if he doesn't, he's still getting man of the match, in my opinion, for Australia. Like, he has been absolutely phenomenal. Khawaja now still going to be there, and he will now be on strike as well. So what would your name be, Hamish? As well, says David the Mod. No, I don't even know. To be honest, in India, it's 11-13 as well. I could come up with quite a few, but none of them are probably appropriate, I guess you could say. And at the moment, Khawaja on strike. I believe it is going to be Joe Root who is bowling, or at least it was before. It might be Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson, perhaps. It's going to be Dava Milan, who they are going with once again. I forgot that it was him that was bowling. I got all excited. I actually gave him a round of applause when he came into the bowling attack. Dava Milan. Currently, Khawaja sitting on 98. You've got to bring in the field here. You've got to create some pressure. See if he wants to go over the top. And at the moment, the runs, this doesn't really matter for the run side of it. It's more of just you want to stop him from reaching that 100. Dava Milan puts it straight. Khawaja, it's hard. And that is going away. And that is going to be the 2 runs as well. And Usman Khawaja once again gets himself back-to-back centuries at the SCG as well. He's erupting. He's not quite as hyped up as he was for the first one. He's doing the little skip as well for Usman Khawaja. Very well batted by that man. Come on, Khawaja as well on there. Says Shiraz. And he can't believe it at the moment. And Khawaja strikes 2 runs as well. He does indeed. And incredibly well batted as well. 100 of 131. Big hug from Cameron Green there. And it's a big hug because he's 6'6" tall as well. And his wife is clapping as well for Khawaja at the moment. I don't think he can quite believe it, Khawaja. He's been out of the test side for a little while. He comes back in, back-to-back hundreds. David Warner is on his feet, clapping on his teammate, and also same with Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne. I don't think he can quite believe it, Khawaja, at the moment. He's going to be putting back on the helmet, and also congratulations, Khawaja. You deserve the century as well. Hamish Smash is what it would be as well in there. And also the comeback king, Usman Khawaja there. And also it's 11-16 in India as well there, says Rahika. So it's relatively early in the morning for you guys. Hope you're having a good time watching Khawaja here, getting 100 runs of 131 deliveries. Thought he was going out very next ball, but he has been able to do nicely. Usman Khawaja is a beauty as well, says Shannon. And yeah, he certainly is. He's been doing absolutely phenomenal for himself here. Usman Khawaja, 100 runs needed. Well, not even 100 runs needed, actually. Sorry. A great century, says William. Hits it to the leg side. Once again, finds a bit of a gap. Works it down for the deep one. And that is going to be the single now. Cameron Green sitting on 62. He's only 38 away. England win, as well as says Koshik. At this stage, I will just have a quick look. One moment. The odds for this one at the moment. England have got themselves a chance of 2% to be able to win this game, but 63% in favour of the Australians. BBL 100%. It's got the peace signs there as well, and Australia declared or not in there as well. I think they will end up declaring in Khawaja. Congratulations there. And at the chat as well, and very nicely done by Usman Khawaja. He has come back into the side, and I feel like you cannot get rid of that man for the next match now. He is certainly going to be sticking around for a lot longer. We'll have to wait and see how it goes, but at the moment, Khawaja, hundreds in each innings at the SCG tests. He has added his name to that list alongside Ponting as one of the two men in Australia should declare the innings. So it says Vishal, big full toss there, Cameron Green sweeps it away. This is going to be at least 2 runs. That's 4 more for Australia, and they're working their way towards the 400 and England win jackpot as well. And this says Kushik. I'm just going to have a quick look, see what they are sitting on at the moment for the winning odds here for England. I know that they were $59. I did see yesterday for England to win from here on out. Now they are paying $31. How are they only paying $31? Australia to win paying $1.61 as well. I guess that's because of the rain factor as well, perhaps. So I would have had England a lot higher than that. I would have had Australia a lot lower than that. But then saying that the draw, you can't afford to make it too low. Although our Cameron Green tried to absolutely smack that ball to the boundary. And now England, they're up to $37 as well. And Khawaja, congratulations by back-to-back as well. Gosh, I can see that England win. Sure, I don't think Australia can now declare the innings. As on Uzi, welcome. I do declare. As says Joshua, are they making their way off the field now? I believe they are probably, and probably because we are favourites to win the game. As I said, Shannon there, I would have expected England to be a lot higher, though. There was at one point yesterday that they were sitting $100 to win, and now they are still only sitting 37. I feel like that's a decent underdog gamble there, I guess you could say as well. And England win as well, says Goshik. It sounds like he has got his money on England for that one. And also we have got there now, Australia will declare the innings. I believe it is the right thing to do here for the Australians. And if they don't, maybe you have 1 or 2 more overs where you just smash it and get 400 as the lead. I feel like that is the other option for them here for the Australians. If they decide to go for it, that is. It is currently drinks, though. So that is why we have stopped. So it is going to be now another hour and a half, I believe, or another hour and 15 minutes, somewhere around there, for the gap that we have got in England win, says Koshik there in the chat. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, how many runs will Australia end up on after the end when they do declare as well? They are currently sitting on 380. Do they push for 450 here, or do they just kind of settle down, go a little bit more? But they are going to be talking to Usman Khawaja here by the looks of it. I've got my money on Usman Khawaja to be player of the match as well. Very good call. And they're going a nice session for the Aussies as well. So just smile there at the moment. Twin tons, like they are saying for Usman Khawaja. I'm just going to quickly listen to this interview of Khawaja as well. He said that he's been cooked for the last 20 minutes. He looked like on about 96 when he was really hunched over. It looked like he was going to be well and truly possibly running out of gas very soon. He's still out there, though. At the moment for Usman Khawaja, he's saying it's a big moment for him as well. After 4 long years, Khawaja and gas shown to both innings, hit a ton. Well played and welcome back to Test cricket as well. Says Michelle there, I'm listening to you while standing next to the pool as well. Says Amy Spencer. I am not very tanned, I guess you could say. I think this light up here makes me look slightly more tan than I actually am. And that's hard to do because I look pretty white. One moment. We'll grab this one. We'll go like this. Just change this all of a sudden now. Slightly more tan, not really though. Still pretty rough around the edges. There we go. We'll go back to that one as well. Usman Khawaja is doing very nicely for himself, and it is very awesome to see him bring up that century after such a long kind of layoff from Test match cricket as well. England at the moment, they would need 381 runs, but this is only drinks. I think Mitchell Marsh and also Michael Nessa will be discussing with Cam Green what their plan is going to be moving forward. But at the moment, I would say Khawaja, he'll get to 120. Green will get to about 80, and then they'll probably consider letting him go on to his 100 as long as he speeds up and keeps on going the way that he is. Khawaja, that's second 50 for him there to get to the 100. It only took about 50 balls. In fact, less than 50 balls, I believe, for Usman Khawaja. He was celebrating doing the big celebration for it as well. And what an hour of fun that was. As I said, Dan DeCastro, yeah, it was just the Australians well and truly going for it throughout that session, trying to put England into an unwinnable position here. I believe someone said earlier on the highest run chase ever in cricket was 418. 418 there. So it's whether or not they set a new record, maybe. Or I feel like if you were going to do that in the case of Australia, you'd declare just before that amount, just because or else then you would end up in that position of letting England set a new record on this Ashes series as well. But Usman Khawaja, he couldn't quite believe it when he was able to bring up that 100 for himself. But we have still got another hour and a bit of today. I believe it is going to be going right through to 8:30 tonight. Cameron Green gives in a big old hug as well. Well, they won a bloody hours session there. Yeah, not ideal. Ideal for Usman Khawaja, not so ideal for the next one as well. And also we've got there, Hamish, do we have some telecast? Or do we have same telecast as wife and baby with pacing? Looked more nervous than Uzi as well. Says Danny Kessler, we do indeed. And I mean, Usman Khawaja there, he's one of the coolest customers around, like they've said. Like, he doesn't ever really show that he is under pressure or anything like that. They were saying earlier on as well, he said himself he was absolutely cooked about 20 minutes ago, but he is still out there now. I think Green will be looking for his 100. Men cricketers, Aussies, as on there says, Rahika, and it would be the first ever 100 that Cameron Green would be able to get for himself as well. But Mark Wood going to be bowling it nicely, hit down the ground from Cam Green. Quick single taking, nice run in between the wickets from Australia once again. Khawaja sitting on there. Oh, okay. I just heard that one from Kiri O'Keefe. He has got an eagle ear. That is for sure. Is it an eagle ear? Well, that is very good hearing. A cat's ear? Don't know. But either way, he did say that Khawaja did mention that they are looking for 400 here as well. And also we have got there, I'm shocked they aren't declaring as well. Although by the sounds of it, 400 is the goal for Australia. And then from there, they will be declaring and getting a little bit of a session at England later on tonight. But now charging in Mark Wood, slower ball. Khawaja hits it nicely to point where Jimmy Anderson was waiting in England. They have been bowling very rough in this situation. I guess they just haven't really been able to find any way of getting Usman Khawaja out. He did get dropped in the first one, in the first innings, that is, on about 20 runs. And ever since then, he's just kept on going and going and going. England, they need someone who's just willing to stick around and try and put in a big shift here at the end. I know that Mark Wood is one of those players who would, no pun intended, but they haven't really got a field set for it as well. It's either going to be Australia getting 400 runs quickly or slowly, but either way, they're getting them. So you might as well put some more pressure around the bat, see whether or not they can try and get Usman Khawaja out, giving them a bit of short stuff there. At the moment, like they're saying, you can't deny Usman Khawaja a spot in that top six. The way that he has been playing, he's been absolutely outstanding for them as well. And now we will have to wait and see exactly how it does end up going for Usman Khawaja in the near future. Of course, he's still got a little bit more time to be able to keep that kit on for Sydney or for Hobart, I should say. And then hopefully after that, he does get going a couple more of the tours that are coming up as well. But Khawaja now once again on strike, 101 runs of 135. Wood steaming in still, trying to get that final wicket. Nicely played by Khawaja. Hits it along the ground, goes straight to Stokes, who's been able to field it nicely. Time in Melbourne, what is it as well? I believe in Melbourne at the moment, it is sitting at 4:54 p.m. if I'm not wrong. Hopefully I have got that one correct. Where is Melbourne? Melbourne at the moment, they are sitting... I believe they are sitting at 4:54, almost 5 p.m. as well, says Dan DeCastro. And also the only explanation is they have a secret intel that tomorrow will also have no rain, so safer to reach 400 as well, says Dan DeCastro. And I think it is just to really tick it over so that it's about 4 and over. So it's almost impossible for England to be able to chase down. Congratulations, Mark Wood, for making a half century in the bowling. As I tell you what, he almost got a half century in the batting as well. The way he was going, I feel bad for him because he has been working hard. Just doesn't really have that guy with him. And normally that would be Stokes. Of course, with that side strain, he's not out there. Josh Buttler, another man who's not out on the field. Bairstow as well, currently has his thumb and some strapping, so he's not fielding. England don't have too many players left, but Mark Wood, he is still there, walking back to his mark, charging in every single ball that he has asked of him at the moment from Joe Root, the captain. Joe Root, he's bowled about 3 overs at the moment. Maybe he should have a bit more of a bowl here. 7 overs. 35. He's gone for 5 and over. Maybe he shouldn't, because that's not the best economy rate. in that regard. But give Jack Leach, maybe David Milan as well. Nicely played by Khawaja. Wanted the single. He turns it down. And that will now be the end of the Mark Wood over. He's still bowling 140 Ks as well. Meaning cricketers, Aussies are shutting the game for England. Go for the chase juggers as well. And there's sort of heck out. I mean, you could call it mean. You could also call it strategy from the Australians here. They want to make sure there's absolutely no chance they lose this test match. There's still a chance that they could draw it, though. And that is what England will be looking forward to in the next session. Of course, we have seen there 134 overs or something along those lines, I believe it was, for Australia in their first innings. So England, they will be tired, definitely with Stokes being injured. Not able to help out, but Usman Khawaja, great on the back foot, great with the cover drive, and did end up working his way. 10 fours, 2 sixes, so 52 of Khawaja's runs actually came from boundaries. The other 49 came from him just being able to play some very classy cricket shots. As on 11:26 in India as well. So just miles, so a nice morning time at the moment. Even our rain makes chase impossible. 1 very consecutive captaincy and 2 players captain giving Green a go. And yeah, I feel like it is a good move. Definitely if they are sticking with him for the next one, because Hobart is just around the corner. His wife, though, she was very happy with Usman Khawaja's performance. Mean cricketers as well. And there says Sebastian there. And that's it as well. Now this stage 100 for Usman Khawaja, 68 for Cameron Green. Still needs another 32, but I don't believe he will get a chance to do it unless he goes bang here off Jack Leach. Hey, they're giving Jack Leach a go. Kind of called that one a little bit, although I did say Joe Root originally till I saw his economy rate. Well bowl by Leach right down the middle. At the moment, yeah. David Warner sitting right next to Pat Cummins. Nathan Lyon in the background. I don't believe he's even got pads on. No, he doesn't. So that means that they aren't expecting Nathan Lyon to have to go out there, and he would be batting at 10. Down the ground, Cameron Green gives it the treatment. Does he get all of it? He sure does. And that is going to be 6 more runs for Cameron Green, moving up now onto 74. Ugh. Now what do? He's 26 away. If he hits another big shot here, he might still have another chance of being able to go towards that century. And I think he knows that, which is why he has advanced. Hit it down the ground. You never know if they gave them 20 overs plus 98 overs, then 118 overs to chase 360 is possible with who is an aggressive batsman. So else there's Guy Broom there. And Kai, at this stage, with it sitting a 387 run lead, how much in terms of what it was the biggest chase of 418? How high would this one be in terms of history of chases? Do let me know. And only other modern times player score a ton at both innings at the MCG. Or sorry, the SCG was Ricky Ponting as well. This is Dan DeCastro. It was indeed. They had that scoreboard up just before there was another player on that list, 7th highest. As I says, Kai Broom, what if it ticked over to 400 here for the Australians? Because by the sounds of it, that is what they want in terms of where they wanted to clear from. But Cameron Green, so he got a little bit more innings left in him now. They lead by 387 at the moment here for the Australians. Jack Leach needs to make sure he gets it right. It's a sweep shot there from Green. He misses out on that one with the slog sweep. Cameron Green sitting on 74 of 171 like this, and they're Stark with his thongs on, chewing on a protein shake and being ready to go in a very short moment here for the Australians. Cameron Green is playing very fast. I hope he scores a century. And so England have to survive an hour or so today. By the looks of it, that's gone straight up in the air from Cameron Green. Who wants it? It is going to be taken by the captain, Joe Root, and Green has gone now for 74. Pat Cummins going to go like this. Are they sending someone else out? Jack Leach gets his third. Are they sending someone else out? Or is Pat Cummins saying he's sending Alex Carey out? He's saying that he is going to go to 400 by the looks of it, but well batted from Cameron Green there. Today's play has 17 overs left as well, so they'll lose a couple of those with the changeover as well. But Cameron Green, he just tried the slog sweep, didn't quite get it right there. Also remember when David Warner had his triple century. I do indeed. Phenomenal player, Warner, as well. And just smile. You put the mockers on him as well. And this is Guy Broom. And also I'm back. Well, congrats to Khawaja. And I hope Green can get it to 74 for Cameron Green. Does lose his wicket there, unfortunately. And that is a wicket that they have been hoping to get for a very long time. Those two had a partnership of over 150, I believe, for Cameron Green and Usman Khawaja. 74 runs for Green. He is on his way. And now Alex Carey. I mean, I'm going to look forward to seeing Alex Carey go out there because this is the kind of style of cricket that he likes. He likes playing at a fast pace, doesn't like getting held down at one end. He will be out there. He will be accelerating the innings here. And the 400 really is redundant now. They're wasting 2 overs. The Aussies here as well. Says Sebastian there. And it's just ruthless Aussie stuff too. Chases 0% because it has to be some rain as well. While they really want 400 as well. They're going for it at the moment. 18.2 overs left. 2 for a change. So probably be around that 14 overs left for England when Australia reach 400. At the moment now, it's going to be Alex Carey. Now, he actually got out to Jack Leach in the first innings, I believe, from going for that slog sweep. Like they're saying, Alex Carey sometimes prefers a reverse sweep to start off his innings, which is why they have actually got a man back there. As well, I'm just going to have a quick look at the BBL. They have got a post of the Melbourne Renegades. I'm hoping that is going to be just the fact that they're saying the game is still on at a certain time. What do we got here? BBL tonight at Marvel, the Renegades versus the Thunder, and also the other game is still going to be taking place. So they've got 2 games of the Big Bash. No chance for the win for England at the moment. It still has them 2%. So I guess it doesn't want to drop them too much more than that. Well played, Cameron Green. Exactly right. Did get himself a good innings there. Jack Leach now. So you have a 5 for on the cards here. He's sitting on 3 runs. I said that he needs 5 to be able to keep himself in there. That's worth a good shout. That might be out either way there for Alex Carey. Carey has walked off the field. Jack Leach. Oh, and now Pat Cummins is going to be calling them in. And that means first ball of the next match, I believe. Jack Leach will be on a hat trick. But Alex Carey, first ball, golden duck there. He did actually walk off. The umpire didn't give him out. And the umpire was kind of going, what's he doing? He's walking. I guess he's out. But Alex Carey, he's going to be gone. He would have been told to go out there, smack it around. Pat Cummins would have been facing the hat trick ball. So he said, nope, not happening. I'm not going out there. And Khawaja there gets another opportunity to raise his bat for a century. And also we've got there to clear as well. And this is classic Aussie. Does this guy bring a 99.9% win for Australia, 0.5 or 0.5% win for England as well, says Just Smile. And also we have got there could also be a bit psych as well. Several England players are banged up and still fielding its torture as well. Yeah, Cummins, no kidding as well. Says Dan DeCasser. Yeah, he certainly wasn't sending himself out there to face the hat trick ball. Oh, he actually got the back of the bat there with that one, Alex Carey. Pat Cummins says, no, thank you. I'm not facing a hat-trick ball. I haven't even got my pads on. Good job, Pat. You sent Alex out there to make him look like a pillock as well. And there, Pat, you're a goober. So this is great. Yeah, at this stage, he decided a hat-trick ball. Not today for himself. He wasn't padded up. Wasn't expecting Alex Carey to go out for the golden duck, but now we have got the innings changeover. We've still got about an hour left in the day, about 14 overs. I believe it is going to be 16 overs from Kai Broom. Is that including the 2-over switchover? Kai Broom, do let me know. But anyone who is new, surely like and subscribe. England here, they are going to need to chase down 388 runs to be able to get themselves a win, which I believe Kai said earlier on is the 7th highest run chase if they are able to do it. It's going to be impressive. If there is any chance for England, it's got to be with a few of the big names. They need Joe Root to step up. They need Josh Buttler, if he can bat, that is. They're going to need him in this situation. Jonny Bairstow, back-to-back centuries for him as well, similar to what Khawaja did. And then also, it is going to be the other one that is starting. And it is going to be also Spin Stokes. An Aussie pace attack, time to turn on the heat as well. Are you able to watch Sungalife versus Brave? Loop as well. Again, Japan Rugby, it says starts at 4:25. Savo, and it still hasn't started. We'll have a quick look, mate. See what I can tell you in terms of that. I know that we do have some Japanese top league here in New Zealand. We'll go on. We will go Sky here. One moment. Japanese top league. I don't see it anywhere at the moment. The Japanese top league. Who is it that are playing? Sungalife. Okay, it's happening in 25 minutes, Xavier, it is saying. It is 7:30 p.m. New Zealand time in 25 minutes time when that one is going to be taking place. Sorry, 14 overs left as well, says Kai Broom. So we haven't got a huge amount. And also we've got the England win, sure, as well, says Kusick. And at this stage, the draw is 37%, Australia 61%, England sitting there 2%. We haven't had any rain today, which is insane with the amount of rain that was forecast. At the moment, they're still saying it's 80%. The sun is blaring at the moment at the SCG. It's one of the best days we've had for the Ashes so far. And the rain just isn't disappearing. I will have a quick look, or the rain isn't appearing, I should say. 6th highest chase if they win there. As well, says Kai Broom there. But it's going to be a tough one, and England aren't winning as well, says Paddy there in the chat as well. So pretty much now it says for oh no, I'm in Melbourne. Sydney, it's still 80% chance that it is going to be raining. 90% at 6 p.m. It's still not really happening. And Sunday, tomorrow, it's supposed to be 90% rain all through the morning. It gets the light showers in the afternoon. but we haven't seen too much as well. We have got the Khawaja not out. Innings second. Sydney, congratulations. Australia declared. England need 388 runs to win. As well, but Aussie's mighty position and England's chance of winning is 2%. Same percentage goes for Hamid and Zach surviving until stumps. Yeah. Right, slowly coming in, but won't hit before the end of play. As well, says Kai Broom. It is quite cool having a local there. Are you in Sydney, Kai? Or maybe you're just very good at reading the weather report as well. But it is quite cool having you guys here helping out in terms of being able to let us know exactly how the weather is looking at the moment. Because I guess it is a lot easier when you are in the same country looking at the weather compared to being in New Zealand going, might rain according to my little box called a phone. That is often wrong. As well, unfortunately, phone's not the best at predicting things, just like me. We're the perfect match, me and my phone. And at the moment, Cameron Greeny was celebrating with Usman Khawaja in Northern Beaches and Sydney, like Manly as well. And there's Kai Broom there. They are showing there. Australia 265 declared here. So they were 6 down. Alex Carey, unfortunately for himself, ended up losing his wicket pretty much instantly, sadly. And they are just talking about that there for Shane Warne, saying about the fact that Pat Cummins would have been him facing the hat-trick ball. They were like, though. And I feel like that is like the ultimate mind game, I guess you could say, as well, for Joe Root and also for Jack Leach, who was sitting on a 4-for. And I did say that he needed 5 if he did want a chance of being able to go through and play in the next one on 104 overs with a net run rate or a required run rate of over 4. England should go for it, even if they lose as well. So that's what there. And also, we have got there some people around Sydney might have called off some plans because of that Piston app utterly unreliable. Says Sebastian, yeah, that's the thing. The early days when it was raining, it actually wasn't supposed to be a huge percentage chance that it was raining. And then now the days that it should be raining, it's fine. There's nothing happening. And do you purposely just write what we see and hear from the commentators? That's this guy room there. And the chat, and also we have got there about the weather. But yeah, at this stage, I'm going to tell you, it says 70% plus chance of rain tomorrow morning here in Sydney. Whether or not we see it, probably not. It's going to be a sunny day. Nathan Lyon, he will be liking the surface. It probably hasn't worn down as much as they were expecting, but I know Jimmy Anderson found a patch on that surface that was bouncing as on 112 runs at the moment, or 112 overs left into the game. I'm going to put that one up on the screen, Kai Broom, as well, if you don't mind. And just so that everyone knows exactly what the situation is, if they do want to try and get themselves the win, not the win, as well. And also, been to Manly, says Kiwi Gamer. At the moment, all of Australia, they are hoping to keep that clean sweep alive. England, they're going to have to bat well. They're going to have to bat hard. They're going to have to bat for 112 overs. I'm going to have a quick look through some statistics here and see how many overs is the maximum we have seen England bat so far in the Ashes. If it's not 112, it's going to be a little bit tough, that for sure. But at the moment, they're just doing some keepy ups here, warming up the legs here for the Australians. Marnus Labuschagne seems like he's pretty handy with the football in hand as well. Right, England 185. We know that they wouldn't have had that 68. They definitely wouldn't have as well. England for them here, 114 overs. They have batted 114 overs here, England, and one of them in 85 overs. That's not good. Unfortunately, this next one for the second innings of the first match, they might have been able to bat 114, 103 in England for that first innings of the first match. They will want to forget a little bit of it as well. And also just look up Sydney radar and you'll see that the rain is just sitting an hour away from the ground as well. I'm parking the bus, says Sebastian there as well. But now, looking through, I'm just going to make sure the first innings of England, 66 overs. So only once have they been able to bat for 112 overs. And during that time, and do you have a gaming channel? We do indeed. It is called the Kiwi Lads Gaming. And it is one of the channels that are linked to our channel. If you click on the homepage, go into channels, it is there. And it is our gaming channel. We do a little bit of gaming in the past, but we probably haven't had a huge amount of opportunity to do it as of recently, unfortunately. But England there, 114, and for that innings, they were able to get themselves 192, and that was the survival stage for them when they did need to try and chase down about 400 as well. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be back out on the field. Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, all ready to go for this one. And then if they don't get the job done, they've got Bolland, they've got Lyon, they've got Cameron Green, who will have his tail up at the moment after doing very nicely with the batter. And also we have got there, my only comfort is that the lads know how to defend as well, either to the mid-order, to lower order, such as Joss or Wood as well, says Sebastian there. Because I guess it depends as well, because Joss Butley didn't actually keep. Ollie Pope did a very good job behind the stumps, I thought, overall, but now they are looking like the English. They are making their way out there. Hasib, Hamid, and also Zach Crawley. What is the highest score Hasib has got for himself? I believe it's about 27 or something like that. And also he hasn't been able to survive a full session so far, other than maybe on one of that first at the Gabba, I think was the only one that he has been able to go right through. But they give the fist bump there. No fist bump. Oh, okay. Crawley didn't actually realize he wanted the fist bump there, unfortunately. So Hasib might be angry, and that might help the innings as well. Wood can't defend. Bairstow can defend, especially with his hand, or can't defend, especially with his hand, can be said about Butler as well. Although the thing is, I like Jonny Bairstow's attacking mindset. I think that will be going decently as well. If Australia, Aussies get to 4 down, this will be done and dusted as well. And also we have there, and I've eaten at Burberto, a restaurant as well. And Aussie playing brutally as well, feeling bad for England. Says A1 saying, yeah, they weren't in the game, but they were a lot closer to being in the game as well. The way that they were able to get up to 7% chance of winning, which is quite high. It's the highest that they've been pretty much throughout this whole match here for England. At the moment, according to the live odds, England are paying $45 to win this one. How much is Hamid paying to get himself 100? Where is he? Where are you, Hamid? Hamid, to get 20 runs is paying $2.15. I can't even imagine what his 100 is paying. For Hamid to be the top run scorer is paying... Oh, Hamid to get 100 is paying $14 at the moment. Nah. I'm not looking at him. Who knows? If he does get it done, I will regret not putting $1 on that, even though I don't have $1 in my TAB account. Bro, you're looking good in the mustache as well. There's A1 saying, thank you very much, mate. We did hit the 100 light goal. So I had to put the mustache on. Or not on. I don't tape it on. It is actually my actual facial hair. But I had to shave it in that way as well. And also Mexican burrito as well. And there says Rojica there. At the moment now, it is going to be Stark bowling this first over. Crawley and Hamid at the crease here. This is a big session. This is a huge session. 112 overs they are going to have to face, I believe it was, from Kai a little bit earlier on. They have still got another 14 overs tonight to get through. And they do it. Like they're saying the business, it is going to be picking up. Mitchell Stark now. He's going to be ready to go, steaming into the crease here. The big man can get it down there at 145 normally. 140 has been his average for the last little while. Stark puts it outside the off stump, and Crawley facing for the first ball. He ends up leaving it alone. And also we have got there, if you were to keep my opinion, you look good in the mustache, always keep it. As well says A1 Singh there. There we go. Maybe I will have to have it stick around for a little bit longer. I feel like having that part of the beard just wasn't quite growing the way that I wanted Hasib. Get under 10 runs, as well says A1 Singh. I'm actually going to check how much it is for Hasib to get under 10 as well. Under 10 runs is $2.15. Worth a crack. And also Zach Crawley to get 100 is actually paying $14 as well in that regard. They have got 100 on Australian soil, though. Perhaps they can get themselves another. It is going to be Zach Crawley on strike. Mitchell Stark steaming in. Once again, just going to be blocked. They do get the single there, and Crawley gets himself off the mark. And no Royal. It's a progress as well. And there says it, Sebastian. That is a good point. Now we just need no golden duck for Hamid here. He is the man that I'm most worried for in this batting lineup, and they've got injuries as well, which is why Hamid just needs to find a way of playing it later. It's so easy to say, but it's so hard to do. Definitely when you have trained yourself in your brain for so long to reach out, get the bat on ball, and he's going to get in a lot of trouble. The deviation there changed a lot. So he was able to get that one nicely in terms of without swing. It was going right across him in that regard. Now Hamid here. He's on strike. It is going to be Mitchell Stark. England need 387 runs to win here. Hamid plays the block. And that is going to be the dot ball. Just getting right in mind that one, Hamid. Got to make sure. Don't reach out. Play it here. Not here. As soon as you play it there. Uh-oh. Caught at second slip by Steve Smith, who will be going. Nailed it again. But Hasib. The moment also they're saying he plays with quite a low hand. Hasib. So we'll need quite a bit more, I guess you could say, adaptation for Test match cricket by the looks of it. But he looks like he is a talented enough player. When he plays his shots, he plays them well. It is just whether or not he does play the shots that can get him in a little bit of trouble there. But now it is going to be once again. Oh, he thought about playing the cover drive, and also again hammered opening. What the hell England coach is doing as well. He'll be out by the end of the day as I play not more than 20 runs for Real Hamid as well. And also we've got there, that's not the most confident defensive shot I've ever seen. And there says Kai Broom. Yeah, it is going to be tough for him. That is for sure. At the moment now, it is going to be once again sitting there. 0 wickets, 1 run. As we have the idiot stretches for it, as there's a mission there as well. Stark now going to be charging in. Oh, short ball. As we have it there, I play better than Hasiba, mate. Trust me, mate. As I says A1 saying, I believe you. At this stage in Kairoom, England are not even remotely dreaming of batting at a 3.5 run rate. Bat carefully and hope that the rain reduces the overs as well there. It's going to be tough, isn't it, for England here? But they've still got the hopes of the Barmy Army. They can see a light at the end of the tunnel here. Hopefully his name is not Hasib, and hopefully it isn't a duck for that man as well. At the moment, they are all cheering for their side. I'm going to move that over to there a little bit more for their coverage. At the moment, there are minions in the crowd, I guess, as well. Now Stark pitches it up, leaves it on once again, Hamid. And every ball that goes by here is a chance that it gets closer and closer to a draw. 57% chance that Australia do win this game. 41% chance of the draw, and then 2% that England are able to go on and win this game. But that is the end of the first over. 1 run off it, and that's going to be 1 for none. So we have got there, it's over. Yes, I was just saying that if it was 360 and 120 overs, that Root got about 140 odd, then they would have on hope as well. And that's the Sky Broom. Yeah, they're certainly going to need more runs from Root than he had in the first innings. Unfortunately for him, he ended up getting out for that golden duck, which would have been, or not golden duck, sorry, he got about a 7th ball duck. Now, Pat Cummins, he would have seen Jimmy Anderson putting it on a spot, and it popped off the surface big time. That will be exactly where he is aiming. I want you lads to watch him play for Nottinghamshire. You'll be convinced that he takes the piss when he plays for England as well. He's fantastic on the domestic level as well. Says Sebastian there, and caught in the slips and bowl between bat and pad for sure, Hamid there. And also just woke up unusually low declaration as well. It shows Australia's confidence in themselves and also their view of England's batting as well. Says Darren Smith there. Nicely bowled. Crawley once again getting himself a run. Nicely done there by that man who was opening the batting. He was able to get himself, I believe, 18 or somewhere around there in the first innings. And at the moment, yeah, I was good there. They had hope, but the Aussies took it away out of reach the last couple of hours. As I says, Dan De Castro, yeah, they were only behind by about 250, somewhere around there. And it seemed like if they get a couple more wickets quickly here, in fact, it was actually only around that 190 mark, wasn't it? And we if they get a few wickets here, if they can keep them below 270, they've got a chance here. Unfortunately, that chance did disappear relatively quickly, but who knows? It is Test match cricket. It would be the 6th highest run chase in history if England are able to do it. And that would be just as impressive of a performance as we have seen from England in a long time. Leaves that one for me close to the off stump. Not ideal. Well, that man, as long as he doesn't leave one and get bowled, I feel like he'll be happy. But then saying that, it would be a different type of dismissal than him ending up, unfortunately, going too far forward and ending up getting the edge as well. At the moment now, Hasib Hamid leaves it alone. He left it on length. Was fair enough as well. But Alex Carey, he won't be too happy about getting the golden duck. The rain clouds might just starting, maybe forming in the background of the ECG. But Pat Cummins, the captain, wants it to be rain and wicket. Solid shot from Hamid. Plays it right under the eye line for that one, I believe. And also we were effectively 4 for 208 when Green and Khawaja came together. Then they did what they did, as says Sky Broom. And also we've got there Delhi as well, says Siva. So what time is it in Delhi at the moment, mate? It must be sitting around, is it 11:20 or is it 12:20 at the moment in Delhi? But at the moment, the Barmy Army, they are still celebrating for their side. And that Green Usman partnership was super fun viewing as well. And if little to no rain, match winning stand as well. And also we've got there Patel. And there for Delhi, it's going to be nicely played by Hamid. It was a pitched up one from Pat Cummins, and I think Joe Root can do 100 on this innings as well, says Just Smile. Imagine that, going from a duck to getting 100 in the second. And I mean, I'm thinking straight away, 100 of about 200 balls, probably saving them a lot of. That's a scary sight. There's a man in an orange afro wig. He's got a beer in one hand, I think a bottle in the other. And also he did end up having a Union Jack dress on as well there. The moment now, Pat Cummins steaming into Hamid, whips it off the pads, tries to go for the run out, not quite able to get it though. And also we're all shaking when Hasiba's batting, unreal what we've ended up, or where we've ended up as well in there, says Sebastian. I'm going to have to watch some of his highlights, aren't I? And see kind of what he does for Nottinghamshire. A little bit better from Hamid though. Didn't quite reach as far for that one, but it seems to be when it is the defensive shot, he only plays it about here. When it's an attacking shot, it's way out here. And that is what we are watching very closely for Hamid here. 386 more runs to win for England. 10 more wickets for Australia. It's going to be close to an LBW. It's going down leg a little bit, I believe. But not looking too safe there, Hamid. That is going to be a good over from Pat Cummins. He said not out. That will be the end of the second over. 2 runs for none here as well. Wellington wins today in Super Smash with the best game of the year. Wellington Fireworks, I just love them. Yeah, they chased down 227, didn't they? Which is just absolutely insane, the fact that they were able to do so. At the moment now, we have got just a little short intermission between the balls, and then it is going to be right back as well for this one. But at the moment, Australia, they did decide to declare here, and just trust me, he wouldn't be capped for England otherwise as well in there, says Sebastian. I guess they've also got, who's the man? Not Crawley, not Folks. I've forgotten his name again. Crawford, is it? Ben Crawford? No, not Ben. Who's Crawley? Is that Crawley? No, he's opening. Who's the other man? I'm going to have to look at the Ashes squad again. It is Dan Lawrence. I keep on forgetting his name as well. Name keeps on disappearing as well. And yeah, they were 32 for 4 at one time as well. Here's A1 Singh here. I think they are just wondering a little bit about the sight screen now. It's going to be all right by the looks of it. No way the Firebirds have done it. That's unreal as well. And they're much better image on the facial hair front, as says there. I appreciate it, mate. Have gone for my inner David Warner. Nice ball from Stark. Left alone there by Zach Crawley. And at the moment, the draw is 45% chance. Now, Australia earlier on were actually 57% chance of being able to win this one. So they've lost 4% already in that regard. But at the moment, Labuschagne, he was able to get himself 29. Steve Smith, 23. Those were the 2 big wickets that I thought were the game changers for England. But then it was Chris Green. That's the lie. He plays for the Sydney Thunder. It is going to be instead the name that I can't think of. Cameron Green. It wasn't, yeah, as I says A1 Singh there in the chat as well. But yeah, Cameron Green and also Usman Khawaja. Back-to-back centuries for Usman in this ECG pitch. He is loving the atmosphere at the moment, left alone by Zach Crawley. They need to make sure that they're disciplined here in the way that they bat. England, if they chase the wrong ball, they could end up losing their wicket. Crawley, he'll remember what happened in the first innings. Pat Cummins, he was probably a bit disappointed in Mitchell Stark with the fact that Stark did step over the line by just a smidgen to make it a no ball, and Crawley got to survive. Then Hamid, he was actually dropped, I believe, as well. So they had a couple of early opportunities that they weren't able to capitalize on, but they still find themselves in a very handy lead of 386 runs with still few more overs to play tonight. I believe the maximum that they were going to be able to have was 14 that they will be going for in this evening session as well. A little bit leg side, hard on the leg there for Crawley. They do just take the one there. They decide against the 2. And now Hamid, he will have 3 balls to face. The sun is back out at the moment. Hamid looking up to the skies, going, please give me some runs. He's just looking around, just trying to work out what way the sun is. I'll be back in 5 minutes as well. We will see you in a little bit of time, Sebastian. But that one popped quite hard off the surface, and there will be variable bounce for this final day. Zach Crawley, as well, he will know that. He will know that he's going to be getting hit with quite a few balls, but that is what we need to see from England. We need to see them digging in deep, knowing that it's going to hurt if they want to draw this test match. But that is when you see some of these test match players come alive. Like Matthew Wade, I remember him facing Neil Wagner. Didn't work in the end, I don't think. Just getting smacked over and over with the ball, but he wasn't stepping down, wasn't breaking his steer as well. And that is what we need to see. We need to see that kind of aggression, the red come out of the eyes of Crawley and Hamid here. They got to see red. They got to just keep on going. for themselves as well. Could you please give us an update on England's second innings bowling performance? As I said down, I can indeed. So the second innings for England, Jimmy Anderson, 12 overs, 34 runs, 0 wickets. He wasn't actually able to take one. Same with Stuart Broad, 11 overs, 31 runs for no wickets. Mark Wood got 2 wickets at an economy of 4.33, but he was the bowler who was working the absolute hardest out there as well. Then Jack Leach, 22 overs bowled, 84 runs for 4 wickets. He was able to get those last 2 in the final over. Was going to be on a hat-trick ball, but Pat Cummins said, nah, not going out there to face that one. Played that one very late, Hamid, and that's the time you got to play it in the test match, right under the eyes. Hi from Pakistan, says Ali Khan. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. And then Root, 5 runs per over for him. David Milan, 6.5 runs per over for him. Root, 35 runs off his 7. Milan, 13 off his 2. As well, we also got there in the chat, brother. I bet if I give my all-rounder capability or audition for the Super Smash as well, I'll be picked up for sure as well. And there says A1 Singh, I mean, it's worth a crack maybe. Head on over to New Zealand, give a bit of a go in the Super Smash. I know that someone I used to play South Canterbury cricket against actually is in the Super Smash competition for the Otago Volts now. But now, Hasiva Mead on strike. Nicely played once again. Solid behind the ball, and that will be the end of the over. Once again, just the one run off at Hamid, yet to get off the mark in this one. And Joe Root 200 not out. As I said, Steve, imagine that. Are you saying that in England win or Joe Root 200 and England draw? Siva, do let me know. At the moment, 384 more runs to win as well. So the run rate, it will be creeping up to around that 4 mark very soon by the looks of it. So it will be very tough for them. It looks like Sydney is going to get a downpour very soon, perhaps, by the looks of the background. But hopefully we do get the rest of the day of play in. And England, I guess, in that regard, they will be hoping that they don't have the rest of the day and play in as well. Yeah, the clouds in the sky. It's starting to get a little bit darker in the area around the SCG. It was supposed to be here at about 10 a.m. or something like that today. And the rain has been staying away pretty much for the whole day. Pat Cummins, nicely played by Crawley. Solid, trying to stop any chance of that ball sneaking through for the bat pad. Nathan Lyon, he might even get a bowl by the end of tonight here. But they've still got Bolland. They've still got Cameron Green as well. So I don't even know if Nathan Lyon does want to say, mate, I wouldn't mind a bowl. Pat Cummins might tell him, just go back to point for a moment. We're going to let the pace bowlers go for it, and you can have you go tomorrow on the day 5 wicket as well, which is going to be spinning all over the place. Waiting for England wicket to fall under 10 runs again as well, says Maneba. Although last time, I believe in the first innings, they had about a 28-run partnership. Shot from Crawley. That is just a classic cricket drive there down the ground. Straight drive from Crawley, and he picks up the first boundary of the day here for the English. I got there, yep, just take 2 of that, and you got it as well. And there also we have got there, Aussie take 2 wickets before stumps. That's a great shot from Crawley. Momentum, he distributed it very well. You can see the fact that he was leaning forward, going forward with the way that he played it as well. Not a huge back lift from there. And also we were there, yep, take 2 of that and put it out as well in there. So here's that Paddy Wagon there. Pat Cummins now bowling out a bit straighter. More runs here for Crawley. It's going to be 2 runs at least there. Bowling with the misfield. Joe Root is the root of England cricket team tree as well. And there says Just Smile. He is going to be the one that they do need to step up. Crawley at the moment, though, sitting on 9 off 9. Is he still paying $14 to get the century? You can't actually bet on him anymore. The unfortunate missed opportunity. Top run scorer, though, he is actually there, as you can't bet on that either. Well, I don't bet anyway. So I feel like I just look at the odds and go, oh, yeah, that's a decent deal. And then I don't do anything about it. And then I get it wrong. So I'm like, I've saved myself $1 there by not backing someone. 379 more runs. It's what England require. 10 more wickets is what Australia require. The rain, it's coming around the corner bats. That's going to be almost off the outside edge of Crawley, but that's going to be racing close to the boundary as well. Nathan Lyon chasing that for 2. As Do You live in the same street as Joe Blow. No. Unfortunately, William Double J, welcome back. I remember you from the other live stream, from your comments as well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. The moment Pat Cummins just a little bit over pitch there. Crawley he almost ended up reaching for that one as well. Cummins, he's excited though. Seeing that outside edge, he is hopeful that he will be able to go on and get the wicket of Crawley. He actually was very expensive in the original first innings of this match. Whip to the leg side there from Crawley. Once again, going to be another run here for him, and that is going to be very nicely done. So far, off this Pat Cummins over, he has gone for the 9 runs, and now just the 1 ball left for Hamid. Yet to get off the mark. I find it kind of surprising that Hamid and Crawley were actually playing the same, though, to be able to get that century. I would have thought that Crawley would be a little bit more of the favourite over Hamid, who is normally a little bit slower to get started, which is why he can get himself into a little bit of trouble. If he goes too defensive, could end up getting out here, Hamid. But now charging in once again. Hamid sitting on 0 of 12. Nicely played by Hamid. It's going out to point, and that will be the end of the 4th over. Very good over for England in the end. 9 off it, and it is going to be none for 12. Once again, just trying to keep that run rate slightly ticking over here. They can't afford to take their back foot completely off or kind of go completely on the back foot. We're not going to play a little bit of attacking, because or else then you get yourself into a lot of trouble in that regard as well. At the moment now, it's going to be interesting to see how it does end up going in this situation. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. It is hugely appreciated. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. Also, check out the Kiwi Lads Sport if you guys haven't already. It is one of our other channels, and the Kiwi Lads Gaming. We haven't uploaded on there in a little while, but it's coming back soon. Now that I've got my Xbox back after it blew up, we're good to go in that regard. But now Mitchell Starc bowled 2 overs, only gone for the 2. How many overs left for the day? They have only got another 10 overs that they will be bowling here. So I believe they'll be finished by about 8:20 or somewhere around that mark, maybe, depending on how long it takes for Australia to get through them. Leg sidish, Zach Crawley. Nice shot there down to Boland, and he does get himself another run, moving up to 13 runs or 12 deliveries. He's playing aggressive so far from Crawley. I'm enjoying it. Seems like he is trying to see how close he can help his side get towards those runs. Hamid, 0 off 13 at the moment. A little bit of different styles, I guess you could say, but Hamid, he still has the power to be able to really ramp up when he does need to. We will have to wait and see how he does end up going. But now Alex Carey, he is in the gloves for this one. He doesn't get the replacement, similar to what we saw from England. They did actually have Ollie Pope behind the stumps for Joss Butler, as he was a little bit injured. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not he can bat as well. But now here, Australia, they've still got a couple of slips. They've got Warner, they've got Smith, they've got Khawaja. They've actually got 3, and then the gully of Cameron Green left alone by Hamid outside of the off stump. We have got there, where do you live in New Zealand as well? Says Just Smile. I am in the South Island in a place called South Canterbury. Kind of that is the region, and it is just south of Christchurch and also north of Dunedin. If you know those 2 places, I'm back. Sorry for the miss this innings, as some work at home. That reason I missed some over this innings as well. Says for sure, no worries at all, mate. It's a busy time of the year, so it is completely understandable. And yeah, it is good to see you again here at the moment. England, they do need 375 more runs to be able to win this match. Zach Crawley here, he is going to be off strike just for now, as Leach took 4 wickets. Doesn't mean the pitch is as significantly deteriorated. I don't believe so. I think it was more just a case of, like, Australia, they did seem to throw away a couple. Cameron Green tried to sweep shot, and that slog sweep has been dangerous. 3 wickets falling that I can remember at least in this match from playing the slog sweep. And then also first ball, Alex Carey just didn't quite pick it up and did end up getting a bit of bat on it. Did it go straight through to the keeper as well? They're just showing there from Zach. Cool. I need to walk back. Oh, else says A1 thing. Hopefully not at this stage. Hopefully he does get to stick it out for a little bit longer, but he is going to be on strike with Mitchell Starc bowling. He isn't bowling that 150 that we used to see from Starc, and that is probably the one benefit here for Hamid, but he can still put it in the right place, and he can still pick up wickets when he does. Well played there from Hamid. Hits it straight down the ground to Pat Cummins. At the moment, Crawley, he will just be saying to Hamid, don't panic. He's got a thumbs up. He's saying, don't worry about it, mate. Things happen. Just stay out here with me for the rest of the evening. We've got another 10 overs. Let's survive this session. Let's get out of it wicketless. Let's go into tomorrow. Let's see how the rain's looking. See what we can do. Let's fight in this game as well. And I think that is the motto that England have to go by. They might as well just go out there and give it their absolute all. Yes, you've got Hobart just around the corner. They've got other players can play in that test match though, but keep going in this one. Don't end up giving up just yet. They have been able to bat out 112 overs before. Shot from Haseeb Hameed on the front foot, a little bit too full from Mitchell Starc, and Hameed now gets himself off the mark. It looks like they do just get the 2 runs. The wickets as well, but 17 balls in, and Hameed gets his first scoring shot of the day as well. But England, they need 373 more of those scoring shots perhaps. And also we have got I'm now cooking afternoon lunch right now and enjoying your company and commentary both as well, says Vishal. So I do appreciate you being here. Just a bit too full from Mitchell Starc, just waiting for his opportunity there to be able to hit that one through the gap. Haseeb Hameed, and he does get the 2. So he's off the mark. No ducks for the 2 openers here for England. That is a good start to this innings, but they need to make sure that they keep going here. Like they're saying, Haseeb Hameed, normally the later he is in his innings, the later he plays the ball as well. So he just needs to survive this first little session, get through it as well. Leaves it alone outside of the off stump. And like they said, he hasn't actually seen Bolland or also the other option, Cameron Green. He's always been out by Cummins and Starc in the early stages, really. He's very good against spin as well, Haseeb Hameed. Looks like he is getting a replacement here for the helmet. Someone just getting a bit of a drink as well. Oh, phone's going as well. I'm not normally very popular. Yeah, anytime that I have been doing a test match, my phone just goes all the time as well. But at the moment, they have almost raised $5 million for the Jane McGrath Foundation, which is absolutely awesome. That deserves a clap as well, raising it for breast cancer awareness. And that is why this is a pink test as well. Everyone dressing up in pink, showing their support as well. And I think they've just put that number up on the screen as well. That is insane in terms of the amount that they have been able to bring up. I'm not too sure what the numbers are from past years, but that is a large amount, definitely with those auctions hats. And so I believe that they will be earning a little bit extra. And today is my town, in my town is raining outside, and my signal in the TV is very weak, so I cannot see Ashes, but I am enjoying your commentary. So it's just smiles. I'm glad that you are enjoying it, and we are going to be back with plenty more commentary. We have got Bangladesh versus New Zealand tomorrow, alongside possibly England versus Australia. We will be doing a bit of a co-live stream in that regard, covering both of the games in that regard. But Scott Boland now, he is going to be coming in. And also we have got there, your scoreboard has been updating a little late as well, says over there. Normally it is a little bit early compared to what I say, but hopefully it's not too bad, and maybe about 10 seconds or so it does update to that as well. But Scott Boland now has been added into the bowling attack, so only a couple overs from Pat Cummins, and now he's giving it to Boland to see what he can do there. Nicely played by Zach Crawley. Hits that first one out as well. Like they're saying, the clouds are coming in. I would say rain is not too far away here for the SCG. They might get in the rest of the day. It's going to be possibly a very wet one for overnight, though, as soon as the players make their way off the field. And I would think with the fact that it has been avoiding Sydney for so long, as soon as it rains, it's going to be raining hard at the ground as well. But Crawley sitting on 13 off 13. Haseeb Hameed sitting on 2 runs off 18 deliveries. This partnership of 15 runs. Nice and solid there from Crawley. Currently, like they're saying, 20 minutes left actually tonight that they will be able to go for. But that looks like, geez, that doesn't look too good in the background there. It looks like it is going to be absolutely bucketing down in Sydney very soon. So we have to wait and see how it goes. But England at the moment, 2% chance of winning, 50% for Australia, 48% for the draw. So the draw has really increased in the last little while as well. Like they're saying, they might just get it in if they're lucky. It's popped off the service there for Boland. He's found that mark that Jimmy Anderson was able to throw, find it. So also we have got there, Irish Bro mixed vegetable dish I cooked today. You like that as well? And this is for show. I don't mind a stir fry of some sort, you know, a little bit of a stir fry, nothing wrong with it. Chicken chow mein, it's quite nice. What else have we got? A whole heap of other ones that we can have as well. But a chicken chow mein, don't mind it too much. Chicken fried rice as well. I do like chicken. As you guys can tell, we had a chicken in our backyard. We didn't eat it though, but it did end up just popping up out of nowhere. This is the little video that I did take yesterday on my lovely day out here. Who are you? Don't know why there was a chicken. It was our neighbours. At the moment, now Boland once again. It looks like they're actually setting up someone at bat pad as well. And also we've got that Hamish just woke up to a very cold England as well. And just wanted to thank you for excellent update on the state of play as well, says Darren Smith. No worries, mate. And I've been enjoying every single day of the Ashes that we have had so far. Nicely almost glided through the slip cordon and the gully. But all the paint fell off my car as well. It says Flipmaster. All the paint fell off my car. You're going to have to repaint it then, I would think. Also, I think first wicket partnership, 50 runs. So it says Just Smile there. And also we have there, that's a juicy chicken. It was a big old chicken indeed. Yeah, the neighbours had lost it. So not like lost it as in like that, but they had lost their chicken. So yeah, we did return it. The cat wasn't too keen on the idea of having another pet for a day. It's going to be nicely bowled outside the off stump from Bolland at the moment, yet to go for a run. Now, the last couple of times when Bolland doesn't go for a run, he's normally had 1 or 2 wickets on the board as well. He went in the last match, maiden, wicket, maiden, maiden, wicket, maiden, maiden. Can he do it again here in this session? He actually took a hard tumble in that first session for the bowling side of it, or the bowling side of it. You could kind of almost get a pun there. I'll work on that one, see how we go in the future. At this stage, is now going to be driving for once again here, Bolland. Nice and pitched up delivery. Nicely played. It is going to be close to the end of the over. It is the end of the over and 15 for none here. So it is the maiden and rain coming in quick. I might not get 1 or 2 overs due to rain as well on there. And also we've got the Hamid will walk back today itself as well, says A1 Singh. And also we've got the, what's your favourite movie genre? I'm a sucker for a good comedy. I feel like a comedy is kind of my way to go. And just something lighthearted. You know, nothing too serious overall. I could watch an action movie, but I feel like I prefer comedies. It's a bit of a giggle and end up, go to bed with a smile. As well, even though I haven't watched a movie, like any movie, in fact, for the past 6 months or so, ever since we got into the rugby and cricket season, I have not really had too many breaks overall. So far this year, we have live streamed for over 10 hours a day on average. And what is your favorite food? As on there says, it was just my favorite food. I mean, I don't mind a pizza or fish and chips. Fish and chips is quite nice. Left alone there by Hasib. I mean, I love Money Heist, especially Berlin's attitude as well. Says A1 Singh. I have 2 sunglasses and 5 watch as well. Sounds like you don't have enough wrists in that regard. And also, yeah, comedy is the only way I can sit through a 2-hour movie as well, says Siddhartha there in a chat. But currently, with the way that the rain is looking, it might get a bit damp out there a little bit later on. And also, do you like Indian food? I do enjoy Indian food. I enjoy butter chicken. That's probably my favorite type of dish in terms of Indian, and also a cheese and garlic naan. It's very nice as well. At the moment, Khawaja, he'll be happy. Back-to-back centuries. Is it raining? It's getting close to raining. Left alone. Oh, that one died in this pitch. So that one did not bounce. Also, we have got there the heart and the call in there as well. And also, we've got there Paddy has said, hello, I'm back. Welcome into live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well at the moment. England, they have not lost the wicket as of yet. This is where they need to be able to just keep on going forward. Do you live as well? And there says, just smile. Do I live? Do I live? As in like live stream? Because I do live streams. I also have a few videos that we will be bringing out very soon as well. But at the moment now, it is going to be Hamid sitting on 2 runs of 20 deliveries here. 373 runs to win, 10 wickets for the Australians. That was almost one of them. Tried chicken Kolkata biryani. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly when visiting in India, along with mutton curry as well. Says A1 Singh there. Sounds all right. Sounds very nice, in fact. Might have to give them a look. And also, we get that, Hamish, are you like comedy? Are you a Only Fools and Horses fan? I don't think I've actually seen any episodes of Only Fools and Horses. Mitchell Stark, I think he is very frustrated with the plant foot there. He almost wanted to... He wanted to throw the ball at his foot mark there when running in. The sledgehammer might be required here for him, possibly, depending on what they decide on. But at this stage, I mean, I would like to watch some more comedies as well. I don't really get to see too many of them. Change of angle, they are saying here. Going to see whether or not he can get the right landing area from this side of the pitch. So he is going to be coming around the wicket. They have got a first slip, leg slip as well. 2 slips in the slip cordon. It's a big full toss there. Goes straight into the hands of Marnus Labuschagne as well. Off the bounce, of course. He's still out there, Hasib. At the moment, 374. It's what England trail by at this stage of the innings. By the looks of it, we will get another 7 overs or so in here tonight. If England cannot lose any wickets in this session, they would consider that. So pretty good effort, but It's whether or not they can get that job done. And with the rain around, maybe it just gets a little bit more tricky with the skidding on that we will get to see as well. But anyone who is new, sure leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here for these live streams as well. Haseeb Hameed now plays that one nicely, gets the single as well for Hameed. I feel like I'm clapping every run that he gets at the moment just because I know that his confidence must not be low, or it must be low, sorry, rather than high. So I want him to be able to possibly end up getting himself a decent total here as well. But what I will quickly do, ladies and gentlemen, is I will put a link in the chat. That is to our Kiwi Lad Sport channel. Be sure to check that out and be sure to hit that subscribe button on there. We're on the road at the moment to 1,000 subscribers over on there. So if you do want to help us out, please do. And also, it's a brilliant UK comedy series from the 80s and 90s. I think I have heard of it. I just haven't seen any of the episodes, unfortunately. I might have to check it out. Mitchell Stark, leg side, a great shot there from Crawley, whipped away, and that is going to be 4 runs for Zach Crawley now, sitting on 17 off 19. That is the end of the over. 20,000 in attendance to witness this batting performance from the English, and also McCat is lying on the bed as well, and this is just smile there in the chat as well, but a nice whip off the legs there for Zach Crawley. A little bit too full from Mitchell Stark. Because of that, does end up going for the 4 runs. England now have a 3% chance of winning, 52% chance of the draw as well, the way that it is sitting at the moment. But at the moment, they are just waiting to see whether or not the clouds are going to cause rain. And if the clouds cause rain, then we are going to have a little race once again between the groundsmen, who they always try and race out onto the field, see who can get there first. So, but now Scott Bolland, he had a maiden for his first over. He was putting it just outside of the off stump. Not really too many hittable deliveries from Scott Bolland so far. 98,000 is the attendance so far for all of the match days of the Ashes. And we have got another day in attendance, which is going to be tomorrow. But nonetheless, I do appreciate you all being here. We have got another half an hour to 45 minutes left of the day that they will be able to play. And at this stage, England are still sitting out there at the crease, sitting on 0 for 19. Sorry, 20 for none here, I should say as well. That one came back a little bit more for Scott Bolland. We'll be trying to get that ball to swing early on. At the moment, Bolland now. It's off the edge, but it doesn't carry to Steve Smith. Doesn't quite carry through. Soft hands from Hameed, and the reason that didn't carry, I believe, is because he played it under the eye line. He didn't reach out for it. He wasn't reaching. Right here, we are going to see this from side on. Did he reach for it? I bet you he reaches for it. No, he played it just out in front of him. Today's BBL game as well, says Michelle. So pretty much we have got 2 games, one of which is starting in about 15 minutes time, and that is going to be the game that is taking place between the Melbourne Renegades and the Sydney Thunder. Then the other game that is also happening is at 10:30. It will be the Heat taking on the Hobart Hurricanes, although we are going to be skipping today for the BBL so that I can wake up nice and early tomorrow for the Bangladesh versus New Zealand test match and also the Ashes. And Mutton Biryani, Bedouin Lamb, stay safe, Fiji cyclone season as well, says Victor there in the chat. Yeah, at the moment, it seems like hopefully that's the thing. Fiji and also Australia at the moment, I believe they actually had a cyclone recently as well, didn't they? And also, who's your favourite cricketers in a New Zealand team as well? Says Just Smile. I love watching Kane Williamson. Love watching, I would say, someone like Devon Conway is class at the moment, the way that he goes. Renegades won the toss and decided that they want to have a bowl. Oh, they're nicely played by Haseeb Hameed, who is still sticking out there at the crease for just a little bit longer, perhaps. Currently sitting on 3 runs or 27. I had to kind of double take there to make sure that I had the right number there. And like they're saying, that's a very good improvement from Haseeb Hameed to play out under his eye line rather than charging out there with the hands. And he's just been working on his technique so hard. As well, he takes the run down the ground. It is going to be a good run single there. Bit of a misfield there from Pat Cummins. Just go straight through him. They decide against the 2 in the end. And that is going to be Marnus chasing after that one. Bolland goes for his first run of the day. An Australian cyclone was here on the northern beaches as well in there. There's Kai Broom. Stage, yeah, just went through the hands of Pat Cummins. I think he was looking up at the stumps, getting ready to throw it before he actually had it in hand here. It's looking at the stumps, just lets it go through the fingers. And okay, bro, New Zealand versus Bangladesh and when come to live in India as well, says Vishal. So I believe the game starts at 11 a.m. New Zealand time, which I believe will be somewhere in the AM for you in India. How many hours behind New Zealand are you, Vishal? Do let me know. At the moment, got him pretty dark at the moment out there. It looks like it is about to absolutely bucket down in a very short moment. Once again, left alone there by Zach Crawley, protecting the stumps nicely. Into the 8th over. Only the one off it, and it's going to be none for 21. So England, they're still going at about 2.6, 2.7 and over at this point in time. So they're not doing terribly in terms of that run rate. Crawley's looking nicely set at the moment, 17 off 20 deliveries. And then Hamid, he is sitting there 4 off 28, but he is still out there, which is exactly what England need of all of their players. They needed to survive 112 overs to be able to make this a draw, which is now sitting 55% here for them to be able to get that draw. And at this matchup, definitely if the rain starts pouring tonight, maybe it's still going to be wet tomorrow as well with the way that the weather does look. The moment now, Pat Cummins, he is being brought back into the bowling attack. Only bowled the 2 overs, but I believe he is going to be the replacement for Mitchell Starc now. Getting ready to go once again. 367 is the difference between these two sides. Cummins, he's gone for 10 runs so far of his first 2 overs. Still got 2 men at the slip. Nicely worked by Hamid to the leg side. It's looking like they are going to be running hard here. They do just take the single, though. Boland able to field it nicely. Hamid, though, I'm impressed at the moment with the way that he is playing here. He looks like he's really been working on his technique. And for such a young player as well, I believe Hasib Hamid is young, isn't he? If I'm not wrong, I'm going to have a quick look at his age. Hasib Hamid, he's 24 years of age, so he is still very young in that regard. So I'm hoping that as he keeps on going through his career, he can keep on improving that technique, see how far it will take him in the future as well. But nonetheless, at this stage, Australia, they are actually less favourites in the draw, I do see in terms of the odds as well. But we will have to wait and see whether or not that does change too much in the near future as well. But they are talking about the Big Bash. They have got 2 games that are going to be taking place tonight and at the KFC Big Bash. I'll probably be watching the first one. I just won't be doing the live stream for a nicely behind the ball there for Crawley. So I'm back as well. Says a Warriors fan. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. At the moment, it is going to be very exciting to see who ends up winning this game between these two sides. We know that it should be Australia. We know that the draw is also on the cards. England 2% at the moment here, though. And Hamish Bro, 3:30 at early morning. As it's not possible to cover your company and commentary, but I joined in session 2 in sessions tomorrow as well. And there says Vishal, so that is no worries, mate. And we will keep you guys updated throughout the whole day on the Ashes and also Bangladesh taking on New Zealand as well, because that's going to be a very exciting contest in that regard, because it is going to be at Hackley Oval in Christchurch. Mark Crawley sitting there, 17 runs off 22 deliveries. Ticking over nicely. How old are you, boy? As well, and there says Just Smile. I am 22 as well. I do normally look a little bit older if I have got my beard, but I did shave my beard because we did end up hitting the 100 likes. So I decided that it was time for the beard to go. So I am 22, just recently turned 22, just over a month ago in December. Pat Cummins once again steaming in outside of the off stump, left alone by Crawley. I think the Australian bowler's still just trying to find their line. He's staying, okay, he's put the guy back at deep square leg. He's not looking happy, Pat Cummins, at the moment. Okay, I think the rain is getting extremely close. The lights are having to fire up big time here at the SCG to be able to accommodate how dark those clouds are making it at the moment in the air. At the moment, they are saying that they are putting the short ball. Okay, they are actually, it's looking like it could be a double bluff. Pat Cummins, he might end up pitching this one up because he has decided that he does want a deep square leg rather than a square leg here. Where does he put this one, Pat Cummins? Pitches it up outside of the off stump and once again left alone by Crawley. He's being very patient in this inning so far. Even though he's sitting on 17 off 24, he hasn't really chased a bad ball at this point in time. He went for the one that was pitched up outside, just outside of the off stump, and then also had the pull shot. 1% chance that England do go on to get themselves the win here. 41% for Australia and also 58% chance of the draw there for this matchup between the two sides. So the draw at the moment is the most favourable, but of course a wicket can change everything in this situation, and that will be what Australia trying to do here. Nicely played there by Crawley. Nathan Lyon fielding it nicely. So hitting himself on the ground pretty hard, and they will get through to the single once again. Good chance for England win this match as well, says Patam. At this stage, 2% for England. They are sitting on almost an overthrow there from the Australians as well. And will Nathan Lyon get the chance? We'll have to wait and see. But now at this stage, 6 overs, I believe they just said to go here of today. Nathan Lyon just smacking himself on the ground there, trying to make the fielding, or trying not to make the fielding error, I should say, but unfortunately the ball just slips out. Christchurch Hagley over was happy hunting ground for the Black Cats as well, says for show, and that is why it is going to be such an exciting one. See how it does go for that side as well. But at the moment, Marnus Labuschagne sitting there. He's got the ball in hand. Oh, he dropped the ball, unfortunately, and you're kidding, Patam, as well. Draw it best as well, says that Victor there in the chat. At the moment, England, if they can get through this session as well, for God's sakes, it's a decent chance for a draw, lads, not a win as well. And there's Sebastian there in the chat. But the runs, it was when Scott Boland pitched it up a little bit more for that one. But the draw is sitting 56% at this stage. It is the favourite option of the three, followed by Australia, to be able to go on and win this match. That's gone over the top of the slip court, and that one climbed big time from Boland. And that one is going to be close to the boundary. David Warner tries to stop it. He isn't able to, though. And it is going to be the 4 runs for Crawley. Steep bounce for that delivery. And like they've said, for the length that ball was, it shouldn't have popped up that high. What do we get here? It just became a tennis ball. The way that one popped off the surface, this is going to be dangerous for the batsman if they can find that mark. Once again, where was it? I think it was a crack. It just ended up going straight up. Crawley ended up hitting him on the thumb. They don't need any more thumb injuries here for the English side. No time to react to it as well. It just ended up popping well and truly. Zach Crawley's lost the spike. It looks like he is going to be giving it to the umpire here. That is steep bounce there. That is a joy. And these people coming in late saying England have a chance. Lewis, attention seekers as well. Jeez. There's Guy Room there at the moment. It's going to be very interesting to see how many runs England will require after today. Boland outside of the off stump, left alone there by Zach Crawley. Boland almost running back to his mark as well. The big man's fired up. Wants to get back in there. At the moment, the SCG, this has actually been Crawley's best performance, for the opening partnership. This is actually the biggest partnership that we have seen so far for England. So that's promising in that regard. And also we've got there, England actually have a chance of winning as well. Says Penny Tyrell there in the chat as well. Also we have got the Australia took too much of a risk as well there. Moment, 2 English fans, they are going home here. I believe we've just got 1 more over left today, if I'm not wrong, or they were able to have 5, so maybe we have a little bit of extra time while there is no rain in the air. We will have to wait and see, but they will have at least Boland running back to his mark. He wants to keep on going here. He's jogging back, the big man. Shane Warner is teaching Zach Crawley all of the tricks there. He said in that situation that you do mark middle, even though there's a massive crevice there as middle stump, you still try and mark it and you start with your bat on leg stump if you are trying to use up a little bit more time. So I was got the iron back as well. And then you're doing BBL tonight, says Nobum. We are going to take the night off for the BBL purely because the game between New Zealand and Bangladesh does start a little bit earlier tomorrow morning. So we'll end up going to bed a little bit earlier than that 10:30 game. But yeah, unfortunately, we will be missing the 2 games between the Renegades and the Thunder. I will still probably be watching that one just without the commentary. And then also it will be the game between the Brisbane Heat and the Hobart Hurricanes as well. We have got the England don't have a chance. Betty Tyrell, and they need way too much on a lethal pitch as well, says Guy Broom. And also we've got the Australia took too much of a risk as well, says Betty Tyrell. The moment Scott Boland charged his way back to the mark. There's still going to be time here. We always got to do like cats or dogs. I have a cat. I've never had a dog, so I guess cats. But I wouldn't mind having a dog at some stage as well. Leg sidish. Okay. No interest. The crowd thought it was out. The umpire said not out, and now they are sprinting through here for Australia. They need to try and get through for an extra little bit of time here by the looks of it. They're both 10 overs. And also we've got the England don't have a chance in there as well for the lethal pitch. But they're all in position now, and there is going to be 1 more over by the looks of it. Who is it that will get the ball in hand? Is it Nathan Lyon? Is it Pat Cummins? Or is it possibly going to be Cameron Green. It's a good take there from Alex Carey. And yeah, but in my opinion, Australia took too much of a risk of clearing that early. As says Paddy Tyrrell. If they are able to chase this one down, England, it will be the 6th biggest run chase in Test match history. Pat Cummins charging in last over of the day. Well played by Hamid. These two need to be there at the end of the day. 5 minutes to go now at most, and 12:30 in India as well. Says Just Smile there. So it is going to be a nice kind of, I guess you could say, a nice afternoon that you will be able to have for yourself watching a little bit of the BBL. Perhaps that rain is getting close at the moment. It is extremely dark at the moment at the SCG. I would say the players will be lucky to get off the field without absolutely pouring down here. It's just been a little too late, I guess, with the weather as well. It was supposed to be raining pretty much all day. We had a best day of cricket so far in terms of the SCG for this test match. And also, there you need a rest anyway, bro. You've been a soldier in your stream. Good night, mate, as well. Says Joshua. Yeah, we have just ticked over the 8-hour mark of yet again another live stream on the channel. We've ended up with a mustache, which after the last live stream, I mean, I was wearing cricket pads, cricket helmet, and all sorts. I feel like I've done decent. It would be the 6th highest chase in test history on a terrible pitch. As on there says Guy Broom there. At the moment, they are showing there it might be raining overnight here for Sydney. And if it rains tomorrow, it will be a draw. I agree with Guy. 2% means they win a once in 50 parallel universe as well. I think they need 1,000 as well. 0.1. Nicely played by Hamid once again, getting behind that ball. 3 balls left of the day now, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who is watching the BBL, it is going to be the Renegades versus the Thunder. The Renegades, I believe they are going to be batting first, maybe. I'll just have a quick look. Make sure I've got that round the right way. I know they won the toss anyway, but it's whether or not they are going to be batting or bowling for the surface, and they are up against the side. Oh, the umpire's just having a little bit of a discussion here. 3 balls left. They're saying that the shadows are pretty bad here, so which is why one of the umpires wanted to say that it is the end of the night. But at the moment, they are saying that it is a bit brighter for us who are watching on the TV sets as well. The Renegades, it is going to be the Thunder batting first, sorry. But I mean, it's going to be dangerous at a second. Like, they wouldn't have been able to play an extra half an hour, that is for sure. They get back for the 2 runs, and Hamid now moves his way up to 7 runs off 33 deliveries. And at the moment, Petty, what risk if they, I think, are they bet too long as well? She's Danny Castro there. And in the chat, what risk? I think they bet too long. And there as well, says Dan Castro. They're still looking around for the umpires. The rain is getting closer. Pat Cummins now charging in. A little bit of extra bounce. Hamid gets himself the single, and that will be now 1 more ball left for Crawley. Hamid's job is done here, and he has been able to move up onto 8 off 34. Zach Crawley, all he needs is to just survive this ball. And he's going to be ready to go. I keep it out as well. Says Lila there. Welcome into live stream. And do you like Free Fire or PUBG as well? I haven't actually played either of them, believe it or not. So yeah, I don't think I have actually played either of those 2 options for myself, but maybe I could give them a go at some stage as well. We do have the gaming channel where we could probably end up doing a little bit of something on there as well. Pat Cummins there. Nice delivery. That will be the end. No need to risk a run out. And I believe that is going to be the end of the day. Well batted by England to still be out there at the end of the day. 11 overs down. 30 runs at the moment. And please like BBL as well, says Lila. Unfortunately, with the fact that it is going to be overlapping and I haven't actually had food yet, it does mean that I am possibly going to be missing both BBL games tonight, and I will be getting up early in the morning so that I can get ready to go for the next kind of stage, which is going to be Bangladesh versus New Zealand as well. And I see Sebastian agreed as well, and agreed all of us would have declared much earlier if we were in Pat's shoes. And how's Christchurch looking for the test tomorrow? It's supposed to be very nice. By the looks of it, at the moment, they are putting the covers on just to protect it a little bit more. And good job, lads. They survived as well there. And also, we have got their good vibes. And there from it was Just Smile. But nonetheless, Zach Crawley sitting there on 22 runs off 32 deliveries. Hamid, he is sitting out there at the moment, 8 runs off 34 deliveries. But the man is still out there. So that is going to be a good old chance for him to be able to make his way forward and keep on building as well. I slightly mentioned about Haseeb Hamid getting a century and Zach Crawley getting a century there as well before the match or before the innings, and I was just showing you guys the odds of $14. I wonder how much it would be paying now with the fact that it has kind of closed out just a little bit more. Can you put it on? No, you can't put it on them at this stage, unfortunately. Would have been a good opportunity. And Kiwi, what do you think total between between the Thunder and the Renegades? I think the Thunder will probably set a total around 180, and then the Renegades will come up 10 runs short. That's my prediction for that one. And also we've got there in the chat, if it was the case, then England pulled something amazing out of their ass. It could become a bad decision for Australia. As I says, Betty, but at the end of the day, 35% chance for Australia to go on to win this one, 63% chance of the draw, and then it will be 2% chance that England will be able to go on and get themselves the win. It is still not completely impossible, but it would be the 6th highest run chase in BBL history if they were able to do it. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage. If you did, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'll put the Kiwi Lad Sport link in the chat as well. If you guys do want to check out that channel, help us out, hit that subscribe button because we have got plenty more sports coming on that one. And also, it is kind of our backup channel just in case something happens to this one in terms of copyright or anything along those lines. So enjoy your commentary, bro. Bye. As I says, it just smiles. So we will see you later on. And bye, says Paddy Tyrell there in the chat as well. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you did enjoy. And yeah, we will see you all tomorrow. We've got Bangladesh versus New Zealand. We've got the final day of the Ashes. We've got more BBL as well coming around the corner. And cheers, Amish, with the 10 out of 10 from Sebastian there as well. But yeah, hope you guys all enjoyed. Australia, they still lead by 358 runs. They need 10 wickets to win this game. England, they need 358 runs. The rain is now going to be pouring down by the sounds of it at the ground. So we will have to wait and see whether or not we do get a full day's play tomorrow or whether that draw just becomes that little tiny bit more likely as well. And Tuesday's Victor there. And also Betty Lorel with the emoji there and the chat as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for